Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Blast Slam 3. Me and Avery going to be taking you through the opening matches of today. We have a big group stage to get through, Avery.
Oh, yeah. A lot of BO1s, a lot of tears going to be had. Anytime people are crying, you know there's good Dota being played. That's what I always say.
That's featured in most of my pubs. Yeah, so that sounds about right. We do have a very important group stage that is going to be happening. Most group stages, I feel like you can kind of zone out and kind of ignore it. For Blast Slam, the group stage is a little bit more important, right, Avery?
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this is your seeding to go deep into that bracket, which again is single elimination. So if you have a bad group stage here, you are in a tough spot. You really have to make that gauntlet run. We've seen it a couple times, but I think we've also seen some of those teams that get seeded deep in because they win 3 or 4 of those BO1s, just dominate. And then you have, what, 1 or 2 series, you win the whole thing. Yeah. Sometimes you don't have time to choke.
I don't think there has been a single team that has made it a deep run through the gauntlet to end up in the finals. We've had a couple of teams who have gone 2 or 3 rounds deep into the gauntlet, but I don't think a team has ever done poorly in the group stage, ended up near the bottom, and then gone all the way to the final day.
Seems like that last series, like that 3rd, 4th place is where you get stuck.
Yep.
And I think it's just, there's usually a tier of teams that is above everybody else. That's a hard one to break through. I do think that last blast where Gaimin kind of surprised people.
Yes.
They ended up winning that like 3rd, 4th place decider and went to the finals, got destroyed. But that was kind of a little bit of an upset run, but they still did make the thing you're talking about. And of course, a lot of money to play for here. So if you get good seeding, you're already locking yourself in for a nice little paycheck.
Yeah, that's right. You get top of the group, you are already guaranteed top 4, which is in that 60K to 20K area. So pretty nice. And we are going to be going over that group stage for the foreseeable future. We are going to, on this stream, be covering Group A. There is a Group B as well, but on this stream, this is what you're going to be watching. PARIVISION, Spirit, Falcons, Aurora Gaming, and Gaimin Gladiators. A pretty tough group. Damn. Considering PARIVISION and their recent success. Big question, I think, is Gaming Gladiators and how well they will do. Meanwhile, for Group B, you have the standard Liquid Tundra top teams. BetBoom is going to be in here, who have already done very well at Blast. They won the first Blast Slam, I believe, and then Team Tidebound and Extreme Gaming, I would say, is the big question mark of Group B, right?
I just feel there's no weak teams here. It's honestly a really stacked roster. All 10 of these can take games off each other, especially when it's these BO1s. Yeah. There's no free games here at all. And I am curious to see out of this Group B, especially, or maybe out of Group A as well, the slower teams, but looking here like Liquid, sometimes they have slow starts.
Yeah,
this is not a format you want to have a slow start in, whereas if you're looking at BetBoom, who won the first one, they are a team that often has good group stage starts and comes out fast and falls off later on the land.
Yeah.
You have to feel like the format favors some of these faster teams that are just going to get out to the ground running and know what they want to do and just start firing all cylinders. I think Pari is in that conversation as well. And then you have these 2 Chinese teams, kind of a big question mark in terms of how they match up against each other and can they get out going fast? Because historically, China has not been the fastest region in the groups.
Right. They usually have to adapt to... It is rare that the Chinese teams are the ones leading the meta when the tournament starts, right?
Especially versus Western Europe. And there's a lot of Western Europe here.
Yeah, absolutely, as there will always be. When it comes to these tournaments, you're just always going to see a lot of Western Europe and Eastern Europe, and we're going to have our fill of both today and for the rest of this tournament, I would imagine, as we are going to be starting off with Western Europe versus Eastern Europe in Gaming Gladiators versus Spirit, a repeat of the TI-12 finals. What a great finals it was, Avery.
Oh, it was a beauty, a 3-0 beauty, as Gaimin is likely to put on. Falcons versus Gaimin later, Aurora Spirit as well. Maybe Aurora is the one team you look at and go, all right, they are maybe a team we should get the win versus for a lot of these top dogs. But I think they are a team that's capable of upsets here.
I mean, they already provided upset at the tournament that happened before this, right? In PGL Wallachia, right? Yeah. They managed to get an upset and making it into the upper brackets semifinals. And then they dropped down and did end up losing. I can't remember where they ended up in that 5th, 6th, maybe 4th area. But
hey, maybe if that game doesn't go the wonky way it does, from their point of view, they should have been top 3 at that lane.
Yeah, that's true.
They're like 1 win, 1 weird team fight away. I'm not going to sit here and debate the qualities of that game, but they are on the up and up. So even if this is maybe your weaker team out of the last year because they're just formed and kind of getting their stuff going, still really strong players on it. And do not be fooled. That's not a Southeast Asian team, despite what your brain might think.
Yeah.
It's an Eastern. That's another European team hiding behind a C org to fool you into thinking, oh, you get to play against the C team. It's free wins. No.
Nope.
It's all Eastern European players now.
Yeah. I think actually the team that Aurora on face, historically for this year hasn't been doing quite as well. But I think, as you said, they're on the up. The other side of that, Falcons, the team who has had a good history, has done very well in the last couple of years for themselves, but they have been on the decline, man. They have, at bare minimum, you would say they're stagnant. They are definitely not good. Yeah, exactly.
Because their bar is super high.
Yes.
Especially when you come out with young players, 17, 18-year-old Maureen ATF, and you're winning every LAN. It's kind of only one way to go, and it's either you stay there or you go down.
Yeah.
So it's kind of a tough position for them, but hey, maybe it bodes better for their TI run.
Yeah, that is one of the things to be thinking forward about, is that we do have only a handful of tournaments left before we get to Riyadh and we get to TI Championship season is coming. But we also have the group stage coming. We are going to be starting off with this. I was going to say game one, but there's only one game between Spirit and Gaming Gladiators for this group stage, so let's get into it. Which means, Avery, it's time for you and I to start talking about the drafts. That's what I appreciate. It's a rare tournament where casters get to cover a draft. Usually we would go, it would only be TI. TI would be the only time that casters would actually be the ones covering the draft, because there was typically not a panel.
It's because you have to, save the best analysts for the biggest event, right?
Of course.
They let us warm it up all year. I always enjoy doing draft. I think draft is one of the more interesting parts of Dota for me, and it's something that separates it from a lot of other games. Even if a lot of people say, oh, it's not that exciting, it's boring, I just want to watch the game.
Yeah, I'm one of those people.
Yeah, well, we call you low MMR players, so it's fine. Before we get into the draft, though, Yatoro with the blue hair.
Yes, I saw that yesterday.
I mean, this is just full anime arc, right? He's embracing the memes, embracing life, embracing his inner weeb, and just going full non-bald. This is like the opposite of the bald strat. This is the I'm clearly not bald. Therefore, I've dyed my hair blue so you can clearly see from 100 meters away that I am not bald. But what if it's a wig, Austin? What if halfway through this tournament, he pulls it off and it was a wig the whole time?
That would be quite impressive. You should probably go try and test it out. Pull on his hair, see if it comes off at some point.
I'll leave that one to I'll leave it to Quinn. I'm sure they'll get into it at some point.
Keeper of the Light as the opening pick and Silencer as the response. This Keeper of the Light has been on the come up. I think we've already experienced plenty of Silencer. We know this hero is quite high value. But Keeper of the Light, I would say, is the newer support on the block that has been making his name.
I think this hero's been strong for a while. He just can't outrank the Ringmaster A of the world, right? The Tinkers. He's just not as strong on paper as those heroes, but he does get picked over everything here. It's pretty interesting. The one thing this hero does give you is an insane amount of sustain. People were underrating just how much healing this hero does with the talents, the extra blast off the ult that got buffed. Like, these Illuminates go through the fight. If you hit 3 or 4 heroes, maybe 2 or 3 enemy heroes, that is an absurd nuke, right? You're looking at 1 to 2k swing off of every Illuminate. You're not losing that team fight. And he's just super good in these push strats. Very interesting to see it come out here for Gaimin, because it is a hero that in theory fits a lot of what they do really well. 1, it fits your 5-man Aura ball super well, if that's something they want to go to in this meta. And 2, it fits how they play around mid lane a lot. This is one of those heroes that can go to almost every mid laner that Quinn plays and accelerate him out of control. The Coddle Ember Spirit, the Coddle Storm Spirit, the Coddle Void Spirit, all them classic combos, right? And they're all heroes that are in Quinn's probably top 5. Even the other spellcasters that he will play benefit from this hero a lot, and just the extra sustain going into it means you can always fight around these runes. Coddle's a pretty good rune skirmisher if your mid is the one winning the lane. So I feel like this fits 2 things that Gaimin do really well. And yeah, you do respond with this Silencer opening, which we'll see the Huskar into the Ember Man. They're going to steal the Ember here. I think that was necessary. Either ban it or take it away. But the one thing I don't like about the Silencer response, Pango's, there's your other Coddle counter, right?
Yeah.
But this Silencer response is interesting because it's not I don't think this hero is as raw powerful as the Tinker AA Ringmasters of the world.
Yes. Much more dependent on its hero synergy combo.
Oh,
right?
100%. You want either strong initiation or you're countering an enemy team fight capability.
Yeah.
Either through a strong jump or a backline save, right? This hero can be good versus the Ringmasters. He can be good versus Tinkers. Coddle generally doesn't care as much about this hero, and the laning is also generally not good for Silencer. You get pushed in, he has trouble resetting the lane equilibrium, he's super pull dependent. Coddle almost always is guaranteeing his own pull, can sometimes mess with yours. And then again, when you either group up or fight around mid, Silencer is not good at those things if he didn't get kills on the lane, which you're generally just not going to get versus the Coddle unless you do some really cheese stuff. You hide behind trees and run it down. So this support trade, it kind of determined a lot of the second phase that we're seeing between these two mids. Like, Spirit felt pressured to take this Ember away from Gaimin. Gaimin had the Pango answer ready anyway. Now, this is an Ember favored matchup. I think a lot of mids would enjoy playing Ember against the Pango. We've seen Liquid go to it huge amount of times over the last year or two. It was their go-to when, you know, they were in the finals versus Gaimin.
Yeah.
So maybe if you're Spirit, you say, okay, like, we're kind of happy with this trade because we got the Ember versus the Pango anyway. It's a stronger hero. But man, this is a lot of pace coming out from Gaimin, and you're just looking at this Silencer going, is this first pick worthy, and how much of a liability on the map is it going to be?
So if we're going to look at Collapse's hero next, the combos with the Muerta, knowing that Gaming Gladiators could be upping the tempo against you quite a lot, you had this liability, you take the Phantom Assassin.
Yeah, they're going to hold the offlaner. I thought that you just take the Sand King there, or, you know, any Blink Stunner that can fight and defend your towers early. You should be happy with here. I'm not sure you're going to get that huge cheese pick later.
Maybe they feel like there's so many options in that regard that they, the PA is special, right? When it comes to lane winning, I feel like PA right now is just one of your go-to carries that is in the meta.
For sure.
Right?
It could just be pressure to make sure this Silencer has an early game. Honestly, again, going back to this support trade in the first round, it feels like a lot of this draft has kind of been dependent on that.
Yeah.
And Spirit trying to make the Silencer work, Gaimin punishing it a little bit, and PA is one of those heroes that can drag some fives through the laning phase. Just play with the dagger. This does give you a lot more kill threat now. Again, if you're trying to get those early kills in the laning phase to snowball this game a little bit so Gaimin doesn't pull ahead, PA is a hero that can do that. You've absolutely seen Yatoro fight early on this carry, and it is his signature hero, lest we forget. He did dye his hair blue, so if he's going to dye his hair blue, he may as well play his signature PA. Otherwise, what was it for?
There's also, what other blue carries are there? Morphling?
Troll. Oh, there's Morphling.
There's Morphling.
This hero is just, I think this is the hero we're going to see the most this tournament, honestly.
Why?
In terms of carries, because I don't think people want to ban him, but he's so broken in these later slots. The hero is just unpressurable. The rate at which you can morph early now is absurd. His last hitting prowess is ridiculous. The amount of commitment you have to make to shut this hero down in the early game feels really bad, and he just does so much damage later on. It's crazy how fast this hero can ramp. He's not as slow as he used to be, and he almost feels like he always has good spells to steal in any of these games. There's just a lot of good spellcasters where you get some of these random heroes going, like some of these bristleback goos, some of the TA, you know, meld refraction steals. I've even seen some Morphlings go against Jakiro and you get the double hit. That thing's kind of nasty.
Yeah.
There's so many random, just nasty little combinations. You don't need some big Morphling versus the Shaker or something like it used to be. This hero just destroys team fights. He's really hard to kill. You're looking at the sustained damage here for Spirit, right? You have this Ember Morphling matchup. Not good for the Ember. Chains is going to do some work here. And you don't have a lot of burst damage, and you don't have a lot of insta-stun. You do have silences between those two supports.
Yeah. I guess I never really thought about this, but I guess the overall power progression of Dota, adding in facets and shards and Aghanim Scepters, means that Medusa does get, or excuse me, Morphling does get more and more options, right, over time. Medusa, so we're going to be seeing that presumably offlane Medusa for Ace. I do feel like this offlane Medusa kind of fits Ace's style, even if it's not an aura buyer.
Oh yeah, for sure. It's just a tanky frontliner that's going to lead the charge.
Yeah.
Doesn't buff the team as much, but hey, maybe he'll go auras. I mean, it's Ace. Who knows?
Yeah, maybe.
We're going to see a Crimson Guard pipe Medusa here. Wouldn't rule it out.
All right, so what is left for Spirit, are you still down for the Blink Stunners? Because they actually banned away Centaur and Tidehunter themselves. Gaming Gladiators took away the AM because, you know, don't want to get... Even the offlane Anti-Mage with this Heaven's Halberd build is pretty obnoxious.
I mean, there is still Darkseer, right?
There's
no,
still...
no Darkseer. I was going to say, if that got left, that's insane. But that is a first phase ban. So that is the one here I'd say would absolutely crush the game here that is out. I mean, the only Blink Stunner left is that Mars, and it's a real rough Mars game. You might go back to it just because it's Spirit and Collapse, but there's Magnus as well.
Yeah.
Which is quite interesting here when you have this PA plus the Ember.
What do you think about Kunkka?
Kunkka's okay. I think Underlord is the more stable version in a way. Not a hero we got to, but it is a hero that can reduce the base damage here against all three of these cores. It's kind of nice. It is a hero that can buy the auras, which I mean, Crimson's good here, Pipe is good here, Greaves are... Everything's good here against what Gaimin are going to do, because at some point, Gaimin have to 5-man for these objectives. You want someone to just sit there and tank the spells to open up the fight for these two big damage dealers. I think this pick is fine. It's going to be a little slower than the other Blink Stunners, and I don't think gives you as much reassurance scale-wise as something like that Magnus would, or if the Darkseer, if you took Darkseer first in this draft, obviously you're feeling a lot better, but I think it's strong here. I mean, it's going to give you your front line, it's going to give you your auras. It's just a question of, can you hit a nice timing with this PA Ember? I think 90% of this draft looks like it's coming down to mid lane, honestly. If this Pango or Ember snowballs more, I think that team just... That's the largest edge you're going to create to try and win this game. You know, at some point, this Medusa Morphling might just become unkillable in game and win, but I think it's going to be a product of how much do you get out of mid lane if you're Spirit. And I think there is some pressure on them to be the ones winning those mid lane power runes and snowballing this Ember versus the Pango as opposed to the other way around. Because I think if Quinn wins mid, they get a cheeky kill on Laurel, and then you can just play behind this Pangolier with the Keeper of the Light. You're never going to find this Medusa, you're never going to find this Morphling. They're going to have 0 deaths the entire game, and I think it's going to be hard for Yotaro to jump in those fights and output enough damage to win them.
Yeah, when looking at that, I do see a world where Gaming Gladiators being ahead, Yotaro struggles to be able to find kills, right? Because if Malady is able to, you know, not show in the fights and just let his Dusa frontline, let the Morphling do what he wants to do, or Pango's just causing chaos, right? I don't see what Yotaro is really going to be doing to those 3 cores when they're ahead.
I don't see it. I think they have to jump first too. Imagine these team fights at the Pango, it just gets to start the fight on his terms before you global and go on him.
Yeah.
There's no rolling thunder control. So it's pretty terrifying if you let Gaming control this pace right here.
So in that regard, winning lanes sounds pretty important for Team Spirit.
At least I think the mid lane you have to win, or at least rotate to it and make sure you're snowballing that. And I think ideally you get some value out of this PA pick.
Prepare for battle.
All right, well, we will see what happens. Reminder that we are in best of ones. So there's only one chance here for either of these teams. Obviously, Gaming Gladiators coming into this, they haven't been at some of these other tournaments, failing to qualify for many of them. And as a result, they have had to hit the scrim grind pretty heavily leading up to this tournament, because there is something even greater than all the amazing amount of money that is available here at Blast Slam.
8-1. Look at that stat loss.
There is also the topic of TI and TI invites, right?
True.
No doubt, Gaming Gladiators in their current form is not invited to TI.
You think they're not invited? I mean,
think
how many invites are there, I guess, is the other question.
Well, that is
8 or
a question.
12?
Is there 4? Is there 6? Is there 8?
Yeah.
I mean, if there's
Probably
12, sure.
It's probably 8, right?
Maybe
So
they're in that list, but
you think they're not in that top? It's got to be close.
I don't
Maybe
think
not.
they're in the top 8 right now.
Yeah, I guess Nigma bumped him out, so we'll have to see here.
In which case, Gaming Gladiators needs to be able to do well at this tournament. Deadshot back in. Malady in a bit of trouble here. Big blast goes out. A lot of damage overall, but Malady is still the one who's going to fall first. That's going to be your first blood. Gaming Gladiators, are they going to get a kill in return? Maposhka, he comes a little bit too close to Watson. Watson sees his opportunity and gets the return, but still, it is not looking good as Watson has no way out of this one. Yotaro should be able to clean up the kill eventually. And that leaves a 2-for-1 with the first blood bounty. 2 for 2. rather, as Tofu does manage to get Rue, but still, the first blood did go the way of Spirit.
Did get 2 int off that as well. You actually got the brain drain on the Morphling because he had the Glaive debuff on him at the end. So you do get an int out of Watson there. Kind of nice, to be honest. A little victory for Spirit. Honestly, though, I think they're... Are they happy with that? Because Laurel was the one who kind of suffered in the net worth out of everybody off that exchange, which was kind of sad for him. That's the one hero. Let's say if Laurel got first blood in that exchange, I almost don't care what happens afterwards.
Sure.
Spirit, I'm happy. But the fact he got almost nothing, and now he's going to CS well in these first waves. We'll see how much he can recover that net worth here. Again, I think this is the most important lane for the game. This is just really pivotal to both teams' pace and tempo, and who's going to be an initiator in this game, which you're looking at both these heroes to do it.
And with an Underlord offlane on one side and an offlane Medusa on the other, I don't think we're going to be seeing too much action. A lot of pokes, but probably not too many kills when it comes to the side lanes.
I bet you never thought you would say that sentence in your career.
Yeah, offlane Underlord, offlane Dusa. It is kind of a disgusting sounding meta for sure.
That sounds like the most uneventful offlane battle of all time.
Yeah.
I'm going to stand here, be unkillable, and throw my, kind of flashy nuke, and I'm going to stand here and be unkillable. And we'll see who can stand here and be unkillable more.
I can't wait until later on when they're actually laning against each other as Dusa tries to push a tower and Underlord tries to defend it.
Yeah, I genuinely hope at some point in this game there's just a team fight where they both just sit there hitting each other for 2 minutes straight. And everybody's just watching to see which frontliner breaks the other first.
I imagined we'll be the ones to break.
That's also definitely possible. Early lane shenanigans, though. It is this off lane for Gaimin that actually looks like it's in the best shape because they're getting the lane back super far. They do get this half full top as well. But man, where this lane equilibrium is, bottom, very tough for Radon right now. You get another half pull if you're Miposhka. The fact he gets that camp is the saving grace here. But this is kind of awkward. You usually don't expect the lane to be this far up versus the Keeper of the Light. This would open up some stacking potential for Tofu if he wants to consider it, which is something you have to look at with this Gaimin lineup. If you get stacks going between this Coddle Jakiro on either jungle side and you accelerate the Pango off that, oh man, he is going to be absolutely massive. So maybe another reason this PA was here is to try and put some pressure on this offlaner. Like, okay, if you were to leave this Medusa alone here, we're just going to run him down.
Right.
Like, you do have 100 to 0 threat on Ace if he's alone, just with the chase down potential. He can TP out, there are no stuns, but then at least you're doing some economic damage. It does kind of keep Tofu here. He doesn't get to play that hyper stack game.
And they did manage to get a stack on the easy camp, so Miposhka is going to be able to deny another full wave.
Oh, this is super nice. I did not expect Miposhka to get these stacks and pulls on a small camp this early. I think this is the one consideration you want to think about in this lane if you're gaming. Like, I would just be pushing it in from minute 0, blocking that camp, and getting big camp pull out.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
I feel like I'm happy, right? Like, what is Miposhka doing? Is he dead here?
He actually does die trying to take the fight, but... I mean, weirdly enough, I feel like Radon just doesn't care. Like, he managed to farm up that easy camp. Now he gets solo experience underneath the tower.
Yeah, he's like, good job, Miposhka, solo XP.
Looks like mid, Quinn has managed to continue that little bit of lead he had in the first minute and push that. He's 23-7 compared to 21-3, so has a few denies overall.
So this is prolific hero. Anytime you're up against 33's Doom stat, that's pretty disgusting.
Yeah, that is pretty disgusting, actually, yeah.
Like, I hope I'm never mentioned in any statement ever with 33 Doom.
Well, we could check out your Elder Titan stats, I'm sure.
No, we don't need to do that. We'll save that for day 3. Nice little kill up top, though. Again, not a lane you're expecting to get something out of in that regard, but absolutely will take it here. As the lanes are very even, Gaimin pulling out a little bit ahead. Not by much. This early game's going to come down to support rotations here. Who decides to try and get aggressive first? Again, if Spirit bring both supports to the rune fight, it's something I would expect them to do. I just don't know if they're having the side lane games to account for it, because now you're low resources top. Radon cannot really get left alone bottom with the Coddle Blast continually coming through and Dusa playing up on the lane. So these are not looking like side lane Spirit can leave early to try and play through this Ember.
Yeah.
Oh, nice little D-ward though. Anything you can get here in the early game is going to be big. It might just be no rotations into mid, gamble on that 6-minute power rune. Hope you're right on the 50-50.
I feel like there's no way you should be banking on just gambling for Power Rune in the Ember versus Pango matchup. I mean, isn't Power Rune swing this matchup so heavily?
Oh, yeah. That's why I'm emphasizing it. The problem is the Pango already has the 6 first anyway. So now you're even less inclined to go here.
Yeah, you bring supports to a Power Rune fight, you're probably losing one of them.
I will rotate Malady over to try and at least deny this if Quinn loses that 50-50. They're going to guarantee it here. This is a big win for Gaimin. They did not have to commit a lot of resources. I mean, he just wins it because, you know, you pay the big man, you get rewarded, I guess.
Laurel does manage to get his level 6, and we'll take a quick trip back to the fountain. Ooh, good attempt at the top lane. Almost got him, but Watson does manage to outmorph the damage just in the nick of time. They surprised him with a dead shot into the calling. It was really nicely played.
I would have killed almost
Rue,
any other carry there, but unfortunately you're playing as Morphling, so wasted your time.
It is funny. It is frustrating how it really does feel that way. When you make a go like that, you're just like, well, that was a waste of mana. Sure, we got him down to 10 HP, but it doesn't matter. He's a Morphling. He's got his Morbid Mask. He knows full HP.
The saddest thing is here, you can't even really play for cheeky mana burn in this game either because you're up against the Coddle, which is something you generally want to do versus Morphling and Medusa.
Sure, yeah.
Like, oh, maybe we'll get a sneaky Diffusal Blade on somebody, not that their heroes can do it, but you're just going to have so much mana refill in this game, and all of these cores love the mana refill here, especially with the cooldown reduction as well. Looking at multiple waveforms, multiple snakes, multiple swashbuckles. Gaimin do not mind scaling into this mid-game off a solid laning phase for all their cores, and they're getting it right now. They are getting it. This Pango Diffusal is going to be, it's going to be beastly here. Not a lot that interacts with Quinn. He's just going for it.
Yeah, trying to force resources out of Laurel early and deny him some of this. Yeah, that was really nice chains. Rue TP's in to try and collect some of this and ease some of the pressure. Does not hit the dead shot, though.
That's a win for Laurel. You get this Rolling Thunder out, no real damage done. You get to come back full. Spirit will rotate supports for the 8-minute Power Rune now that the Rolling Thunder's down.
Yeah.
So now you have to ask, was that go actually worth it for Quinn there?
It was certainly not. He's not going to die, but he is not going to get the Power Rune either.
No, he is. DD bottom.
Oh, wait, it is.
He won the 50-50 again. I don't know if he should have been rewarded with that, though. I think that go attempt with the Rolling Thunder was too preemptive and just at the wrong point.
Yeah,
right?
if he did that like 20 seconds later, oh, now the Ember Spirit can't play for the Power Rune, that would have made a lot of sense, but
you just roll and pick up the rune, and it's a win in itself. So he gets rewarded for a misstep, but it is a big reward, this DD. He's going to use it to farm, accelerate towards this Diffusal. And again, I mean, you look at the game state right now. If you just get Diffusal on Pango and then you just run behind him with Keeper of the Light, who fights that on the side of Spear? I'll tell you, nobody.
Yeah.
I guess you have to bring 4 or 5 heroes. Global Silence, nice little pickoff.
Nice pickup. That also gives a 3rd intelligence to Maposhka.
They do have some nice follow-up for these chains, if you can be the one initiating. Maposhka doing some stack scouting as well, but will not find anything, which is probably a welcome sight for him, unless you think they already did it.
So the pressure's really going to start amping up on Team Spirit because we know the Diffusal Blade is coming in pretty quickly, and we know the Meteor Hammer is going to be arriving soon. So you're going to start seeing not only is your fighting power going to be stronger on Gaming Gladiators, but the towers are going to start falling pretty quickly as well. So Team Spirit...
Oh, he went in with that. You would love to punish an aggressive swashbuckle like that.
Doesn't hit the calling on him, and he gets off the Rolling Thunder. Rolling through all of these heroes, the Underlord is going to gate in here. Now, it looks like Malady is definitely dead, but maybe Quinn, yeah, he'll be able to pick up one off of this one. Trying to run into the blast that's coming in from Tofu on the side. Blood Grenade gets thrown out. That's going to be a whiff as Laurel dodges it with Sleight of Fist, and now collapse. TP's, oh, he barely makes it away. I cannot believe he got to do that.
That is so close. I mean, you're just lucky the Morphling doesn't have anything to stop you with there. And Laurel will get another Power Rune. Decides to stay for it, burn some resources, but you take that one away. You're feeling great about it right now.
Yeah, it was an excellent Power Rune to get to. Illusion Rune's usually not the most exciting, but in that situation,
he'll take it.
Where Watson catches him with the slight chains of his own doing.
The Hammer wars have started, though.
Yeah, that is true.
And Spirit do not have a lot to stop this. I guess you can sit here and dead shot him every time. Probably your best go.
That is the standard play, I would say, with Muerta being one of the better heroes to deal with this. Throw any support that has a long-range stun just to try and stall it.
I just don't feel good. Like, if I'm Rue, I don't want to sit here and dead shot Medusa over and over in my early game.
Yeah, you would probably want to be playing with your Ember Spirit,
Yeah,
but
exactly.
could they actually find kills in this game anyway,
I think they
considering
can.
how far ahead the Pango is?
I think they can. They're going to have Global coming up soon. Sember does do a lot of damage. It's not a lot of early armor on the side of Gaimin. You have to respect the DPS here. But once more, Gaimin making the move. There's just no pressure on him in this game. They are building a lead slowly, steadily. You already have Vlad's up for the Morphling, so you have objective taking. And that defusal already done on the Pango. This is just massive. Before the
Yeah.
treads, it's so fast.
They have 4 wards out right now on the side of Spirit. 3 of them are covering this bottom lane area.
And they draw that smoke exactly, so...
Yeah, they knew what was coming because they had 2 different river wards. Nobody's showing in mid. They do lose Rue, but the important part is Yotaro was already farming his way back through the jungle. Does not get caught.
Just got to push in mid and get some sort of trade somewhere. Nice little recall play. Force Laurel back again. I guess recall makes it so even if you make these big committal moves, it's not that punishing.
Yes. That was the thing when you were talking about Coddle for Gaming Gladiators. I was immediately thinking that, like, Coddle is great for Gaming Gladiators in the push side, but also against some of these teams. Spirit maybe is one of them. PARIVISION for sure. Controlling the overall map, right? Going to be very beneficial for some of the slower teams who want to be able to draw the game out.
Yeah, it's here, you know, normally Watson, you just AFK farm and no, you recall him in, now he has to fight. He doesn't have a choice.
That is true. And Tofu rewards him for fighting with full mana. And he's going to use that mana to find yet another kill. Maposhka almost getting run down there, but the final bit of damage not quite there. Stick charges keeping Maposhka alive. 5-7, up by 3K. Gaming Gladiators getting a bit of momentum going, and ooh, snatches it. That is going to be a dead Radon. Ace just catching him on the edge there at the Gorgon's Grass, leading into the Meteor Hammer Rolling Thunder Chain Stun. And soon that'll be even easier to land. Soon he'll have a Rod of Atos.
Those are not the kills you can afford to give up in this game. You cannot be losing your carry to offlane Medusa that easily. You're in a bit of trouble now if you're Spirit. You gotta make your stand somewhere on this map. You're bleeding out towers to the Meteor Hammer. You're not winning the skirmishes around the Ember Spirit. You've got an Underlord who's just been farming, but he's not gonna give you that much damage to play around. And again, this Morphlane's gonna start to play on the front line. The Deuce is gonna start to play up on the lanes. Who do you gank here if you're Spirit? No easy answers in sight.
Slight dodge. Does manage to get away from the Gorgon's Grass follow-up there.
And this is where that first pick silencer, I think, becomes a liability because you're just going to get your lane shoved in. You don't have a clear, easy way to start fights outside of just smoking this Ember, trying to jump somebody. And this hero's dead on the map in the meantime.
Tofu trying to sit outside of vision to push in this top lane. He's going to go for the recall. He is not just going to give up his life here. He's hoping that somebody's going to be able to bail him out. But Quinn with the Rolling Thunder precasted on that one. It's actually a beautiful setup. He just hits 3 different heroes as he rolls in, gets 2 of the kills. That was pretty damn sick.
Yeah, that was smooth as hell.
I mean, we've seen, I don't think I've seen that one, right? We saw it all the time with 33 would do the epicenter before he gets recalled in. I haven't seen the Rolling Thunder one yet. That's cool.
Or at least not be that effective. That was just instant value.
Yeah.
Not something Spirit were ready for. But you had Global there, right? There's just no Global in that sequence. I'm not sure where exactly you're supposed to cast it, but the fact you're losing that team fight with Global up and didn't even get spent feels even worse.
Yeah.
Gotta defend something here. I mean, they
Trying to catch
really
Quinn, Underlord teleporting in on the other side. They get him inside the pit. He managed to get off a shield crash. That heals him a little bit, but not good enough. That's going to be one. And now Maladi's the next one. There are just too many heroes here. Ace sitting in the middle of all this with his Stone Gaze. But now that that's out, especially with the Meteor Hammer used as well, there's not many resources. Global Silence gets used. The two-man pit once again. I mean, they're trying to fight this out with the Morphling, and maybe they'll be able to pick up some kills. Watson's actually just tearing through them all. How did he do all that? A triple kill for him, almost a fourth one there. Rue still had his ultimate, so quick Dispel gets him out of there.
Look at the damage numbers, 4,000 off this Morphling. 3 Sleight of Fist going through, double chains. You have the Flame Guard running the whole time. He's got this stats build up, so you hit super hard. If no one's focusing you down, you just get to sit here on high agi and hit for over 200 a pop. Zero just does so much damage if you're not focusing him. And that's the problem in this game. There's too many tanky targets to focus. It takes so long to bring heroes down.
Yeah.
In theory, a great fight for Spirit. What you're looking for, you get the Pango down, no Rolling Thunder. You have a global to follow up later in the fight. It just takes so damn long to kill anybody here. Now you get that shard for that Coddle. Super nice here. Double charge, yes please. Extra heal.
Yeah, absolutely. The fact that they are able to turn that fight around, but then so quickly leverage it for objectives, thanks to the Cobbler. I mean, they are really showing why they were willing to first pick this hero.
They used it really well this game. And now they have a significant lead. You can continue to push the towers, continue to build up whatever you want to go here. And if you hit this butterfly on the Morphling, I mean, you're looking at a Roshan in the high ground. This is a team that will absolutely push you at that 20-25 minute high ground.
What do you think about Radiance Medusa?
Nobody beats Satanic Costume. Sorry? Radiant? Yeah, let's look at that. I mean, we are seeing a lot more Radiance on some of these random offlaners.
Yeah, I was thinking about the Kunkka earlier. That one has come back into the meta in part because the Radiance offlaner meta just seems to be big, but...
The Anti-Mage.
Yep, the Anti-Mage, another one collapsed. Going to be chain stunned up in the bottom lane. Again, allowing them to be able to bring what would seem like in some cases like an overcommitment of heroes, 4 heroes in this bottom lane to be able to kill this Underlord. But look, it's just Tofu is able to move heroes around the map so efficiently. They go for the bottom part of the map, and it quickly already a 4-man gank squad up at top that's going to run into Yatoro perhaps. Oh, he slips right on by.
That's just luck right there. That was not a read of that play. He's just desperate to find some farm, clean up anything. And this Coddle gameplay is way too fast for Spirit right now. The fact that you can recall yourself in, recall somebody else, chalker yourself up, get another one, you have 2 charges. Man, you start leveraging this around the map, the game becomes so fast and so easy to play.
They went from Tormentor at what, like 16 and a half, 17 minutes, to now Roshan 18 and a half minutes.
Again, if you just get Butterfly Morphling, I guess Radiance Deuce up here and push high ground. That's a tough fight to win if you're Spirit. Really tough. I mean, your high ground hold is not bad, I want to say. You will have an early BKB on the Phantom Assassin, and it's worth something here. You're going to have to hold.
You know, it's funny, we talked about Dusa and Ace and how is he actually going to go in Aura? I would argue Radiance is actually kind of an Aura.
That's absolutely an Aura. It's teamfight presence, little survivability, farming speed, helps you build into your next items. Items just generally strong. As long as you can
heroes down to the bottom part of the map, they are going to try and make a move with this Ember Spirit to get a kill on the Chikiro. They get that, sure, but can they get out? With Tofu leading the charge, pulling heroes around, gets vision of the supports, while Quinn catches collapse in the river here. TP out from Maposhka. Rue is going to be the one likely to die here, and he stuns. Dead shot? No, Watson too late on it.
That was very awkward.
Yeah, there was a lot of awkward things going on there because he has no adaptive strike.
Yeah, he's still just maxing out the stats here. Which I guess you can't blame him in a way. His game has been incredibly free. He's going to be super farm. He's going to hit super hard. And why does he need points in his own skills when he just takes other people's skills?
That is a good point.
Do you think it's kind of weird conceptually that Morphling, like, he can get, you know, 3 points in your W while having 0 in his own?
Yeah, maybe it should
Something
be
about
that.
Is a little weird to me. I don't know.
Jakiro. Malady again, going to be victim of Laurel's aggression, though this time around he doesn't die. Laurel gets a response and jumps back to his remnant.
Just trying to slow the game down and create space
and
ruin this Aegis right now. But there's still 3 minutes left on it. It does buy time for this global to come back up if Gaimin really want to just push. And you're getting some space for Yatoro up here. BKB is done. He's looking at 3rd item MKB on the Phantom Assassin to try and counteract this butterfly time. I mean, that is one way to do it. You're going to be incredibly glass. Good attempt. Good attempt, you know?
It's so funny how it's just like 1 hero becomes 3 heroes. Good steal by Rue, though. He manages to take the enemy shrine.
That's super nice.
And he'll probably cut a wave, too.
I mean, Spirit are doing Spirit things. They're just so good at playing from behind. They will find some openings here. It's just how fast are Gaming going to try and run this down mid? You know, not the GGN mid Quint style.
Sure.
You know, run down mid. I got to answer food at the door.
Well, it seems like they are centering up for a hit on this tier 2.
Their catch is a little limited at this point in the game. I will say that. So if they don't just group and push, they probably don't feel great just running around the map. So, BKB TP here for Radon. He might not want to.
Or a gate because he didn't have TP.
5-star Uber.
Very nice from Collapse, but it does kind of mean that no chance Yatoro or the rest of Team Spirit fighting back until that BKB is back up. So
I don't think they want to fight here though anyway. They ideally want to finish MKB on the PA, BKB on the Ember, and this Ags on Collapse. And then the net worth doesn't really matter because you're buying out, whereas there's going to be a lot of gold on the side of Gaimin.
Here comes the move on Tofu. Jumping heroes out, trying to catch him inside the chains. It was a fast move from Watson, but the chains does not latch.
Another missed catch here. Oh, I mean,
a second attempt, this time on Radon. He does have the TP. He had vision of the neutrals thanks to Maposhka up on the high ground. The Rod of Atos. It'll catch Maposhka, but the bigger prize of Yatoro slips through the fingers of Gaming Gladiators once again.
Maposhka, the hero they needed. Not the one they deserved, though, Austin.
They don't deserve
They do not deserve
Maposhka.
him. He's too good.
Time and time again.
All right, this is the battle we've been waiting for.
It's a bit of an unfair battle. Collapse, hiding in the trees, TPing away once again. Oh, Tofu.
I'm actually surprised he died there. He didn't Essence Ring.
Yeah, he had the extra HP
But I guess
available.
It would have been very close on the mana.
Yeah, he also had Windlace instead of his point booster in the inventory.
Yeah, I don't think he could have Essence Ring and TP. He was like 5 mana off.
Ah, okay.
He was regenning at the end. So this item is expensive, honestly. I think we've seen it get nerfed a little bit. I feel like there are some better tier 2 choices relative to it now than there was when this patch first came out. Put it that way.
Sure.
At the same time,
Underlord is the one, like one of the heroes you would definitely get it on because it's like normally you don't have that too many mana issues on this.
Yeah, I'm just saying 160 mana for 240 health is not that great.
No, it is a very expensive cost.
It's not that broken. Now, Searing Signet, on the other hand, this
that is a broken ass item.
is absolutely stupid still. How many are in this game, actually? There's a lot. 4, 3 on the side of Spirit. Interesting.
Well, they're using it to clear out the creep waves, right? Silencer is able to just throw out his arcane curse and do a good amount of damage.
I will say, I think Gossamer Cave is actually the most broken of this tier in the right game.
In the right game, sure.
I mean, the games where Gossamer is good,
yeah,
is like it's so stupid. This thing has a 6-second cooldown. You play versus TAs or PAs or something.
What do you do with this Dusa now? You already start making the shift to damage healing Dusa, break apart the Radiance for Butterfly, Nullifier, something like that?
Is it that good of a Nullifier game? I don't think you need one super early here. I actually think you just go with some item that lets you high round the next Aegis.
All right, fine. Butterfly, Divine Rapier then.
Butterfly, Scotty. Trying to think if there's like a hybrid item that would help the Morphling as well. Because that would be super nice here. Like, I don't think you have to just play, like, basically you're playing to be an all frontline threat with damage coming from the Morphling. So anything that helps you frontline and buff the Morphling damage at the same time would be really cool.
Well, all I can think of is Scotty in that regard.
Yeah, maybe it's just Scotty. Maybe there's like some weird Bloodthorn potential, but that sounds kind of, sounds a little scuffed. I guess Hex is another one. I've seen a lot of these Deuces go later Hex just because it is a lot of extra HP with the mana regen, and then you're a way bigger threat in the front line of this fight. You're harder to ignore, and it is an item that helps the Morphling do damage because you are controlling instead of just letting them ignore you.
Yeah, that is what
Hex.
traditionally these off-lane Deuces would go at this point in time, but because it's a Radiance Deuce, Ace seems to be a little bit unsure of where he's going with it.
So so Ace debated the Scotty.
Yes, he thought about it.
And then he changed to the Witchblade for more DPS. So he just wants to be a higher damage threat himself. Committed for the Witchblade here.
Which also implies to me he'll go back for the Scythe. Maybe he'll even go at next item.
Definitely possible. I mean, how good is the Parasma in this game? Like, would you want to finish Parasma early here?
I don't think so.
It does give you some True Strike.
That is true. I forgot it did that. Once every, what, 4 seconds or something?
And it does amp up your magic damage, which there's a lot of in this game. But the thing about it is I don't think you are going to prioritize it just because the BKB timings for Spirit is what's going to let them get back in this game. So you have to be thinking what's going to let us survive. He is thinking about this Parasma, but I don't know if I like this out of all the options he had.
Yeah, I don't.
I mean, I feel like he even could have gone Abyssal, dude. Just
what?
when this PA BKB blinks in, just Abyssal his ass.
Okay.
What does he do?
Well, isn't he trying not to get in melee range of you anyway? We're gonna watch Rue get chain stun. Very fun and interactive.
You are the melee range also. One Thunder gone, global committed.
Yeah, well, like they're actually going to try and kill you. Yotaro jumps in on Quinn. They actually managed to get that kill. Meanwhile, Ace tries to land the Meteor Hammer. It doesn't work. They're actually dancing away. Watson chasing after them, but with only the two of them alive, him and Ace, they may be very strong, but not feeling strong enough to continue to take this 2 versus 4.
I mean, Watson has BKB and Butterfly here. He's super strong. There's just no turnaround in this fight. Gaimin caught off guard. Overcommit on Amurta. This global Ags pit freezes them in their tracks.
Yeah, I really thought that it was just they were giving up Root. That looked like a hopeless situation, but it does set up what they were looking for. As you said, the double pit is real dangerous for a Penguin.
I mean, Spirit have to be careful here. Watson still has everything up.
2 versus 4. Stonegaze is going to go off. BKB also from Watson. Team Spirit got a reaction, got what they wanted. Now make a run for it. Are they going to be able to get out? Watson still trying to deliver damage onto Radon. Missing a lot of shots, though. While Collapse is low. Trying to get cleaned up. Does manage to get him. Quinn delivers a bit of vengeance for his previous death. They get 1 kill. And the gem actually does get dropped.
That's just an overcommittal from Spirit. I mean, maybe you're like, okay, we're getting BKB out of the Morphling. We're happy with that. But to lose gem there after you won it in the fight feels super bad. I think you should have just gotten the hell out. Like, you're just getting baited into this Morphling there. You still have an advantage in terms of the evasion because you have the MKB on the PA, and we saw there Watson's not, he cannot kill this Phantom Assassin yet.
Yeah.
So you have this carry advantage matchup in theory.
Apparently the pros disagree. They say Essence Ring, #1, Searing Signet, #2.
But that's the whole patch. I mean, that's like,
well,
that includes older Essence Ring. It's kind of an inflated number. I'd like to see it for just the last week.
Great job, Knoxville, pulling out a stat that makes Avery look bad. I always appreciate it.
No, let's see the full story. Let's see the last 10 days. Or the last week. Let's see that stat again. And then we'll see what the true
I don't know. It sounds a little bit like cherry picking to me.
I mean, behind every great statistician is some great cherry picking. That's what they say.
A common phrase
That's a
frequently used in the CEST field.
I've heard that many times in my life.
Maposhko, where are you going? Where are you off to?
He's got a lot of smokes.
He's going to go take another Wisdom Shrine. This one's still up.
Double slot, triple smoke with a ninja gear. This man is smoking it up right now.
He does not want to be seen or heard.
And for good reason. This game has not been very kind to him. That will not work.
Yeah, Radon, give me the gate! Give me the gate!
It's so close.
Oh,
that was not close, actually.
It was not.
So much damage. If they had instantly thought about that, he might be able to get out of there, but no shot. It's that delayed. And now Gaimin getting another huge pick off here on this Phantom Assassin, removing this comeback potential from Spirit. One kill at a time.
Dude, look how fast Tofu is.
Brutal.
500 movement speed. He's just running you down and using you for the rest of his team to be able to follow up, and they're pushing straight to your high ground.
He found a lot of farm in this game. Uncontested colony. He's got the bots. He's got the recalls. This is your second Aegis timing.
Oh, this is brutal, man. They're not even letting Laurel push out the mid lane while they take bottom. Backdoor protection still up for a bit. The mid wave finally does push in enough that the backdoor protection will fall, and the lane of barracks should be free for the taking.
Still have a banner to drop. Yeah, they'll drop a mid.
Yeah, drop a mid. They can go for 2 easily.
You were so close to Satanic on that Phantom Assassin, but Yatoro will not have it here. Instead, he has that bad death, and now you're just going to be down 2 lanes almost. I still don't know if you even take this fight, even from the high ground here. The double pit. You just don't have the sustained single target damage.
You don't. You really don't. And off they go. Game of Gladiators. Going to play it safe.
All right, here we go. 10 days. Let's see this. I mean, this is also cherry picking.
Essence Ring.
We need to
still
go
number 1.
We need to go closer in. Like, what about the last 24 hours? You know what I'm saying? When the meta's really being defined in the last 24 hours, I feel like we've seen some major shifts.
And even then, it would be Searing Signet number 1 because we have 4 of them in this game.
Exactly, and that's my point, Austin.
Okay.
Searing Signet stocks on the rise.
All right, there is Shiva's and Satanic.
I mean, this is it, right? This is your last chance to try and turn this game for Spirit.
100%. There is not another item that they can wait for.
And nothing as impactful as these in terms of keeping you in the fight right now.
They're going to smoke, push out through mid, run it into Tofu, manage to get a Rod of Atos, but he's already out. He's already forced away, and it's Quinn rather, who is pushed through. Rolling Thunder doesn't really get anything out of Spirit. They hold on to their BKB and Satanic on Yatoro. And Game of Gladiators quick to push up to the high ground. Moposhka wants to keep this going, using his second smoke to try and start another fight.
The thing is, there's still Morphling BKB available and Aegis for a minute. This is such a tough go into Watson, and he has MKB done. So you cannot just kite around him in the fight if you're Yatoro. This Morphling's going to shred you.
How do they know? How do they know Quinn is all the way up here and not just sitting on that triangle with the rest of his team?
One of the greatest teams of all time, Austin. Something you wouldn't know anything about.
This is insane that they managed to catch him here. What a move.
Yeah, I don't know what that was. Just a god tier play.
It really was. Now, because they're so far behind, they may still lose things for it. Pit, he actually comes through. The Underlord comes through. Maposhka buys back. They want to try and fight this one, but they have to play it slow. Waiting for their openings. They cannot afford to be going through the Medusa or the Morphling. They got to hit the back line. What a beautiful... Oh, that is just a beautiful ice path. Radon has to pop his BKB. Malady already using the Ghost Scepter, and Radon is mincemeat up against Watson.
Didn't even get a single Satanic hit off in that entire fight. Just too hard to find supports. I mean, double Ghost Scepter up. You don't have Nullifier. What chance does this PA have?
None at all. I mean, they could make all the kind of moves that they want, but ultimately, it's just the network difference. You can't deal with Watson right now with this butterfly MKB.
This is why Morphling's such a scary hero. You get this hero later in the draft. It just feels unstoppable. And I think every Dota player out there has been in a Morphling game.
Oh, yeah.
like this one, where you go, how are we supposed to kill this guy again?
And now Ace is walking up with a Scotty on top of his Parasma. So, yeah, he's kind of gone into... It's like a combination of damage and utility. Quinn will make sure that Maposhka is a dieback. And they still have 25 seconds left on Radon, so that is going to be Megas. They'll take the top lane and the mid lane. Really nothing Team Spirit can do to stop them here. They could delay it a little bit with the Aghanim Scepter of Brew. But they are far, far too late. They will be playing up against Megas for the rest of the game.
Oh, they got another Wisdom Shrine off the gate.
Well, that's the third Wisdom Shrine they've taken.
Got him.
Congratulations, I guess.
Absolutely destroyed in the experience department. Gaimin crying right now, wondering where all their experience is gone.
Yeah, they're only up. They're only up 6 levels.
Collapse will return magnificently here.
Still another 20 seconds left for a full 5-on-5. Larl's going to try and force it anyway. An attempted offensive Yules denied by the BKB. Larl's able to stick around long enough to get the kill, but can he get out? A Remnant is placed behind inside the base, trying to make a run for his VAR, but it doesn't actually get over the cliff. That is not good for Larl. He waits it out. Looks like the enemy team didn't see him there. While Radon, once again, he goes in and he just gets destroyed, man. Whether it's Ace or whether it's Watson, it seems like neither core he can deal with.
It's just so hard for him to find supports in that fight because the supports from Gaimin are so farm. That's what these 5-man objective lines will give you. They'll give you Ghost Scepters, Yule Scepters, 4 staffs on your supports. You don't have Nullifier, you don't have Dispel. Good luck. Absolutely no shot for Yatoro to make these fights a 5-on-3 or a 5-on-2 that you're looking for. Maybe you kite out the Morphling at the end. It's one of the ways you can deal with these tanky frontline lineups, but just don't have enough backline threat. At the same time, it's a slow start for Spirit. You can't help but feeling like this draft got away from them a little bit. Maybe they were okay with that middle exchange, but man, they did not have enough threat for the Medusa and the Morphling in this game, and they did not win those lanes to any degree to try and snowball it. Felt like Tofu just got to do whatever he wanted on this Keeper of the Light.
Yeah, it certainly did. This Keeper of the Light looked fantastic in the hands of Gaming Gladiators. Gaming Gladiators as a whole looked quite good. I mean, I know that they were scrimming pretty hardcore leading up into this tournament. They said
because they all got leaked.
That is true.
So you actually know they were scrimming.
That is true.
But,
that is true.
Liquid. Why was Liquid even upset that all the scrims got leaked? Because they don't scrim.
Yeah, I mean.
So like, how would you even know if they're scrimming?
I don't think they were upset, to be honest.
That makes sense. Gaimin should be upset. They're a scrim-heavy team.
Exactly.
As we know.
All right, well, Gaming Gladiators getting a bit of an upset over Team Spirit. Let's see what they have to say. Well, rather, later on.
Okay, there we go.
I've got Ace here joining me. Congratulations on the win. Playing Medusa offlane. Look, it's been meta for a little bit now. Do you think there's a lot of counters for her? It's figured out and you kind of have to wait until last pick to pick her up?
I don't really think it's figured out at all yet.
Okay.
And I think it's like pretty underrated. Like there's like Antimate's the one counter that everybody's like don't want to play against. But besides that, I don't know. I don't really feel like people really have figured out how to deal with it right now.
Would you feel just as confident on her if you picked her up in, like, let's say, second or third pick rather than last?
I think so, yeah.
Okay.
Actually, yeah.
And what about her build? You know, everyone's kind of doing the same thing, the Radiance, the Meteor Hammer. Is there any situation in which you would change that up and go for something else?
I mean, as offlane, I think this build is like pretty good. But like you can also play a carry with the other facet. I think she has quite a lot of options. But also, I think it gets pretty hard after the Radiance, because now she can go like a lot of different like routes. She's very interesting with that.
Yeah. But Meteor Hammer is still just the flavor. That's the best one.
I mean, it's pretty funny because like the only hero in the game that actually buys Meteor Hammer. So like, and it just feels pretty broken on her. But yeah, it feels really good.
Okay. And, you know, it's been a little bit since we've seen Gaming Gladiators. So how are you guys feeling just coming into Blast and especially after a Game 1 win?
Like, it's super nice that we finally can come at a tournament. Like, I don't know, I feel like all the guys are pretty hyped to finally like play some tournament and be together. And yeah, it's been a bit too long break, I would say, so we're ready.
Awesome. Well, Ace, thank you so much for joining me and congratulations again on the win.
Thank you.
Hear from a professional himself, a fantastic offlaner. That Dusa offlane is broken. If only somebody told Avery that like 2 months ago. I was playing it in our party queue games.
I mean, I'll tell you one thing, the way you were playing it, it was not broken. That really skewed my perception of the hero. If I'd been playing it with Ace, I'd probably think it were a lot stronger. But unfortunately, I was biased because I have to play with, you know, it's tough. It's tough out here. So you got to do it the best you can do. I think is the hero been figured out? I mean,
Ace says it's not. It's just not. As long as you don't play against Animage with this build, going Radabatos into Radiance rather than the Gleipnir build.
He's speaking from his perspective as a Gaimin offlaner, which I get. I think the way that team thinks, for them, the hero's broken.
Right, because it enables a lot of what they like to do as a team.
And it's really good for both their side lane players. Like both their styles of how they want to enable their side lane players. They want Watson to be on a hard scaling, heavy farm, timing-based hero, and they want their offlaner to be an Aura bind / frontliner. Well, it just happens that hero can do both of those, depending on your facet choices. I get why that team would think that hero's broken.
If you ask Spirit, you know,
there's no way.
Well, okay, they just played against it. But if you ask Spirit, you know, like, oh, is offlane Dusa broken? Collapse is probably going, no.
Well, he's going to say no, so he doesn't have to play it.
Exactly.
For sure.
He doesn't want to do it. And I don't think the team really wants him to do it. I mean, we saw it at ESL 1 Raleigh. So.
It's not a hero that's going to be as successful depending on your style. I'm just not as... I think the hero is definitely strong, and I think especially when you get it later in the draft. If you get that hero 4th or 5th, it's very different than when you first pick it. Very different.
Ace apparently felt differently.
I'm telling you, it's because he's on that team and they're biased as hell, man. Like, we will see that hero lose this event. We've seen it losing recently. I don't even think its win rate at the previous lane Wallachia was that good. And so its win rate in pubs is okay-ish, especially in these high-ranked pubs. The numbers don't lie. The stats don't lie, Austin. I'm going to believe the stats every time.
Okay.
Because nobody's cherry-picking stats out here.
Hopefully Knoxville will get us some good Deuces stats in this upcoming game, because our next match is going to be PARIVISION versus... Who's the other team?
Aurora.
Aurora, that's right. Our lobby just says PARIVISION versus ... I forgot who the team was. Aurora. So we're going to see Aurora as we, I think, talked them up in the intro a little bit.
Yeah, this is an Eastern European Dota showdown. Not going to get Mira versus old team in Spirit, but you will get to play against the top dogs here in PARIVISION. I mean, this is the best team in the world right now, right? Is that safe to say? Back-to-back ESL victories. They stumbled a little bit versus Liquid in that grand final, but you know.
Yeah, I think with the current tournament slog, you can forgive a couple losses for sure. Like no team is just going to dominate and win every single event. Not with how many events there are. So yeah, I would say Yes.
Do you have Jerax now?
Well, the question is how different is the situation with Jerax versus Astini? I mean, we've always talked about the impact of coaches or what exactly how much of an impact they bring. And we saw a coach change for Liquid has twice now gotten them a tournament victory at these PGL Valakias.
You keep Blitz at home, your team is going to perform. That's all I've learned from that.
And we'll see whether or not the same is for
dead weight.
You're just adding to the Reddit comments out there.
I mean, it is a good meme. We'll be curious to see if Jerax changes their playstyle at all. I think he's being brought in here mainly as, I mean, obviously a stand-in. This is not like, but they were considering him as a mind coach. We saw Steeni's tweet as well. So I'm sure there's some, I'm sure he's been talking to them and they've been debating, where's their usefulness? Liquid has 3 coaches. We need 2 to at least try and keep up with him. That's why we lost that final. I'm sure that was the conversation. So they're trying to bring Jerax in. Since he's won 2 TIs, he counts as 3 coaches himself. So that would put PARIVISION at 4 coaches into Liquid's 3, and they would definitely have the advantage.
Well, now all of Liquid's coaches are TI winners. So does that mean they actually represent 6 coaches, three
no,
coaches?
Because that was a fluke win, obviously.
Oh, okay.
They paid IceFrog to skew the meta, so that one doesn't count.
Okay.
You got to take into account the inflationary rings here, Austin. That's the part everybody forgets.
Inflationary rings.
I will say,
the old TIs were harder. Is that what you're saying?
I think a lot of what Jerax has been doing, at least in the last year or two, has been coaching from a mental perspective, right? How to approach games in general.
Yes.
How to approach the mindset of being a champion and mindset of being a championship team and that. I think that's what you want to extract from him if you're PARIVISION in this tournament.
Yeah, my understanding is that...
Whoa, there. Toronto, Tokyo, show that. This is a 1-game series, dog. Like we don't got to get into it like that.
My understanding is that Jerax isn't really playing Dota.
Yes, that would be my... I don't think he is hardcore grinded Dota in a very long time.
Yes.
I think he casually plays a little bit, but he's not the hardcore gamer he used to be. He's really taken a step back. And that's not a slight against him. It just means, again, if you want to use his strengths as a champion and making your team that higher level caliber team, I think you can absolutely do that. And I think this guy has a wealth of knowledge to extract in that area. But I don't think Jerax is the guy you bring in to be like, yo, how do I... win this lane harder, or how do I rotate better, or how am I going to play them? I don't think that's why you're bringing him in.
Okay, but going a step further than that, what about even the draft, right? Because obviously Steenie is well known for the draft that he provides for PARIVISION.
For sure.
And so I don't think that Jerax is going to be adding that much when it comes to a drafting capability. So this is going to be far more on the players.
For sure.
In their drafting and what they do there.
I think somebody on the team will have to step up and fill that space. We saw DM doing a lot of the conversational drafting with Astini at some of their previous lands, so maybe he will just fill that, and then you have no one take a little bit more or something, right? Get the veteran presence going. But I agree. Like this is not, okay, Jerax, you're the drafter now. I think that would be the thing I would put the least pressure on him to do, or my expectation would be the least. If he contributes, awesome, right? I'm sure conceptually he still understands the game at a high level, but he's not going to go in there with detail-oriented matchups and stuff like that.
Yeah.
And give you the breakdown and itemization and stuff like that. So expect PARIVISION to step up here, and they are definitely a team that's absolutely capable of it. On the flip side, this Aurora squad, man, they're finding something. They're gelling. They're getting some synergy. This is a very explosive lineup. The thing that strikes me about this lineup, obviously we have Toronto Tokyo on that 3, and that's a big switch up for him. This is another chance where he's changing his role and trying to prove himself on yet another role after winning it all on mid. So there's a big question mark around that. But also, I mean, you just look at those 3 cores. I feel like this is the lineup in terms of their 3 cores being the most all over the place. You have Nightfall, perhaps the most conservative hard carry in the entire scene.
Yeah.
With the signature BKB-TP. You have Kiyotaka, perhaps the channeling the powers of Eternal Envy, the most chaotic throwy mid player in the entire scene.
Yeah.
Right, the highest variance. And then you have Toronto Tokyo on offlane, which is like
speaks for itself.
Yeah, no one even knows what the hell that is. Like he probably doesn't even know yet. So you've got on one side the most conservative, the most volatile, and the biggest question mark, and you put them all in one team.
I do think they have one thing that really links between all of them. I think they are all 3 cores that want to be able to prove themselves, because I think they have all had a higher step in their career. Obviously, Toronto Tokyo being on Team Spirit, winning TI. This is obviously a step down for him. right? But at the same time, I think Nightfall being kicked by Tundra, right? He was held as this like amazing carry, right? And I think he hasn't quite followed through on that promise. And then, I mean, we saw Kiyotaka. He got kicked from a team after GPK stood in, and they won a tournament without him. And then not long after, he got kicked.
CIS reject squad right here.
Yeah,
Time to
exactly.
Prove it. Prove you're the best.
And we're going to see if they could prove it here against PARIVISION as we go into the game. Keep wanting to say game one. I'll get over that by the end of the day.
Game 1 of 1.
Game 1 of 1. I overheard on the topic of draft. I overheard a player stating that they gained a lot of respect for Moon Meander after watching Tundra at PGL Wallachia and their drafts going from when Moon Meander wasn't there, which he wasn't there for most of the tournament, and the drafts once he rejoined the team, which I believe he was there for the final day or final 2 or 3 days, something like that.
This sounds like something insane, I would say.
Could be. And
yeah, it was him, wasn't it?
Could be.
That's such a false modesty.
I don't reveal my sources.
Okay, sure.
Anyway, the point is that we will have a test here for PARIVISION and see how much their drafting quality declines with a Steenie missing.
I think it will inevitably decline a little. Just when you lose the guy clicking the buttons, it's a blow. You have to reset the whole structure. It upends the roles a little bit. The thing for PARIVISION is I do expect them to still be quite strong in this area, just because for them, I don't think the drafting, it's not as, I don't want to say as complicated, but they have a lot of structure and a very strong system built up, and they can just pick towards that. So it doesn't mean their drafts are going to be as clean and you know, gotcha in some of the cases, but I think they will always get lineups that they know how to play and what they're doing with them. They will always get these goofy 9-class heroes, right? They will always get the lane shovers between the cores. They will always be able to play their game. You're just not going to stop it, and they know what makes that happen.
Yeah.
So this is not a team that's playing maybe some of that older school, like, you know, LGD Spirit TI-10 style of super heavy counter pick, creative, out of the box, Undyings from nowhere. Like, they're just not that style. So there's not a huge amount of pressure on them to win drafts, I guess is what I'm going to say.
Sure.
Even if PARIVISION goes even in a lot of the drafts or loses it slightly, they can still easily win those games. It doesn't really matter for them. They're just going to play their style and make you beat them. And that's one of the strengths of this team.
An opportunity for the man standing in the middle of the room right there. That's their coach. That's G. Old school Dota player.
Damn.
Going back to the Dota 1 days. Probably one of the longest careers.
I didn't know he was still alive.
I thought he was dead, to be honest.
He is an old
fossil
old school.
dug up.
Yeah. I remember watching his replays like 10 years ago when this guy was dominating mid. It's wild.
Yep.
The longevity players can have in Dota when you are a good mind and a good analyst. So you can definitely help Aurora here. And
he has been coaching. He started coaching in 2022. Looks like he had like a year break and then started coaching for CIS Rejects. If you remember that squad.
Yep.
Pari for a little bit. I think that was CIS Rejects. One move, and then he was on Virtus Pro for the last year and a half, and now joining Aurora Gaming.
I mean, the leadership in this Aurora team is really interesting, especially with Toronto Tokyo. That guy's a very vocal player. Anyway, we are a couple picks in this draft, so we may as well talk about it. I mean, it's all meta picks so far, right? And these are all heroes we've seen a million times. You get your Warlock, you get your AA, the Ringmaster banned, Jakiro banned as well. So all premier supports here.
Very different approach, though. I mean, starting off with cores on the first pick, and the result is some supports that are a bit different. I mean, Ancient Apparition has been all over the place. I think maybe Warlock, I would consider him a tier below Ancient Apparition.
I think Ducals is very confident on the hero, though. I think you will always see PARIVISION or Tundra play Warlock as long as the hero is respectable. They just have such good players for it, and they play super well around it, that the hero can almost always be viable for them, assuming the spells are still good. And here we are going to see that Terrorblade flex come out. You have to consider the support Terrorblade.
True.
I'm sure your win rate goes up considerably here as Aurora if it does end up being support Terrorblade.
Warlock Terrorblade support duo does sound pretty awful.
Yeah, it sounds like you want your drafter back, but
You would have one stun between the two of them that lasts. That's you can hit every 2 minutes.
I mean, it's a good point. Like, can you just jam the Storm Spirit here? Are you that confident in the Kiyotaka Storm? Or honestly, where has the mid Tinker been in some of these games? I'm convinced.
Didn't they draft it once at PGL Wallachia? I remember there. I think they picked up Tinker
Kiyotaka,
at some point.
He played it, and he's a super good Tinker. I'm just curious if teams don't have faith in the core Tinker or the Tinker flex in general, because I genuinely think that hero on mid is incredibly scary in the right game.
Really?
Yeah, he does a lot of damage. He farms incredibly fast, and he just takes team fights over. He is a premier damage dealer if you don't have the lockdown or catch for him. He absolutely will carry a game. I think teams are underrating it a bit in some of these games where teams get greedy with kind of this lane shove, bullshit, for lack of a better word. The hero just eats the map, and then you have to fight him, and then you're stuck, like with a Warlock Terrorblade support tool. Like, what would you do versus a core Tinker in this game, right? I don't think you have any hope. It's hopeless. And you can get it in some of these games. You can get it last. So do keep an eye out for the hero. But they will go for the Ricky Magnus. Okay, very interesting. I mean, this is a lot of scale. You get a little bit of an 8 lane shove, and man, you look, if this ends up being your tri-core here, of course this Ricky has flex potential. But if you do end up with an empowered core Ricky in this game, it hurts, man. It hits really hard. And this is technically a soft mobility hero in this Ricky, where you note the lack of stuns. Ricky takes advantage of lack of stuns. Super hard. And the smoke screen here, if it ends up being support Terrorblade, that smoke screen is tough to play in. It's hard to walk into the fight and sunder who you want, and it's very easy for you to get caught out and killed going for a sunder play in the first place. So
for me, I think it's
matchup.
a support Ricky, because I think you have the better pickoff, and you might have better team fight if you have the vision advantage, and that's what support Ricky gives you. But also, if PARIVISION's going to be running around with this big team fight threat, Warlock Darkseer, right? You don't want to be getting into that 5-on-5 when PARIVISION wants to, and I think just you want to play the vision game and scout PARIVISION as much as possible.
I mean, I think you're looking 90% support Ricky here. I think if both the teams are basically assuming it is, but I just mentioned because you have this Magnus, there's always a little bit of question mark. If it ends up being a god tier Ricky game and you can empower him, it does change the pace of the hero a lot.
Yeah. Okay.
Here though, is this a god tier core Ricky game? I mean, the Ember coming out, it doesn't feel as great now. You have this chains control.
Sure.
The one thing I think you're thinking about here of your Aurora is, like, how are you relieving the lane pressure in this game? You have Ember pushing down waves, very difficult to catch. You have Darkseer pushing waves, hard to find him. You have Terrorblade illusions. If you want to fight in this game, are you just running around with Ricky Tiny and you're finding people? I don't think that's reliable enough versus all the shove PARIVISION have. Okay, sure, you're going to find some pickoff, but the other heroes are just going to be farming the whole map. You're going to be losing net worth to get these kills. It feels a little scary for them to push the waves out with this Magnus. I think you'd like you would love a hero that can meet the Darkseer on the waves, that meets the Ember on the waves, and can stand there alone. If you can find it in this last pick, it'd be super nice.
Earthshaker, one of the go-tos against Ember, right?
Shaker, I mean, it makes your team fight a lot more solid here. Very scary team fight when you have Shaker, Tiny, and Mag. You might just be overwhelming, even if you're behind. Like, how do Pari take that 5-on-5? That could be an interesting pick.
I do think that there is something to be said for any extra stuns are worth their weight in gold when you have Ancient Apparition, right?
Oh, yeah.
You want to make sure that Ice Blast actually lands.
Though if they do end up playing carry Tiny here, I mean, you have 2 stunning side laners. It's not that bad. I'm still pointing at that mid Tinker dude. I'm telling you, don't forget about it.
I do think that their biggest problem is lanes, because they're playing up against PARIVISION, so lanes are always going to be a problem. And by lanes we mean lane shove, right? Like this is a team that likes to be able to push lanes into you and maneuver the map accordingly.
Yeah, so just don't let it pick the Tinker, and then maybe the Tinker dies 2 or 3 times, but then you don't have to ever worry about lanes in this game.
Yeah, Tinker would 100% handle that problem.
I'd be so happy if it comes out last year. I think it'd be really cool. I think it is Kiyotaka's signature hero. I think people are underrating it. I think it would catch Pari off guard.
And it's a good time to establish it as a threat.
Exactly,
right?
Yeah. I mean, these are BO1s, right? Like, who cares if, game 2, they know. There's no game 2.
True.
There's still Storm in the pool as well, which is a hero I thought about early on in this lineup for Aurora. That is, it could be a very problematic hero for Pari just due to the lack of catch, and it's another hero that puts threat on the map, so you can't push it as aggressively.
Yeah,
It's
it never
another
hurts.
setup for the AA Ricky. Pretty nice here.
Never hurts to have a hero that can play independently when you're up against a Warlock, right? It's
100%.
nice to be able to have a bunch of heroes in different parts of the map. No chance of clumping up against vacuum fatal bonds.
That said, we're discussing a lot of mids here. It could just be the mid tiny for Aurora. A hero that Kiyotaka plays a lot and is pretty nice combination with the AA, and then you're just taking another carry here. Because we have not seen a lot of carry tiny in terms of it being super high priority. Like, I don't think a lot of teams are looking to play the carry tiny as much as he was pre-nerfs. And I think it's a hero you play carry when you get that really nice pick, which there is still Huskar. They banned the Shaker, not the Huskar.
That would be pretty dirty.
Yeah, it's dirty here. Like,
Because the silence is mega value, not just against the Ember, but it kind of messes up all of PARIVISION's lineup.
I mean, you can't even really rotate mid with Coddle Warlock. Like,
No, you can't.
I would almost say Pari would be more likely to play mid Coddle if you Huskar them and put 9 class on support Ember with this Darkseer, and
No,
I don't even know
that's
if it's.
something.
I don't even think it's that bad,
That's
honestly. Because that Coddle Huskar matchup is not great for Huskar. You're a fast vessel buyer with bots. Look over the Morphling route.
So we're sticking with the mid tiny. They do
Nope,
not-
it's
oh,
a mid Morphling. I was about to say this
Mid-morph.
could be a carry or a mid morph. They'll opt for the mid morph. I think there was a lot of juice there for that Kiyotaka pick. You could have gone a lot of ways. The Huskar was available, Tinker, the Storm, the mid Morphling, also a hero we've seen him play a lot, is good versus this Ember, right? He just put the Ember into himself and he does not like it. It's a lot of scale as well. This is a mid hero that can play fast and scale, carry in the later portions. You're gonna have Empower on top of it. Man, it's tough seeing Pari win this ultra late if this game goes 60, 70 minutes.
Yeah,
They
definitely.
just cannot be favored. At the same time, I think their mid game looks pretty strong here. Like, this is a lot of greed coming out from Aurora in this last mid Morphling. Unless the Morphling has a really fast game here because he just owns the lane, which can happen. You can just out CS everybody mid with this hero and own. But you have a Ricky A support duo, and then you have Tiny Magnus Morphling. Like, this is so much farm that these 5 heroes need to come online compared to PARIVISION, who you're just gonna be chakring this Ember. He's gonna be running around with Ion Shell, and then you drop a Golem, and that's already like pretty strong in this 10 to 20 minute mark.
Yeah. And it's a Nightfall Tiny. If this was like Liquid and we were talking about Mickey Tiny, then like, okay, maybe he's going to be a bit more active and help fill some of that gap. But chances are with Nightfall, that's not going to be the case.
Yeah, it's true. He can play fast. It's just you're not expecting it.
Yeah. I will say on the other side, though, after watching PGL Wallachia, which I think was, I mean, Night Class is just on another level right now as a 4 position because of how many unique heroes he has to play that no other team is willing to invest in. Seeing him on Coddle is kind of like, it's a bit of a letdown.
Too meta for you. That's what you're saying. Like,
It is.
you think he's gonna have a bad game because
I think he's just not
cheeky
going to
enough.
have the impact that Night Class has had the last couple of tournaments.
Okay, but what if he goes 0-0-4 stats into first item heart and he plays the fabled frontline Keeper of the Light?
What about the 4-0-0 Dagon?
Oh,
You just hide in the trees, you pop out, double blast them.
Through
Gaimin blast.
lies failure.
Okay, I like it. He might do something weird. Maybe that's why he asked for the Coddle, because he has some weird idea with it.
You should have seen that.
I mean, let's be real. He didn't ask for the Coddle.
No.
What do you mean?
Yeah, 100%. They had TB. The question was not, Night Class, do you want to play TB? He would have said yes. The question was, Satanic, do you want to play TB? And he said, yeah, okay. And they're like, okay, well, we have to have some hero that helps out Ember Spirit. So Night Class, you have to play Coddle.
Transcends expectation.
So you think
We can chat. Wow.
so your argument is that the one event PARIVISION does not have the guy telling everybody what they're going to play,
Yeah.
that 9 Class has decided he's no longer going to tell the team what he wants to play.
Yeah, Ducalis got a taste for power, and now he's dictating the entire draft. I don't know who was drafting. I guess DM. DM got a taste for power.
I mean, it's a bold theory, Austin. I'll give you that. I hope it pans out for you. As a delayed 5-man smoke from Aurora, they want to get some action going.
A delayed 4-man smoke from PARIVISION.
I mean, they would love a
Now
first
5,
blood
man.
for this Morphling, man. That is not the hero you want to give it to
30
here.
seconds to
No
battle.
one sneaks up, plants a little cheeky ward.
The ward returned in kind by
I
Kiyotaka.
will say, if you're Aurora, going blind up hills here is pretty scary, even with the smoke, because if you run into Cottleblast Bond's Ion Shell, you're donezo.
Yeah, you're not winning that fight.
Yeah, they're going to take
But
the
if you wrap,
long route.
if you wrap all the way around, you run into Satanic. And Satanic, he wasn't sure if he was gonna fight. What was that?
I think he thought it was just the Ricky trying to sneak the rune.
Yeah.
He's dead there no matter what, though. You get blood grenaded. Blood grenades are just so strong for these types of plays. People underrate how much this has changed Dota.
Yeah, the no support or no stun support duo, like, it operates so much better because blood grenades are a thing.
100%. 100%. It has enabled way more greed because you can pick the lack of control and get away with it. Highest average GPM.
Satanic and Satanic? Is that Spirit Satanic and PARIVISION Satanic?
That's right. He beat himself.
Wow.
Only Satanic can beat Satanic.
That's funny.
I'll pump a little A spell into
For
Satanic.
first is Parker. Parker is number
Oh.
1. Damn.
I mean, to be fair, though, Parker has probably played way less games than some of these players because he got himself kicked, supposedly, unconfirmed. So that guy does farm a lot, though.
All right, a bit of lane pulling shenanigans. We need another situation where, with the lane pulling that's going on in both side lanes, it just comes down to the mid lane matchup.
Pari's definitely going to try and wash this off lane with this Darkseer Coddle. Not a very strong aggressive lane, just a lane you want to find as much farm and stacks on as possible. A lane that this Tiny will free farm. Like, Nightfall will be huge out of this early game. And this is a scary hero to give that kind of game to, especially when there's a lot of scale on the side of Aurora. Mid lane is the real contested one. How much of the early CS do you get here if you're no one? He's getting a decent amount, 10 and 3 star for December. That's what you want. Win the early waves with the Morphling before his base damage starts to pick it up and you're just in the pain zone.
When do you start losing the lane as Ember? Do you think it's like level 3, level 4?
And level 3, it starts to get better for the Morphling. I think that level 4 or 5 territory, it starts to feel pretty bad. And then you're kind of just hoping you get 6 in a power rune and you can start to fight around the map. Because at that point, you're not doing anything into this guy. And wave pulls top are going to neutralize a lot of that lane. So you should have free farm carries in this game. At the same time, you're going to have offlaners getting a decent amount of gold for themselves. Everyone's just trading farm. This could be one of those weird Eastern European in-house games where there's like a truce. They all shake hands, and then they go, I'll see you at the 30-minute mark.
Yeah, I was
Could
kind
be
of
a slow
feeling the
one.
same.
That's what I'm preparing you for.
That's what I'm feeling as well. I think it picks up if no one wins mid, which
But
he
can
keeps
you?
on getting Kiyotaka low, but it's a Morphling, so
He is not winning mid. In fact, he
he
is
is
almost
about
dead.
to die.
That is very close to getting the last right click in there if you're
Yeah.
Kiyotaka. I mean, he is not having fun anymore. He's
I mean, he has a
17
minute
and
until the
5.
water runes are back up, so he can't really lane.
He basically did as best as you can in this matchup on the early waves.
Yeah.
And he's still getting bullied out here. Obviously, he's happy with the net worth chart in terms of reflecting the CS difference, right? He's up, a couple hundred on this Morphling, so him going to base here is not the end-all be-all, but it's just so tough to stand in lane against this guy. The regen trades are so difficult.
Panto trying to stop the pull on the hard camp. Doesn't want to let PARIVISION get the extra farm.
I mean, to
Caught
be honest,
blasting.
these pulls are not bad for Aurora because Nightfall, again, he's going to have full resources on this lane. He's going to have free farm. He can always get the last hit with these trees. They're going to aggressive blood grenade.
Blood grenade going to be used.
He's dead.
DM trying to get away through the trees. Did not have the mana for Surge, so he dies.
This Tiny is going to be absolutely gigantic. If you're going to wave pull and play the stack economy game and give an enemy carry complete free farm, you do not want to give him kills on top of it, and you do not want to give it versus a hero that doesn't have to invest in early regen, can go pure stat, scaling farm speed, and ramp up like almost no other. That is the Tiny. The only other hero I would say is in that category, I mean, there's a couple, right? There's like TA and stuff, but these heroes are banned, is that Furion.
Yeah.
Like, that is another hero where you give him the extra XP, he gets a really fast 6, and he's just 5 or 6k net worth ahead in some of these games. Now you're just straight jungling here. He didn't get to that Vanguard. This is a little scary here from Pari. I mean, this is a team that is okay giving a little bit in the early game because they'll make it up with the lane shove, but man, you look at the start this Tiny's going to have. This is one of those games where if Nightfall does not carry it, you're very easily going to level a lot of criticism on him in terms of, right, like,
Yeah.
I mean, what more start do you need to have impact here? This is like a pub game. You report the offlane duo, you know? Like, oh, enemy carry had complete free farming kills.
They
How
do
can I
have a
play?
lot of stacks going on, though.
Yeah, this is the upside. The jungle farm is going to be fast for the Darkseer if it goes uncontested.
And that's something that the Riki can't do because the Riki's constantly trying to backlane pull for Toronto Tokyo, but it does mean they don't really have stacks going on.
The thing is, the mag is still getting a lot because of this.
Yeah.
He doesn't have to contest the Warlock lane. The farm's just getting purely traded up here. So Toronto Tokyo, he's also...
Well, the excuse is already mounting up.
Oh, the mic, yeah. There it is.
Why couldn't you carry that game? I was going to, but you guys couldn't hear me. Mic wasn't working.
It's not that bad. Like, I know people give him a lot of criticism for being a passive player, but I think when Nightfall has free games, he generally converts on them.
No, I agree with that. Actually, I thought watching him in this last tournament, I thought he was doing much less of the Nightfall. And I was wondering if the reputation of the Nightfall preceding him, if he is actually like tried to play against it a little bit.
You think it's made him more aggressive?
I think it's made him less conservative, rather, on using the BKB TP outputs.
It's probably true.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Maybe at least makes you think about it, you know?
Yeah.
He's just getting... I mean, yeah, this jungling is nice for Pari. You're giving up a decent amount for it. And the other upside for Aurora is they can leave the Tiny alone.
Catch the Riki trying to convert on a power rune here.
Yeah, that's a bad death to give up. If you're going to rotate the supports off the side lanes, you're either contesting stacks, stealing XP, messing with this Darkseer, or you're winning mid. Giving up the kill mid while Nightfall can stay down here solo, not the best use of this Riki A support duo right now. You could also just be pulling and maximizing XP. I do not like what Aurora got out of this minute with their supports. They did not contest the stacks with the low HP Darkseer. They did not get the 6-minute power rune. They gave up a death for it, and they're not pulling or getting any XP either.
I mean,
So what is the
Panto at
support duo
least showed
achieving?
some experience from the stacks.
Yeah, a little, but you could still contest 7-minute wisdom here. Are you going to lose both? Brother, the Satanic was thinking about it, but I mean, they're not going to lose both, but I think this is an early game where Aurora could have easily gotten both shrines. What are you afraid of here? If you took both supports bottom and marched in there with this Tiny, nobody's fighting you.
Yeah. I guess the fear being that maybe, I mean, Ember Spirit is a pretty good hero at contesting.
Yeah, I just think the Tiny's so strong. It's one of the strengths of this hero. When he gets this much XP early, you can just go and you can brawl with him. It's like a gyro or something.
Yeah.
There's just so many stacks this Darkseer's getting for free. I mean, we are seeing this gap, right? Nightfall he is ahead, man. He is gonna be big.
And
Absolutely big.
there is a little bit of gap between the mid laners as well. So that is stacking up to a 2,000 net worth lead for Aurora as they pick up the kill on Satanic atop as well. So the gap continues to widen.
I mean, there used to be a saying, like, if you lose early game to Magnus, save yourself the time. I don't think it's
What,
as
just GG out right away?
Yeah, it's just not a hero you could conceptually lose the early game again. Like, you know, those OG days where they played the Mag Jug. If you win early game with Mag Jug in those days,
Yeah.
it's just auto over. It's not as bad now as it used to be, but I think there's still some truth. This is not a hero you generally want to have a slow early game against.
Kiyotaka picking up a haste rune. He'll dive to Collis, ignoring Satanic and trying to use the value of the morph, but he actually had a little bit too much HP, and Mira's the one to die instead. Very awkward.
That does not feel great here. Aurora, but you did get a response out of it. 4 heroes on top lane, and the morphling gets to head back to mid.
Yeah, I feel like that same move could have happened with Kiyotaka doing it solo, you know?
Oh, yeah, for sure. Again, I don't think the impact here in the early game from Aurora's support duo has been too on point. I think they could have gotten either more for themselves or just made 1 or 2 cleaner moves around the Tiny that would have worked out better for them. Now they're even losing some stacks.
By the way, did you see that? DM picked up a Lotus at 8:45.
Golem.
The interesting drop catches Mira on a second death, perhaps, as the Slight run down by the Ember Spirit rather easily. No one. He's got a Remnant out, and he does have some wand charges. Should be perfectly fine, despite that skewer back to tier 2.
Taking some farm right now.
Yeah, Toronto Tokyo taking a lot of damage for it, too.
Oh, man.
With a blast coming through, they actually get a decent amount. Look at that net worth get cut down off
They
of
got
all
the
that.
tower.
They got a 2,000 net worth lead. Now it's coming down to almost nothing.
This has been one of the bigger impact golems that didn't directly do anything. Like, that was not even a golem drop. Yeah, you got the Ricky kill, but that golem ended up securing the Mag's HP pool off the bonds, which ended up securing double stacks off that triangle and that tier 1 top.
Yeah.
That feels great here for Pari.
Got him on a wall. Toronto Tokyo! He pulls the trigger on the RP, and no one slips away with a Remnant.
Nightfall comes in, does get a cleanup.
Oh, he got him in the cold feet. Maybe Kiyotaka can actually collect this kill with a chain locking him down. No one jumps over to the Remnant, but he is surrounded. 4 heroes all around him. A toss will be the end of him here.
More gold for Nightfall, more experience for this Tiny, and the Morphling starting to heat up. Cannot overextend into this hero.
Yep.
When he has resources to turn it back against you. Vlad's already done. Oh, man, dude. This Tiny's going to hit so hard. It's a Tiny with all this XP, and then he's going to have the Vlad Zor to buff him up. He's going to have Empower to buff him up. He's going to have AA buffing up the magic damage with the Vortexes.
Yeah, okay. That's a bit of a stretch, but okay, keep going.
I'm serious. That thing is deadly with this hero. AA Tiny's a combination for a reason. You drop that Vortex down, you put this Avalanche Toss combo into somebody.
Yeah, but Carry Tiny maxes out his tree throw first.
Yeah,
so.
but my point is, it's triple amp going into this guy who's having the best game of everybody. That is generally a recipe for success.
Yeah. No, I'm with you on it.
84 and 14. He's been involved in a bunch of kills already. Having himself a game here, man.
Aurora, pull back. They went from a 2,000 net worth lead to nothing to a 2,000 net worth lead once again.
Undid all the goodness that Golem did in the last minute here, especially with that Ember death. Not the hero you want to have being slowed down here if you're PARIVISION.
And not the player that PARIVISION won slowed down either. They rely heavily on no one to determine much of the first 20 minutes for them.
I'll rotate the Magnus to bottom to hold that tower while the Tiny takes top. Just push it in, keep farming. That Blink Dagger is going to come pretty quick here. And then you can start making aggressive plays of your own. I mean, you're going to be happy committing Blink RPs on single heroes in this game, for sure, if you are Aurora. Just smoke the Mag, find a Blink RP on the Ember or the Darkseer, skewer them into Smokescreen A Blast. Yeah. That's an easy kill. You don't have to look for crazy team fights here. Just continue to slow the game down and let this Tiny accelerate. Satanic's going to do his best to try and match some of that open up space for the team. I do like these rotations. I think him getting tier 1 towers down is your saving grace here. If your party will open up the lane shove, it'll create a lot more room on the space for the Darkseer and the Ember to find some recovery farm.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
And it's a 12-minute power room.
While things are going well for Aurora, I think we can confidently say it's not going well for Mira.
He has not found a lot in this game, though he has been very sacrificial. in that top lane with all the wave pulls for the Magnus,
Yeah.
so you would expect his game to be a bit slower here. Ice Blast available.
I mean, being low gold and low experience, that's one thing. Dying 4 times is another. He has given all of PARIVISION their kills.
Tough life for the Rikimaru. As the recalls are up now, might let Pari play a little bit faster, especially if they can find some pickoffs.
Radiant's middle
But
tower
Aurora giving
is
him
under
nothing here.
attack.
Might give him the third. This is a tower you'd like to defend. I don't like you feel great giving this up for free, even if you're farming the map.
Yeah, they seem to really, really want to wait for that Blink Dagger,
Can't blame him.
which it is. Finally, I was about to say, he's got 200 extra gold. When's he going to buy and send it to himself? It's finally on the way.
This is really nice timing. You did not end up losing that tier 1 mid, which means you can get this nice blink fight around that area, look for the Ember.
Radiant are scanning.
Maybe Aurora just happy farming too, with how good of an early game they had here and how much scale they have. There's not a lot of pressure on him here to have to make plays aggressively, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Maybe should have just gone Mask of Madness or Midas on the mag.
I wouldn't take it so far.
I don't know. I mean, greed. When you're getting greedy, just get greedier, right?
I think you want to be able to have some tool to threaten PARIVISION. Otherwise, they might just
Radiant's
run you
bottom
over.
tower is under attack.
I don't know if they're doing a lot of running right now. I'm just throwing it out there. I mean, I agree with
Running at Nightfall, and that's going to be a kill guaranteed.
this. He's tanky.
He is tanky, but he is surrounded by 4 ears.
The rock will crumble. Big
Like
pickoff.
he's tanky.
This is a tanky hero. I mean, I do think there's a world you maybe TP there and try and get a return. They were making their own smoke play at the same time. Are they going to get double wisdom shrines out of this play?
Oh my god, are they actually?
Radiant's top tower
And all you're going to get for it is a coddle with that blink reveal. It's like the last guy you wanted to find outside of the Warlock without the rock up.
Yeah, for sure.
Not a great sequence here for Aurora.
Radiant's
You get your
top
blink
tower
dagger,
is
you
under
lose
attack.
your ultimate free farm carry, Tiny. You lose the wisdom shrines, and you get a pretty bad target hit off the smoke that you ran across the whole map for. Didn't even get an objective out of it. Not exactly the sequence you were looking for here.
No. I think in a funny way, PARIVISION's maybe the worst team for you to smoke to where their smoke gank just hit. You know what I mean? I think PARIVISION, when they smoke gank, they kill somebody, they immediately split apart. You know? They immediately go to different parts of the map and all just like, they go for an objective here, they go for pushing out lanes there.
I just don't like that smoke in general because I just don't even know why you're going up there. You could have gone to an enemy wisdom shrine. You could have gone to their triangle looking for the Terrorblade. You could have gone...
Got to pick off on the skewer.
Any number of objectives.
Put him right into the avalanche toss combination. That will be the death of him. Now Kiyotaka turning into the Ember Spirit. Hits him with a slide chains. Ice Blast coming in. Does manage to clip no one, but not really a situation that Kiyotaka can dive into.
Now, I like this play a lot more because you're going down here not only to look for the kill, but this opens up the Tormentor right at that 15-minute mark.
Was
which you
that
can do
pickoff
with the
good
Vlad.
enough for them to take Tormentor confidently?
Yeah, for sure. You have Vlad's Morphin here.
Okay.
You need Tormentor. Oh, that's a nice shard to get too. So that's a big win. This is the difference to me in objective-based plays versus you're just looking for kills. Like this smoke to top to me did not serve a clear purpose, other than we're just trying to find a lucky target with this mag blink reveal. Whereas that play bottom, even if they don't get the big kill there off of the skewer, you could still just man up, do Tormentor, PARIVISION feel that.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
Satanic will take the mid-tower last hit. He is 1,200 off of Nightfall's farm.
He's quietly had a good game here. Despite how good this Tiny's game has been, he's matching him there, and he's taken a lot of towers. He's been pretty active. All these tier 1s off the map, except for that offlane tier 1 for Pari. Effect of the Darkseer, continually shoving in this wave.
On the Ember Spirit up to the top lane. Good thing, too, because Aurora, we're kind of searching for another pickoff on him. They had smoke screen, they had RP, and as you said, they're willing to throw down one-man RPs.
Manta on the Tiny. Interesting. not generally the greatest Manta hero.
I think he's got to get rid of Fatal Bonds, right?
I mean, the Dispel is super nice this game, but usually you're not buying the Manta because you're just buying BKB in those situations. Like you're going Silver Edge BKB or something of this nature. You're providing threat because the Manta illusions on this hero are kind of worthless.
Sure.
It's a lot of investment for an item that generally doesn't accelerate your farm rate and is only giving you the Dispel here. The Dispels are really important. Shouldn't underrate that. Being able to Dispel the bonds or the chains here does eliminate a huge amount of PARIVISION's team fight.
At the same time, you're going to have to get BKB anyway because you're up against Terrorblade, right?
That's what I'm thinking. I feel like this is a clear just you want Silver Edge, BKB, you know, maybe a Sanjin Yasha if you really want some extra status or some extra slow resistance, stuff like that. But the Manta on the Tiny, I'm not super feeling it here. I don't know. I mean, you can dodge Sunder with the Manta, right? You can cancel his animation, and then sometimes that's enough to burst him down.
Yeah, I feel like that's
a
unnecessary risk to be taken.
I'm not. Well, if he goes back for BKB on top of this, that will be very interesting. But see what Nightfall opts for. Again, his itemization is super important in this game because he is the pack leader here. He is the one who got gifted that free game. So you can't really afford to make a misstep here. If you go for an item and it doesn't pan out, it doesn't get you that next teamfight win or that big Roshan or whatever, it's going to feel real bad.
Now somebody who's playing it a lot more conservatively. Mira, Rodovatos into Smokescreen, but not enough follow-up. No one trying to hit him on the RP. Does manage to land it. Ice Blast follows it up. Beautiful hit from Aurora. Just what you wanted to see, especially if Kiyotaka is able to get out of the top lane, which he should be able to. He could just surge up.
Oh, there's no way you're killing Morphlane in this game unless it's a one-team fight. This guy has Ember to steal. He has Darkseer to steal.
Yeah.
Good luck.
I was going to say no one. Very conservative approach. Feels like he has to go BKB first item because he's dealing with Ariki. Any point in time, he could get smoke screened and RP, Rod of Atos
and
into
still get RP
screen.
anyway. This Ember is going to be kind of difficult to protect because even with this BKB, you can still just get RP'd and you have a decent chance of dying in that RP duration. The amount of follow-up damage and stun there is. Tough game for him, honestly. Really tough here.
It's pretty interesting, though. That pick off in the bottom lane gives PARIVISION the knowledge that they can go straight to Roche. With 10 seconds left on the clock, right before it's about to go to the other side of the map, PARIVISION are trying to finish it up quickly enough, and they will just barely do it in time.
That's just a very fast play call and taking advantage of the recall here. I don't think you get this play as fast if you don't have to keep it alive, but a blast was available. If that gets thrown in the pit, you're pretty scared to finish that off because you don't necessarily know what this Tiny is. You don't, I mean, the Morphling doesn't have ult, you don't have RP, but it's still a pretty strong lineup for Aurora fighting around the pit.
Yeah, even a 2-second delay means Roshan starts running outside of the pit and then he starts throwing heroes around. It's hard to,
Exactly.
It becomes a mess.
That's kind of a risky Roshan, but they just make the call really fast, really cleanly, take advantage of the keep it light, get it done. And that's a nice Aegis pickup. We were just talking about how this game is difficult for the Ember to frontline in. Give him 2 lives.
Yeah, that's a game changer for him.
He has to be the frontline here. That's the thing in this party lineup. There's no one who is going to go and start the fight or take spells initially in this lineup other than the Ember.
Yeah.
Darkseer can kind of do it a little, but not in a game like this where you're against Magnus and Smokescreen. This is not a game you can frontline easily without BKB because you just get dragged into silences, you get dragged into chain stun, and it's completely hopeless.
You know what helps him out? Being a little tanky? Essence Ring. But you know what else was picked up in this game, Avery? 5 Gossamer Capes.
Yeah, I mean, that is, to me, that is the best tier 2. In the games where it does work, it's way too good. Just way too good. This is a solid Gossamer Cape game. Against the Ember, against Morphling Tiny.
Yeah, when hits are doing upwards of 200 plus damage, it's pretty damn value.
I would not be surprised if Gossamer were the #1 tier 2 at the end of this tournament.
Okay.
That's my prediction for the tier 2. Of course, what everybody's super interested in here, which is the tier 2 neutral item power tier.
Do you think that outside of tier 5s, do you think that time to power scale tier 2s is the biggest power spike?
Yeah, I think so.
I think they are actually maybe the most important neutral
They
item.
feel the most impactful. It's when a lot of the fighting and skirmishing starts happening. It's when your Tormentor fight's happening. It's when
Yep.
you're fighting for map control for first Roshan generally.
Yep.
It feels very game deciding. I feel like that tier 3 is just whatever. I feel like tier 1 is, I mean, tier 1's always gonna be tier 1, but I feel like they can come out kind of late for some heroes too. There's some games where you don't do a lot of jungling. Like sometimes this support just doesn't get it for a long time.
Yes.
So you can't rate those too high. I definitely feel like tier 2 is the most reliable. It's the ones that hit them hardest, and generally they can be really strong. Getting a Gossamer in a good game, getting a Signet in a good game, Essence Ring in a good... I mean, these are... This is a really powerful tier to make the most out of.
Aurora making a move, runs into poor old Warlock.
Right into Nightfall. Will bring the heroes to you, buffet style. And he is going back for that BKB, so he will have double Dispel here. And the nice thing about this build-up is when you get to it, you're just going with Blink, and then you have double Dispel to back you up. It's going to be really hard for Pari to turn onto that Tiny at any point in that fight.
Sure.
And you have the extra damage, I guess, from Empower plus the Vlad, so
Dire's middle tower has
why
fallen.
not?
It is something that Fatal bonds, not even for the hero themselves, but for their back line. Any other heroes get tied to Morphling, get tied to Tiny, and they can't dispel off that damage. Like, they do half of Tiny's HP, but that's 100% of somebody else's. Quick Ice Blast, Panto, TP's away. This is the part that feels pretty bad. No one doesn't have any damage because he went BKB first item, but he also doesn't seem to have much of a team to be able to play with it.
No, there's no tempo in this game for Pari. I mean, they are giving Aurora everything they could dream of, and just hoping they're able to pull it back later on with some clutch team fighting around this Darkseer.
Has been killed.
They're getting picked and pried around this map, and that's a full Hurricane Pike.
That
gone.
was a nice pickoff. That Force Staff is gone.
He's gonna get another one.
He's looking at another.
He doesn't have tricks.
Okay.
Might get it on the way back, though. I mean, this
The
base
smoke push forward into the triangle, though. Catches Panto. This time around, no TP.
Yeah, where's your TP
He
got
took
now?
advantage of the TP cooldown. Got him good.
We got him, boys. No one's like, take that, sucker.
Average Roshan by 25 minutes. Enigma Galaxy is first. PARIVISION 5th on that list. Aurora 7th.
Radiant's middle tower
Knoxville, the 3rd, 4th, 6th, are those teams that are in Blast or those teams that are not in Blast? Basically, I'm asking, are PARIVISION and Aurora the fastest Roshan teams of this tournament?
All I know is I saw my boys Nigma on top, and that's what we like to see right there.
we love to see a first place Enigma Galaxy. Man, no one's...
Another Manta, by the way. Triple Manticore in this game.
Yeah.
They really identified that Dispel is going to be strong. You can't blame him here. And this
3rd is
Shadow Blade-
Gaimin, 4th is Tidebound, and 6th is Bedroom. Okay. Well, Gaimin being 3rd doesn't particularly surprise me. Got out the quick Sunder, Kiyotaka.
Dead?
He is a ways away
Okay, I was
from
going to say,
safety.
that would have been the most Kiyotaka death of all time.
Yeah.
Literally an unkillable hero in this game and died to 0 stuns on Morphling. Never live that down.
Radiant
Knows his limits here. And smoke coming through. Again, though, this smoke is... like,
Well, it hits anyway. They dive into the base to make it happen and pick up Satanic.
okay, so that base ward has done some serious work in this game. I cannot believe it was still up. They'd never dewarded it when the courier killing was going on. Usually you would just double sentry your base the second that starts going because you know it's somewhere in there. So I was about to say this smoke feels a little gimmicky because, again, you're not going to any sort of play opportunity. You're just hoping you find a big core kill, but the base ward rewards you. You get that huge Terror Blade. That is easy pickings. Now you're really far ahead. You could not afford Terror Blade deaths in this game if you are PARIVISION, and all of a sudden your base is getting hit by a massive club here. This Tiny is hitting for almost 600, Austin, at the 25-minute mark.
Yeah, that Crimson Guard's not going to do enough.
Oh my god. It's just so... That's not even with the Vlad's aura.
Yeah, that is pretty damn spooky.
He will literally hit for 600 with Vlad's aura. This is the best Vlad's aura buff hero in the game.
Yep. And he has the potential to crit if he's hitting a hero, so watch out.
want some Alpha Wolf, and I mean, don't get too greedy now. So you buy Helma the Overlord as Magnus?
Never-ending damage. Back to Tormentor. Aurora have that on the money.
A very, very clean game from them. But at the same time, you have to ask yourself, what pressure was put into them in this game? Kind of a sleeper game from Pari.
I'm telling you, man, have you felt the impact of this Coddle?
No, they've not been using this Coddle Ember. Some of that's the Morphling though, right? Like, it's just a tough hero to run into. So here they make it look incredibly easy.
Ducalis holds off on the Golem, not needed for a pick off on the Morphling.
Yeah, 0 stuns. They just ran into him and he died.
And
now they're hitting
now
base.
Satanic will return the favor. He'll hit the high ground.
Careful on those effigies, my man.
Oh yeah, that's true, that's true.
That was a dangerous click. Refresher done for the mag. He's so far.
This is such a dangerous push.
Don't you just go here though? Like,
100%. Just RP whatever you want and skewer him back.
He barely has the mana for it, but he does have the mana.
I mean, he's going for a big RP. He's only going to hit Satanic, but Satanic's good catch. Double RP into the Ice Blast. Really controlled up quite a bit. Satanic, he gets a Force Staff away, and he still has his Sunder ready to go. The double RP wasn't good enough. How?
Where was the damage?
I guess it just got shrugged off by Crimson Guard Pipe plus TB being very high armor.
I mean, there wasn't really a clean combo from the Tiny and all of that.
Maybe there was a bit of miss there from the Blinding Light as well.
I would like to see that again, but I don't know. That just felt... It felt like the second RP was a little too early, too. I mean, he wanted to get the Ember as well, so you can't blame him there. But that was a Morphling buyback. And you got nothing. You got nothing off a double RP with Morphling buyback in your base?
Also, where was the second
possible?
skewer, right? RP, skewer back, RP.
2 Wisdom Shrines again.
Oh my god, are they actually? Mira,
Okay, they got
Mira will hold it. Might die for it, but he'll hold the shrine. Nice escape. And covers Panto as well, so all good. Satanic, though, right back to it. He's seeing RPs on cooldown, boys.
This is just such a strange last 3 minutes. I really don't understand how Aurora botched this so bad, to put it simply. Like,
yeah.
What is going on? You have a 26-minute Refresher Magnus with the most farmed Tiny in a long time, and you can't kill a single hero?
Yeah, you took the enemy tier 3 at like 24 minutes, and
this Terrorblade just got to take a Raxon's game with no BKB. That is illegal.
against Magnus Ancient Apparition. That is something.
Well, that is... They didn't even gain a net worth lead, by the way.
Still down 10K. This RP will lead into a kill.
Yeah, I feel like that's as difficult as it has to be. As long as you have the tiny Morphling there and you just hit the dude who gets RP, I feel like you should be killing some heroes here in this game. And now they will take a Rax.
Round and round it goes.
Yeah, there's another easy... This was a really confusing last 5 minutes.
Night Class with his Aghanim Scepter trying to keep Aurora inside of the base. Nightfall with the late BKB.
Does not have the TP for his signature move, but will escape. And that's another lane. Kiyotaka wants to stay around. I don't see why he wouldn't.
This is so odd.
A very strange sequence. Very strange sequence.
It's usually the back-to-back lanes of barrack trades are because one team pushes too deep into the base and throws pushing the high ground, and the enemy team gets the opportunity. That wasn't even the case. They took the lane of barracks cleanly, got out, and then Aurora find a pickoff and allows them to do the same.
Just bad pickoffs, I guess. This is kind of the name of the game here. You had that bad Morphling death that led into top, and you had this Ember death. I just think it should be way harder for Pari to find that pickoff.
Yeah, probably.
You don't have any real stuns, right? It should be very easy for Aurora to react to a smoke pop on them, Force Staff the guy out, Glimmer Cape him, whatever. and you reset that. Whereas if you RP somebody, it's pretty hard for PARIVISION to reset that.
Satanic trying to get a reaction. 9 class, 4 staffed up to the high ground, catching Kiyotaka. Kiyotaka's actually taking a lot of damage. Cole's getting a drop, and he's dead. Again.
They just run him down. That's a dieback, 100 seconds.
How is this happening to this Morphling?
I mean, there's
Satanic just walked up and beat his ass.
I will say there is no utility to bail out that goat. There are no glimmers of force staffs in this game.
Really? Ancient Apparition has nothing.
It's solar.
He's got solar and a blink deck.
I honestly don't think the solar matters in this game. I think it's completely irrelevant. I think you would way rather have blink or like blink force glimmer here.
Yeah.
Because again, Pari have no real stuns. If you can kite out the initial go and save before they go on, that's all it takes. He does have the blink now.
Dire's middle tower
Like, I don't think you're worried about the man fight in terms of the Solar Crest letting you man up versus Terrorblade or something. I don't think it's that style of game. Your cores have overwhelming damage and mana potential. You just need Glimmers and Force Staffs here, or Hurricane Pike on the Morphling or something. Because you cannot afford to just be getting run down like that off of smoke, and then you're losing huge objectives. Now, Pari have a chance to win this game. They just got a Roshan down 15k.
And they just got hard disabled. Scythe of Ice done for DM. What a
this
pickup.
game is very different now.
Radiant's bottom tower.
They are seizing opportunities that they have no business capitalizing on right now,
Dire's top tower.
making it work. Well, let's see how much they can make with it bottom. I mean, this is pushing high ground down 13k. Full harpoon done for Nightfall. The Gunpowder Gauntlet. This time still hits incredibly hard.
Attempted toss back.
They botched it
Toronto
again.
Tokyo is the one to receive the toss instead. Aurora screw it up again.
What is happening? They didn't even get an RP off. They didn't get a toss or skewer off. Don't you just smoke this mag and just blink RP skewer somebody? Like, you have BKB on the map. You don't have to be afraid of this Hex on the Darkseer. You can just pre-BKB and go for it.
Aurora seemed to be struggling to find an opening here.
Well, now they used the BKB on the mag, so now you are a little afraid of this Darkseer Hex, but you just got Daedalus on the Tiny, too. He's hitting like a truck. He's hitting for 800 right now.
And yet somehow PARIVISION are the ones pushing into him. Undeterred by the damage of the Tiny.
This is wild, dude. Like, I don't know. This is... It's actually wild what's happening. That they're this confident going for these pushes into what, in theory, is a very difficult lineup to high ground against. Right? You're looking at A, throwing down vortexes, smoke screen on the ramp, and then you have 2 displacements between the skewer and the toss that you both have to think about on 2 heroes that both have BKB that, in theory, you cannot prevent.
It feels like they have seen Aurora stumble a bit and are just pressuring them.
Yeah, they're just taking advantage of the momentum completely.
And I would also say, I think this is the right time for them to, in a way, try and close out the game. The RP lands, pushed away. No skewer immediately. Toronto Tokyo pops the BKB, but it's too late. The RP is already undone. Meanwhile, no one on the side. Vacuum back in. What a beautiful hit. Catches 2 cores, and they're both going to die. No one doesn't even fall until Panto has to blink in point-blank Ice Blast to get the kill, but an immediate buyback from no one as PARIVISION look to close out the game.
That might just be it. This Tiny has no buyback. He just got shredded. Hex Golem brought down. They went all in on that Ember Spirit, and no one did not die. Had buyback anyway. And the RP was completely disjointed from the other 2 cores.
Yeah, he hits an RP, no follow-up from the other cores, doesn't get his skewer off because no BKB immediately.
That's just the game.
That is the game. 9 class tipping Kiyotaka, knowing that they have just performed a robbery here. Right in front of the eyes of Aurora.
This Morphling needed BKB. He's just dying in ways he should not be dying. Or a butterfly buildup or something, I don't know.
25 seconds left on the Tiny. Tier 4s dropping fast. 1 down already, a second soon to fall. And Toronto Tokyo, he's got to make up for all of his misplays by pulling off a skewer back into the fountain at this point in time. Satanic is taking a lot of damage here. Still, of course, has his Aegis.
The awkward Sunder, but
Yeah, Weird Sunder doesn't really do too much. Puts it on cooldown. PARIVISION say this isn't worth it anymore.
they don't even have to push it that hard here. You have Megas. This lineup can play against Megas. This game has been something else. Just terrible team fights from Aurora. And there's some decent credit to Pari just catching them off guard in this game, I think.
Yeah. And I mean, shout out to Satanic in the way he's playing, just full of confidence, despite being, he was 0-3-4 at minute 34. Walks away with a triple kill from that team fight.
That's why they effectively traded for this guy. This is why he's heralded as the best upcoming carry. This guy plays super aggressive, super confidently, even in the games where you're losing. It doesn't seem to matter. Like, he's playing to win. He's not playing not to lose this game. He's playing to win this game. They're still down net worth, by the way. Like, it's just
They are.
All this gold did nothing for Aurora. They did nothing for them. They had a 15K net worth lead. They had the most farm carry in the game. They had a Refresher Magnus, and they could not get a single kill outside of the Ember, dying. He's the frontliner and comes back, and they lost both their core support. The execution has not been there at all.
Dare I say it, Avery? This feels like a bet boom game.
Yeah. A little.
Well, and this is going to be PARIVISION backing up and taking whatever objectives they want. They take the Tormentor, get a shard for no one. They can wait out the next Roshan, get another Aegis. It's chill times out here.
Dire are scanning. Radiant are scanning.
Something just felt off this game in terms of the itemization. I still go back to that, like the no Shadow Blade on the Tiny and the Shadow Blade on the Morphling. So it feels very weird because you're going in very aggressively. Invis as this Morphling, and then he's getting wall backed instead of like the Tiny going in, who you don't really care about getting wall backed.
Sure, yeah.
And giving vision for the Morphling to pick off a support or something. I just think Kiyotaka has been a non-factor in this game in terms of the team fights. He's just gotten run down. And now he's going back for BKB, but it feels like the damage has been done.
I've never seen a Morphling repeatedly run down by a Terrorblade like
that
he has.
That was wild, dude.
It's the first time in my Dota watching experience.
It is one of the weaknesses of the hero in a sense of if you can just run at him and start dealing the damage and he has to morph.
Yeah, extremely
it is a good
fast
way to play against
heroes.
the hero.
Yeah.
But the way they did it in this game was just like that did not feel right. It did not feel like that was how it's supposed to work.
Oh, well, if it works, it works. Aurora going to be playing up against Megas for however long they can stretch this game out.
They can play against Megas. This is not a lineup that insta loses when this comes out.
Yeah, they have plenty of Empower targets.
And in theory, it is still a lineup that is hard to end the game against because you get skewer tossed into the fountain.
Yes.
This is not a game that is 100% over. They're still up gold. Still a very strong high ground defense lineup, a very strong scaling lineup. You're still going to have a Tiny hitting for close to 1,000. You can continue to buy items here. You have an Ag's Golem drop. That's not an item we see very often, but it's a very fun one.
Yeah, he doubles up his stun duration, I guess.
It's kind of a heavy committal item. I'm actually surprised we see it. This item is expensive on the support, and it doesn't do a lot. This could be Glimmer Cape 4 staff, for example. This could be close to Hex. This could be, I don't know, E-Blade Dag.
Yeah, but when the enemy team is left defending their throne,
You do have the Golem Rat potential.
I was going to say they're just more clumped up for
that's true.
better goleming.
They do hit hard. I mean, you can get Refresher now, and you can have 4 Golems. That's pretty hype.
That is pretty high. And then he gets his level 20 talent.
You have 6 Golems if you give him Mages. 7 if he buys back and falls in.
Oh, true 3-man RP. With the ice blast over the top. Oh, and he recalled in. What? Oh my God! A 3-man RP turns into a quad ice blast.
Brother. The ward on that high ground, it's getting pinged now, but that is pinged way too late.
How did they get home? Were they not carrying a gem?
They were. They just did not scout it. They get jumped on that wisdom shrine, and they are way too clumped. Recall adding insult to injury. And man, Toronto, Tokyo.
I mean, he made up
There's
for
no
it.
buyback on this Ember.
Are they gonna end the
Is
game?
it just over?
Oh
Yes,
my
Swift
God!
Link. This tiny will like 5-shot your throne. They're gonna get the dark seer as well.
I mean, they're catching the dark seer too while this is happening.
What just happened in this game?
Whoa! Vacuumed up to the high ground. No one's gonna stay there though.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, are you ending the game? You're Roshi. This is actually an incredibly important moment for Aurora to potentially
I
win
mean,
this game.
100% you hit the tier 4s and get the buybacks out of them.
I think there's a world where the Roche doesn't matter here. You're supposed to just throne.
100%.
You know the Ember didn't have buy. You have BKBs. You had BKB morph. I mean, they're going to get the Roche here, but they didn't get Megas.
Yeah, with the tiny, you 100% can threaten the throne there, and Satanic has to buy back, or PARIVISION have to try and
I'm not going to lie.
stall.
I think that was game. I genuinely think that was game. If Aurora instantly all walk down mid, maybe you kill Darkseer there, sure. If you just walk down mid and you go throne, I don't know if Pari can stop it out of some crazy wave cut shenanigan. Because at some point you get the glyph and then you all just BKB and hit it. Terrorblade is not killing you while your BKB killing is thrown in 2 seconds, right?
Yeah.
You can like waveform over the top. That's a very interesting moment. A very tough call to make. You obviously can't fault them too much for just getting an Aegis or a Refresher Shard, a Darkseer kill, another lane of racks.
When you're up against Megas, you just inevitably are back into the position of
feels
playing
bad.
defense with your Aegis time.
They're just so farmed still. It's ridiculous. Like,
If
now
they
you have
could have hit tier
MKB,
4s, at least get the buybacks out.
Level 25 Tiny with MKB double toss charge. You got a Refresher Shard off of that Roshan. Did they just... Wait, where did it go? Is it
Where
in
do
the-
I go?
The shard.
Radiant are scanning.
Did he pop it on the mag? Oh, it's on the... Okay, they flew it to the Tiny. I was seeing him 6-slotted. Okay, so they gave it to Nightfall here for double BKB. Interesting. You guys see he has 4 tosses now? Someone's getting tossed.
That is true. And a nice little pickup.
Oh my...
DM. Okay. Okay, it's fine. It's fine. You can screw up the avalanche or whatever. They got the kill.
They are hunting now.
Satanic starts backing away to their high ground ward. Ducalis, he's ready to go with the rock drop.
The top lane pushing in here if you're Aurora. You got to go back and deal with it. It's another death on this Darkseer. Still have Aegis for 3 minutes. If you can get some Boots of Travel up right now on Aurora, you have a real shot of just winning this game. Double Refresher on your side. You have the Ricky who can scout and give you vision advantage in these late game fights, and you have all of these toss charges now. You still have a tremendous amount of scale in this lineup. Maybe you argue it shouldn't have gotten to this point, but you still have a very... I'd still argue you might even be favored right now to win this game.
Dota Plus is calling it a 40-60 game.
I think it's fair. You know, Pari still have a lot of map control to play with this Megas, but at the same time, if you get buybacks up on the side of Aurora, I don't really know how you end this game as Pari. I don't think you can ever win a 10v10 if everybody has buyback going into Aurora around the fountain with the tosses and the RP skewers. That just sounds so difficult. This is a wild game. Yeah.
Is there a world where they can
Wild
just hit
game.
Throne, though, between the combination of Terrorblade Darkseer illusions, rock drops, right? There is a lot of threat of just combination of AoE.
It's a slow backdoor. I don't think it's fast enough they can just man up and do it before someone gets RP'd skewered. The mag is dead. It's very different. Their backdoor is not as fast as Aurora takes your base, though. That's for sure.
Yes, 100%.
That's why it's hard to make that call. Is something we might see. Like, I could definitely see Satanic going for the throne here. Or you have some sneaky golem killing it. Because there are no tier 4s. You gotta keep that in mind. There's glyph available, though, for both teams.
Aurora's only going to get better at dealing with Megas. Kiyotaka, a pick off here would stall a lot of their progress.
I feel like I've seen this before.
He is going to die, but it's just going to be the Aegis. Can they get him a second time? Toronto Tokyo coming in, hitting the RP, skewering back, trying to get away. No one's going to chase after him. But an RP, a second one, going to be put to use as Nightfall jumps in on this one, chaining up the stuns and getting the kill. No one falls. Satanic chases after them, trying to get him inside the chains. No one back into play with his buyback. Hits the BKB, the Nightfall play, it works.
The signature move, Austin's too powerful.
They can't stop the Nightfall.
I mean, absolutely the correct play, though. You exchanged RP for 2 big core kills twice, but then you have no more gas in the tank, especially with the Morphling getting gone on first.
Yeah, now that you've used all your tools, all your threats
you're
of being able to skewer back into the fountain, what is stopping them from going for it? They try and go for a skewer now. Toronto Tokyo, that's hardly a threat at all.
Banner dropped. No one to clear through this. Satanic, he does not have meta.
Try to deal with it. One more hit on the banner. Kiyotaka can't finish it off. TV Illusions might be able to do so. Nightfall puts himself on the front lines, trying to deal with the illusions. Vacuum goes off. Ice Blast lands on a DM, trying to finish off DM. Nightfall taking so much damage, though, he's going to have to die and buy back. A hold now. Satanic, he runs down. Panto, another buyback going to be used. DM making a run for it. Toronto Tokyo not able to chase him down. Gets kited by the Darkseer. Meanwhile, the throne is almost dead. Satanic's all in on it. He uses the Sunder, backs away, plays it slow.
Still glyph.
Ducalis even slower, letting no one hit the throne. Satanic and half HP, buying a little bit of time. Got a chains onto Nightfall. Nightfall being kited out. He is dead again. And PARIVISION will close out the game, ending it on the throne. They have completed their comeback against Aurora with a throne push that Aurora could not hold because of the RP usages earlier.
That is a disgusting victory. Like, that is a disgusting victory. That is a game where you can point at and, you know, you can have all this analysis on draft and theory and concept and what's supposed to happen and who's supposed to do what, and none of it matters. Pari were just the better team in that game.
Yeah, they were
just the better team, and they won that game because they were the better team, and they just outplayed you. Like, there's no other argument. You had multiple chances to win that game. You were in the better position multiple times, and you botched so many fights. Not a fun game for Aurora to be looking back on as they start this event.
No, not a great way to be able to start Blast Slam for them. And it does kind of call into question Aurora. I mean, we talked about the previous tournament where there was a game where they could look back and say, we could have won that one. This is certainly a game that they're going to look back on and say they could have won. I guess the fundamentals are there. They are showing that they can beat the top dog teams, but it is a bit concerning, a bit of a pattern here that is showing with Aurora in dropping games that they were clearly winning.
That was extremely concerning. I'll put it that way. Like, that is not a game you're supposed to lose at certain points.
Yeah.
I don't know. I'm a bit lost for words because that wasn't just a game that you were winning this game and you threw it on some botched high ground push and, you know, you messed up a team fight. That just felt like they completely lost direction and focus multiple times in that game. And then they brought it back only to lose it again. I don't know what's happening. You know, they end this game up kills. I think they ended up net worth, even though they're mega'd. They have solid KDAs on an incredibly greedy lineup that they won the early game with. What more do you want?
I mean, you said it early on. Nightfall was set up for success.
He's 11-4-6.
And you said this game he should be able to win, and yet I can't even blame him for not winning it because it did feel like it was a team decision that they screwed up.
I mean, him not having Satanic at some point does hurt him a lot in that game. Yeah. He does not have sustain in the fight, and the second he gets kited out and the BKB's gone, he just dies. But the desynchronization in the team fighting is what costs you that game. Like where the RPs are going, where the damage is, the bad deaths on the Morphling, not going throne, and that one chance you brought it back and maybe could have.
Yeah.
It's just all over the place, man.
All over the place, but that's done. We're moving on. We got a lot of games to get to, so we are going to take a quick break. We'll be back with the winner's interview and the next match of the day.
I'm with DM from PARIVISION. Wow, congratulations.
Thank you.
Can you talk us about the game real quick?
Yeah, we're like kind of team which is like warming up usually before the tournament. So yesterday we just had only one scrim, unfortunately, because people jet lagged against us. And today it was like our warm-up scrim, how to say it right, completion of our warm-up scrim. So yeah, I think we're warmed up now and we get better ideas and the way we should play the game. Yeah, I'm really happy.
I mean, that was quite the warm-up. Did you know that you were playing that game with a 10K net worth deficit the entire time?
We were losing 10K, you mean?
The entire time, yeah.
Oh no, it actually felt fine. Honestly, we just knew like in terms of team fighting, we're gonna have these hours and they're not gonna have it. And at some point, if we press spells better, yeah, we're just gonna turn around. Like on bottom, I hexed the Magnus, and I think we just got the Rex, like megas out of it. So yeah, sometimes you just press spells better, you know how your draft works, and you will succeed. Yeah.
Okay, and what happened at the very end there? It looked kind of scary for you guys. Like you were winning, a throw happened. It maybe looked like it would go back and forth. What's the key moment there that you think swung it?
I think the key moment was the moment he used double RP. We just had a call like, let's end this game. Because he has no double RP, the way he gonna kill Terrorblade seems impossible for us. Because we have Crimson at pipe, and he has no RP, so no BKB disabled for him. So yeah, we just felt like we just ended the game. It's fine.
Okay, amazing. And last question, it's kind of been the same meta, especially on the offlane for a while now. Do you think there will be any changes this tournament, or do you expect to play like the same heroes?
I expect people to play more Underlord, but that's kind of only thing I expect, to be honest. Yeah, only this. Other heroes gonna stay the same.
Wait, what's the Underlord hidden tech? Like, what's been going on with that hero?
I think it's just very simple hero, and many teams just enjoy like having simple and stable hero, and this is kind of it. It's like a Darkseer, kind of. Just stable and simple.
Stable and simple. Okay, thank you very much, DM.
Thank you. Enjoy your time, guys.
That's what they call us, stable and simple. I'll let you decide which one of us is stable and which one of us is simple, but we are going into another game. This one's going to be Gaming Gladiators versus Team Falcons. I like the DM talked about the fact that, you know, we just knew our draft better and clicked our buttons better, because that was an outplay.
Yeah, that was my conclusion. Sometimes you just play better than the opponents. I think either draft can very clearly win that game, depending on who plays better.
Yeah.
It just came down to the team fight execution. It was not there for Aurora. And I don't even think PARIVISION played that game that well by their standard. I think, like you said, their warm-up team, I think that was them warming up. That game was really slow for them. They lost it at multiple points. It was not a clean game from them by any means.
Yeah. Now, we did have a team who has already had their warm-up game. That is going to be Gaming Gladiators. We'll see how they fare against Falcons as we are going into the draft. So, Gaming Gladiators have already managed to beat, I think, a team that is higher up on the tier list than Falcons. If they can continue this trajectory, win against Falcons, then who is left in their group but really PARIVISION that I think you would consider like in better form than Spirit?
It could be another blast where Gaimin do well in the groups and just ride it to victory. Come out guns blazing. They're motivated. I saw the interview with Ace earlier. They're just happy to be on LAN again and to be cooking up something instead of, you know, sitting at home wondering if they're going to be good at all. So there's definitely a lot of motivation right now for this team to get back to the top. They've slowly been working out some of the issues with Watson and the fit and all of that. They kick Celery as well. It's another thing you have to, you know, refit, retool. So they've had a lot of ups and downs, mostly downs recently, and not a team to underestimate here. Is Falcons maybe in a similar position? They had a lot of success, and now they're kind of on that downward trajectory a little bit. Obviously still a very strong team and doing very well and could easily win a LAN on any day, but they are not as invincible as they felt like they were in the first 6 months to a year of that squad.
I think it's worse for Falcons because Gaming Gladiators, there at least feels like there is a catalyst for change. Falcons, what is it? It's just kind of like mediocre placement after mediocre placement, but they're at all of these LANs, right? They're at all of these tournaments.
So you're saying they gotta kick somebody.
They have the opportunities. They might need something like that. I'm not gonna go as extreme as saying kicking one of the players.
I hear Duracio's available.
Maybe they need to add in an analyst, you know, or something
get
like that.
They can steal
Get a
Jerax.
second coach.
What about Seb? Is he on OG? Nobody knows. He could be.
Is he on OG? Nobody knows.
He's like Schrodinger's coach. He's simultaneously always on OG and not on at the same time. I genuinely don't know at this exact moment, is he or not? Maybe he's available. Either way, we do get to see another different opening. It feels like we're seeing a bunch of the same heroes, but every opening is slightly different because there's one or two slightly different bands trying to tailor it to the team you're playing against. And, you know, we see this Tinker ban from Falcons. This is not a hero they play, and it's one that they're kind of afraid to play against, I think. So for them, that hero tends to be a higher priority than a lot of other teams. We did not see it banned in the earlier series today, for example, and that Beast coming out first. Man, this hero is scary to play against. Yeah, you get a Deuce in response. It is a hero that can stand against the Beastmaster, an annoying target to roar and try and all in. You do get equal tower push pressure, especially in the early game. But I would still rather have the Beastmaster. I think this hero does a lot more for your lineup and just does so much damage, dude. You get in these late game scenarios where you have Blink, BKB, Shiva's Refresher, Ags, and you're just blink, roar, kill it, dude. Blink, roar, kill it, dude. It's like what DM said, simple and stable. That is Beast right now. This is not a summons hero you have to do a bunch of fancy stuff with. You just farm Ancients, you get Nags, you do Tormentor, you do Roche, you scale with Shiva's BKB, and you just blink, roar, dude.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you know, what are you going to do? I'm surprised we don't see more hardcore counters to that style with like really strong counter initiation or save. Like Winter Wyvern, for example. But obviously,
Oracle.
yeah, but the hero functions a lot differently where even if you embrace the guy, I don't know, he's doing a lot more magic damage. He has Shiva's build up. It's not as simple.
I think what is particularly interesting about this opening is that they can both be played. They both have some flex potential, right?
True.
Because we would normally say that about Dusa, because I haven't seen too much carry Dusa, right? It's just been offlane, 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 offlane. But Ace talked about in that post-game interview, he thinks that there is flex potential for this hero.
For them, for sure. I mean, I think Gaimin will take this Dusa over a lot right now. For them, it's way stronger than a lot of other teams. I'll get the Jakiro with it as well.
We've already seen a number of safe lane Beastmasters, though. Has Falcons been one of those teams?
That's what I was about to say. I think the Dusa for Gaimin is stronger than the Beast for Falcons just because the flex potential is more reliable here.
Yes.
I think Falcons will play carry Beast, but I think it's a lot less likely. Maybe it's more likely now because maybe they're searching for more answers, especially for Skeeter. I feel like his hero pool has been an issue for them lately.
Yeah.
Like, how do they... It's not that he doesn't have heroes to play, but more how can they use his heroes to exert pressure in the draft. I have not felt his pressure draft-wise in a long time. It's not like I'm afraid of the Skeeter last pick Naga. I'm not getting these first-pick Chaos Knight, first-pick Raid Kings that I have to think a lot about, right? It's just, okay, they get a Skeeter hero. It's usually Dragon Knight or some Alchemist when it was popular. And then that's like, yeah, sure, whatever. He's a Blink Stunner, cool. I'm not afraid of what this guy's playing. I'm not feeling the pressure in the draft, right?
Yeah.
That has to change, I think, for Falcons to find some success. They can't just put everything on this, you know, symbiotic twin hero pool synergy of Maulrine ATF, where like we have the ultimate 10 hero level 30 flex potential with Pango, Razor, Timbersaw, Ember Spirit, whatever, right? It's just Mars, like Bat Rider, I don't know.
Yeah, I think it is pretty interesting that the flex of this patch is between the 1 and 3 very often. And what Falcons was most known for was their flex between their 2 and 3.
It hurts them. It hurts them a
right?
lot.
And they have not been able to, those heroes are not viable, not nearly as much anymore. And we're just not seeing that draft advantage that Falcons had in the previous years.
And there's the Ringmaster, the hard single target save versus Beast. I like that. I think this hero functions pretty nicely against him because, again, you have to think about Beast in terms of the blink stun, not the summons. And this hero's just really strong in general. This lineup from Gaimin looks really hard to fight into.
I'm sorry, did you just say Ringmaster is really strong?
Yeah, he's gone up a lot.
Has he won you over? Because you said that hero was trash.
I did not say he was trash. I said I feel like he had some weaknesses that were going to hold him back, but honestly, the last month, they have not held him back. And this hero is just, his early game was always really good. And that is usually something that keeps you in the pro scene, right?
I mean, I'm just saying, I will quote you more directly here. You did say it goes to show how good Whitemon is because he's making Ringmaster work.
I did say that, yeah.
So you've been won over by this hero?
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Okay.
I played it a lot more. It feels a lot different playing it now than it did a couple months ago. Some of that might be how the meta shifted around it too, right? Like sometimes heroes don't change, but the other heroes everybody else is playing makes them stronger.
Okay. Yeah. I can see
and
that.
I think the meta shifting towards these backline damage dealing supports being really high value helps him a lot as well, because that is what he does.
Yes.
At the same time, we're seeing the Morana Wind Ranger from Falcons, kind of similar archetypes, right? Again, 4 ranged backline damage dealing supports in this game. If that's the meta, Ringmaster's always going to shine because he outranges you. He's like a sniper of the support damage dealers. You just can't gap close him. It's really difficult.
I mean, Jakiro Ringmaster, I'm never going to complain about that support.
Oh, yeah, it's so solid.
In this patch. Wind Ranger Morana? I don't feel solid about either one of those.
A lot more volatile and more dependent on core setup here. Generally, you want to use Arrow and the... my God.
Shackle Shot?
Yeah, and Shackle Shot as follow-ups rather than the start. Like, you can start with them, but generally it's like you blink stun a dude, deal damage, and then you shackle him, or then you arrow him. And it's very reliable, right? That's how you make these heroes. And they're also damage follow-ups heroes with the long-range damage. Kind of artillery like Ringmaster. I will say the support Wind Ranger, I think, is actually pretty good this patch.
Do you believe in the shackle facet?
No, it's all execution. But that thing does a lot of damage. This hero's still a pretty good laner. And her shard, I think, is really good in this meta.
Yes, I agree.
Do not underestimate how good being able to drag people back into you when you're winning fights or put them out of position is in the meta that has a lot of really long range supports. Like suddenly you're pulling the Ringmaster Jakiro into you.
Yeah.
And you can maintain position or formation with a Mirana Wind Ranger. That feels really good.
Particularly if they're running forward to save a hero and then they get pushed while they're running forward and all of a sudden, whoops,
that's what I really like about this hero. I think people underestimate is that shard is still really good in this meta. So
yeah,
don't underestimate that. We're going to see these last core picks. They will ban the Skeeter Dragon Knight. Of course, it does have some flex to mid.
Yeah.
Falcons are going for their flex, but they will have to show here first. Kind of the downside for them.
One more thing to add about Falcons support duo and their carry. They do have 3 different heroes that have very easy ways to stop the Dusa Meteor Hammer push.
A lot of long range stun. Arrow, power shot, shackle shot.
Boundless Strike.
Boundless Strike, even Roar. You can TP to the tree line, roar him, and set all of it up. But I think they're lacking damage. They do have a Diffusal Buyer in this Monkey. Can be a really nice matchup versus the Dusa if you end up going that itemization. People still underestimate it a little bit. Like, you can just go Mage Slayer or Diffusal if you have other scale and feel really good.
So what's left here for either side?
I mean, there's that Naga for Skeeter. Like, some illusion carry. Naga CK. It's not... I always wonder about these Naga Dusa matchups now, though, because you buy Meteor Hammer Radiance. Oh my god, I genuinely don't even know if it's that good. Yeah, it used to be really good. It used to be the #1 matchup, but the way the Dusa plays now, I think it's actually kind of bad. So, probably won't see these heroes. I mean, this is the issue, though. This is what I'm talking about. Like, what is the draft pressure coming out from this pick for Skeeter? Are you afraid of something here if you're gaming? I don't think you are. And I think that's why Falcons have been suffering. You get in these drafts, it goes late, you're looking for this hero. That Alchemist is not winning games anymore. That Chaos Knight's not winning games. Is it just gonna be Wraith King here for the lane shove? Like, you're not happy with that pick? What's left, man? He's not got it. He doesn't have a lot.
Well, they're gonna have to lock it down. It's gonna be a Lifestealer carry, leaving Monkey King mid against Quinn. Don't you get Quinn depained?
Or the Huskar. Or the
Huskar. I think there are a lot of last picks here for Quinn that he could.
I don't like this pick. I mean, I feel like this is just a great summary of Falcons' problem in this meta. You get a last pick core that is not really winning games right now, has been underperforming, has, like, in theory some okay matchups, but does he ultimately hard carry this game? It doesn't feel like it. And now you put this Monkey in a position where the counter picks are completely available for Quinn if they want it. I mean, you could even go something crazy here like OD. I don't think it's... Because you have the box save, you have double save, kind of annoying. I don't think we'll see it, but... I think you're looking at the Viper, the Huskar, the Quinn of Pain. Maybe the Pango if they're feeling up for that again. Yeah, Quinn of Pain.
Dude, that is... I was so locked in on that pick. I feel like Gaming Gladiators won this draft for sure.
Yeah, I think they won the last exchange, absolutely. I think you're way happier with what this Queen of Pain can do to carry this game more than the Lifestealer, honestly.
Yeah.
And I think the lane pressure is going to be a lot to deal with potentially. We have seen Maureen get it out of some of these bad Monkey lanes, though. Don't forget about that.
Yes, he
roams and does some work.
He has done a very good job, but I feel like this is a Monkey King that can't just, like, get out of lane, right? Like, I felt like this is a Monkey King that can be very good if it's actually ahead.
Yeah, they need more.
And I think it's impossible for him to be ahead in this game.
They need his early damage, right? They need a Mage Slayer or Diffusal, one of the two, and kind of skirmish around it.
Yep. Because Lifestealer ain't contributing for a bit. That's the problem with this hero. I feel like there's a valley where it can't add too much to fights.
I think this Lifestealer is going to have to, Skeeter's really going to have to prove us wrong and do some work in this game, because I just don't see the synergy being that great. Like, you're not, even infest targets are not great this game. You're infesting a Monkey or a Beastmaster. So what, right? They're not good targets offensively, and they're not that great at targets defensively either, because they just both go in and drop their kit. Yeah. I guess, like, your best synergy is you infest save the Monkey while he's in a Wukong.
Yeah, if they try and all in the Monkey while his Wukong's out.
But, like,
that's the best case
scenario, it does not look like an easy game for Falcons. And the thing is that when you look at their lineup, they're going to have to show on waves, especially with cores. they don't have a lot of go shove, which means in theory this Queen of Pain and this Tiny can be pretty aggressive hunting for kills, and you have two supports with a lot of damage to back that kind of playstyle up. Yeah, I'm favoring Gaimin here. I wouldn't say it's unreachable for Falcons by any means, but it looks tough, man. It looks tough.
Well, Falcons already had some of our doubts here. More doubts as the draft unfolded. But we'll see if they can turn us around.
Don't underestimate the snaking Mirana, though.
A question here. A general Dota question here for you, Avery. When somebody stands in for a team, do you think that player gains... How significant is the advantage that they gain from learning that team from the inside out?
Not that significant. I think especially when it's Falcons. If you don't know how they play by now, I don't know what to tell you.
Okay,
Whether,
sure.
I don't think you have to infiltrate Falcons to learn how they play. It's pretty telegraphed for the last 2 years. You know their hero pools. You know they're going to have the triple melee strength tri-core with the... it's not a mystery. So I think in that sense, not a lot, but I think you do maybe gain some confidence.
Oh, look at that. Snaking is not yet the number one.
Look, I'm up there, bro.
Mirana.
Tied for 153rd.
153rd.
Nice.
Were you still playing 5 years ago? Damn.
Tim's up there. Yeah, his Mirani was very successful back in that time.
Yeah. They're going to sneak 3 bounty runes here.
The battle begins.
Oh, maybe. Yeah.
Actually, maybe Amar just pushes in. There's nobody to get it on the other side. So never mind.
Falcons are going to get 3.
Oh, you're right. They are going to get 3.
How?
Skeeter managed to nab that one away.
Wow, you have Ringmaster Jakiro and you lost the rune battle to a Lifestealer lineup. Like, what? Like a Lifestealer Mirana just won 3 runes against.
Yeah, he didn't even level anything up.
Wild.
He didn't raged in order to take away the bounty.
That should not have happened for Gaimin.
For sure.
They botched that as Falcons get away with some sneaky maneuvering. We'll take that to the bank every time.
It's an interesting interaction. So Ace is going to be using Mystic Snake. If he ever uses it and hits the range creep, normally it doesn't go down into deny range, but against a Lifestealer it does. Right? Because he could deny it 75%.
That is interesting. It's also just a hero that doesn't care about getting hit by the snake as much, I guess. Yeah, sustain man is irrelevant. This side battle on the supports is also interesting. I think the big thing with Ringmaster is how much you can just make this lane an isolated 1-on-1 or 2-on-1 because the dagger spam is so strong. Almost nobody fights this spell.
Yes.
We are seeing snaking struggle, but these long range supports with really good stats or animations can fight this hero. And we are seeing Mirana go kind of toe-to-toe with a little heavier regen investment.
In part because of Starstruck, right?
Exactly.
You can actually make it so he misses and win the trade battle on the right clicks, but the dagger is still very potent.
And you can wear through the mana. So they did eliminate some of Ringmaster's early laning potential in this game a little bit with these 2 support picks being ranged artillery dudes. So I don't expect Tofu's early game to be anything to write home here about, but he is still giving the offlaner freeform here. It's a Medusa. There's no pressure going to Medusa. Don't think there would have been.
Stinking does successfully deward and open up the easy camp. So that'll be something to happen. What's going on mid? Quinn getting pretty damn low and doesn't have his bottle coming in yet.
He got owned on these early waves. And it is showing here. Boots already up for Maureen level. 2 points in the Jingu. The Queen is low. He got beat heavily on the CEST. 8 denies for the Monkey King.
Damn.
That's massive. Maureen putting in some work. I told you, don't count him out, man.
Last game, Satanic did 33,933 damage, the 6th highest a hero has ever had on land. Wow.
He couldn't work that game for sure. It took every building, I think.
Yeah, I mean, they really weren't hitting with any other hero outside of him.
think it's another issue Lifestealer has is this hero's not that good at playing for the objectives right now compared to a lot of other carries, right?
Yes.
The PA, the Terrorblade, the Morphling, the TA, all these heroes, when they hit some early timings, you can go do Tormentor, you can go do Roshan, you can go do Ancient Stacks. What does this guy do? He does none of that.
He heals one of your allies up with an infest.
He runs around in the woods.
He's got some good dance moves to go along with it.
He does have a good taunt. Yeah, that's true. You get taunt in a circle while,
Does
the other
some
team
good
does all
breakdancing.
these things.
Quinn almost gave him that 4 stack of the Jingu.
He is struggling.
I wonder if Maureen, if he's asking his supports, yo, is there any way you guys could stop him from getting a water run? Because if you could do that, oh, it would be a dream.
I feel like someone's gonna die here, man.
Watson, maybe it's him.
Oh,
Nope.
that's a guaranteed kill if he just shoots him. Right?
Yeah, he just throws it right away. The kill shot
that's
probably
bot.
secured.
That's a misplay from Crit. I don't think you had to channel that. I think you just shoot him right there. Yeah, he has kill shot. He
Ooh.
tagged him there. Almost got him.
I mean, maybe he was right to charge it up a little bit because the kill percent is so low. All right, got him with the axes.
Maybe it would have been close. Only level 2. It's only 10%.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's still, yeah, it would have been close. Either way, they get him in the end. That's pretty nice. I mean, this is an annoying lane. Wind Ranger Beast. The amount of long-range spam. Bring down a tiny off magic damage.
Oh, we got the 4. That's big for Maureen. Because this is about the time you should start getting shoved out of the lane. Level 4, level 5 with the Shadow Strike, but...
I mean, he is owning this lane. Let's be real.
Yeah.
This lane is even. The fact Maureen is doing this well and he's ahead XP-wise with some denies is wild to me. He is putting in work. They're just going to keep spamming this bottom lane down, man.
He got the 4 again. He almost killed Quinn.
This is, I don't know. Quinn's got to wake up or something, man.
Maureen just putting on a masterclass Monkey King mid against a bad matchup.
And you are investing in the dagger. This is 3 points dagger. This is one of Quinn's signature heroes. I think he has gotten some flack for it, but he's very experienced here. White Album, rest in peace, bro.
Oh man, yeah.
That guy.
That's a name.
I don't think I've ever heard of a player that the team wanted to kick him for so long and like told him, we want to kick you for 6 months.
Power Rune coming up.
Everybody
Baladi and Tofu both making the rotation over. And it ends up being an Arcane
Fight.
Rune grabbed by Crit.
The Dusa Lifestealer lane. Ooh,
Yeah, fun battle.
this really gets my juices pumping. High octane gameplay up there. Gank going in bottom though. They brought both supports down here. Looking for Watson again. Just gotta land an arrow, I guess. Nope, they're TPing out. They'll look at top.
Yeah, going after Tofu. Tofu slowed down. Shackle shot, it's going to miss. Maureen there on the other side. Tries to hit him with Tame the Beast, but I think he knew he was dead, Tofu. Will accept his fate. Quinn gets some big damage on the mid tower because it is the Siege Wagon push, so...
This is for the Wisdom Shrine though.
That's true.
King might be dead here.
Screams at him and gets the kill, but what about that Wisdom Shrine? Ace, he's going to see it here. Can he hold this long enough against the Wukong's command? There's no way.
Won't die, but yeah, they're gonna lose both shrines here. Big win for Falcons using the Monkey King on the map. That's what you want to do. Just find little openings, little wins with this Monkey King to keep him on pace with the Queen that he no longer wants to lane against. Nice little exchanges for Falcons. Instant TP mid. Now he doesn't have to worry about Sonic Wave.
That is true.
Boy Snaking tanked it, you know.
Thank you, Snake King.
They TP'd mid to walk back top.
Thought better of his mid lane life.
Can they
I'll
walk
just
this
let
guy
Snake
down?
King take over the lane.
I guess in theory you just walk Ace down, right?
Yeah.
You have to hold the Boundless though.
He could slip in the Healing Lotus. Maybe he feels like it's not needed. No, it's certainly needed. He is certainly dead.
Not the prettiest kill, but it gets the job done. Sometimes you just gotta walk the dog, you know?
They do exactly that. Well, Gaming Gladiators.
Oh, that's a good rune, though.
That is a big pickup.
I mean, that's just where the Queen Monkey, like, even though you're winning, you won this lane as the Monkey, you made good plays, you got a Wisdom Shrine, you got some kills, you're still behind the Queen of Pain. Dota just does not reward this kind of roaming anymore.
And he hasn't even taken your tower yet. Once he does, that net worth gap will increase even more.
I'm a crit dead here, too.
Yep. Crit certainly knows there's a ward in this area now.
And you just can't linger around this mid lane. It's certain death for you. You have no chance out skirmishing these 3 heroes in this game. You really have to be wary if you're Falcons about running into this pack. These supports behind the Queen of Pain is going to be nasty this game. Get double bounty rune from Malrine, a little bit of gold injection. You're going to have to play around this Beastmaster. Was your first pick. He's having the best game here. ATF doing ATF things, getting real fat, real farm. You're looking towards that Ags. You're going to have to use those timings real well here.
Pulling the supports back to mid again.
This is dangerous, man. Like, this is just not the area you want to be in as Falcons.
Deny? Nope.
I thought he was going to get that for a second.
Amp damage. If it wasn't an amp damage, I think he might have been able to.
Give me a quick dag in here. A lot of damage. This hero's going to scale hard in this game. I mean, it's hard to see 5 or 6 slotted Queen of Pain not carrying this game. It's really hard.
Yeah, they just had
With
very
Ringmaster
little ways
behind.
to really threaten the hero.
Quick smoke here. Looking for the beast on the ancient stacks. That's what the smoke is designed to hit. You have Sonic Wave to convert
Moon
on the
Knight Shadow
kill.
going to be used at a perfect time here. The smoke is going to break. Amar will get away thanks to the invisibility. Very nice.
I might even turn it.
Yeah, he's thinking about it. He could roar into an arrow for sure. And they'll commit it now on Malady. Tried to save him, but it's far, far too much. Meanwhile, Power Rune, not actually going to be bottom. Unlucky for Malrine, who committed with the Boundless Strike. Maybe Crit can still stop him. Dagger hits him.
Close.
Quinn, he doesn't have Blink Up for another 2 seconds, so it does go to Malrine. Very nice pickup. Falcons bringing 5 heroes into
Fast
that
tree.
fight in the triangle and trying to utilize it to hit another in mid, which they will get Tofu.
Even got the whoopee cushion out of him.
And
Some
see if
plays
they
being
can
made.
take the mid tower.
I mean, Falcons I feel like they are actually playing pretty well in this game so far. They are overcoming this mid matchup. They're getting a lot of farm on the Beastmaster. They dodged that gank. And Sonic Wave still available here. Gotta be careful.
That'll
Still have to
almost
respect it.
certainly push Falcons off the push.
Yeah, you still have to respect the damage that's coming out from these heroes. You do not want to get caught in bad fights or run down with these daggers. Snaking, tempting Quinn there, but he will not commit for his old teammate. Says, I destroyed your career enough.
Wait. Quinn destroyed Snaking's career?
He destroyed a lot of our careers. He held us all back for many years, and then he decided to skip town and go to Europe,
Yeah.
where he suddenly started to play better. It's a mystery, you know?
What the wonders of that European air does for
Yeah, I mean, clearly the NA teams he played on were a lot stronger. So, I don't know if he was just sandbagging the games or what, but, like, very suspicious.
you. There's no chance that like a certain player was holding him back.
No, I mean, it was like he was playing like with All-Stars, I think. I don't know. I don't know exactly who they're all.
All-Stars.
I don't remember all those exact rosters.
All-Stars.
I mean, it's, you know, it's like you go to a weaker region, you're going to look a lot better. How it works.
Shackle shot.
Denied by Gabe.
And Tofu, well, he still has a Strongman's Tonic and a Lotus. He actually does have a lot of HP here. See if he wants to commit the resources. He decides no.
Save that tonic for later. Level 7 on this Mirana. Dude, Snay has found a lot here. It's getting big. It's one of those heroes where even if you just have an okay early game, you're going to outfarm other supports. You're going to get big, and you can pile every utility item in the game and have a large impact. His ult is still a strong, effective aura in a team fight. It's looking good for the support duo Falcons, which was a concern in the draft.
Yeah. At the same time, it looks pretty good for the side lane cores of Gaming Gladiators, who we haven't had on the screen at all because they've just been free farming the whole time.
See, I told you, he's one of his biggest rivals.
148 games against Snake King. Wow.
Yeah. These guys know each other, man. They know each other's dark secrets.
Dire are scanning.
They've slept in the same room.
Why'd you have to go there?
You learn a lot about a man.
Is under attack.
Wait, it's on that. Who is your preferred... Hold up. Ice Path into Macro Pyre Sonic Wave. All-in commitment to try and finish off Amar. With the Avalanche, they got him.
And the tower last hit for Watson. You got the whole bank right there. Huge gold injection for that Tiny. It's just dodge mode versus this Quinn of Pain, man. The Falcons want nothing to do with him.
Another Tiny setup for success.
And he's going to Shadow Blade. So he's going to be a lot more threat on the map. And this is where I talked about the setup for Falcons. Their cores are going to have to show on waves, which means this pickoff potential for Gaimin is going to be quite strong in this game. We'll feed away Malady here.
Yeah, they'll punish him for Gaming Gladiators daring to
that was way too
attempt a Wisdom Shrine from Falcons.
Way too greedy there. But you delay this Ags on the Beast. That's why that kill's so valuable here. ATF's the net worth leader. He was having a pretty damn good game, and now he gets slowed down. It allows the cores on Gaimin to catch up. By the time he has Ags, that Sonic Wave might be back up. And you're looking at this 15-minute Tormentor play. You're looking at that 15 to 20-minute Roshan play. If you can counteract ATS moves with Sonic Wave every time, this game's going to feel really good for Gaimin.
Yeah, with the Dagon, they've got...
play around it, they're going to feel very quick, very fast.
Yeah. Even better burst damage as the Quap is going to come in from behind with an Invis Rune. Hard to kill Skeeter, that's for certain, so he'll go after crit instead.
The Infest save, the value.
Is under attack.
Dagon is available here.
Actually getting the Quap to TP in mid, Malrine maybe finds an opening as a result.
That's a big win for Falcons.
Whoa, Ace.
I mean, it happens.
He managed to get the Gorgon's Grass Meteor Hammer kill on Snake King. That's something.
How does this happen every? Oh, I guess he has Atos done.
Yeah.
I will say though, ATF getting the tier 1 mid for free, including the last hit, big win. Big win here for Falcons. This seems a little aggressive.
Skeeter. Considering that Infest was on cooldown and they knew it too, I feel like he's a little lucky to be walking away from it.
He does have Ags here. This is a really important minute for Falcons. You do not want to lose this objective right now.
Oh, they know Malrine's here. Almost got him in the trees. Ice Path off the mark, and Malrine jumps away.
But are you conceding the Tormentor? With this Beast Ags done? He's so farmed.
I think there's no way that Falcons do not contest. But simultaneously, I don't think Gaming Gladiators feel safe to take it. At least maybe a pickoff like this could opening things up. Moonlight Shadow, though, Amar and Malrine pushing forward, but they're walking into a Ward Sentry, and already the Ice Path hits onto Amar. Malady, he puts himself on the front line. Stone Gaze going to be used, trying to get Amar to be stunned up, and Amar, he's not going to be able to get off the roar.
Walks into the whole team, whether he knew it or not, and there's nowhere near enough backup to make that play. You can feel the pressure on him in this game. He knows this is his timing to get something done, to contest this objective, as Gaimin are dying to this Tormentor.
Almost a Tormentor double kill.
What a blow to the game plan here for Falcons. Just felt forced into that play, and Gaimin absolutely ready for it. Didn't even need the Sonic Wave. Brutal.
Yeah, that's a good point.
This Ringmaster Beast matchup, I just do not think is fun for Beast. It's a hero that you cannot gap close in the early game because he outranges everybody. The ult is hard to fight into. You can use it defensively or offensively on the Beast, or if the guy he goes on, you ring on top of that guy. Of course, the box really annoying.
Yeah.
It's just tough to fight into this hero early, and especially when you don't have help. Like, who helps this Beast go in, find a target, stick on him? There's okay follow-up, but there's not really anybody else to give vision, or I guess it's just Monkey in the trees. But Monkey had the hardest lane matchup in theory. And Mari's just rushing BKB, I guess, so he can go in and help get something started. But his damage is going to be lacking considerably.
Yeah, their damage sounds like it's going to be terrible.
Very concerning here. Where is the damage going to come from? If you don't have a Diffusal, you don't have a Mage Slayer, you don't have any damage presence from this mid laner. You're going up against a Dusa lineup, a Tiny lineup. These are tanky boys. You're going to have Tonic on top of that. You're going to have
Good opening here, but Tofu is able to get away pretty easily between the escape of the box as well as the whoopee cushion.
And this is one of the reasons Ringmaster's gone up to priority. This is one of the hardest supports to kill in Dota right now.
Is under attack.
He has, you know, this Carney Classics is effectively 3 survivability spells on top of a solid kit.
Yeah.
Like, that is just wild. And that's why I don't think we see the other fast taken. I don't think the other fast is that bad, but this one is just so good.
Radiant's bottom
Triple survivability. It's like, it's disgusting. And the fact you can use them all in a fight. You can just keep going.
Yeah. It's
Like, what-
You could just cycle through them nonstop. Yeah. Well, it's going to be up to Skeeter to get a lot done with the Radiance, I feel like. Because they didn't hit the Axe timing on the Beastmaster very well. But maybe if it's a Radiance Axe, like it's just so much AoE damage over time that...
I don't know, man. I just think this is a game where Falcons normally would be okay being in this position because they would fall back on the 2 things that historically let them beat a lot of teams in these scenarios, which is their supports out-farming enemy supports and their tri-core outscaling you.
Yeah. Got to
don't think
roar
that's
onto the Queen of
true.
Pain. Very important kill, and they've got it. An arrow from the other side. Tofu arrives too late to be able to box save his ally.
What a find.
That was a massive pickup. Falcons
Blink on that beast.
trying to get a little bit more, but good play by Ace to protect his supports.
That's such a narrow window. You get this blink on beast, you have to make a play with it. You find the best target in that Queen of Pain, and you find him just outside the range of the save.
Watson with the Shadow Blade revealed by the dust from Snake King. Snake King leaping away into the trees. Watson does hit him with the avalanche, unknowingly stopping the TP.
Well, he's stuck there for a while.
Yeah, he'll be able to leap out at some point in time.
Some time to think about his life choices against his premier rival, Quinn.
Malady's 5th ever death to Tormentor, tied 20 of all players. Snaking number 17, and of course, Toronto Tokyo at 15. Toronto Tokyo dying to Tormentor was a classic.
I mean, he's gonna be the #1 core player. That's the thing.
That's true. That's
Dying
true.
on support
but-
is like
okay,
kind of
but
whatever.
he died to them. Yeah, that's true, actually.
Well, I guess maybe when he was dying, he was still playing.
I think a fair
support.
number of those were when he was.
Yeah, I guess that's true. Never mind. What am I thinking?
But it is actually almost more impressive because that's a very short window for him to die that many times, you know? Compared to Snake King, who's been playing support the entire time that Tormentors have existed.
Well, now that I think about it, though, wasn't he also playing support the entire...
That's true. How long have Tormentors been around?
Tormentors literally didn't exist when he was playing mid.
That's a good point, yeah. But he's playing core now, so it's still smaller.
Okay, so the actual reason it's more embarrassing for him is because the Tormentors weren't as tough to bring down when he was killing them.
That is
They
true.
were way easier.
They were really
and they
easy.
just messed them up terribly.
They were really
Whereas this
bad at
one,
that.
this one's always it's pretty close, you know. This one, when people die to it, it's not because they're miscalculating it. It's like, okay, we actually just need to die to kill this thing because it's worth it.
Yeah.
Those were just embarrassing, so I'll still back up my stance. Radiant's almost done here. They're racing to these Radiances, and the Lifestealers is completed. So technically, Falcons have a little advantage as it's flying out for Ace, but again, you can't use it. You can't get the lanes out. You're too afraid of showing versus the pick-off of the Shadowblade Tiny, and you're letting Gaimin control the map and pace. You are out farming them, which is a Falcons classic.
Yeah, I was going to say, is this really that bad if they're walking away with even net worth against Gaming Gladiators?
No, you still have a lot of room to work with in this game. They are going to infest that BKB monkey, use him as a vessel for greater
And run
good.
into Watson, potentially.
I mean, none of this feels bad if you believe in your scale, which I think Falcons
always do.
Yeah, they always do because, again, they think their supports are just going to turn into 4th and 5th cores. This Mirana did find a lot, man. Solar Crest and 4-staff done. Do not underestimate the power of utility in a game like this. Maureen will find the backstab, no sentry down.
Oh, this is bad. They already hop out of it, go for Malady. They want to kill those supports first, and now, with the Tiny isolated, they turn back to him.
Yeah, so clean.
That was quite terrible for Gaming Gladiators. Approaching the pit without any detection against a Mirana.
Very questionable, to say the least.
And it looks like they're going to be able to get Ace as well, unless the Sonic Wave can turn things around. They actually get the Aegis, but Quinn has committed his life to try and bail out Ace.
Costs them so much there. Incredible exchange for Falcons. They came at that fight from so many angles. Gaimin were not ready for any of them. Caught them completely off guard. And of course, that Monkey King facet, letting you play in and out outside that Wukong.
Yeah.
I mean, it's only the Queen of Pain doing anything in this fight for Gaimin. If their formation gets disrupted like that, the Dusa's impact is really going to be lessened. The Tiny got nothing off because he's focused by the Roar.
Yeah, we have not seen a single box to save against the Roar, which is supposed to be the 1-to-1 counter, right?
But the thing is, I don't think we've seen Gaimin take a fight where the formation was good for them. We haven't seen a fight where it's Dusa on the front line, Tiny Shadow Bladed somewhere close, the supports are protected, and the fight starts by forcing Falcons to deal with your cores first.
Yeah.
All these fights have been Falcons finding Ringmaster Jakiro Tiny.
Amar
Queen of Pain.
has to use the Roar, but the rest of the heroes are coming in, and he gets the taunt. That is going to be him, kind of. There's no way that Skeeter is bailing this out. Skeeter just needs to head home. Ooh, Watson picks up a kill on Snake King with his Shadow Blade. Back to it, though. Skeeter gets caught in the Ice Blast. And now it looks like it's going to be crit pulled into this situation because they can't actually kill the Lifestealer, but they can kill anybody who is along for the ride.
I mean, the thing is, Skeeter can't do this for free. You do have Stone Gaze.
Yeah, I mean,
range TP is not guaranteed in this game.
It's not guaranteed, but it is the only thing he has to worry about, right?
Yeah, sure. That's 3 dead, though, for Falcons, just like that. With the Tiny pick off top. Momentum will swing back Gaimin's way. Kind of surprised Quinn isn't more farmed, but I guess he's conceded a lot of space to these 2 side laners that are taking a lot off the map right now.
Yeah.
And I will say this Radiance build lets you skip split shot on this hero.
Oh, okay. Well, Arrow's still going to land on the escape back, so it looks like Quinn may still die. As, yeah, stunned up for too long. And now with Watson walking into the Wukong's command and getting roared, he almost dies as well. Oh, shot down by Crit.
Damn.
Straight through the heart.
Is under attack.
Who's to blame?
That would be Crit.
Oh,
He's to blame.
That defusal done for the Monkey.
Oh, they're going to keep going. They're going to jump inside the base to get more support kills. They get Tofu. Malady actually with a pretty good Ice Path macro fire on Maureen. They force staff him down to the low ground though. Maureen almost dies, but they kill Jakiro and get out. No losses for Falcons. Simply outplaying Gaming Gladiators.
They are way outmaneuvering him here in this game. Just catching them off guard. Again, another fight that starts without your Dusa being there as that frontline threat. Just outmaneuvering Ace on the map right now is the weakness of this hero. And they're finding really good jumps with this Beast Roar. Simple, stable. Blink Roar, good target. This Monkey King 6-0 and 4 right now.
I mean, Maureen has done a fantastic job for Falcons. But I do also wonder, is this... I feel like there is a bit of a difference in performance here in Gaming Gladiators going from their match against Spirits to this one. Was the coddle a crutch that they are relying upon?
They are not playing the map nearly as well.
Yeah. I mean, you just you can't play the map the same way, but it is exploiting some weaknesses there for sure.
This team fight's starting to come alive for Falcons. He's BKBs for the Monkey and the Beast. You have Rage with the Lifestealer. Triple BKB core effectively that you have to deal with here. And you only have this Stone Gaze / Sonic Wave. Your supports are really limited fighting into these BKB timings. That's another reason I thought Ringmaster was not going to be as strong this patch, because this hero does really suffer against multiple BKB lineups. Kind of just has to stand there and you can box a dude, but you know, you just sit there, stun the guy, kill him when he comes out of box. It's not the biggest deal.
Yeah.
But the triple BKB lineups really fell off, which was another thing that hurt Falcons. That was their bread and butter.
That is true.
But they're bringing it back here. And if they can continue to start fights on good targets, the Queen of Pain, the Ringmaster Jakiro, or even the Tiny, I think you would take him. If you can start on any of those guys other than Medusa with Aurora, follow it up with your long-range supports, get a Wukong on top of that guy, it's probably a good fight for you at this point. I think you have enough sustain. You can just sit there. And like we saw, Watson goes in and does what? You drop the Wheel of Wonder, does what? It does nothing.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Now you're really relying on this Queen of Pain scaling in this game, and he's the one who's found the least farm of everybody.
Yeah, he has a long, long road to get back into
Radiant's
a territory where he's contesting the other cores in this game.
By God, Austin, dare I say it? Snaking, he's done it again. He's griefed Quinn one more time
The
in his
snaking
career.
Marana specialty, and Quinn gets absolutely destroyed. Good God.
Bamboozled. Straight up.
And look at that. Tofu tries to push in mid, but Snaking coming in from behind.
He's got a boar with him.
Watson will run after the Marana. Was that worth it?
Is he gonna die
He's
for that?
100% dead.
That is questionable play.
What? Yeah, Amar's like, all right, thanks for the freebie, I guess.
I mean, he doesn't have BKB. This is Sanj and Yasha Tiny. You have some stats resist, you have some slow resist, but Falcons just run you down. They don't care. They have a lot of stuns. You can't TP out of those scenarios. I don't know what the game plan was there, but it was not supposed to be that. As Gaimin are just crumbling in this game. They have an incredibly farm Medusa and have been able to do nothing with it, as Falcons have outmaneuvered them every single time. Jam will make the worst play.
Don't have monkeys this past.
Also, how is
guys.
his species unknown if he's a monkey?
Are we talking about the exact species? Is that not, you know, the family of monkeys?
I know, but
There's
if
a lot of species out there.
I think it should be like parts unknown. You know?
I think you're.
I don't remember the whole like family, genus, species hierarchy. It was, like, high
All I
school
know is
biology.
species is the most specific one, so
All I know is-
I don't remember the difference between family and genus. But
All I know is biology is for nerds. Dota's for giga chats. So I while you were studying your biology, I was studying the art of the blade, Dota 2.
oh god, don't make Dota players.
Only one of those got me into a good college. And it wasn't my AP biology test.
10 to 18, 10,000 net worth lead, and Gaimin Gladiators are going to go for a bit of a desperate smoke out. To the bottom lane, running right into a ward sentry, running right into the Marana. Do
Did
not
nothing.
kill him. He did no damage to him whatsoever, and the escape back does nothing to save him. Did they have a dispel?
What was that?
Is it just me or the box was like, oh, he's got a
Is that
nullifier
nullifier?
already on
Yeah.
Amar.
Yeah.
Oh my god, I did not realize he was that farmed.
Yeah, this is also one of the best answers to Ringmaster that we should see more. Is you have a Dispel versus guy, and you don't have to worry about the save. It's a dispellable save. Abyssal done for the Lifestealer? I just don't get how Marana took 0 damage there.
Yeah, he
Gale
got
Guard.
tossed and he was just like, one Gale Guard, I guess, and I'm fine.
Gale Guard Solar, just walked it off. Pretty solid Stone Gaze, but
He's trying to get out of, oh no, he's pushed back in by the Wind Ranger. He can't get out. Malrain will die, but the trade-off, it's still fine for Falcons, especially if Amar delivers the finishing blow to the Queen of Pain. And now they can go back to hitting the buildings.
man, Gaimin did nothing in this game, man. They just got completely outmaneuvered. They lost every objective. No answer for this Beastmaster positioning in the team fights. Mirana ulti did some work this game.
It did. It did
Like
a lot.
the combination of being able to Mirana ult in, find good angles, Monkey King in the trees, and then your supports can stand super far back because their follow-up is crazy range.
Yep.
Really caused Gaimin problems. They just cannot start a fight on good terms. This Tiny has felt useless.
Yeah, another Tiny that was set up for success, but could not translate it.
I'm to be fair, I think this game is a much harder Tiny game matchups-wise. Lifestealer's a tough matchup. The Beast matchup is not that great.
Yeah.
The Monkey King matchup is not that great. 2 long-range supports with disables. It's just, you're not really man-fighting any of these cores as Tiny, and your burst damage is not cutting it anymore because guess what? It's another Falcons tri-core strength lineup.
A classic.
Love it, hate it. You cannot run from it. It is inevitable.
It comes all the same.
We will
Falcons,
have more
no matter
HP.
what the patch is, they will draft this. Still has whoop cushion. Quinn will try and push him away with the Sonic Wave. Does so successfully. Tofu won't die, but
That was a
Gaming
Shield Rune
Gladiators.
Beastmaster
Yeah.
with 4,000 HP almost. So that's nice.
There's just nothing that Gaming Gladiators can do but survive.
Octarine Wind Ranger. That's a fun build right there.
Rod of Atos Octarine?
It's so greedy, but
Radiant's
man, he's living life, dude. I respect it.
I mean, win run is up all the time.
I mean,
Because
think
you
of-
got the 15 cooldown as
I bet
well.
you this is genuinely Crit just being like, I'm too old for this shit. I'm just gonna buy the fun items. He's probably bought like 10,000 utility items in his career.
Yeah.
It's like I'm sick of 4-staffing my cores. You know how many times I glimmer caped Arteezy in my life? No more.
Now we can Gale Force.
I'm gonna buy an item for me. I'm gonna take a personal day. Buy an Octarine core.
If you were going to buy a personal item, would Octarine be that item?
No, but that's what I'm saying. It's the fun build, you know?
No, I'm just saying there got to be more fun items out there.
Like, yeah, I'd buy Mjolnir and I'd solo kill one of their cores. Send a message.
Sure you would, bud. Sure you would. Oh, that Nullifier is playing a bit of havoc. Had to wait out on the escape back for the Nullifier to expel, but he finally gets it off. Stonegaze goes out. Ace might just be able to run out of this pit before he takes enough damage. Okay, Falcons, another whiff there on an attempted kill, but Gaming Gladiators are still struggling to put any damage on Falcons whatsoever.
That was a lot of damage
From who?
from Falcons.
Yes. What did Gaming Gladiators do in return?
They watched and waited for their moment to strike. Yeah!
Well, they got it. They found their moment. I can't believe they used Sonic Wave on that.
He was kind of living. I'm like, he has a full pipe. He's so tanky.
Well, he's got Shivas now on Quinn.
Damage upgrade, man.
Yeah, and soon to be level 20. So,
Okay, you actually have some damage now because you have this magic amp stacking with Shivas plus his Parasma build up on the Dusa.
yeah.
That's like kind of helping you break some of these heroes.
Still not the best position for this Tiny.
No, Watson's struggling for sure. The whip comes out, but these heroes are lurking for Falcons right now. Oh, found the Wind Ranger. Octarine does not save him. Or
Saved
does
by
it
the
save him?
Infest, making a run for it with the win run, but they certainly have plenty of chase to catch up to him. The dagger ends up catching him in the end. The escape back goes off, and Quinn should be able to blink out when he wants to. Jumps away, Neutral's getting in the mix, stunning up Maureen, though Watson is on the other side of this. He needs to get back to his team. Quinn's gonna jump after and try and help him out. Shadowblade running away from Skeeter, trying to dodge Shivas. Oh, a bash goes out, but Quinn is able to blink away. Amar's still searching for his roar.
Can't find
He
anything.
came late to the fight, wants to go after Quinn. Oh, he got off the roar. Can he get the kill? Escape back goes out. He's actually maybe going to die here. Amar, he had a refresher and everything, but instead he just dies, surrounded by Gaming Gladiators heroes, while Skeeter is still struggling to get a single kill off this one. Tofu, he finally goes down. Melody's going to be up next, as they really can't do too much about Skeeter just running at heroes, particularly with an Aegis. They'll just TP away.
What a fight from Gaimin.
A bash?
That's a really hard fight. They kited that out so long. They got through double roared BKB on the Beast. Didn't lose anything to ATF there.
Yeah, where was Amar at the start of that fight? He must have been a ways away.
He was running, man. Falcons were very split. Gaimin take full advantage of it. They have a lot of cutting potential in this lineup. It's generally one of the strengths of Queen of Pain. Just haven't been able to utilize it because Falcons have been starting all the fights on good terms. But there, they're able to find both supports at the start. Then you're just trying to kite out 3 melee cores. That's a lot more doable, especially with BKB on the Tiny. Can survive a lot longer.
And especially the supports aren't getting gone, right?
Yeah, exactly. You get to keep your formation for once. And you get this big box save on Aurora that counts for a lot. No nullifier there.
Still, though, third Tormentor of the game. Falcons get it finally for snaking.
Get some double ceremonial robe here for Falcons. Interesting.
Does that bother you? Do you think that's inefficient?
Well, not really, because this Beast is, he's going on different targets.
Sure.
Than the Morana, especially range-wise. Double ceremonial rope for game. I mean, this item's pretty good. It's nice, especially when you have other magic resistance reduction. Ogre Seal Totem, I also think, is pretty nice. You know what has fallen off for me in this category? The most? That right there, the Mind Breaker. That item just feels terrible now. Like, maybe it's still good, but when I look at it, all I'm getting is 1.5 seconds of silence. There's no stats attached to it anymore.
Well, yeah, you no longer are getting the magic damage, right? That was a decent component.
Well, it had attack speed, damage on top of it as well.
Yeah.
It was just a good item for cores, and now it's just like... I actually think this tier is the most deceptive tier.
As in the items that you think are good or not?
Like, I think this tier is supposed to feel really strong, and it feels relatively the weakest to me. I think tier 5 is super strong. I think the tier 2 is super strong. I think tier 3 is solid. You can get like Whisper of the Dread, you get or Ninja Gear, it's still like okay. Gale Guard, pretty solid. Even the Gauntlet. This tier 4 is, what is this, man? It's fake. It's bullshit. It's like you order ice cream, and it's this huge bucket of ice cream.
Tier 4 neutrals.
And then you dig into it, and there's only an inch, and then there's like a tray. And it's just empty. And it was just fruit or something all along. It wasn't even ice cream.
Ace. Oh, the last 0.2 seconds. They catch Ace right before he TPs away. He does get off Stone Gaze, but sadly, he is a long, long ways from home.
Well, that feels bad for him.
Extremely.
He has no buyback.
Exactly. 85-second death timer. Falcons.
I think he has no buyback, though, is the question. By the way, Octarine for snaking as well. Double support Octarine. The Octarine boys out here. He just wants Omega short cooldown.
Smoke and fast gate. Maureen jumps forward right to the back line. What a great boundless strike. Hits on both supports, puts the Lifestealer right on top of them.
5-second arrow snaking to Quinn. Read him like a book. Years of being griefed by this man, only to return the favor.
Another boundless strike, a shackle shot, follow up with another arrow.
See you later.
He gave you a warning, Quinn. He gave you a warning shot. I'm going to hit these arrows on you, and you didn't respect it.
While you were playing in Europe, I was training.
Watson trying to get the fast kill on Crit. It doesn't work. Cheese goes off. Watson has to use his BKB to walk back to base, and he might not even make it. He does, only because escape back. Oh,
Arrow
third
again.
arrow. 5 seconds.
He's
on
already
Quinn.
dead.
He's roared. He's done.
He's already, just stop it. Just stop. Show the man mercy.
Snake King knows no mercy.
He bought Octarine just so he could arrow him off cooldown
Really
faster.
did, man, what the hell?
The evil of this man knows no bounds. He's not even trying to arrow anybody else in the game. He's just repeatedly on Quinn.
Escape back, making a run for it. Watson.
What was that arrow even at? It's going nowhere. It's a Fada arrow off the map. He's returning, by the way. Anyway, team fight. Back to you, Austin.
Toss back, Skater. Oh, another toss. He's in the fountain. Falcons. I thought they were just going to close out this game. They're going to try and fight without their life stealer. Okay, he's going to buy back. He's going to try and join the team here. Can Watson get out of this with the escape back? Tamara's going to die. Watson's not dead yet. Uh-oh. Wait a minute. Falcons.
What's happening?
They've lost 3 cores. That's what's happening. And now Skeeter comes back, and the other 2 cores are already dead. They're buying back more. Oh my God, is Falcons going to throw away this game?
I mean, there's no way they lose
What
here,
the
right?
fuck? They bought back on all of them.
Why? I mean, they have to go. They have to go now. Otherwise,
Yeah,
it's
they
too
have to close
embarrassing.
out the game. Otherwise, those were pointless buybacks.
There is no Queen of Pain buyback either. Maybe they think Quinn's holding it. He's 50 gold off. He's gonna be up
They're
to-
backing away. They just triple bought back for nothing. What?
What are you doing?
This did not just have every coin helps.
That's the most Falcons thing ever, though, to be honest. Like, aggressive, like, all chat diving your fountain. Haha, nothing you can do. And then they, like, triple buyback into, oh, we gotta play this one safe. We gotta go. We gotta go
to
farm.
the moment there's a chance they could lose the game, being like, hold up, boys, hold up. And Smoke out, trying to get to the Aegis in time.
They're here.
They won't be there, but they will still maybe take the fight. Ace. He's gonna be shackle shotted. He's gonna be arrowed.
Not doing a lot of damage here, though.
Escape back goes out, but when he comes back in, he's still going to be inside of this Wukong's man. Not a great place to be. They throw out the wheel, throw out the macro pyre, anything to save their offlaner and their captain, but it just will not work.
You need a fourth.
Wait, Scythe! Wait! A quick turnaround on Skeeter! No, not good enough. And he still has Aegis.
Got the buyback out of the Medusa. I think it's just a painful death. You're just watching your Medusa get chain stunned for 10 years.
Yep.
And there's not a 4-staff in sight. Yeah, there's nullifiers, but honestly, he lives so long, you can outlast nullifiers here. You gotta be able to reposition this guy or bail him out or just commit for the fight or something. I don't know. That just felt wrong.
Gaming Gladiators. Still looking. I mean, they know this is their best shot.
No buybacks on all 3 cores.
Yeah.
Kind of crazy. I don't know how we ended up in this position, but there's a window here.
And the funny part is, because it's Falcons, oh, he showed on the creep wave. Now Amar is going to back away. I was going to say, because it's Falcons, you know they're likely to do a bit of farming. You might catch one of them, but...
I mean, I will say there's a lot at stake here, Austin. I don't know if people realize it, but if Falcons somehow lose this game, we are never going to see them go high ground before 80 minutes again in the entire career of this team. The discussion after this game is going to be, why did we ever try and end before the 80-minute mark?
Yeah.
And a 70,000 net worth lead. This is why you never try and do anything. So there's a lot at stake here for the viewers. I mean, we're talking about tens of hours of your life.
Which is thousands of hours if you're considering the thousands of viewers.
Yeah, it's hundreds of thousands of hours of manpower potentially on the line here that is going to be converted into watching Falcons AFK farm if they can't close this out.
It's like one of those stats where economists talk about like, you know, like the extra 10 minutes that employees spend in the bathroom has cost, you know, the economy 1 million work hours.
And they're right. They're right, Austin.
Oh, triple arrow. One lands onto Ace.
Is this the same fight? No. He will get out. I'm not going to lie. This Octarine Mirana with the arrow is pretty annoying, dude. 12-second 3 arrow.
Skeeter
Toxic build.
takes the tier 3. 2 minutes left on the Aegis. He will back away. He wants to buy Ags.
Quinn dodges that one. Put one on the board.
Is under attack.
Trying again with the Ice Pass. Skeeter just keeps on hitting the high ground with his rage. Backs away.
Point for the king.
The king just can't stop tapping that queen.
Okay.
Just keeps going after him, man.
It's gonna be Austin's last blast. I think that comment definitely did him in somewhere.
Nullifier and a toss away.
Wait, he still got
What a
stunned.
save from Watson. Watson, though, loses
Still
his
arrowed.
life for it. And Quinn is still arrowed for that entire time, still dies, and that'll be the end of the game.
Dude, he could not even get tossed out of the king's arrows. They were too girthy. There's just too much girth. You couldn't do anything. And yeah, that's game, because I don't think Ace is preventing throwing here, right?
No, Ace doesn't have the damage. He could hit them for like 60 straight seconds, and I don't think he would wipe Falcons.
No BKB even went off for Watson there. No buyback available for the Tiny. No buyback available for the Queen of Pain. He will lose his goal with 4K gold in the bank and wondering what the hell went wrong. I mean, I still feel like that draft is very solid for Gaimin, but they just didn't use it at all. And they got completely outmaneuvered in this game. I feel like it's another game we're seeing just getting outplayed, man. Falcons came here, they're ready to play. They make this lineup work. Very comfortable lineup for them, one they're really familiar running. And they just completely outmaneuvered Gaimin in all those fights. They outmaneuvered them around the map. They did not make it look close at all.
Yeah, and I think this is a bit concerning because Gaming Gladiators, they have had a tournament, Blast specifically, where they look like, oh, and maybe Gaming Gladiators is back.
Sure.
But the problem is that they were so reliant on the Tidehunter, right? That was like their one meta hero that they seemed to be able to succeed with. I'm beginning to wonder if maybe the Coddle is the reason why they looked so good in their opening game against Spirit, and not having that. They actually banded themselves in the first phase and took the Dusa, feeling that the Dusa was the most important thing for their draft, but they just look like a very different team without that map work that Coddle provides.
This team just hasn't looked the same since they've changed players in terms of how they bring people together for fights. That's what I always go back to. Gaimin was really strong because they were very quick at bringing cores together, very quick at backing Quinn up with his aggressiveness off of winning a mid lane. Yeah. We just don't see it. Like, how many plays in this game do we see Watson joining Quinn in an early fight? How many times in this game do we see the supports backing this Queen of Pain up on a move? Like, maybe once or twice, but not enough to really snowball this game like we're used to seeing in the old Gaimin. They are still struggling in that department. And this is a concerning loss for them if you're looking at just how it went down. On the flip side, Group B, China's back.
Oh my God, Extreme 2-0, Tidebound 1-0?
They are
what?
Owning. Look at that, Western Europe at the bottom. What year is this?
Oh God.
2016?
Don't give me hope, man. Don't give me hope.
Portal 2 just came out. I don't know. Is that even true?
A world where China is beating the European teams?
StarCraft is thriving. Age of Empires, professional circuit, exhilarating times. It's good to be back.
All right, well, that was quite the game. Falcons will take the victory, and we're going to see, we're going to have a winner's interview with somebody from Falcons. We'll go to Nat, I believe.
Guys, pushing high ground, having a bit of issues there. What was up with the buybacks and not hitting throne?
I mean, I think we just messed up a little bit. I think we probably shouldn't go throne there. We just get megas and the game is over. I think we just kind of went too close to their fountain, you know?
Yeah. Yeah, it happens, especially with them having the Tiny there. But Medusa, first pick from Gaimin, were you guys surprised at all with that, or were you pretty happy to let it through and have them have that so early?
They actually picked it as coach was talking about. Maybe they'll pick the Medusa or think about it, maybe banning second phase. And then as soon as he said that, they just picked it. So, you know, coach had it in mind for sure.
Yeah. How did you guys then kind of draft with it in mind? Like, how did you draft around it to try and shut it down?
I think I mean, at least to me, I thought it was most likely offlane. I think it was Ace most likely playing this hero. So like we understand like this hero is like incredibly strong in lane and it's hard to mess with. So I think we just play for our mid game and we just try to draw the lane, and is what we ended up doing.
Okay, and then when you finish draft, you have that little bit of prep time before you get into game. What's the talk like? What is the plan to try and execute here against their lineup?
I think we realized like their team fight is not very good and like it's hard for them to catch heroes. So I think we just kind of split the map and like look for our opportunities to pick them off and kind of just play the map and out farm.
Okay. I got one more question about this Medusa, right? Because some people are saying it's solved, other people are saying it's not really. Obviously, Diffusal Blade is a pretty big item to pick up against her. Do you think it's ever worth getting two on the same team, or does that kind of fall into dead net worth and it's not worth it anymore?
I think it really depends on the hero. I think it's hard to buy Diffusal Blade nowadays unless you're like Red Ranger or Monkey King. Obviously, we have both this game, but I think you probably don't want to stack both heroes to buy these items just to deal with Dusa. So I think we just have one. I think it's good enough.
Okay. And for yourself, getting the Morana, I know that it's a comfort pick, but what other reasons were there to picking her up here?
I think it's just a good matchup versus the supports I saw, and like I think it's pretty good versus Dusa in general. I think it's like really hard for them to hit heroes when you can't see them, Yeah.
That does make sense. Well, look, thank you so much for joining me, Snaking, and congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
That's a good point. Can't see the heroes, can't really hit them. We saw that both through the Moonlight Shadow and the Starstruck facet that Snaking was putting to use. Really good information breakdown from Snaking, but we do have a tight schedule here. We got Aurora versus Team Spirit Eastern European Derby about to go down, so we got to take a break and come back with that series very soon. Welcome back, everybody. We have Aurora versus Team Spirit, which should be an interesting matchup. We'll see whether or not Aurora has shrugged off their earlier throw that we saw against PARIVISION. I
Hopefully.
remember
I think
Hopefully.
they look solid in parts of that game. Saw like the aggressive Toronto Tokyo leading the charge in some of the fights. They found openings, but man, a disaster on a lot of fronts as well. Still, it's only one game. It's not like, read too much into it.
Yeah. And Spirit can also console themselves. It's only one game, and they're lost against Game of Gladiators. So we're going to see the losers match up against each other, and the draft is already underway. So let's get into it. I will say that I definitely have a lot more faith in Team Spirit and their loss against Game of Gladiators than Aurora. Something about, you could just... Sometimes it's about who you lose to, but sometimes it's about how you lose. And I do feel like Spirit, I think they just kind of got surprised a bit by Game of Gladiators. The pace that they picked up, the coddle was super effective.
I have a stat for you, though. And I have a stat for you that Knoxville would not give you.
Yeah, these are the stats that statisticians don't want you to know.
That's right. Yatoro, with blue hair, 0% win rate.
I think has he had blue hair before? I feel like he has at some point.
I think he was like white at some point.
Okay.
I don't think I've seen this shade of blue. Either way, we'll stick to my cherry pick stat. 0-1. So not a good start to the blue hair era for Yatoro.
Battling up against their former teammates in Toronto, Tokyo, and Mira.
Yeah, all of the members of that original Team Spirit TI victory are in this game.
Yep.
Crazy times. I mean, could that even happen for some of these other TI winning teams? Like who left in the world of Dota 2 could we even say that would be true for?
Liquid and Tundra.
Liquid literally won it last year.
I mean, I'm just saying.
Oh, whoop-de-doo.
Tundra, can you say that for them? You would have Falcons versus Tundra, I guess.
Yeah. I don't think any of the teams older though, right?
Well, certainly not the OGs. Yeah. Yeah, that's kind of it.
I don't like the LGDs either. Maybe. I guess you could have LGD now. Is Tidebound versus Extreme all of that LGD squad actually?
Yeah, you might be right, especially now that Zhao 8 is back.
Yeah, I guess you could. Okay, that's kind of dope. Never mind. Terrible stat. I'll leave it to Knoxville. Still 0-1 in the blue hair era.
You said TI winners anyway, so.
Yeah, well. We're moving on. Austin, no one cares anymore. We're in the draft.
All right.
We're going to see another Ringmaster. I do like the support matchups that Falcons did in that last game versus Hero. I think these equally kind of long-range utility heroes that have either stuns that go through the box that you can follow up on, or like AoE control is nice versus Hero.
Yeah, the arrow was interesting because they would roar, and then if you escape act, the arrow still lands on the box.
And
that
then
was
you're
pretty
just,
cool.
The guy's still stunned for 3 seconds when he comes out. It feels pretty good.
Yeah.
I think the Gale Force shard for the Wind Ranger is also a similar idea. Like, you're just keeping heroes in the vicinity, so when the box ends, they're still in a bad position. I think Pudge is something that functions similar, though we're not going to see that hero. And I think... And there was one more. Elder Titan. Like these AoE stuns, like Elder Titan Earthshaker, I think are also interesting versus Hero. Because you can just keep throwing your spells into the dude who's in the box. Like, you don't care about it. You're still just stunning and dealing damage to this guy. So, also, those heroes can often find the Ringmaster on top of somebody else, right? I wouldn't be surprised if we see some Elder Titan at this event versus Ringmaster, maybe out of Whitemon, for example.
Yeah.
The issue with that matchup is the laning's way harder. The reason we saw the Mirana Wind Ranger in that game is because both those heroes can lane against this hero fine. You're not going to win, but you stop him from demolishing the lane, which is a big deal. Here, we're just seeing a different approach, or we're just going again for a huge amount of team fight. The game we saw earlier, they had this big Magnus Tiny lineup. Now they have a Darkseer Tiny lineup. You can flex this Tiny around. You can make this hero into an early game beast, a late game beast. Definitely some responses needed here from Spirit to deal with the Darkseer. some dispels, some early skirmishing. I feel like some of the harder dispels that used to work, the invokers, the dooms, are pretty out of the meta. So you have to get more creative, which is why we're seeing this hero get first picked a lot more. You don't feel as confident just slamming a doom against this hero and being like, haha. Doom does get banned, which helps this Darkseer pick as well. But Team Spirit are not a huge invoker team. Monkey's in there. The other carry that comes to mind whenever I think of Darkseer is Bloodseeker, but that hero is also just not in the, is not in the meta. But we have seen Yatoro busted out occasionally. And the other one is the troll with the Ags. That's the other like niche pick.
Do you think
fast dispel?
Think we'll see some more Yatoro Clinks?
Probably
like,
at some point, yeah.
Seems like that hero's kind of coming back.
I don't think it's great versus Darkseer though.
Yeah, maybe not in this
That
game.
matchup's not great.
I mean, it's kind of funny in lane. You just eat the Ion Shell creep, but...
Oh, not the trees!
I just don't think the game matchup's good enough to justify it, and the way the map works.
Yeah.
I think it's hard to hunt the Darkseer. The team fight ends up being hard. You get vacuumed, you're just dead. That hero's like... I don't believe in that matchup. The Bane, the Maposhka Bane. It's always a treat.
One of the few players, I think, that you can feel confident when Bane is picked up.
100%. Best Bane in the world right now. Because he's the only Bane in the world.
Yeah, I was gonna say, who else is playing Bane? Who else historically was known for their Bane?
I played all of it. You're saying good players though. I think Puppy used to play a decent amount of Bane. No Tail used to play a solid amount of Bane. You remember that TI game where he got brown boots at 37 minutes or something, and they won? He's like 0-16.
Yeah,
that's a great No Tail TI game. If anybody out there knows, there's like one guy out there who knows what I'm talking about. He's sadistic enough. But the Bane in this game is interesting because you get, it's a hero that Spirit like against Tiny. You get this nice damage reduction. You get a BKB piercing grip that's annoying for him. You can sleep him at the start of fights. You can sleep the guy he goes on sometimes, or sleep him when he jumps if he doesn't BKB.
Yeah.
And it is a hero that can lane against Darkseer in some ways if you have a core that can pick up the lane pressure itself. He's an anti-creep cutter, and he can set up kills when the Darkseer's cutting the wave. If you have a core that can come and join that, Monkey King is one of the best. So if you end up laning this Monkey King Bane lane, could be something that catches this Darkseer lane off guard, even though you have a Darkseer Tusk. Can definitely fight through it if you play it really well.
You know, Eastern Europe in Bane is actually... I got this from Knoxville, the list of Bane players.
Solo used to play it a lot.
Solo, sure. But the top ones, you got FNG, #1. Then you have Fenrir, PPD, Pylai. But then you have Fishman, Vanscore, Puppy Fly, Go Black, Always Want to Fly, Seb, Maposhka, X-Nova, Yol. So you had a lot of some of the older Eastern European players.
I mean, the two classic Eastern European fives are Bane and Disruptor. It's like their bread and butter.
Yeah. I forgot Fenrir played that.
That's true. Slardar pickup though, I feel like this is the mid Slardar. It does amp up your monkey damage a lot, allows you to get a third physical core, and bring some pace here, some objective pressure as well with that Roshan. Kind of like it. So it's a little bit of a different draft from Spirit. You know, again, going into their toolkit with the Bane Slardar, we don't see a lot of other teams playing, but one that can easily work here. There's a lot of damage pressure on Aurora right now. Where's the armor going to come from to deal with the Slardar? Where the Dispel's going to come from? Not this support duo. This is kind of your Glimmer Cape Blink Force Staff support duo. And this Darkseer, yeah, you can get Crimson Pipe, but Slardar just eats through it. So Tiny's armor, not as good as it used to be either. This matchup definitely better for Slardar after the 6 armor removal.
Yeah.
That's a huge deal. I feel like Slardar's an okay spot.
I guess I'm still concerned about the... It sounds good, but what happens if it's just some 5-on-5? You know, you can have my minus armor is super effective, but what happens if you're just getting rolled in some AoE team fight?
Sure. I mean, let's be realistic. This Darkseer's going to buy auras, and if you ever get 3 or 4-man vacuumed in this game, you've lost.
Yeah.
that fight is lost. You're getting A blasted, shards, snowballed, Avalanche tossed. I mean, the team fight fear for Aurora is really terrifying if you're Spirit, because yeah, you don't have any AoE control to combat it. You have to just outposition and outmaneuver them, which we did see last game. Saw Falcons do that really well, right? Monkey King is a hero that lets you do that. Slardar is a hero that you can amp people up and kind of go in and out of. Maybe they're thinking about another carry that can also provide that. I would have said the PA is the #1. That PA will get banned here. So if you're still thinking about a Yatoro hero and putting this Monkey mid Slardar offlane, which is totally fine, you really want something that takes advantage of this amp and can go in and out of the fight. How many of those carries are left? They can also deal with the Darkseer lane. That's the other issue here, is you do not want to get run over in the lane with some traditional Agi carry. Just Pudge, carry Pudge.
No.
I mean, there's the Lifestealer. We just saw it last time, but there's Lifestealer Slardar. Classic combo.
Yeah.
Lane shove's a little weak, but sometimes it can get the job done. Weaver? Oh, that is not a hero I really ever would have guessed here, but it is more minus armor synergy, and it is a hero that goes in and out.
Yeah, I mean, it's a hero that will be elusive, hard for Aurora, who want the straight out, you know, like hero that is immobile, lockdown, gets ice blasted, stuck in the wall, etc.
Yeah, he is also a traditional AA counter, not a carry that cares too much about ice blast with the time lapse, and you just put the bug on him, kill him, time lapse out. Really annoying hero for AA to fight against. A very cool pick. I definitely see the logic here. But man, this is such a fragile draft in some ways from Spirit. Like if you lose 1 or 2 team fights this game,
yeah,
there's so much onus on the execution.
I mean, literally no other team would be willing to draft this because no other team has a carry like Yatoro. And I'm not saying just because he's really good, but also because he seems to be particularly stubborn about not playing the meta carries.
A little bit, yeah.
He's a bit of a hipster in that regard.
You also have to be really confident in your team fighting abilities and probably team fighting from behind a little bit in terms of the 5-on-5 not being favorable for you, so you have to find good openings. And that takes a lot of confidence to go for here. This is a team with a lot of confidence. So last pick Storm. That was what I was calling for in that other game as well for Aurora. They got it here. Really strong, man, especially when you have this AA opener. AA Storm is no joke. You just fly and vortex someone, double vortex them. They get magic amped, hit by a blast, frozen. You're dead. It's a 2-hero kill combination with a huge amount of reach on the map. Can make Bane's life really hard, can make the Ringmaster's life really hard. Can be a tough hero to stun here for Spirit. It's a really strong Storm pick. I don't know. I feel like I like what Aurora have. It's just straightforward. It's simple. There's a huge amount of team fight presence. I think, in theory, Spirit's draft can outclass them here. But there's a lot of execution that has to happen to make that look good.
Yeah.
There's a lot of little things, right? If Bane catches this Tiny with an Enfeeble, Sleep Grip, if the lane goes well for the Bane Weaver versus the Darkseer combination, if the Monkey King gets a little bit of momentum off the mid lane and doesn't just get rolled over by Storm with Power Runes, if this Slardar is actually able to get amps up in the fight, or is it a one and done deal? If Slardar goes in, crushes somebody, puts an amp up, but then he just gets Tiny combo blasted and dies off a Storm jump. Oh, okay. I mean, yeah, amp sounds great in this game, but are you actually going to be able to get multiple amps out?
Yeah. Are you going to be able to get to the point where you have BKB, Aghanim Scepter, that sort of thing?
Right. So, yeah, this mid game looks really scary for Spirit. Like, really scary, especially if they lose Roshan. If this Slardar lineup loses Roshan, Slardar Weaver, and Storm gets Aegis in this game, my God, they'll have to throw it even harder than they did in that first to lose that one if you're Aurora.
I think that is one thing that you didn't list is that this Storm Spirit, a lot of good reasons why it's a good Storm Spirit game, but add on top that he does have the potential for a save from the Tusk. Right, so I think that just enables the Storm. If you can actually get to that Blink Dagger Tusk, that enables the Storm to be even more aggressive in his gameplay.
Oh, for sure. Yeah.
Play with even more confidence and hitting that back line, going after Miposhka and Rue.
I'd be super interesting to see if Kiyotaka goes for Orchid this game, because we have not seen a lot of Orchid Storm, but if there were ever a game for it, it would have to be this one. The Orchid against the Weaver, Orchid against the Bane and the Ringmaster because they're both supports with a soft save that are
Yeah.
kind of annoying to go on if you don't silence them. But if you silence them, they just die. I feel like this would be a really strong Orca game on the Storm if you can get it early and you have a good laning phase, which is potentially also on the table here.
At the same time, isn't the fact that they have those saves make it worse for Orchid at the same time if they are together in some ways, right? If the supports are saving each other from the Orchid or the Go, or one support being behind the Weaver,
Still
right?
puts
It makes the
pressure.
Orchid worse.
Still puts pressure on them. It's still a strong item damage-wise, and they can't just group the whole game right. Like, you have Darks here pushing waves. You're going to force them to split. 3 runes.
That is, yeah.
Not bet boom. It's just their sponsor, Austin.
Do you think their sponsors are like hyped when they see?
Probably.
Like, yes, we got 4 bounty runes.
Pattern repeats.
Aurora's
Undefeated.
AA Storm pair.
See, I told you. This is a strong combo. Don't underestimate the double vortex. Instantly gave Jingu. Feels bad, man.
Laurel has been killing it when it comes to his mid lane performances here. He's definitely going to need to step up in this game because.
You want me to cue you in on a secret, Austin?
Yeah.
Laurel's always been killing it. The haters are just hating.
Did Laurel actually have that many haters? I feel like they won him over pretty quickly.
Yeah, when he won TI.
Nah.
Pattern
What do you mean,
repeats.
People literally said they should kick this guy for a year. Then he won TI, and they're like, I guess he's pretty good.
Okay, but I don't think anybody was saying, like, they never should have kicked
Missed
Toronto
that last
Tokyo.
hit, though. That was kind of embarrassing. Oh, well, that's because Toronto Tokyo has way more haters. Toronto Tokyo has a lot of haters. He also has a lot of diehard fans. He's a very polarizing player, right? Yo, is he dead?
He almost, man.
My God. He is getting beat.
Dude, these Monkey Kings are just
Here's a strong
turning it
laner.
up.
He's a strong laner. Mischief, Jingu sustain.
He hasn't even
High
gotten
armor.
the Orb of Frost yet.
Yeah, he's cooking him, dude. Cooking him. Just the armor and the reach of this hero is absurd. You can lane versus almost anything outside of those incredibly, Viper matchups or whatever. And even then, you can just roam. He's gonna get Jingu again. Nope.
Almost.
Showed mercy. No, he gave it to him. No, he showed mercy. Now he has boots though.
He has so many stick charges too.
TP to base. Swarm kill, not on the menu. Toronto Tokyo just pulling waves up here, trying to get anything that doesn't fight the Weaver head on. Not a fun matchup early for the Darks here. If you get to level 3, you can look for the all-in kills though if you mess up a Sakuchi. Definitely on the table.
Yeah. And if he can get to Vanguard, then he can solo the lane against Weaver pretty well. We'll see if he can get to that. Maposhka, of course, can leave the Weaver alone at any time. And he does so to secure the water.
Denying resources out from Kiyotaka in the lane he was already getting beat up in. Nice little move from him. Good identification. Assuming Laurel does get both here, he will. It sends a Storm to base. Rough times for the last pick, Spirit here, as he's having the roughest laning phase of anybody.
Yeah, he's going to miss one range creep and maybe nice. Laurel, you see that? He used the mini-map pull. He clicks somebody else on the mini-map, pulls back onto a second range creep deny.
He's pulling ahead now. Lanes are going well for Spirit. It's what you want out of these picks. You get these kind of cheesy picks, strong laners and the Bane Ringmaster. You want to pull ahead early a little bit. At least put some pressure in the lane phase. They're winning all 3 right now. Free farming bottom as well in this Slardar with the lane super far back. Get hit a little bit, but this Ringmaster is almost level 3 and he does outtrade this Ancient Apparition. Nightfall with the early Wraith Band trying to get us some extra armor up versus all the physical here. Ooh, his courier. It's close.
Was a close call. Opted for the Belt of Strength. Trying to go after Rue. He steps a little bit too far forward there. Can't be getting an avalanche range like that.
Just gave him everything on that kill. Nightfall having another good game on the Tiny. I don't know if that reassures me or makes me more worried.
Uses the glyph, gets aggressive. Laurel. He does manage to get one deny for that situation. Couldn't get the stacks up, though. And goes for the water rune once again. So
Still
he's
a lane phase going Spirit's way.
Yeah.
Even with that kill bottom, like Radon is getting a lot up here. He's starting to open up this gap, be aggressive on this Darkseer. We haven't seen Aurora try and make a solid play up here with the Tusk and the Darkseer combined, like try and go for the Bane kill on the side or all in the Weaver after Sakuchi. They've just been playing it conservatively. They're gonna try and bring it back in the mid game in the team fighting. So
Rue trying to sneak a kill, misses the dagger. A second one he could throw, but he opts not.
And look at the pressure going mid. 3 heroes around that mid lane with wards committed.
Yeah, Radon is diving past the tier 1 tower at the same time at top.
This is looking really aggressive from Spirit. This is how they like to play with these aggressive carries on Yatoro. Like the Weavers, the Klinkses, they like to get on your side of the map and just play everywhere and not give you the ability to group up. Rue is throwing daggers at Kiyotaka. He's not even giving him a camp here. The mid lane is empty right now. And the supports are getting scouted from the warding of the Bane. This is also nighttime for Maposhka, so he's outranging you vision-wise. He's just not letting anybody get to this mid lane. This is dead waves going into the tower.
Yeah, it's going to be a lot of damage on the tower as well. Kiyotaka can't easily get to this creep wave, knowing that the supports are around. And as he tries to push forward, they are just immediately going to go for the Wukong's man. Nice snowball save, though. Mira with the pickup delivers him perhaps to safety as Kiyotaka fighting for his life here on the corner. Laurel staying alive with the Wukong's man and the Jingu Mastery. He's doing okay for now, and he walks away with a 3rd HP. Kiyotaka dies and has to reconnect as they had the Monkey King model bug, of course.
You had me, didn't you?
He's dead there no matter what.
Repeats.
Yeah, the moment he steps forward when there are 2 supports behind him, essentially.
He's just not even that close to 6 there. It's not like you're 1 creep away. You got out laned, out leveled, pressured off the waves, pressured in the jungle. Spirit turning up the heat here and dragging Aurora into fights that are not good.
Well, this'll work.
Technically, it's only been like 5 years, I think.
I was about to say, it's legitimately been like, I think, half a decade.
Has Monkey King actually, he's only been out for, when was Monkey King released? TI
2018?
TI 7 and 8? Which is what, 6 years ago? That's my guess, right? All I know is they released that goddamn hero when OG started winning, so. That's all I know, man.
So it was the Monkey King's fault?
Yeah, if you think about it, Monkey King marked kind of the downfall of good Dota, you know?
It's like, oh my God. He was released in... Yeah, I was going to say, I feel like you were a little bit too late. 2016.
Yeah, so 6 years ago, we'll get back on the map.
6 years ago, almost a decade ago.
I mean, it was like 3 years ago, it was 6 years ago. It was a brutal exchange here.
Toronto Tokyo can't even run after Maposhka, otherwise he would die. Tried to use the illusions to get the kill. They failed to do so.
Saps his weight, man. The Maposhka Bane.
Hey, dude, look at Radon. He's going to take their Wisdom Strike. Dude.
This is trouble. This is big trouble. Aurora just out-skirmished, out-maneuvered in this support-on-support battle right now. This Tusk A are going to be in big trouble because they're going to be food on the map, man.
Yeah, they're food for the Weaver, particularly this Ancient Apparition, and you're not even going to have your level 6 anytime soon. There goes a big part of your Storm Shear threat. If you don't have any follow-up to that, Storm's simply not going to be able to do enough damage by himself.
This tower's just getting wailed on, too. There's no help coming in to Kiyotaka right now. This is not a hero you want to just put on an island unless you're dominating side lanes and he's just getting power runes on his own. This is a hero you want to get runes for, snowball around, get him galvanized stacks. Another power rune being denied out here. Spirit don't care if Laurel gets it. They just don't want Kiyotaka getting it. He's out of mana.
Dagger doesn't actually wake him up from this nightmare. Laurel, oh, okay, misbound the strike there from Laurel, a little awkward. Digs up a water rune. Radon is going to join them here as they spot Panto. And yeah, he's dead? Really? I thought he would have committed there. Just go after him and pop the ult.
I'll settle for the tier 1 tower. This is a really early tier 1 mid versus Storm.
Same time, Collapse, though, does get caught by Aurora. Backing away from mid, ends up going bottom where he was pulling the creep wave into the easy camp. And that is a win for Aurora. They got something out of this terrible situation.
Something for the Storm Spirit as well. Gotta find little openings for Kiyotaka because he has nothing in this early game.
You're gonna start getting him some galvanized stacks.
See how aggressive Spirit can maintain their presence on the map. Another deep ward from Mapochka as he continues to play around this nighttime. Getting so much vision and information for the team. And they'll send the teleport scroll in. See if he can find anything. This is the aggressive Nightfall maneuver. He's taunting him right now. He's saying, come pick me up. You'll use me later.
Imagine if he could turn into a BKB. God, that would be so funny.
Nobody home. Nightfall reads the move, of course. One-ups him. TP down.
Good TP. Panto will soak the experience bottom lane, hidden away in the trees.
I feel like Laurel has just taken 2 tier 1s for free this game.
Yes, he has.
Kind of wild. No contest.
A 10-minute power rune, that's something to work with. It may not be the flashiest rune. There's certainly better ones out there, but at least they got a rune.
I mean, hey, that's a dispel for the amp, you know?
Yeah, that's something.
I don't know if that's your biggest concern right now, but you'll take it. Just gotta farm here if you're Aurora. Get some stacks up. Put this Dark Tier in a position where he has the levels and like one good Aura item. And you take that fight, your lineup can absolutely strike back hard in this game. Just do not want to bleed out more random kills around the map. Particularly as the Monkey and the Weaver get the early items up, including the Blink Starter, right? There's gonna be this culmination of these 3 early fighting items for Spirit. It's gonna be Blink Starter, Diffusal Monkey, and Desolator Weaver. That is when this lineup is really gonna hurt. You're gonna absolutely melt heroes. You're gonna melt Roshan. You cannot afford to give away bad deaths during that time period if you're Aurora. It'd be a death sentence. Really nice though.
What is the timing for Aurora to turn the game back around then?
Again, just levels on the Darkseer plus his first 1.5 Aura items and putting the Storm in a position where he can get kills in the fight and not die. That's the biggest thing. Tank a bunch of spells with this Darkseer Tiny, get a nice vacuum combination off, take out one of these cores at the start or burst the Weaver, and just get Kiyotaka back in the game. It is easily doable here.
So more about the opportunities for team fights rather than an item timing so much.
You can always fight in this game if you're Aurora, but you have to set it up properly. And Spirit, they're a good team. They're not going to give it to you for free. They're not just going to charge down with -5. Be like, I didn't know we had vacuum. So, well.
Blink Dagger for the Slardar. Radon really trying to catch him here. That is extremely optimistic.
Kind of close, to be honest. I mean, if Storm's there, he's dead. Unfortunately.
But instead, the Storm is mid. It gets the kill on Laurel. Now they're trying to chase down Kiyotaka here, but if they're not careful, they're just going to feed him more galvanized stacks as Panto hits a really nice Ice Blast. Collapse chasing after them with his Blink Dagger. Probably got to give up Panto here, or not.
That's a crazy kill to find. They did not use a blast for that kill. It's just Storm jumping the Monkey, killing him, 1,000 damage.
How did they even do that?
I mean, that is an impressive find. That was right as the Monkey finished Diffusal. So you cut him off right as he hits his his little item timing. No aggressive action for Laurel here, as that blink on the starter also arrives. That was like right when Spirit wanted to get these items and make an aggressive move. You found this nice little way to slow the game down, and now you get to farm some stacks. You get more gold on the stack for the Storm Spirit. You get to smoke him up again. Again, Kiyotaka does not need much farm in this game to be active and have his impact, because he has AA behind him. You always have the damage.
They could kill the Monkey King a second time. They're going to spot him. High ground to low ground.
He looks toast here.
Oh, jumps into the trees. Oh, they didn't see him. They spot him now, jumping away, and he cut down the tree. Nice roll in from Kiyotaka. And again, the Monkey King's dead. Team Spirit show up now, but are they able to take this fight? 4 versus 5. They're certainly going to try and catch the Storm Spirit inside the Fiend's grip. They give up on that. Chasing after Panto, should be able to get that kill, while poor Nightfall is just slowed down by this wall placement. Toronto Tokyo is trying to save him. Skate back going to be put to use. Mira, he is on top of Rue as well. They actually get 2 different kills off this one as the Shards finish them off. Moposhka and Radon start backing away as Aurora show they can still fight.
That was a big wall. He got so many illusions in that wall. It was such an obnoxious position for Spirit to fight through. But that is a lot of gold for Yatoro, man. This is going to be a fast Desolator on a Weaver with Orb of Corrosion, or with the extra Orb, with the Blight Orb. So much minus armor coming out from this guy when this Deso's done. You know what, it's going to be minus 10 with a Swarm going through plus an Amp.
Yeah, it's going to make it really easy for them to do Tormentor in a minute.
So your concern as Aurora is just how much is Weaver snowballing, but that's not a bad fight. You get the Monkey King again, really slowed down Laurel's momentum in this game and brought Kiyotaka back. You've alleviated that problem a bit. Now you're just kind of worried about the Weaver snowball. But if you can kill Radon once or twice this game, then you're going to be in a solid position teamfight-wise.
Yeah, Weaver is a very fragile hero in that regard, right? It only takes a couple of deaths to throw him off the game.
Yeah, I mean, there's an old saying that, you know, to win a game with Weaver, you have to go 20-0. To lose it, you have to go 21.
Who was it? Nightfall that had that crazy Weaver
No, that
game?
wasn't his quote.
Not his quote, but he had that. Didn't he have that like crazy like 20 kill game on Weaver and they lost? What? Somebody had that within like a year.
No, you're thinking of TI 8, man.
No, I'm not. Thank you.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
You're thinking of Resolution at TI 8.
No, I'm not. Thinking of Empire Resolution. Long zip. Kiyotaka is going to stumble into it.
You're dead, son.
And now Panto's going to get run down as well, perhaps?
Yeah, on with the tick damage.
Yeah, he did eventually tick out on Moposhka, but I mean, what a great trade-off. Collapse didn't end up chasing it, perhaps the better for it. Mira was laying out a bit of a trap.
Radon sneaking in here.
He's coming in from behind, trying to get the quick kill, but he gets caught. Boundless strike, a toss up in the air, a stun goes out, and that's enough for Radon to get off the time lapse, and now the team fight is over for Aurora.
Radon, he knows his limits. Treads Dragon Lance, and that Boundless strike coming through is just enough to keep him alive, and the second that time lapse goes off, you're absolutely donezo. So much overwhelming damage. 6 Desto charges just like that.
I mean, beautiful stuff. Collapse and Laurel both jumping in and hitting the 2-man stuns necessary to keep Radon alive. They probably still win that fight, no doubt, but the fact that they can keep Radon alive in order to do Roshan after makes it all the sweeter.
It's just such a crazy move in a way. Like, was it necessary to do that? And you're wagering so much. It's not just about, oh, you know, the Weaver lives or dies. If the Weaver dies, he doesn't get Deso charges, you don't clear the fight, you don't get Roshan, you don't get this Aegis. I guess you will lose it here anyway, but
they'll get a kill for it.
How are you gonna lose it? You have no
Didn't
time lapse.
even lose it. The time lapse comes up just in the nick of time.
Mega kill streak for the Radon Weaver. Level 14. This is taking me back. TI 12. Game 1. Team Spirit versus Gaming Gladiators. The Radon Weaver came out in that game. I believe he went 14-0.
Level 14 at 17 minutes is That's pretty crazy.
What is Yatoro's win rate all time with Weaver? I'd actually be curious.
You think it's one of his best heroes?
No, not necessarily. I just don't know who has been successful with Weaver recently. This hero's just so fragile.
Well, you said they needed the 1.5 aura items. They've got Heaven's Halberd and a mech.
I mean, that's Ringmaster in a nutshell. And now Radon sweeping in from the back. Two-man
collapse from the front.
See ya, Panto.
Gonna get sandwiched. Panto's the first victim of this collapse. Blind, blinking up to the triangle, trying to find somebody. Not quite.
I mean, the fighting items are completely online for Spirit.
14 and 3 on Weaver lifetime.
I knew it, dude. I knew it. Beast.
You also said you weren't sure if it was one of his better heroes.
I called it, Austin. This is the dangerous part of the storm for Aurora. They have to weather this period because you have Diffusal, Mage Slayer, Monkey, you have Blink, Shard, Slaughter, and you now have Deso, Hurricane, Pike, Weaver. Such a massive investment into this early mid game for Spirit that is going to demolish a lot of these fights. But if you can manage to win one as Aurora, and get to your next set of items, right? Get to the Greaves, get to some Dispels on the cores. You can negate a lot of this aggressive potential.
Yeah, it's just hard to even start setting that
up. Exactly. Are you going to get the chance? The Poshka gets the grip.
Oh, the Fiend's Grip comes in. The Snowball will put a stop to that one. Storm, can he zip away? The taunt, the Wheel of Wonder was holding him for a while. He does manage to zip out. He should be fine. He can make a long zip and TP whenever he wants. There he goes.
Yeah, no boundless left, so yeah, he escapes. I was about to say, the interesting thing about this game is Kiyotaka, he cannot play that aggressive unless you're controlling the supports, because you don't need a full duration grip or wheel on this guy to kill him, right? You just have to land some stun for half a second or a second, and then just chain it with all your other little mini stuns. Yeah. And because your damage is so burst heavy, he probably dies. It's only going to take 2 seconds to burst any hero from 100 to 0 in this game if you can land the amp, so. But Poshka has been very aggressive with these grips. You can't blame him.
Punishing Collapse for going up to the high ground. Rue buys him a 2-second window, but he comes back to his death anyway. So there's a little something like that. Aurora not winning a team fight, but stopping a team fight happening from Team Spirit and kind of killing the rest of this Aegis.
I think this is still a very precarious position for Spirit. They have a lead, the Weaver snowballing, but this game could easily turn very difficult for them. They give up some kills like that.
They smoke up, trying to take the numbers advantage, but run into Radon. Not the hero they want to run into. They apparently are willing to invest in getting the kill despite the Aegis about to expire. Get a quick grab onto the Monkey King as he tries to jump in. Will Wonder's going to be put to use. Aurora have to turn, and that gives space for Radon to get off some bit, but Laurel in trouble, gets tossed as Panto thrown into the mix to get the kill on the core. They still trade 1 for 2 to the favor of Team Spirit. But honestly, not too bad for Aurora, considering it starts with them taking away the Aegis of Radon.
Not the worst outcome. It is more Deso charges for Yatoro, though. More levels for this Weaver, which is the snowballing part of this game. He's now 5K net worth ahead. That is wild. Skeeter has 75%. That's made up.
That's made up.
That's not right. There's no way Skeeter has a 75. What has he ever even played with? Like, what? That's a wrong name.
I mean, it's the last 3 years, so you're freaking some period of time where Skeeter was rocking the Weaver.
That's still made up stat.
How very American of you.
You know what is...
You disagree with something, you just say it's made up.
You know what is a little concerning is this Ghost Scepter on Kiyotaka. It's like... It is an amazing Ghost Scepter. me,
but
the
having
highest value
second item Ghost
Yeah,
Scepter.
just looking at this though.
It doesn't look good.
But it is an amazing Ghost Scepter. I would not mind 5 Ghost Scepters here from Aurora.
Oh, yeah. Mira. Trying to head up to the top wave, I assume, and like push it out with shards and stuff.
Well, I tried.
But indeed tried, but failed. Team Spirit swarming the left side of the map, looking to take their first tier 2 and take over the triangle area. And I think Aurora likely to roll out the red carpet for them. I feel like this is just good farming time for them. I won't mind one bit.
I think it's like the lead in this game is literally the Weaver.
Yes.
Like that is the lead. So if the Weaver dies,
which he 100% can very easily get 100 to 0'd in this game. That's why I really like the Lincolns as the next item.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
You got to protect your lead.
can he still die with the Lincolns? I feel like he can. You have Avalanche, Vacuum.
For sure. I mean, there's Punch. There's a lot of things, but it at least stops the Storm Spirit initiation. Got the Ice Blast a whiff there on Radon. A little bit awkward. Vacuum pulling Collapse back in. Wukong's command goes out, and Aurora start trying to retreat up to the high ground. With the Surge, they should be able to do so rather successfully. Jump out, and they... Oh! What a move from Maposhka. It would have been all the sweeter if Collapse had actually lived, but did take out in the end to Kiyotaka. We'll chase after Nightfall here. Nightfall, protected by Toronto Tokyo, should be fine in the end. 2 for 3. Another situation where Aurora showing that they're still able to fight back. They don't get the better of the engagement, but they don't horribly lose it either.
Especially considering that was Arcane Rune Weaver. Kind of nasty there.
Yeah.
Putting out a lot of damage. The one thing they've been doing well is they've been limiting the amount of amps this Sora can get off. Again, it's kind of hard for him to go in and get multiple of these amps off on big core targets, and that does reduce the Weaver's damage a lot. Like, he puts in a lot of hits on the Tiny, but that Hurricane Pike on him got displaced by the Manta. Did shove him back into the Wukong, which is pretty nice. But now he's level 20, and yeah, that's the big thing with this Weaver. If you can get to 20 and 25 fast, your damage just skyrockets on this hero. He still has crazy good talents for burst damage this early in the game, and he is so high level. God damn. He's just going dataless, dude. He's so farmed. You need more Ghost Scepters.
Well, as farmed as he is, he's on the wrong side of the map right now. He's going to have to come through the gate and see if he can get here in time to bail out the rest of his team. Maposhka is already dead. Though Laurel and Collapse, now that Yotoro's in the area, they are willing to fight.
Wants to go in.
Dawn goes for a quick kill on a Panto. Doesn't get it. Nice reaction, though, with the time lapse. Dodging out the Ice Blast. Mira with this Ghost Scepter. He's not going to be able to get the blink off, I don't think. Maybe with the Snowball. Blinks out of the Wukong's man, gives him the Surge, but he ends up walking back in. Radon still gets the finishing blow on him. Meanwhile, Storm Spirit in some trouble. The wheel doesn't land, though, so he is saved by that fact and that fact alone.
Two-man crush.
Beautiful crush. Panto, he's going to be run down next. Kiyotaka should just be able to zip away the cores of Aurora. Likely to be able to get out.
Collapse finding some amps here. You have triple Ghost Scepter up, but you don't have 5 Ghost Scepters up. They can't save you forever. At some point, you're going to have to kill Spirit. I mean, surviving's one thing, but at the same time, you do have to kill these cores, or at least keep killing them to keep this game even, because they are going to start to get tanky now.
Yeah.
Poshko looking for some more setup. Nightfall says no.
That was Nightfall's farm progression. So he's working towards the BKB. The Kaya Yasha is almost done for the Storm Spirits.
Little solo Tormentor for Rodon. Sends the shard to the main.
Well, that's something. With the Weaver being so far ahead, he could just bug the Tormentor and solo it.
That's pure value in the bank right there. And item for Laurel, completed Nullifier. He saved up all that gold. He one-shots, buys it now. So that's a huge power spike for Spirit. Invest all this money for the Monkey King, and the Weaver buys out as well. So Daedalus done for the Weaver, Nullifier done for the Monkey King. This Ags for the Slardar completed as well. They sync it up within 25 seconds of each other, Austin.
This is becoming
and you're smoking into them right now as they just got all of that.
Mira is going to have to come in clutch with the snowball saves because these Ghost Scepters no longer going to be that big.
You need a good save, you need a good vacuum.
Smoke's going to break, and Team Spirit start backing away. This is already bad. Radabatos put on to Kiyotaka. He's put into the Wheel of Wonder. There's the snowball save, though. That should get the Storm Spirit out of here, but it'll likely cost Mira his life. And the Storm, oh, he got caught by the Fiend's Grip. He zipped past Maposhka, but didn't zip far enough away. The fight was already lost for Aurora. But the pickoffs that they give towards the tail end of it make it so much worse.
Tumbler toy on that Bane making all the difference. The thing is, even if you get your Storm out of there, what are you doing?
Yeah.
You still can't win the fight, and it's not like Spirit have to commit anything. They throw out the wheel. Whatever, they're still gonna fight you. And if you don't fight them, they're just gonna do Roche. That's the pressure of what this lineup's doing to Aurora in this game. It's forcing them to fight aggressively, and it is hard for them to fight aggressively in this game, especially without Blink Darkseer. Maybe with Blink Darkseer, you can look for that, jump on the Storm, you bait them to come, and then you go in, vacuum wall them. You have a chance to hit the Wombo combo. He was just like 200 gold off of it there, though. And I think without that, you have no real way to take advantage of them committing spells on the Storm. Spirit are just going to wait and see. They know you have all these Ghost Scepters. They're not going to commit the Weaver early. They're just going to let the fight develop. They're going to let this Nullifier on the Monkey King eventually hit a big target. And then what do you do to save that guy? Especially if the Snowball's already been used. You just run him down. And now, an Aegis on a Snowballing Weaver who's almost level 25 is building a Nullifier of his own and is 7,000 ahead of a Tiny.
He is still going to have a bit of an issue hitting high ground, but everything else is free. Kiyotaka barely escaping with his life still intact. Fiend's Grip. Oh, that was a sick play. Radon, Hurricane Pike pushing him into his Bane. I mean, these guys are getting fancy with it.
I mean, yeah, Spirit, they've always had style. You can't deny that.
Long zip on a Maposhka. Can they get this kill? This Bane is not so easy to bring down. They have to make a run for it. Leaving Panto behind. Gets off an Ice Blast onto the Slardar, but that hero's rather tanky. Mira, similar situation here. Supports just getting run down. They have no escape mechanism against all this anymore.
Really showing the classes draft against the AA. And this is a hero you have to respect. You have to find ways to punish him. And Weaver is one of those carries who just feeds on Ancient Apparition. In fact, you don't have a hard stun, you don't have survivability.
Radon not afraid of being backed into a corner here. Takes the fight against the two cores. Laurel assists him. Nightmare didn't actually get him over the cliff there, and the Boundless Strike isn't going to be up in time, so they lose Laurel. A little awkward. Nightfall still alive, still sticking around. Finishes off Rue. A second kill going over to Nightfalls for some much-needed gold injection.
Awkward high ground.
Very awkward. Radon still going to go back in with a beautiful crush, and they annihilate them.
Oh my god.
Jesus.
Dude, the Sakuchi shard, as he's hitting level 25, he just goes in there and decimates that. I mean, you cannot give this guy multiple amps like that.
Radon gets the rampage in the end against the Storm Spirit. Collapse shows up. They're just all in for the buyback. See if they can finish off these heroes. Collapse is not an easy kill though underneath this water. And now the Fiend's Grip. Oh, good save. Nightfall comes in from behind with an avalanche on the two, tossing them together. This damn Slardar will not die. And Kiyotaka's out of mana. Dead again. Maposhka is still up. The Slardar is still alive. These heroes just do not fall, not even against the buybacks from Aurora. Radon running down another hero all the way back to the fountain. Radon toss up the air, ice blasted, and vacuumed. He dies. His first death of the game almost went 20-0. Denied. It goes 19-1.
Oh no. I mean, you know what they say, Austin? The difference between a winning and losing game on Weaver. 100 deathless games. 10%.
10% of his career is deathless?
The highest deathless percentage? That sounds really high, I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah, I would have assumed that Yatoro had the best.
I mean, I guess there's someone higher unless it's a trick question. I'm gonna say 14.3%.
No. There's no way it's that much higher than Yatoro's 10%. It's like 12% at most.
Oh, okay. Like you know anything. I still think there's a decent chance it's a trick question, just for the record.
Nah, Knoxville wouldn't do that to us. Toronto Tokyo is going to have to create a sick vacuum high ground, but instead he'll be chain stuck.
You know who I think? I'll guess a player too.
Okay.
I'll be bold enough to guess a player out of the millions of Dota pros we've had.
Okay.
Universe.
Anna? Oh.
I think it's Universe with 14%.
You think Universe?
That guy had a lot of deathless games.
He did for an offlaner, for sure, but I refuse to believe that as an offlaner it's possible.
Okay, you guess a player then.
Anna?
Wise Wizard?
Anna?
Anna?
I mean, that guy has had an incredibly successful... Like, he hasn't played...
Anna. You think Anna had a deathless game ever?
What? Didn't he have one in that finals?
Nah, nobody watched that.
Oh, okay.
Anyway, 35 minutes in, 25k gold lead for Dire. Yatoro, he dies in the fountain. Incredibly embarrassing for him.
Embarrassing.
He's having trouble with these Ghost Scepters. He was thinking about Nullifier, but then he just said, eh.
TA 2000 at 15%.
That actually makes sense.
That is a TA 2000
Yeah, that makes
stat
that was
for sure. Yeah.
That makes sense.
Universe is 29th, though.
That was pretty close on both. Also, I feel like the 10% for Universe is more impressive.
I mean, yeah, I would agree.
Because you would expect a lot of that top of the list to be carry players. These safe, passive farming carry players. To have 10% of your game be deathless on off lane in the sacrificial era? Brother.
You're literally just repeating what I said to support my argument that, well, yes, Universe certainly going to be
now that we've seen
there.
the stat, it's impressive to the story behind the stat as opposed to you just throwing out useless information. 3 dead for Aurora.
Oh, that 1K. Yeah, that makes sense. What is the percent of his deathless games, though, out of curiosity? Nightfall. I mean, this is going to be Aurora getting picked apart for quite some time.
That's a cool organization. I will not save him against the entire onslaught, but I like the AC idea. But unfortunately, he bought out for that AC.
Which means it is a free high ground, something that Team Spirit, the only thing that was really stopping them was Weaver hitting high ground is not the easiest. But now it's very easy.
Scotty, Sanj, and Yasha for Yatoro in the end. He went back for some survivability. He has 4,000 HP.
Yeah, it's pretty crazy how much HP he has now.
He has a crude monocle.
9% deathless games. He's got 42 deathless games.
Yeah, so my guess was higher than yours. Universe had more than he did as an offlane, which is way more impressive.
Okay, but you were still wrong because it was definitely a carry at number 1.
Yeah, I mean, that should have guessed a carry. I didn't want to DM anybody, you know. You know what I will tell you? I'll tell you the guy who had the least amount of deathless games. For sure, I know who that is.
Oh my God, Panto. I think he just died 3 times over.
Yeah, he did. But he's having a rough one, you know. And I'll tell you, it's Eternal Envy.
I knew for sure you were going to say Eternal Envy.
If it's not Eternal Envy, I don't know what to tell you. I just don't know anything anymore. Oh, nice snowball
Nice
save.
snowball save. That'll get the Storm Spirit out of there. Wait!
And he went back in.
He zipped back in and died.
This game's pretty over anyway. 22-1 and 12 for Yatoro. He will end this game 15,000 net worth ahead of the enemy carry as he puts his shoes back on. Maybe that's the trick to playing. You got a Sakuchi in real life.
Well, apparently 20-0 is a win, 20-1 is a loss on Weaver, but 22-1 is still a win. Yatoro doing it big time with the Weaver.
Generally a very solid and impressive game from Spirit. A draft that could easily fall apart if you lose some of those fights and just get out of 5-man. But man, when you execute it like that and it looks good,
yeah, their play was sick across the board.
It's like, oh, why doesn't everybody pick and play like this? It's incredibly difficult. Maybe you can argue Aurora have not looked super sharp here, so you have some advantage going for you, but man, Mapojka Bane is just no joke. This guy plays really well around the night vision advantage, around the early roaming, getting deep wards, playing the lines of the skirmishing around the wisdom shrines and the power runes and all that good stuff, which is how you really make this hero work for you, and it's just really cool to see. Not a lot of other support players doing it. Of course, Yatoro on his signature Deathless Weaver, I guess.
Envy, 8.4% of his games were deathless.
That's pretty low, I guess.
I mean, that's not that low. What the?
Well, what's the baseline here?
I mean, he said Excel is the lowest at 0.79%.
Well, it's a 5-player. I mean, like, what 5-player has deathless games? If you have deathless games as a 5, you should be kicked. What is that? You're gonna be some 10% deathless 5-player?
Yeah. No. All right. Excellent win for Team Spirit, bouncing back from their earlier loss against Gaming Gladiators. Let's go to a winner's interview.
There you go.
I have Mapojka joining me. Congratulations on winning this game for you guys and picking up some pretty rare heroes here, Bane and Weaver. First, the Bane for yourself. I know you played it in the previous tournament, but why are you enjoying Bane? Why is he coming out in some of your drafts?
Thank you. I just like that hero, and sometimes I keep playing this in pubs, and I felt that this hero has potential. And also, Mira is scared about my Bane.
Okay.
Yeah, so that's why I picked a second time against him. Yeah, and that's it.
Were you also a little bit surprised of them picking the Storm Spirit into the Bane, or on your side, are you like, Storm actually should have done better against Bane?
I think Bane doesn't really counter him, but like both heroes has some good ways how they can play against each other. It's not like, Silencer, which is really counter hard, or Disruptor. It's usually just hard to grip Storm on Bane, but he had a very bad game, so that's why he couldn't really play on his usually game against our heroes. We also had a task, Slardar. I think this both heroes is also good. Actually, they had task. We had a Ringmaster. Ringmaster is also good hero, I guess, because he is buying Atos. He always can chain stun him, so you can try to kill. He also have some save. He buying Grimir, so it's really hard hero to kill when you're playing on Storm. So I think our draft was just good against Storm. That's why we was scared about him.
Okay. And the Weaver as well coming out last pick. I mean, Yatoro, he's an absolute monster on this. He's always so good. But what makes it a good Weaver game? What brings the confidence to last pick that Weaver for you?
I think it's about their heroes. They was lack of control. And they also had the operation, and we were if you didn't kill him in one stun, he will always ult, even while he under operation ulti. So this is really good hero, good carry. I mean, and Yatoro also just call that hero, I can play Weaver here, and I'm okay, it looks good. Yeah, and that's why.
Awesome. Well, Mafashka, thank you so much for joining me. Congratulations again.
Thank you so much.
And with that, Spirit are now 1-1 in the group. That leaves Aurora as the only team in Group B right now that do not have a win. There is also 2 teams that do not have a loss, and they're matched up against each other in our next series. We are going into PARIVISION versus Falcons right after the break. With that, we are back with our 5th game of the day. It is going to be PARIVISION versus Falcons. Both of these teams are 1-0. One of them is going to be 2-0, and the other one is going to be 1-1. That's how wins and losses happen.
I'm learning a lot today.
You're right. You're right. Let's get into draft for PARIVISION and Falcons. Soon. Not yet, but soon. We will have the draft soon.
Learning a lot today, Austin, working with you. As always. Always on point.
Would you like to teach me something?
No. I would not. I would objectively like to teach you nothing.
Why not?
So you remain ignorant.
You've taught me a lot of good Dota stuff.
Make me look better in comparison. Going to the... No, we're not going. We're going to look at the groups, Austin.
Yeah. So there it is, Aurora Gaming, 0-2. Well, you know, the upside of having a bad group stage is that you get to play a lot of Dota potentially. Because you're going to have to work your way through the gauntlet in order to get to the very end. Again, if you guys don't know how the Blast format works, we're in this group stage today, and we go into the gauntlet. I love the gauntlet. Anyway, guys, PARIVISION and Falcons draft ready to go.
I have a question for you all.
And we have a Beastmaster first pick, Avery.
Would you rather be 0-2? or Shopify Rebellion. No, I'm just kidding.
That was so unnecessary. They're not even here, man.
That's what I'm saying, you know. We have a Beastmaster Phantom Assassin trait. Another interesting trait. Huh.
Why is that interesting? Isn't that relatively straightforward? Like, isn't PA one of the only heroes that beats Beast in lane?
I think logically it makes sense. I just think it's interesting that you would give Falcons Beastmaster over Dragon Knight. That's the part I find interesting. Like, you're kind of daring them to take this, and then you feel like you're more confident in playing against the Beast than the DK, maybe because the DK has some flex potential, the Beast doesn't. You can lock in this matchup right away. But the reason I bring this up is because I think versus any team that flexes Beast, this ban and trade is worse.
Okay.
So you're kind of basing this entire exchange off the fact that Falcons will not put this Beastmaster somewhere else. Now,
I do think they're right about that.
Yeah, I think more often than not they are. But I also think Falcons are capable of flexing this hero. And I also think, yeah, maybe the matchup for the PA is still fine in the game versus the Beast, but I think Beast is a stronger hero than PA.
Okay.
From just a power level standpoint. If I'm the Beastmaster team, I think you have to be willing to play Beast into PA, for example, right? If you believe in this hero. So therefore, you're not really shutting it down in a sense. And you committed your carry. Unless we're going to see the 9-class Phantom Assassin. I'm not going to rule that out.
You know, on the list of deathless carries, how did you miss this one, brother? You had one of the all-time deathless carries on your team. No. Yawara's third on the list.
Really?
Did you know that? Yeah.
How's that possible?
Man went deathless because you were playing an NA. That's why. 14% of his games, he was deathless.
Yeah, that makes sense, actually. Yeah.
You know, other notable names, GPK. He's on that list. He's fourth. And in this game, Skeeter. Probably because of Falcons' extreme dominance at one point in time.
I feel like all I'm learning is the more deathless you are, the worse you are.
What the hell? I mean, I could throw some more names out there if you want.
I come for you all.
Loda is just shy of the top 10.
Oh, this stat's clearly meaningless. Let's just move on.
Burning is in the top 10.
I mean, that guy should be a deathless player. He played in an era where 90% of this shit didn't even exist. People didn't even know how to cross the river.
Who do you think was more deathless, Eternal Envy or Fear?
Probably Eternal Envy, honestly.
No, Fear.
Oh, okay, well, whatever. We're done with this stat. Okay. Crystal Maiden. So, Falcons, they went up a game. They're getting cocky now, and they've decided they're going to lose.
Dude, Crystal Maiden
unimpressed
is not an auto loss hero. I know you hate this hero.
It's pretty auto lose.
But the shard is very good.
No, it's a pretty
You
auto
have
lose,
to admit the shard is very good.
No, I don't have to admit anything. I have zero faith in this hero. I've justified my reasonings. The win rate of this hero at deep land runs is completely abominable. It is unjustifiable.
I
the
think
only
that's a
time
made-up
this hero
stat.
wins is early on in group stages when teams don't know what the hell they're doing. They're playing like ass. And will
Falcons
no longer
just
be working.
won. What do you mean? Playing like ass.
Yeah, exactly. You know, Falcons are beating up teams that are playing bad early on in the groups and no one knows what's going on. Yeah, you can win with Crystal Maiden in a group stage. Congrats. When has anybody won a deep land game on Crystal Maiden? It's never happened in the history of Dota 2.
Knoxville, if you could give me a stat. I'm not saying you're wrong. I just wanted an actual professional to give me the stats.
There's never been a true sight animation with Crystal Maiden in it, you know? It's never been like, oh, they just steal from a Crystal Nova on 5 and they're all dead. No, because you would just be 0-8 and you would have lost that game. Now, I'm sure there's a lot of Crystal Maiden in these true sight animations getting killed. I'm sure she's the
Okay, but how many times is a 5 position in general showing up in True Sight?
A lot.
Okay. Name one.
The Ancient Apparition that Peter played. The Tree and Protector that Maposhka played. The Lion. Somebody played a Lion, I remember. It was in there.
No, I don't think that was 5.
I just named 3 off the top of my head. There's a lot of 5. Big 5
I
plays.
will give you the Treant. I'll give you that one.
Yeah, okay, thank you. Well, we're moving on now. Shaker. I love this hero, dude. I mean, everybody loves Earthshaker, but I think he's still super viable right now. He's a long-ranged backline artillery hero, but he's melee. So he kind of masquerades that a little bit, but he still does similar things in the meta. He's really good follow-up. One of the best chain stunners still. Huge teamfight presence. His laning, I think, is not that bad. You just can't lane against, Ringmaster.
Okay, but
if you go against any normal laner, it's okay. You can do it. And of course, you always have the core Shaker.
Yeah, I was gonna ask, like, are you assuming that this is 4 position Shaker? Because
I mean, I feel like it kind of is a little bit. Particularly the Sniper came out, but I think they wanted this long range stun versus the 2 supports here, versus the Maiden and the Morta. That's kind of what I'm feeling.
You don't think 9 class is saying, let me play 4 Sniper?
No, I think what happened was Falcons picked Crystal Maiden, and then PARIVISION said, okay, well, your lane and your game is completely free because you're playing against 5 Crystal Maiden. So what is the biggest upside, greediest 4 you can play? And he said Earthshaker. And so they went with it because they know that he's going to have an absolutely free game and probably be like 8-0 after he kills Maiden 5 times in lane with a single spell.
What the hell, man?
So I feel like that's probably what's happening here.
God, I hope Crystal Maiden wins her lane.
Anyway, so Falcons definitely don't have to ban any offlaners here because Crystal Maiden has 100% secured the lane. So they're not going to ban any of the scary offlaners because that hero's strength is the early game in the laning prowess.
It might still be a Beastmaster Crystal Maiden lane. That is
definitely
very
don't have to
deadly.
Worry. Definitely don't have to worry about offlaners here.
I don't know what your problem is, man. What the hell did Crystal Maiden do to you?
I mean, honestly, it's just fun to hate on stuff. Like, one of the best things you can do in life as a human being is just pick something to hate and just stick with it forever. And never change your opinion, no matter what logic or reasoning befalls your belief. You just hold on to it until you die. And then when you die, people are gonna write in your eulogy and your tombstone, this guy, he was born, he hated Crystal Maiden, and he died, and he still hated Crystal Maiden. And I respect him for that, He was a bastion of resolve and tenacity. And that's someone I can look up to, And then maybe like 10,000 years from now, they'll start some like archaic religion based off of your life.
What?
Because you became a symbol for something more than mortality, but something immortal. Values, virtue, philosophy, Austin. That's what it's
Hating
about
is
here.
not a virtue.
That's what it's really about.
It's not a value.
It's not an
Being
idea.
a hater
it's
is
a
not a
lifestyle.
personality.
It's a lifestyle. So that's what you just don't understand. Anyway, back to the draft. They're going to ban the Lifestealer. They saw what Skeeter could do on that last time. They don't want that Infest Crystal Maiden bomb going off. What is 9 class gonna play here? Does 9 class even know? Does anybody know?
Well, they're banning away offlaners. Enigma. And is there any other ranged offlaner that's meta right now?
Well, it doesn't matter. You have Maiden to secure the lane, so definitely shouldn't waste your bans.
Right, the Medusa, of course.
I mean, you definitely shouldn't waste your bans on 3 offlaners in the last 3.
Sven!
I told you, dude. The problem with Falcons right now is you have to pick these weird Skeeter heroes last, and they're just always unimpressive. Even if he plays well and you win the game, draft value-wise, it's not hitting it for me, That's all. This hero's also not even that good versus PA.
I don't. Yeah, I was gonna say, isn't it not that good against PA? But it's also gonna be kited potentially a lot.
There's the Underlord. DM said he wanted to play it more. He will get it. So is this an Underlord Shaker? It is. Yeah. I mean, this Maiden's gonna. Well, it's a group stage game, so it's probably gonna win. But in my heart, he will not win.
I hate that you we're kind of right that PARIVISION picked like literally like they picked a double melee Earthshaker lane against Crystal Maiden and just said, whatever, man, we can't really lose the lane.
What is snaking side-eyeing, dude? That was a nasty side-eye. Did you see that?
Yeah, but he's smiling about it afterwards.
That was a man with years of practice side-eyeing people. What do you like more here? I'm going with Pari.
Oh, do you really need to say anything? I think everybody else in the world knows which team you prefer at this point in time. You know what? Fuck it. I'll go Falcons.
Okay. I respect that.
I don't think you do, but I'm going to go them anyway. They do have, if they can get over the hump of, I think the 15 to 20 minutes kind of awkward, but if they get to the point where they've got the Blink Dagger on Beastmaster with the Ags, they've got Pango with the Blink to get to the back line, they've got Sven running and doing Sven things. If they can get to that point where their front line can initiate, then I could see where Falcons is going to be able to tear up PARIVISION. But there is going to be this awkward period of time where they don't have those initiating tools, and the combination of Sniper, Earthshaker, Jakiro feels impossible to fight into. Because they just outrange you.
It's just a game of gap close, right?
Yeah.
If Falcons can gap close the Sniper, get on top of the Underlord, just start the fight like that, should be pretty solid for them. And yeah, I mean, they are going to have to play this game 4v5. That's tough. I mean, that is the AUI curse as we see him steal some water and leave. You know, AUI brings a lot to your team, but he also brings the Crystal Maiden propaganda, as Crit quoted. And that's the trade-off. You get a two-time TI champion, you get one of the best coaches ever in the history of the game, but he's going to convince you to play Crystal Maiden every now and then. You're going to have to win that game 4v5. So it's tough. Everybody has their pros and cons. It's about making the strengths work more than the weaknesses bring you down.
Well, we'll see what Snake King's able to do here.
You know, I remember one of the TI after parties. This is a true story, unconfirmed, of course.
True story, unconfirmed. Okay.
TI after party.
You're about to serve
I was
up a heaping mound of
talking
bullshit.
to a disgruntled Valve ex-employee.
Okay. I don't know if we want to finish this story.
No? Okay, we'll just leave it at that then. Anyway, game is getting started, folks. We're about to head into it.
You should do that every time. But yeah, you really got it. Come on, you gotta put some effort. Fangs of Ice, Fly Insania, Puppy Snaking, PPD. Oh, look at that, Avery. 4 out of 5 of those are TI winners. And they love Crystal Maiden.
And did any of them win TI on Crystal Maiden? No. There you go.
Well, they certainly got to TI with Crystal Maiden.
I don't even know if that's true. They probably all played it in their down years on the way out.
What do you mean? Insania isn't out yet.
You saw it. He's talking about retirement.
30 seconds.
He's getting up there.
Yeah, I don't believe it.
He's getting up there, man. He's like 37 now or something. Like, I don't know.
37. The hell? Smoked up PARIVISION is going to run into Amar, and he is surrounded. A shield crash will only take you so far. Body blocked very expertly by 9 class. First blood goes to Satanic.
No one commits all the shrapnel, and Satanic just comes in and says, nope, I'm 17 years old. Go fuck yourself, old man, and steals this. That's life. See, that's a metaphor for life.
I mean, he's going to have 2 charges back by the time the lane starts.
That's a metaphor for life, Austin.
Okay.
You put in all the work, you put in the decades of struggle, of genre-defining performances, and then this 16, 17-year-old kid comes along and just takes it from you. No remorse. And they did end up playing the mid-beast. I told you. The point where you're like, they're never going to flex that hero. Guess what? They flexed it. Unfortunately for Falcons, they flexed it into another losing lane.
I was about to say,
and I don't think
it's
the Pango,
not any better.
I don't think the Pango's doing much different bottom. Like this can't be that much better. I mean, I'm sure it's better in a.
It's like a
theoretical
5% better lane for both of them, but it's still a losing lane.
Yeah, I feel like it's actually worse in a way because this mid matchup could get really bad. And the thing is, the way Pari like to play on Sniper, they use him as a fighting hero, which I think is how you're supposed to use him. They rotate to this hero, right? They play around his levels 5 through 8, around the power runes, around beating this guy up mid, bringing supports, making you fight into him. And if you have to fight into him with the mid beast, I think that's worse than doing it with the mid Pango. Because even if the mid Pango loses the lanes behind in CS, if you get Rolling Thunder, if you use his jump, you can just run the Sniper down. Here you have boars and axes, which are strong. I'm not saying mid beast is not strong. It is very strong. I just don't know if it's good in this situation. And I could easily see this lane snowballing out of control for Pari if they get 1 or 2 ganks going into Maureen. Now all of a sudden, not only is your Sniper snowballing, he's snowballing versus your first pick core hero, the Beastmaster, that is supposed to be like a powerhouse in this lineup.
Yeah. And you know the Earthshaker is always keeping an eye on that mid lane to potentially gank.
Oh yeah, oh yeah.
Right. Fisher with the Shrapnel is a pretty potent duo in the mid lane specifically.
I don't know if I like this. I don't know how much I like this flex. It does at least put the threat of that Beastmaster flex out there, which is something, you know.
Mar taking so much damage. He's got wand charges, so the Blood Grenade will force out that use, but...
That's a victory, though, getting wand out of it over time. These lanes are not going too shabby for Pari early. PA's pulling ahead, Sniper's pulling ahead. Top lane's going to be a little rough for them. Of course, they are laning into this absolute beast. It's not even using the Dog Arcana.
Radiant's bottom tower.
He also opted for the no-kill 101. That's how you know you're really giving up on the idea of getting any kills in lane. If you don't hit the level 2 power spike.
But think about the
with
value.
110.
Think about the value, Austin. This Beastmaster mid, he's got 0.4 extra mana return. Might skew this lane.
Maybe it will. I mean, no one is taking a lot of damage from these axes. It's adding up. He is also getting a lot of denies from these axes.
Just killed the Hawk, too. Gotta watch out for those. I think he's the only one to play Crystal Maiden at TI.
He's 10-2 with it at TI. 10-2.
Oh, look at me. I can follow Wraith Pact around with anything. I could have played Garbage Can Hero and gone 10-2 with those TIs, man. Like, come on. We're not going to count that.
DeCall is doing some work on Crit right now. He's got a Fairy Fire. He's got stick charges, and he will kill the courier, pick up the bounty rune.
Die to neutrals? Get that wolf. Go behind the tree.
Dice the wolf.
Get the wolf. Oh, he's going to waste more time. He's going to eat through and then die to the wolf.
Yeah. Eat through the trees. Get the wolf. Get the wolf. Get the wolf. Oh! Outplayed.
Completely outplayed. That's a career ender right there, dude. We just might have witnessed the downfall of PARIVISION. Like, they had a good run, but you can't recover from that. It's just... Anyway, Lane's going a little rough here for Falcons.
Snapped Colos's ankle. He'll never play again.
That was an Achilles tear, man. He's going to be out for at least 3 years. But yeah, Lane's not going too hot for Falcons. I think the reason he's there in the first place is he doesn't want to be here right now.
Yeah.
Nice moves, though, from a veteran player.
There's the 9-classer Shaker hanging around.
He's a little low level for my taste, but...
Also, we have had this conversation about the 4 positions are just it feels like a rough meta for Force. They're really not shining the way they have in the last few years.
Because roaming's dead.
Roaming is dead, but also I feel like a lot of 4 positions are being very sacrificial on the experience department.
Yeah, because you have 3 carries in every lineup. Like, every offlaner you play with is just like carry, just Medusa terrible. So you got to give the guy solo XP because he's a carry.
Yeah. We're seeing that here from 9 class still being level 1.
That's why 9 class plays support terribly in Slark. Because then he's a carry. So then you have to give him XP. It's actually genius if you think about it.
That is one way to think
about it. Up that stack, though.
He is going to be caught looking at that stack, letting his eyes wander.
This is where not having the level 3 and boots really hurts you, because you could be looking a little more aggressively here with the sniper to back you up. You would love to steal some of these stacks away from the beast, but you're going to get some of your own as well. 9 class is stacking up for the sniper. Gotta look for this 6-minute rune. Gotta kill that crystal.
No way Falcons are going to be able to stop this. Most he can do is try and get the deny on it, which he does, but he will also find his life denied.
Unlucky for Snaking that he's playing the squishiest, slowest hero in the game and could not dodge a fissure on the ramp. Of course, he had no survivability. And now their tower is dead.
That has nothing to do with Crystal Maiden and everything, the fact that it's a sniper versus Beastmaster lane.
A very unfortunate situation Falcons have found themselves in. If that were a Ringmaster, he simply would have whoopee cushioned over.
Well, that's not true because they haven't been a part of any
Probably
kills.
would have killed 2 heroes alone.
7-minute shrine, certainly needed for 9 class.
Oh, yeah.
It does look like Skeeter thought about going across the bridge, trying to take that away from him.
Too scary. So, I mean, 9 class did get a lot of stacks. I'd like to see the stacking numbers for both these teams. There's been a lot of it in this game. I think PARIVISION are behind in that area, but I don't think they're too far behind, honestly. They're going to need the experience to catch up on the Shaker at some point here.
I mean, it's fine to be behind if you have already taken the enemy mid tower. The triangle is open for exploring.
Courier kills. Tannis lost Courier a lot this game. But the PA and the sniper are out ahead, and that's kind of what PARIVISION wanted. And now they could just play around no one. Give mid to the Shaker if you really want to here. Just look for some roams onto the Pango, roams into the triangle, shut down the beast doing the ancients. Those are all the ideal plays here. The aggressive vision is maybe the one component missing. Not a lot of wards out on Falcon's side of the map right now. It's making these plays a lot harder. Snaking has been pretty active trying to de-ward it and shut it down. They will just walk in blind, but no obs on to Callis here. It's very awkward.
But if they can catch Maureen, or rather, maybe it's no one who's going to die here. Drops the shrapnels, tries to run away from Maureen. He's making a run for it, the boar, and the final hit from Snaking. What a great attack animation from the support. Meanwhile, Rolling Thunder and Healing South try and keep himself alive during this Rolling Thunder. Skeeter coming in on the other side, chain stunned up. If he can get the swings, he could kill Satanic. Finally, a Rolling Thunder bump from Amar will finish him off. Shield crash gives him the shield required to challenge the 2 supports the back line. Skeeter will join him to run down Ducalis.
A super good move for Falcons on this bottom lane. Bringing in the Sven early, not something Satanic and PARIVISION expected. And you slow down that battlefield timing and put this Sven in top position all of a sudden.
Yeah, I feel like that's actually just a classic old school Falcons and Skeeter move there, right?
It really is. And the thing is, what opens that up is the fact the sniper died mid. Because now he cannot respond to an aggressive dive like that. You can't make that move if the sniper's alive with shrapnels. You're just going to get absolutely melted on the return. So they took advantage of that mid play really well. Stabilize this game a bit, and the stacks continue to get clean through here. No aggressive stack stealing, no experience steal. Nobody's dying trying to take these. Those are all really good signs for Falcons right now as they stabilize this early game. Easily could have been one of those classic no-one sniper games where he just kills Crystal Maiden 10 times and gets out of control. Of course, thinking he has to pop the smoke here. It's not what you want to see, but you have to stay alive on this hero, and you got to do what you got to do. Any other hero, he just walks away there, but you know.
I mean, at least he's able to go back, farm up jungle with his high levels of Frostbite. No other support can really do that, and that'll give him his level 6.
There's definitely no other support in Dota that can single spell kill neutral creeps efficiently. You know, the ironic thing about what you just said, Austin, is I think Frostbite is now not even in like the top 10 of spells that kills jungle.
From a support, it definitely
I don't
is.
even think that's true.
100%.
It's kind of slow. It costs her a lot of her mana pool. You can just arrow a creep. You can punch hook a creep.
Radiant are scanning.
You can enchant a creep. You can
Yeah, I would argue that
devour a creep. You can...
that almost all those examples, the mana cost is actually worse for their relative mana pool. Frostbite is cheaper for Crystal Maiden than Hook is for Pudge, for sure.
Yeah, but one of them feels a lot better.
Okay.
Top tower is under attack.
A Shield Rune Sniper has begun assaulting towers.
By the way, you remember when they gave Nyx Assassin away to jungle? That's a wild.
That was a messed up, yeah.
That's a wild idea. Whoever came up with that idea was... Anyway, so about this TI after party.
The disgruntled Valve employee.
This ex-Valve.
Radiant's bottom
A smoke that wraps
Yeah, what is
all
this,
the way
dude?
around into the gate,
this
up
feels-
to top lane, where it might actually land.
This would be absurd if it lands. You get the biggest prize out of the smoke for one that otherwise failed.
Oh, he's just a little shy. Breaks on the wrong point, out 800 range from a sniper. And snaking will be very, very dead.
What was that? Oh, sorry. I wasn't sure if he died or not.
Yeah.
I blinked and maybe he got out.
There's some guy in chat right now who only plays Crystal Maiden that is just like, he's pissed.
Oh, I mean, I'm full over there. This is why people hate me. I know.
I know. I mean, the funny thing was you were having your rant about irrationally hating something for your entire life. I was like, I know there are a couple people who hate you in that way.
Yeah, that's probably fair. I've played against some of them. At TI. You know, that's a true story, actually.
Which part?
The first TI I played at, I played a pub with that TI, and one of the people I was playing against at the TI will not name names.
Uh-huh.
Dire are scanning.
He said, he all chatted, you should retire.
I remember this.
You're that
actually.
bad, you should retire. And then I eliminated him. That's one of the happiest moments of my entire life. And I think
That's not okay. That was one of the happiest moments of your life.
The lesson of that, there's some people in chat going, why are you telling us the story? I don't care. The lesson is that Dota, we've said this before, but the greatest motivational factor for 90% of these guys you're watching on the screen is spite. That's the truth. It's just pure spite.
Yeah.
We like to pretend that's not the case, but it's absolutely the case. Which is why Falcons all chatted for so long. Because in their view, if they all chat and they make everybody else hate them, then they will be motivated to spite versus everybody else. It'll make them play better.
What? That made no sense.
Yeah, they make enemies out of everybody in the scene.
Yeah,
And they're
only
gonna be-
making everybody else play better.
No,
Because
but
they
make
wanna beat
themselves play
Falcons.
better because they are spited against everybody else.
That's not how that works.
Well, that's how they said it worked. That's what they said in their interview. Take it up with management, man. It's not.
6-3, and we have just kind of been lulled into a bit of a dead game.
Shaker's getting farmed though.
Not even the Crystal Maiden is dying even anymore.
Yeah, that's how you know it's a real sleeper. But this is good for 9 class. Like, he has the harder scaling support here. He's getting to the Blink Dagger. I don't think you feel good in these games where Sven is even with the enemy carry either. This is not a hero that wants to just be going even. He wants to be ahead.
I mean, with all the, like, if no kills are happening, shouldn't he start pulling ahead?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
I actually think Sven was one of the heroes that got hurt the most from the map change in a way. As we hold that thought.
Got off the Rolling Thunder, and away he goes. Look at that man roll.
I think the spatially...
Oh my God, he's going after the curry.
No, he was just rolling. He's just rolling. I think spatially splitting up both ancient camps hurt him a lot.
Yeah.
I think he used to have way better farm rotations relative to non-ancient farming carries, because it's like Luna, him, and Gyro, you could just go there, stack both ancients, and then in one ult, you can clear through both.
Right.
And now you can't do that. So it splits the distribution of farm a lot. It incentivizes lineups with multiple ancient farmers, as opposed to the one guy who clears through everything. And I think Sven was the archetype of the hero who is the one guy who clears through everything.
Okay, but arguably the ancient camp being behind his tower, he's one of the few carries that takes advantage of being able to farm. That camp is no one getting caught trying to chase after Amar and gets backstabbed.
What ends up happening, I think, is the farm just gets distributed. Like, you have these lineups in the way teams play where the farm is split across all 3 cores more evenly. It doesn't all just get built up and lumped into the one dude. And I think Sven doesn't operate from a distributed position nearly as well.
Yeah, he's a carry you want to stack.
Yeah.
If you could funnel net worth into this hero, you know, give gold, you would do so.
No, this is my gut feeling. It might be wrong. Like, he might have benefited from having the ancient split, but it would surprise me. It would surprise me a lot.
No, I'm with you on the ancient splitting, but I would say that it is a downside that there is a silver lining to, which is...
I also think doing ancients early, like saying that this camp by his lane is good for him because he can do ancients early, I think is not a good argument, because I think doing ancients early is not efficient. Ancients are efficient when you can stack them and when you can cleave them and do it very quickly. When you have to sit here in the early game and like clean an ancient camp slowly, relative to you just farming a wave or farming medium camps, it's not that good.
No, but your support should be stacking it for you through part of the laning phase, and then you just clear it with your first ult.
Yeah, if you could sit there and stack, and how many pro games are you able to just sit here and stack the ancient camp behind your lane early? I think there should be lane pressure on you, right? Like, if I see this 5 go to stack an ancient camp, I'm going on this enemy carry, and I'm messing him up.
Yeah.
And the exchange, there's some exchange there. He's going to lose a lot of his HP. He's going to lose a wave. It's not, you shouldn't happen for free. There's no way that's legal, man. Anyway, blink on Shaker, smoke time.
Yeah, I mean, they have lost their sniper too many times at this point.
Now I'll show you the true strength of a support hero.
Ooh, smoke breaks out in the open. Got a Fisher on 2 still. And even better, got the follow-up on Amar. Amar almost kills him, though. Echo Slam to stop the danger. Snaking trying to make a run for it, but of course he's a Crystal Maiden, so...
Can't run. Double kill for no one. Nice little reveal with that blink. They got a big kill on the map. It's kind of what you're looking for here if you're a party. Just small wins, working towards the bigger objectives once this PA comes online completely, and continuing to stack the auras on DM. Simple, solid gameplay, right? Make this lineup super tanky. Don't give these big blink stunning heroes easy targets to jump. And the teamfight's going to be really difficult for them. Do not underrate how much Fissure can mess with this lineup, because if you go in and roar somebody, or you go in and blink hammer them as Sven, and then you Fissure between these melee cores and the target, that fight becomes really awkward for Falcons really fast.
Yeah, for sure.
You have a Hurricane Pike Sniper you have to deal with. You have a PA who can blink around. It's not easy jump targets in this game for a lineup that is very blink stun oriented. So you kind of need a strong BKB timing here if you're Falcons. You need to be the ones doing Roshan and doing Tormentor ahead of Pari here for sure.
And hard to do that when they are down in net worth. And an early BKB is going to make things even more frustrating for Falcons. As Phantom Assassin, they have to save the roar for her in the team fights.
I mean, you know Gossamer Cape is busted when PA is taking Gossamer.
Yeah, that's pretty disgusting. I assume the evasion goes first, and then if they can get through the evasion, then the Gossamer Cape procs?
No, I think Gossamer procs first.
Well, then that sounds terrible.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Who has the edge in a paintball match?
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
It's definitely the sniper.
Oh, it's definitely not Crystal Maze.
Rolling Thunder, what's your problem? God damn.
I mean, there's the Fissure, dude.
Crystal Maze's not even a person. I'm beginning to feel bad. Wait, they're actually going to gate after him? That's that's aggressive, man.
That's too spicy. Oh, snaking showed.
No, he can get away.
Ooh,
easy.
I mean, this is a very good game for the evasion.
Dude, I can't believe PARIVISION just straight into the pit. Rolling Thunder gets used, and they're like, that's it. That's the only threat.
I don't think they can lose a team fight without Rolling Thunder. They have Pipe on the Underworld. They have BKB on the PA. There's nothing that pierces the evasion yet. Gossam or Cape too strong.
I guess so. With a Pipe, now the Vanguard chase after Crit, who's trying to interrupt them. 9 class. Echo Slam does not stop him this time around. Amar picks up the kill and sticks around to farm even.
Very farm heavy game.
I feel like that's not too bad for Falcons. If they can get to a point where you've got Pango Ags, that's going to be more impactful, I think, than the Underworld.
I do think Pari's window is that second Aegis, though. You're going to have Underlord auras. You're going to have another damage item on the sniper. Your P is going to be pretty tanky. I could easily see them end the game during that time period. Just walk down a lane, have an overwhelming team fight. And you still have some concerns about this Sven being able to stick on the people.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Satanic doesn't even finish him off? Oh my god. That's Crystal Maiden right there, folks.
That's Essence Ring right there, folks.
Got a full BKB out of the enemy carry. Didn't even die.
Radiant's top tower
Yeah, I'm
is
actually
under
surprised he
attack.
lived. DD Sniper coming in hot, though. No BKB available for Malrini's 50 gold off. Or they can just kill the Crystal Maiden again.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Thinking you just lived. Not like this.
Oh, they go out to the Muerta instead. Crit with the shrapnel, TPing away, but, oh, okay, never mind, he's good, yeah.
Huh. Kind of an awkward play.
Yeah,
DD Sniper moves doesn't work. Falcons outmaneuvering them a little bit. Now they get to make a move of their own. You want to look for something here. No one is super far up. Does have Aegis.
Dude, that is an insane position.
Yeah, that's pretty wild
to be in. Like, if the Sven jumps on him while he's underneath tier 2, like, I don't think PARIVISION. What? Damn. Jason after them, knowing that they TP'd away. And with the Rolling Thunder hitting the back line like this, is going to prevent any quick retreat. Echo Sam goes out, and a jump in from Satanic caught off the shield crash. Amar will live for a second or two more, and that allows the rest of the team to come in and clean up. They've already killed no one. They're going to go for him at a second life, and it feels like PARIVISION, this is just not a fight they can continue to take.
No fish are able to come through as Crit blocks it off there.
Maybe even DM still gets caught. I mean, this was a magnificent team fight for Falcons. If they could get DM, it would be the cherry on top, but no.
Sure, you can come back with the gate, but the damage is done once the sniper goes down. Once his positioning, no way to really reset that. Yeah, nice fight from Falcons. They've continued to outmaneuver people today. That part's been working for them.
They have, yeah.
Got to keep winning these fights with the Sven staying alive. That's the big ticker. If you keep Skeeter alive, if he can get all the benefits, get all the gold, the levels, now his level 3 ult available, you can do some serious damage in this game. Particularly if he gets to some evasion pierce later on. He's going to Daedalus. He's going to hit hard with this Daedalus. You're going to have Blink BKB Sven with Daedalus. You're going to have this Blink BKB Beastmaster. You're going to have the Pango who can go in with Rolling Thunder. That's a lot of debuff immunity to deal with for a lineup that has 0 debuff piercing stun capability.
0.
Their best idea is to fissure somebody and retreat.
I mean, eventually you'll get Basher on PA.
Radiant are scanning.
But it's going to be a good long while because he has completed S and Y and wants the Satanic next for that tanky Phantom Assassin build. All the time, Chris just going to pop the ultimate, try and walk it off here. And Sven goes in after the sniper, casually 3-shots him.
And he's out the Nightfall. No, he's not Nightfall, he's Skeeter.
He's like, wait a minute.
The fake
Who
Nightfall.
the hell am I?
Is this gonna work out for him though?
Amar is coming in through. So anything that they throw on Skeeter, Amar got himself stuck. That's awkward. Yeah,
that's not the greatest play you've ever seen.
Satanic in from behind. Quickly kills Crystal Maiden, not having to use the BKB. Earthshaker run down by Amar, who will chase after Takalis up next. Skeeter's going to join in on them with the cleave hits. Satanic, well, that support's now gone, and Satanic is able to shrug off the damage that Skeeter does. He might be stuck, though.
How strong is this guy?
He's going to have to fight his way through this because there's no way to TP out. And he won't be able to against 3 heroes.
Even without God Strength, they finish him off. Man, Skeeter, he just finds the jump off a casual poke from PARIVISION. It all goes wrong. And Sven finds the sniper, crits him down. That is exactly what you want.
I can't believe he was going to TP out from that.
I don't think he ever was, Austin. I think it was just an elaborate bait.
You think he was just baiting PARIVISION and turned back around?
And I mean, all that's them going on crit. He's so tanky. I was about to mention, he's found so much farm in this game. He has completed Atos Ags, 85 CS. Where did he get all this?
Yeah, that is pretty crazy. He's 2-1-6, so he just hasn't died in this game.
He's so strong. This Ags is crazy good. Now he's got some extra amp on top of it. Man, he could go into some carry here if he wanted to. Get some Maelstrom action. Blink BKB Maelstrom.
No. I think this axe is too good. I think you just keep building around it. You get things like Octarine. And the Pango has gotten strong enough that he can kill supports rather easily through the ultimate. And very difficult for PARIVISION to fight back.
They're lacking a little bit of damage and a little bit of sustain. They just don't have enough at either end to stand up in the fight. And now Data is done for the Sven. He is hitting hard. Evasion Piercer, no. He can do some serious damage if he gets on top of these cores.
We have talked about the downside of this build for Phantom Assassin. You get super tanky, but your damage threat
it's not great.
Significantly less compared to the traditional PA build.
It relies on winning the long fight, and Underlord fits that paradigm. He keeps everybody alive with the auras. There's a lot of burst damage though in this Falcons lineup. These auras are not great when Sven's hitting for 1,000, when the Beastmaster's chunking you. You hit by some dead shot for 400 or 500. Like, I don't know if this Pipe Crimson is doing what they want it to do in this game. It doesn't look like it right now. It does not feel as strong as it would if Falcons had more limited burst damage capabilities or jump capabilities. Need more kiting mechanisms on PARIVISION. Ghost Scepters, Force Stabs, that kind of deal. Kill Crystal Maiden a bunch more. I don't know. That's another way you can go.
I mean, he can maybe jump down the trees, playing around this Muerta calling. He tries to go down the ramp a little bit. Meanwhile, no one. He got caught in the mid lane by Skeeter. Again, this Sven is just hunting down the sniper. No one sniper has been one of the more effective heroes for PARIVISION, and Falcons seem to be dismantling it here in this game.
Skeeter's just outplaying him right now. Back-to-back finds on the jump, slay, ruin his day. Put yourself even farther ahead. He's going Satanic himself. He's gonna be massive, dude.
You really never build MKB against PA?
MKB is just not good on this hero because in theory, you just want to hit a guy 3 or 4 times, he's dead.
Sure.
If anything, you'd go the Bloodthorn. You might see that come out. I mean, also, I don't think at this point you're too worried about, oh, we have to jump and kill this PA. You're pretty happy jumping and killing almost anybody at this point.
Yeah, especially given the PA is going to struggle to be able to kill heroes quickly with, again, this build, but also the bonus 22 armor that Sven's giving his allies in fights.
Slows it down a lot.
Yeah.
Slows down the PA's damage while he's jumping somebody, and you always have this dead shot follow-up. It's guaranteed from the Morta.
Yeah, crit.
He's big, man.
Doing a fantastic job. Falcons, of course, in slow games.
Yeah,
that's not great, especially since Roshan is in that spawn point. If it had been up right now, Falcons would have been warranted and just trying to force it and see what happens. It does spawn now, and they go straight to it. No hesitation whatsoever.
To the Beastmaster, you go in, start the fight. Almost to that Shiva's. That's where this hero's damage really comes online. And PARIVISION in trouble. Not getting those mid-game team fights they were looking for with this Underlord Shaker. And now these heroes are starting to feel like they're falling off a little bit if you can't sustain the first jump. Need more force stabs or
Radiant are scanning.
just more raw HP, I guess. I don't know how you're going to get it, though. Like,
yeah.
How do you build sustainability in this lineup? Your sustainability is supposed to be this Underlord with the Aurora. That's it. I guess you can get a Shiva somewhere. Do you like BKB Lincoln Sniper? He's really hard to jump. That's a lot of
Yeah, we can see that Shiva's drums action going to work. Even with the Ghost Scepter being appropriately used by 9 class, the AoE magic damage overwhelms him. Rolling Thunder into dead shot for long range. Turnaround though with a good pit, and Satanic is lined up for good cleave damage. Already killing Snake King, giving a lot of damage on the Maureen. You take away the Aegis. Maureen coming back into play with a BKB. Immediate BKB TP out.
Yeah, absolutely correct call. Do not have God Strength for this fight. You are not taking that. Satanic with Satanic. Confidence to go in there. Can they catch anything more? No.
It was close, but Crit manages to slip away into the forest. Hidden from sight.
13K net worth lead as Satanic is finished with a Sven now. He is kitted. MKB will be his last option here.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack. Dire are scanning.
Well, the BKB gives him an option, I guess, against the Sven. If he gets roared, he's still dead. And I like that Maureen is going to Refresher next, because I think you could either double roar the PA and just ruin his BKB entirely, or roar the Sniper and then save the second one for the Phantom Assassin whenever she tries to jump a backline hero or something.
Oh yeah, super good roar target system. And your roar versus PA is a classic.
And Satanic runs up straight into the open arms of Skeeter. Skeeter does not immediately get the kill though. Falcons relying on big RNG there with DM portaling in from behind. They will have to give up Crit in the end. So was not the opening they thought it was.
You don't have that MKB, you're not killing Satanic there. The odds are very much against you. You would need to land at least 2 crits into him. That's just not happening. Close though. Once you have that evasion pierce, you're worried about this exchange for sure.
Still though, it's going to be a while. He's delayed it with a full Daedalus, full Satanic before even going the MKB. I don't know. Once again, it's Falcons just having full confidence in their scale.
They're always confident because the farming knows no bounds.
I do just, it kind of bothers me though.
Well, submit a complaint.
I mean, I get it. It's their playstyle, and maybe there's only so much you can change, but it hasn't really been working for them this year. It's kind of bugs me that they seem to be so heavily going back to this.
Because it'll work at TI.
Maybe you're right.
Icefog's watching this right now. He's thinking, man, I gotta slow the game down.
I really gotta buff Mars.
I really gotta bring Lifestealer back into the meta.
Please.
And fuck Juggernaut, that I'm gonna nerf that hero. He's way too good.
Bring back Chaos Knight.
I always like how people say Juggernaut's the face of Dota. Like, yeah, face on the dumpster off back. Like, the hero hasn't been viable in 10 years.
I thought you were gonna make a mask joke.
A mask?
Mask.
Oh.
He wears a mask.
Bottom tower is under attack.
How could he be the face of Dota?
Oh, I thought like he wears a mask like a disgruntled ex-Falcon.
What the?
He went for the steal.
That
was what? That was what? Is this working?
I mean, that is an Amar play for sure. And now he's going to TP out right
that
in front. Oh, he didn't TP early enough.
What's he doing?
Amar?
Hello?
He just fed away the gem for no reason.
Hello, ATF.
Now, PARIVISION are 5-man on your side of the river. They're just going to go straight into your tier 2. They might even hit high ground.
1-800-AMAR-69. I'd like to make a collect call.
DM's going to go back and deal with the side lanes. He can join them with the gate. The portal.
That was a massive throw.
Snaking does successfully cut a wave, though, so that'll protect their high ground.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
MKB is done. This is kind of it for Falcons. You gotta find some closeout action with this MKB on the Sven before this PA gets truly 6-slotted. Some late game divine territory or some nonsense. Does have the nullifier up. We're gonna make the jump, and yeah, that's some damage. That's some real damage.
The difference between no MKB and having an MKB.
Just 4 shots and see you later. Satanic with Satanic.
He's almost hitting for 1,000 damage a hit on this Sven without crits. When he pops God Strength.
Dang.
We'll go back to take the Tormentor. This will help push Maureen over the line to 25 for the next team fight.
Did take the God Strength damage too. I think this talent is closer than people think. I think this second on Stormhammer is underrated because of it's effectively giving you extra damage through his innate anyway.
Yeah.
And an extra second on stun in the late game is no joke. If that, let's say that extra second gives you an extra hit as opposed to the guy getting off a Ghost Scepter or a Satanic hit or whatever, that can be more damage than the raw God Strength damage.
Yeah.
So I feel like these talents are closer than it appears.
Yeah, combined with his innate ability, because that's 30% right there.
Exactly. Right. So I thought he would actually go for it this game, because I think the stun duration on the core he jumps is really vital. Not only for just him hitting the guy, but it allows a larger window for you to hit the guy with the dead shot follow-up. Because it does have a travel time. And you are going to get 2 charges of this dead shot at some point. Being able to jump in Stormhammer, stun a guy, or roar, I mean, and then have that set up for a roar follow-up or a dead shot follow-up, seems pretty juicy here. He still opted for the damage. And yeah, you're going to get that second charge now. That's when this build just feels great. And another Octarine for crit. Love these Octarines, man.
This is an Octarine I can get behind. 2 dead shot charges with the Aghanim Scepter.
Okay, but
that's so much coverage.
But Austin.
Yeah.
To become a true gunslinger.
Uh-huh.
Refresher. 4 pops. How fast can you empty that chamber? You know? Just bam, 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 bam.
It's like
empty
those
4 dead shots
Westerns
into a stun target.
Cowboys.
That's a lot of damage. Think about it. These are 450 each. 470 with some
1,800 AoE damage.
Yeah, that's no joke.
That's not.
Just empty the whole chamber into the man. I'm telling you. That's the Giga Chat play. What's this Octarine? What's this garbage? Oh, I'm gonna wait 6 seconds instead of 8? No, refresh that.
Well, the Octarine is from the farm, so he can get to the
refresh that shit, Austin. Just pop, 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 pop. and then go to the fountain and hope team won the fight.
Instant Echo Slam, all in for a Beastmaster kill. Interrupted by the Rolling Thunder with a BKB committed. He couldn't get it off. Now with the Roar onto the Phantom Assassin, this is bad for PARIVISION. They have the stuns, and with Skeeter there to deliver the damage, the team fight is already done. They just have to try and TP away, save as many heroes as they can. They get no one out of there. DM, he's up next. Nope, he's gonna be immediately stunned as soon as the TP commences. 3 deaths on the side of PARIVISION, and Falcons will finally get close to the enemy base.
I don't think you can just jump on anybody there as PA. I mean, they took the risk. I mean, jumping the beast is good, but then you just end up getting double roared anyway. I guess you're just gambling you can bring him down before he survives and roars you back, right? Because the second he survives and roars you back, the fight's done. So it was a risky move. I get the idea. I mean, he went for a rune in the river. It's kind of like you have to take it. But you're gambling on the chance he's there alone.
Yeah. I cannot believe that an Earthshaker buyback stopped Falcons from going.
They're only up 30K, so.
It's just it's so them, man. Another pick off on the Jakiro. And Amar's got, oh my God.
That's some damage right there.
That was a lot of damage, and that was a lot of bashes. Amar gets both the supports, and now Skeeter feels like, okay, I can hit the high ground. It's 5 versus 2.
They're just all in on this PA. This sniper's not pulling its weight. You can just itemize to ruin the Phantom Assassin's day. You have double roar. You have this basher up now into Abyssal. You have your Octarines. All these spells are really low cooldown. The second this PA gets hit by something in her BKB, it feels like the fight's done.
Yeah. It did feel like PARIVISION did a poor job of playing around their sniper compared to their usual MO.
Yeah, they did not get a lot done with it. That's what I'm saying. They needed more wards on Falcon's side of the map early. They needed to be aggressively contesting the stacks, taking away farm from the beast, putting it onto the sniper, playing around him with the supports. Game was way too passive in that area. And now you're just in these late game fights against a bunch of blink stunning heroes that bypass your BKB, and you're just not winning.
Committing the roar. Chasing after him, BKB, gotta be used. Skeeter's ready to jump in. Satanic is already committed with Maureen stuck inside the trees. This is a little awkward. Trying to get a force staff, doesn't actually make it. Goes to the back line. Got a stun on the Satanic. Already jumped away though. Nice reaction from Satanic. Kind of ruined Skeeter's initiation. Now he's blocked out by the Fisher. Any more force staffs? They don't seem to have anything to get Skeeter to the right side of the table here, but the AoE pit on that one is pretty nice. Amar pushed away.
A 3-man death. What are these?
I got another one. Skeeter jumps onto the sniper. Aurora used on Satanic, so they turn onto him instead. And PARIVISION do not have what it takes to deal with Falcons any longer. A 40,000 net worth lead will allow them to close it out at 43 minutes.
I mean, looking back on this game, they really had to get a lot more done with that early mid game with this Underlord pick, right? Because it's not scaling in this game. These heroes do not care about Underlord and his auras in the late game.
No.
Atrophy is whatever. This Pipe Crimson is whatever. This Fence hitting for 1,000. This Beast is chunking you. Pango's continuing to scale with Ag's Basher. And they're just going to make the PA's life impossible. Didn't get momentum built with the Sniper. That lineup really fell off for PARIVISION, and they got punished hard. The Falcon scale, still no joke. And man, those dead shots in the last fight. He hits 4, he hits 4 again, and then he hits 3.
That was pretty nasty.
Just straight nasty from Crit on this hero, making it look really good.
Yeah, just when we talked about how forward positions really weren't shining as much, sure, this game certainly slowed down quite a bit and gave a long opportunity.
What is going on?
It's hot in these rooms, man. The gives the opportunity for positions. You're distracting me. 4 positions to be able to shine. The Muerta, Crit's Muerta certainly does so in this one.
What are you talking about?
Oh
I got distracted again. Muerta really shined, yes. The backline artillery supports, as I call them.
And Falcons, we also started the day saying they haven't really been doing so hot this season. I'd say they have been declining over the course of the last few years. And looking pretty good for the start of this group stage. We'll still see. We still have another 5 matches to go.
Yeah, the thing is, I think they're looking solid, but honestly, my gut feeling is that they are kind of just looking like they have been looking.
And everybody else is playing worse?
Yeah, like I feel like other people have been more hit or miss. Like I think Pari looked kind of weak today. They weren't playing that fast. They weren't playing that crisp. They won one of those games, but should have they even won that game against Aurora, who threw it really bad? Like, they've looked a little hit or miss. Gaimin looked a little hit or miss so far. Spirit, I think, have looked like solid, but again, they're doing their like weird Spirit thing where kind of out their drafts. Some of the games they lock in, some they don't. So I think Falcons have looked the most stable and most consistent so far for sure. But I'm not sure if they are looking as though the ceiling has been raised for this event so far.
Okay.
Now, they could continue to do that, and I think they're in a very good position. I'm just not 100% sold, like, you know, Falcons isn't back. It's not Enigma Galaxy, okay? Like,
we're not going to jump on that copium right away. And I am in agreement with you just in general. It does feel like we're in this, we've had a long slog of tournaments. In general, I do think that some of these teams have kind of dropped from their ceilings that they've shown in the previous year, which is an opportunity for a team like Falcons, like, well, Aurora didn't take advantage of the opportunity, but Extreme has. Looks like Extreme's doing very well. Tidebound, they're also stepping up, and just means that, you know, instead of 5 to 6 teams, maybe we can even have a 7th or 8th team contesting the top pool of teams out there right now. But that closes out Falcons versus PARIVISION, and I believe we do have an interview ready to go.
I'm with Scooter. Congratulations on that Sun performance. That was super good. And it was last pick. So first of all, was that your call, and what made you call for it?
Yeah, I mean, on this team, usually people call their heroes, so it was my suggestion. And I mean, I think the hero just gives you like a good blink stun, give us some armor against like a heavy physical damage to the head with PA and sniper, so that was kind of the whole idea.
Okay, why do you think the hero kind of fell off? Like, not many people are playing him.
I think this hero is like a... it's hard to say because I feel like he's in a good spot, but I think he's more of a situational hero compared to what he used to be back when I played it a lot more. But honestly, it's too early to say because I've had pretty good experience playing the hero, so maybe we'll see more of him.
What do you think you do differently with the hero?
I don't know. I guess I understand when I can kill people.
It's also one of your old school carry picks, right? Of your old school heroes, another one that we saw today was played by a different team in Weaver. Could we potentially see you run the carry Weaver?
Yeah, I think he is actually pretty similar to Sven in terms of like he used to be more viable last season. But in terms of strength, I feel like it's still fine, but it's way more situational, and I would be happy to play it if there was a good game for it.
Great. And one last question. I don't want to keep you for too long, but you just came from Wallachia. Obviously not the greatest performance. Can you talk about it a little? What do you think went wrong?
I think as a team, we were too complacent with each other and with the state we were in. And I think that we had like a pretty rough talk after the tournament that made us kind of like wake up. And now we are like on the up and up, and we are like putting our like everything in the game again. And hopefully we're gonna like show better form. Hopefully similar to the last year's one.
Looking forward to it. Thank you so much.
Yeah, I heard that after they got knocked out at Raleigh, Amar had a serious talk with the team. Even though they had a stand-in in Quinn, I think he you know, had something to say about the team, and it does look like perhaps that motivation is kicking in and they're doing a bit better. But that is half of the day done. We still have another 5 best of ones to get through in this group stage before we can move on to the gauntlet. And that means we are going to be taking a break. We are going to go to a break, but when you come back, you will have Owen and Fogg taking you through the rest of the day.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to Blast Slam 3. We're looking forward to what's going to be the second half of the day.
Yep.
Of course, we've already had 5 of the best of ones already played out here that I'm sure you've been watching every single one of them, and I'm sure you're going to continue to watch every single one of the 5 upcoming best of ones. If you are just tuning in, though, don't worry. We can show you where we are right now.
Ooh.
On this stream, we're covering Group A. Fogs, what have we seen so far today over here?
I've been Falcons kind of powering up throughout the day, as we saw from Cap and SVG, covering theirs, especially that last game with the Sven. PARIVISION, a little bit of switch-ups. We're seeing 9 class playing more normal heroes, and I say normal, it's 4 Shaker, not the most normal, but some cool stuff there. Gaming tried out some Queen of Pain earlier. That one also didn't work out. Spirit, a Weaver, and Aurora, unfortunately not looking at too hot right now. They're actually the ones that are struggling the most, trying some Tiny and Darkseer, more meta style, but struggling a little bit here. I didn't get to see too much of the Group E games. I was kind of sticking to the Group A's, but
Look at these streams. They're turning up, yeah.
Yep.
2 wins already in the bag for them.
And Liquid. 0-2.
What's going on there? That's not good.
Yeah.
Oh, well, of course, yeah, Liquid coming in on into this tournament as the recent LAN winners, right?
Yep.
So that's not a good start for them. And, of course, these standings mean a lot in this format here at Blast Slam 3. Of course, the whole group stage, it's all today. It's going to be done and dusted. And then basically, for the teams, depending on the seeding and the position they end up in the groups, that's going to be how far you get to jump forward in the gauntlet stage of the event. So each and every one of these best of ones, very, very important. I believe we're going to be able to show you the schedule. Yeah, here we go. So coming up next, we've got Aurora versus Gaimin. We just had, of course, Falcons versus PARIVISION. And then as the day will go on, we'll move into Falcons versus Spirit, then Gaimin versus PARIVISION. And then there's more, don't worry. 2 more best of ones coming up. We've got 5 best of ones still to play here on Group A. Aurora versus Falcons. And then our last series of the day will be PARIVISION versus Spirit. So you're in the right place if you want to look forward to catching a lot of Dota 2. And of course, if you do have a second screen, or even if you just want to alt-tab between the 2 streams, make sure you open up, I believe, Last Dota B as well, where you're going to be able to follow all the action of Group B. So yeah, indeed, going into the game that we're going to be following next, Gaming Gladiators versus Aurora. I think we just saw, obviously, what in the standings. Out of these teams, Aurora, they're yet to win a game, right?
They're yet to win a game. They're looking a bit rough. Definitely looking a little bit rough. But Gaimin also did have a bit of a shaky start, too, with their Queen of Pain kind of approach. A little bit of weird stuff happening there. So, yeah, Gaming probably with a slight advantage versus, maybe more than a slight advantage versus Aurora. But Aurora, they're a wild card team that's just insane at all times that you can never really predict because they've got Kiyotaka. You know, this guy's just crazy. So, always super fun to watch him.
Here we go. So actually looking at some of the stats of both of these teams on the current patch. So looking at the numbers as a quick glance, the win rate's been better for Gaimin.
Sure.
But the stats have been a little bit better for Aurora. So, well, maybe the stats do lie sometimes. But indeed, as we can see, their average GPM and XPM tends to be a little higher. If that is the case, though, and the team is not winning as much as the other team, what does that sort of say? That says to you that Aurora maybe draw games on longer, or maybe their games are shorter if the average XPM and GPM is a bit higher? Would that lean towards shorter games?
Aurora usually plays longer games, for sure, in comparison to Gaimin. But this is also, we have way more games played from Aurora. They had 19 more games.
Yes.
So they did have a 6% less win rate, but 19 more games. So things kind of equaling out there. But yeah, I would say Gaming should have an easier access into this game. But who knows? Let's see what heroes everybody gets, because the meta, I think people are truly getting to see what it is defined for the last couple weeks.
Yes. We're seeing a lot of the same stuff. But you never know. With new tournaments, could always be the chance for, all it takes really is one of the top teams to try something different, start to succeed with it.
Lose.
And then it has a big, if it loses, then we're probably going to see a knock-on effect. But if it does win, you could get a knock-on effect of some new heroes starting to rise up in the ranks.
I hope.
You maybe don't expect. We're going to start to see what's going on with the draft of this game. Aurora versus Gaimin. The draft has begun. Let's have a look. So open it up with the bans. No surprises here.
Yep, OP heroes, get them all out.
Call in the TA.
Yeah, I mean, TA banned every game. Please, I don't want to see TA. Nobody does.
I mean, I want to see these here. Bristle and Sank, I'm happy with these bans. I think they're pretty... They do the same stuff. And Beastmaster as well. I think nobody's excited to see a Beastmaster.
We're all happy with these bans so far. So let's see what ends up trickling through. That does mean the supports, the crazy OP supports, they're going to get through. The AAs, the Rings, Jakiro, etc. are going to start to get through. But that just happens. This current meta is very dictated by how these cores are just broken. The broken supports just get through because the broken cores are too good.
Yeah, because I thought there was a period where, at least, I mean, maybe some teams are still valuing it more, where they did value those broken supports being banned out more than the cores. But you'd say, for the most part now, it is more focused on cores.
More focused on the cores, yeah. And then usually, I mean, Darkseer comes through. I think Darkseer is going to change some of these core heroes that we see getting picked up, because we did see Spirit even try the Weaver you know, you start to see these old school Darkseer counters, the Weaver, the Sven, some of these heroes do, Ursa maybe, not as much, but some of these heroes do start to trickle back into favor when you play versus something like Darkseer as a first pick. You start to counter it, and we'll see if that is going to be the approach. Darkseer's an insane hero as well. I mean, king of teamfight has always been, but even more so now lately, it feels like he doesn't even really play the lane, and he just comes out with the Vanguard and does so much. And they actually do open with the Ursa versus it. So cool. You know, I think Darkseer is the one offlaner at the moment where if he gets picked first, that's where we're going to see some of these, I wouldn't say fully unorthodox carries, but the less OP carries. So cool to see that we actually get it right away.
Yeah, Ursa definitely seems to be one of those carries that is good, but it gets left in. You know, it's normally an option. Normally, the best of the best is taken. Ursa, if it's still there, there's a lot of games where it doesn't feel bad to just pick the Ursa.
Yeah, especially if it's Darkseer. It's like the hardest counter versus Darkseer in a way, right? Because the wall, you don't really give a crap about it, and then inside the laning phase, inside laning phase, you're easily able to bring the hero down if you do just get on top of him. So yeah, it's very cool to see that they do accelerate it that much. Can leave some vulnerabilities, of course, to just kiting, which does hurt Ursa a lot. So we'll see if Aurora has some things up their sleeves versus it. So we do see a Pango banned out.
They're still giving a lot of freedom to the support picks. The AAs, the Tinkers, they're still there.
Oh god, Tinker also. I like sometimes like my brain just wants to forget about these heroes, I think. But man, they're so stupid to watch. I mean, you have to always factor in Tinker as well too, because there is core player Tinkers in this game. Aurora,
there is.
Kiyotaka is there as well. So if there is an opportunity, he absolutely can go for it if he sees a good game for it.
Dude, does Quinn play Tinker?
I've never seen him play.
I'm gonna say that's one I don't think I've ever seen a Quinn Tinker. So that probably won't be happening unless they're feeling, you know, a little exotic. Warlock. There we go. We're starting to get some of the supports get a bit of focus with the bans now.
Yep. I had a feeling Warlock was going to just completely be coming back, even though we did see during... Actually, he was still there during Wallachia, but it started to get ignored a little just because Jakiro and Ringmaster were in every single game. But yeah, this hero is insane. Whitemon, we've seen him dominate games on it, and a lot of these 5-position players. Malady also, one of the more Warlock players. He loves this hero. I'm surprised how much Mirana I saw. I think I saw 3 Miranas already coming up, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah, I don't know what's on with that, honestly.
I don't either. I think it can work as a 5.
Mirana pickers.
Moonlight Shadow is still really effective as 5, and you can actually use Star and Summer as 5, but as 4 position, I hate these 4 Miranas. It just feels so underwhelming.
PA. Yeah, we were still saying around the back when we were watching some of the games, right? This carry, I don't know. Is it really that hot
anymore?
A lot of people want to play it. And they do, but I feel like everybody watching right now will have memories of recent games where they will have watched a carry player play the PA, and it has looked underwhelming sometimes.
It just gets to late. I feel like it can't do what it wanted to do so many times, but burst a target during BKB. They just live. They actually just live, and then you get kited and you get killed. I've seen it too much, and I've seen these Svens, you know, a couple times come into favor. Warcry can be good, but
it's just taking a while. I guess because the thing is about this here, I mean, there's the team which gets left in. It's going to be grabbed by someone. With the PA, right, it's a carry that is very telegraphed with when you go on something, right? You're in, you're in. You know what I mean? And there are definitely ways to deal with that. But interesting to see that some teams are still scared of it enough to warrant it to ban.
God, I can't believe they just got Tinker. Tinker just still feels absolutely insane. Yeah, the march is crazy. The status resistance, the laser, everything about this hero just feels really strong. They'll get their Ringmaster, so they'll have, of course, they'll have a strong combo too with the Darkseer with that ring.
But yeah, so it should be a very safe lane for Gaimin, right?
Yeah, I mean, Watson should have a pretty much completely free approach into a Darkseer lane. He already has a telegraph. That's why they opened up with it.
And now he's got the Tinker. Right, keeping him topped up.
Yep. So usually when I see Ursa first picked, I want to see heroes that are going to be building Yules, heroes that are just messing with the Ursa as much as possible. So we'll see if Ricky picked up. So this is kind of like an anti-saving, and we've just been seeing more popularity of Ricky, especially from Kiyotaka. He does love to play it. This is a 4/mid flex that they're kind of posing out there that can use the Ion Shell effectively. So this is cool. Scouting tool versus Tinker as well can be nice.
Yeah, I like it. I think
I like the Ricky.
Ricky is very, very, very powerful.
Cloud is great. Having a built-in silence versus Ursa is always nice. So there's definitely merits to having the Ricky. I think this is just there's certain heroes that are just team specific, right? That we're seeing. You know, the Slarks pretty much exclusively we'll see playing by Tundra and PARIVISION, but then these Ricky I think is a little more open to other teams, but I think Aurora is going to be the one that plays it the most. Gaming just sticking with comfort. This looks real strong so far.
It is good. Yeah. There's no denying that the opening here from Gaimin looks very, very solid. Lots of ways to just get out of the action, get out of the bad fights.
Yeah, Centaur just looks like one of the most consistent offlaners, right? You build the pipe, you build pretty much any item that you need for the game, and is very good to get in and out, especially nowadays that Mars is like almost unplayable, honestly. Half the games Mars can't play, and it used to be the answer to Centaur, so you couldn't get the Stampedes off, but not the case anymore, and they will get the Wind Ranger. Another extremely strong 4 position at the moment, especially if you have something like Centaur. The burst between these two is very high. It's looking strong from Gaimin right now. Not the craziest team fight approach from them, while Aurora does have very strong team fight, but these independent heroes just, yeah, they work really well together.
Yeah, I would like to see Aurora kind of lean into that, get something nice to combo with the vacuum. Because as you say, that is something that they can still go towards, that Gaimin, with the 4 heroes they've already picked, can't really pivot towards.
That's if they want to have a core that gets enabled more by the Ion Shot in particular, like some of these Embers or something along these lines at the moment.
Yeah, Ember would look pretty good.
Gives them damage.
Yeah, it seems like a nice Ember game.
Yeah, they're lacking on damage. They're lacking a bit on the catch. Trying to think what else would it be. So just go for something a little tankier. Okay. That's a combo as well too. Does work well with the Darkseer. You can always get that vacuum combo in. I feel like they're sticking with their guns. Actually, I need to take a look at this. Because I feel like I just saw them play Darkseer Tiny and they lost. If I'm not mistaken.
And I think that they already played Ricky today, right, Aurora?
I think so too, right? I think they're just sticking with their heroes, and we'll have to see if that does end up working out for them. Let me just take a look really quick. Sorry, I can't remember all the games.
Gaimin. Last few bans. We'll see what these, at least what Gaimin think are going to be the positions here for the Ricky and Tiny.
Yeah, both games they had the Tiny. So they lost the last game when they had Tiny plus Darkseer as the first 2 pick. The one before that they had Tiny plus Ricky.
And Tiny is one of those heroes that it does feel pretty good to play. Even when you lose,
sure,
because it seems very easy to get good farm on this hero.
Yeah,
like even in a losing game, you'll be 6-slide. You know, you'll have your Revenant's Brooch, your Shadowblade, whatever.
I feel like Ursa doesn't mind playing versus Tiny though, because he eats him. You know, if you do get a couple hits off, you can just eat right through these tanky cores. So that's where it's like, I don't know how much merit there really is for it, but if it's their comfort and they really want to just stick with that, that's fine. We do see Gaimin. They're just going to ban out the Ember, ban out the Storm, the 2 mids that I was expecting. Maybe not the Storm as much, because I was like, they do have a fair bit of disable coming out from them, but yeah, the Ember did look like something that would work really well for Aurora, so we'll have to see what Kiyotaka wants to play now. Seeing the Monkey King banned out, so they're, yeah, I mean, both teams looking for that mid. Of course, Aurora can still move things around. They still can have that Ricky play mid. They can still look to do some stuff like that depending on what they see.
I think it's tough though. I think, yeah, it's...
whenever I see Tinker, it's like, you do, of course you have like King of Team Fight from Darkseer, but just the lane, they immediately counterpicked you. They Ursa Tinkered you versus that Darkseer, so you're gonna have to just play to catch up right from the start almost. Which, I mean, Darkseer does do very well. He farms these stacks amazing, but okay, and we'll get the more fun pivot.
And they would do it. They've already done this today as well.
Yeah, they pivoted this as well.
They had a tough game on this though. And, you know, it didn't look like an easy one for Kiyotaka, if this is going to indeed be the Kiyotaka Morph. He didn't have a super smooth game.
And Morph overall, I'll you know, a couple times similar versus the Ursa. Ursa can kill you. Ursa does an insane amount of damage versus these tankier cores that can be elusive. And Wind Ranger, I'll always mention this, you can get snipes on Morph. Morph is doing his little thing that he's shifting down. You get a power shot that comes through even in mid-game. It can be very strong. But Aurora, they're sticking with their guns, Owen. Literally, almost, I mean, not the exact same draft, but 3 of the same heroes that they used earlier versus Power.
Dude. You know, if you want to be really baller, you put the Wind Ranger mid and then you go last pick AA.
There is an AA available.
You know what
I mean, Darkseer historically is a decent hero versus AA because you build the pipe and there's no stun.
I just wonder, is there some way you could fit an AA in here?
I don't know. I just don't know if they need, I don't know if it's necessary. I think Let's see, what does Quinn want to play here?
I mean, what's he played today? He played his co-op today, right?
Yeah, I didn't
that was
really
the
like
loss,
it.
though.
I didn't really like it that much. I mean, Puck is still in the pool. There's some limited disables, but if he picks Puck, they put Tiny mid and they put Morphin carry. What am I forgetting? I'm forgetting some obvious
what
here.
happened to DK?
Oh, it's a Quinn Lash! Oh, Quinn has been shit-talking this hero to me so much in the last few days,
He likes
too.
it.
But he still likes it. It's
Oh,
still
but
his
he's
favorite
been
hero.
talking it down
He's been
to you.
talking it
He's like,
down.
nah.
He just hates the facets. He's just very not impressed with the facets, you know. But okay, this is interesting. It's floor damage, so they're looking for more damage that goes through this Ringmaster, of course. And looking to bully in the mid lane. So that does make the Morphling go to the safe lane. Tiny is going to be playing the mid.
Oh, okay, yeah, indeed it does.
Okay.
I like Gaimin's lineup.
I do like Gaming's approach today.
I think the Ursa is set up for a pretty good game. I got to be honest, I do actually like it better that the Tiny is mid and they do have Nightfall on the carry more.
I agree.
I think you know that looks a lot better to me.
It gives them timings, that's for sure. If they can get to later stages of the game, Aurora's draft is strong. It's just the early game scares me a little of how much pressure that I feel like Gaming can actually apply. Because you see Lesh Quinn, he's going to be going for Chronoptic or
He changed it.
He switched. Okay. So I was talking to him about this quite a bit, and he doesn't really like either facet. So that's cool that he's going to do this for more aggression. That does mean less tower damage, of course, but more kill threat. So they're just looking to kill.
Yeah, I think, you know, there's always got to be the temptation to grab this, especially when you're against like a melee mid, right? Because you might be able to set up the lane where you are able to go for that dive kill.
True. Yeah, very much so. It's a lot of damage that comes through also to bring down something like the Ringmaster. Whoever he puts in the box
whoever gets
will just get killed very quickly. But if Aurora, if they can slow things down, their draft does hit some nice timing because they have the auras that come out from the Darkseer. Morphling and all be all carry if he gets to those later stages, but I feel like they are going to have some difficulties of slowing pace down, and I'm going to keep eyes on it for it on. It's a Morphling laning versus a Wind Ranger, so there's definitely shots.
I mean, there's no way he gets killed by a kill shot.
I'm telling you, I've seen it so many of these games.
There's no way.
I'm telling you, man, I've seen it. They shift down, they have a ward in the lane, and you just get clipped by a 0.1 second power shot.
Oh, well,
we'll have to keep
if that happens, it's always going to be very, very entertaining. But we'll see. I'm sure Nightfall's prepared for such arrows to be flying his direction.
I'm curious to see how this is going to go down. I do favor, I would give it like a 60-40, I think, for Gaming's an early game, but as it progresses to the later stages of the game, I'd favor Aurora's. But let's see if that actually can happen for them to slow things down.
Yeah, we'll see how much sort of a free farm. Like the mid lane, I think it's going to be a situation where Kiyotaka could get bullied out. We'll see how well Quinn's able to play it here today on the Lesh. But here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Into the action of another one of the best of ones here in the group stage. At Blast Slam 3, Gaming Gladiators versus Aurora. All of these best of ones are very important to determine how far forward the teams are able to jump in the next stage in the gauntlet phase of this tournament. And these two teams, we have, I believe, Gaming Gladiators 1-1 at the moment, and Aurora 0-2. So still trying to find that first victory for themselves here today.
And they're still sticking with their same heroes, right?
Yeah,
so
they haven't changed up the strat.
They lost both games, and they're like, you know what? Doesn't matter. We still believe in ourselves. We got to see if it works. So let's see if their ideas do work this time around, and how much they can get done with Mira on this Ricky.
Let's have a look. So what have we had so far on the stats? 51 unique heroes picked in the 11 games. In this game, there's 2 new picks, Leshrac and Tinker. Well, I can only imagine. Well, I can only imagine that's because Tinker's been banned out quite a lot, of course. Leshrac, though, may well have been ignored in the majority of bans as well. So that one definitely a bit more interesting.
Yep, Kiyotaka. Moving just fine. 2 for 2. And they're setting a trap for Malady. They're attempting to go for that first blood with the positioning. He will not fall for it. Yeah, let's see how these lanes go. I'm going to be watching a lot bottom lane, see how the Darkseer does, since he was very heavily counterpicked at the opener, since they open with Ursa, just to address that lane and see what they can get done down there. We'll get some good body blocks, so they do get that wave under the tower, so it should get a better position for Toronto, Tokyo. Yeah, Watson should have pretty much free time down here, though.
Yeah, you got to be careful on this Ricky. Once they hit the level 2 on Gaming Gladiators, they could definitely try and fight back anytime that Mirror attempts to poke up to the creep wave. What Nightfall? All right, he went for it then. He went for a cheeky little snipe there with a blood grenade.
I'm telling you, you have to be so careful when you're playing this.
Oh,
I'm telling you,
I mean,
man.
okay, it's
I'm
close.
telling you.
Yeah, you're right. I'm already getting the vibe that something pretty spicy could go down.
I've been spamming so much though, and honestly, every time I see Morph, I pick the win just because it just
on the off
you
chance.
have the off chance of getting it, and you do. It's a great hero right now, honestly. As we've seen, a lot of players are picking it up. It feels very good to lane with something like Centaur, who's just a strong laner right now. 75 base damage, gets a lot of extra last hits. Yeah, we'll see how he's able to secure his farm up there.
Radiant's bottom tower.
And we do see there, Quinn, the most last strike games by a significant margin now, actually, at this point. 36 over Sumail. Ori, we haven't seen him in a long time, so it's kind of cool that he's still up there, but they will find that first blood.
They will. Toronto Tokyo able to get him with the ion shells.
He was so deep contesting the wave all the way behind, so just got chased forever. Does get punished.
Yeah, very nice little kill for Toronto Tokyo to get there. Kind of courtesy of Mirror. Chased him down with the ion shell on him. This time Tofu's got a fairy fire.
1 or 2 more hits.
Should be fine here, Tofu. He's going to have win run in a few seconds. Ooh.
He's okay.
That tango regen and such, keeping him just alive. Could try and go aggressive back on towards him. Might be a bit risky. And of course, this is giving a lot of space for Ace to continue to very easily out-CS the Nightfall Morph here in the lane matchup so far.
Yep, and Watson, he's got his boots already finished up in that bottom lane. So even though Malady, he did die in a pretty funny position, super deep in the lane, you're still seeing the effect of that lane, the Ursa pick versus the Darkseer.
Yeah, Watson's
absolute
chilling.
free farm. So lanes, as we said, Gaming, they set themselves up for this success with the way that they drafted that order. So right now, yeah, looking at very good to start there, but yeah, giving up that kill. Definitely gonna help Toronto Tokyo. He's got level 3 now, so he's got level 2 Ion Shell. So again, they could, now that they've got the level 2 Ion Shell, if they see a good positioning, they can punish down here, but March tends to counteract that Ion Shell pretty effectively.
Yeah, I don't know how much they'll use it, or they have been using it, but I can imagine what this Darkseer Ricky combo is quite nice for Ricky just to get an Iron Shell on him and then go to another lane and be quite annoying.
Yeah, definitely wants to get a little more levels, though. He is only level 1 still on the Ricky down here, so.
And they're looking for Race.
Power shot.
You gotta be careful.
He knows.
I mean, yeah, indeed. They back off as soon as they know that that shot potentially is coming in.
Yep. They have the Healing Lotus as well on Tofu. They can pass over to Ace, so he still is very healthy. Yeah, there's looking still very solid. Mid lane is even, though, so we are seeing Kiyotaka have a pretty good time in the lane.
Yeah. He's got a fair bit of regen, right? Still got the 3 bottle charges.
At any moment, he could die also, though, right? If the wave gets cleared and the Edict gets popped down, the Tiny still is under kill threat constantly, so does have to be a little careful. Power Rune.
Yeah, Kiyotaka, no, just the Water Rune, yeah. He's going to be able to get the refuel. Tofu not able to get over in time to interrupt.
Nice that he gets the refill. Keep himself healthy versus this Lesh. They got the side pull off up here on Aurora, so that's pretty nice for Nightfall. We're still seeing his farm. It's slowed down massively versus Ace. But he's getting something at the least.
And they're not killed him yet.
Not yet.
No, unfortunate kill shots coming in with the power shots.
I just continue watch because he's being kept at literally at the kill threshold.
He is keeping himself pretty low.
Yep.
He's definitely staying in a risky territory when it comes to how much HP he's playing with.
Very close, but he'll be okay. Ace is getting free farm. It's going to be a Vanguard already finished up, so Tofu can actually look to make some moves mid lane. Does get the toss back onto Quinn, so won't die, but a fair bit of damage onto Kiyotaka. Quinn. Trying to bully him.
I mean, given 8 seconds, and he's going to have the Edict ready to go again. I mean, Kiyotaka's definitely got to be careful. He's got some stick charges.
He's got a toss again.
Sure.
Quinn is sticking on him, though, and he's got the boots.
Avalanche will hold him back, so Kiyotaka, he knows what he's doing. He's not going to die to the Lesh today.
Good place. You got a toss back play, and then, yeah, you got the little avalanche to be able to protect him. Tofu looks like he might look to pressure the other lanes now that his Centaur has a Vanguard. Ace can probably be left alone, so let's see if that does cause any rotations to come in.
Yeah, wants to start setting up around the mid here. And advance the 6-minute power rune.
Panto's reading it, though. I like this from Panto. Immediately, he's like, okay, there's a Vanguard Centaur, but I have a Morphling, so Morph now can be left alone also. And now it's just 1v1 in the top lane for the moment that I can look to play around the Wind Ranger's movements. Because Nightfall in a 1v1 versus Centaur, you're perfectly fine. You're going to be able to get that farm much easier than when you're playing versus the 2. Bottom rune. We'll spawn top. So they'll set up Kiyotaka for that one. Instantly, Quinn tries to get aggressive again, but there is heroes in the area.
Gonna try and turn it. They've got the lockdown. But backup's coming in for Quinn. Quinn now looks to try and turn and run down Kiyotaka. He's gonna get him. Kiyotaka falls. Panto, he's got the backup of Mira, but Quinn survives, gets the double, finally goes down. Mira, can he get out safely? Drops down a tree, but doesn't matter. Malady still finds him with the right click. They lose 3 heroes in the mid. They do get Quinn, but it's quite a heavy loss there for Aurora.
Expensive. They do not have the burst damage to bring him down. They tried to throw the combo, but he is too tanky under these 2. And yeah, Malady gets some big kills on this Tinker. Never what you want to see, the Tinker getting those kills. 7 minutes. Watson in position here, but they're bringing 3 heroes.
Yeah, he was thinking about it.
Won't be able to get that steal.
Yeah, we're very, very much aware of the respawns coming into play.
What did Malady actually purchase? He's gonna get, okay, he'll get boots early on. I saw he had the Holy Locket. He almost had the 1,000 gold for the first component of it, but decided to just get boots for now. Hot start, all 3 lanes farming well. Nightfall is being left in that 1v1 though, so he is starting to reestablish his lane.
Oh. Gonna catch him out here.
He's healing.
He's got the 1 charges, doesn't matter. They'll take him down, but Watson will be able to jump forward and find the Riki in return.
Nightfall almost gets brought down. He has a raindrop.
Careful!
Ooh. Raindrop is usually
makes it very hard to get
answer.
sniped.
Yeah, it's like the best answer versus Wind Ranger currently in the laning phase. One of the better items you can pick up. But they're looking to burn that raindrop as much as possible. They're looking to put pressure on Nightfall.
They're bringing in Watson. Coming in with the rotation.
He used the waveform already.
Got the setup. Into the shackle. Nightfall. Nowhere to run.
These moves are hidden and mid lane. They even find a kill too. Quinn able to find the solo grab. Gaimin pulling away in this early game. A 2k lead at the 8 minutes.
They might be able to look for Kiyotaka as well if he's not careful.
There's an edict in 5 seconds. But
yeah, he's got to keep his distance here, Kiyotaka.
I was like, they might throw the blood grenade and go for it, but don't end up going fully for it. And Quinn, standard route, he's going to go the Atos, so it's going to give him extra catch versus the Morphling. Kiyotaka's got to be careful how far he steps up.
Yeah, it's a lot of damage that Quinn can run him down with.
He might just die.
It's a lot of damage. It's a lot of damage. A lot more than Kiyotaka was expecting there.
I look at the damage. Yeah, well, how much was it? 1,600.
How much of that was from the edict?
It's an insane amount.
Yeah, 1,300.
He hit every single one. Look, all 40 explosions.
Wait, is that how many it is total?
Literally every single one that was connected on.
Yeah, absolutely right. Yeah. Well, that will do it.
That'll do it.
Absolutely with that facet.
It's a beautiful start. Gaming setting themselves up to win the lanes, and so far they are doing so. How's the Darkseer doing? Usually is a little bit of a slower start, but still gets his timings. Is getting closer toward the pipe. It's a good pipe game versus the Lesh.
It is, it is.
Always tends to be.
But this is the thing as well, right? They do kind of have 3 cores that are going to need a little bit of time. Like, who's coming online first? Who are you looking at?
It's got to be Tiny.
You're saying Tiny, come on, you got to step up.
Yep, I feel like if he dies once more in this laning phase, it's going to be really problematic for Aurora to fix this early game. Because they're pretty dependent on him to just make these early moves if their other 2 side lanes are struggling, and they absolutely are so far. So, Kiyotaka, another death, and it's going to be real painful for him. It already is quite painful, but... Because Tiny especially, like, you want to be able to go to a lane and find one of these, easier kills in particular with your combination. So these heroes on the side lanes are not easy to kill. Tinker, they should have. But the core is Centaur, Ursa, Lesh at this point. Definitely
Quinn's tempted to just start running them down into the tier 1 again. He's going to have backup coming in for the side. Beautiful shackling onto the 2 of them. See if they can finish off the kills here with the Stampede to keep Quinn in on top of them. He'll get the double. Can he get Panto as well? He can. Triple kill for Quinn. They will get the kill at the end of it all. Nightfall able to turn up and pick it up. So nice one for him to find. But still, this Lesh is And they just can't get away from it.
Oh, and that was 5 heroes in the mid lane from Aurora to pressure the Lesh to get him off of the tower, and he kills 3 of them. Definitely problems already that we're seeing for Aurora. This early game is devastating. Level 9 for Toronto Tokyo. Him and Nightfall did get a nice little exchange there to come in. Yeah, all 3 cores at the top. Tinker doing Tinker things. The Holy Lockets about to be finished. Timings are very accelerated for the side of Gaming. A 5k lead. And now they've got the extra catch. So he does have the Atos for Quinn. And Owen, there's some stacks.
Yep, they're going to get that extra bit of a boost ahead. I mean, it looks like Aurora looking towards the Centaur, seeing if they can maybe try and take him down.
Mark.
They're going to have it. So, able to take Ace out of the top lane.
It's a good kill, a necessary one. Panto does claim it, but either way. Is going to look to check these stacks up, but they've already been taken. Gaming with the heads-up move, getting that one early. The Atos is out.
Yeah, Quinn's got the setup. Kitaka's going to try and toss him away.
Blood grenade, he's slowed down.
Yeah, connect with the power shot. Quinn's able to get the chance to run him down.
Uh-oh. This is a rough start for Kiyotaka. 1 and 4 on this Tiny now at this point. His blink is going to come super late. The Tinker's going to surpass him at any moment now.
Quinn might have just found another here, Mira. He's going to get the chance to run, but the Shackle connects. Another one to be found here for Gaimin.
They're landing their spells pretty much perfectly. Level 7 now on the Wind Ranger. Can decide what item he wants to go for. Looks like it might just be a 4-step this game. He has his options. It looks like he was considering maybe Vessel, but usually something we don't see purchased much ever anymore. As a 5k lead, and we haven't even really gotten to talk about Watson much because there's just so much action happening around Quinn. I believe that is his Battle Fury finished up already at this point. So sometimes we've seen these Ursas not get picked as much because the Battle Fury build takes some time. This is such an early one. He's gotten completely away with everything. They've dominated the lanes. A 6k lead very early.
Yeah, it's just going to take such a long time for Kiyotaka to get that blink.
Yeah.
Only 850 gold into it. It's 13 minutes in.
And sometimes it's like when the team has Darkseer, then it's like, okay, Darkseer gets his one item, you group around him, you play with the Ion Shell, you play with those auras. But when they're all so behind, it's going to be a lot harder for them to rely on those auras and play around it now at this point. When Gaming has a lot of damage too, that's the thing, is it's not like this is a end-all be-all pipe. They have great physical and magical and pure.
Yeah, they can kill you through it.
Yep, the Edict damage.
Quinn. Gonna find the setup. Tofu coming in from the side with the Shackle. Panto comes in with the save, but
there's the pipe.
Gets popped as well.
They're on Quinn.
They're gonna try and turn and focus the Lesh. Can they kill Quinn off? They can.
There's that pipe.
See if they can turn towards Malady as well as they chase out the Tinker. Toss forward. They're gonna find him. Double kill for Mira. We've got Ace coming back in from the side. Kiyotaka will keep his distance. Now Nightfall, he's ready to try and jump forward. Tries to get the angle with the Shackle. Thanks for the power shot. Get the drag back onto Ace. Looking to dive the tower here for the Centaur. There, you get the Who Stomp off. They get the kill, take Ace down, but Toronto Tokyo will not be able to get away as Watson turns up and will tear him apart. So,
not bad.
Not bad. You know, they sort of bring the force together with the 5 of them. They're able to push back against Gaming Gladiators. They do still end up having a couple of casualties towards the end of it, of course, with Kiyotaka and Toronto Tokyo going down, but overall, they were able to fight back.
And that's the way you play with Darkseer. He got pipe, everyone 5-man run, hope that you can get these kill exchanges. You get a couple of them, so all things considered, you'll take that on the side of Aurora. Even though Watson, he'll take that all day. He shows up with Battle Fury and gets some kills, so. I like that Watson queuing this up too, just instant blink dagger afterwards. So Battle Fury blink, he's gonna look to get involved. So they're gonna look to fight back versus they know the 5-man's gonna come from Aurora, and they're gonna look to fight back versus that 5-man.
No, absolutely, yeah. Kiyotaka coming in for the side. Gonna find the setup onto him, but the Avalanche will come into play. The stun can come out from Quinn.
See if he can get another creep wave or 2 on Kiyotaka to get that blink dagger that they desperately do need for these mid-game fights. What did Tofu end up? Did he end up going anything just yet? Okay, he hasn't revealed which build he wants to go just yet. Who's gonna get it? Tofu will get it. All right, really nice shard that we've seen in a lot of games. Even see some of these Wind Rangers pick it up as their first item. Now he can actually go for that 4-step if he would like to versus the Ricky. Do they look to fight here? It doesn't look like it. Aurora without the blink yet on the Tiny. This does look like it's a bit complicated. They are set up, though, with the Darkseer and Ricky. But it feels like without that blink, it's kind of suicide walking into this 5-man. Quick rotation in Gaming. These moves are happening very fast. Looking to connect toward the mid lane. Pento will be able to dodge the gank. And they do now have that blink for Kiyotaka. So let's see what he can make happen with this.
Yeah, it's got to be something good.
It's got to be something real good.
Where's the smoke?
Pento had one, so... And they'll find the D ward. Quinn has a shield rune.
Yeah.
This is probably not the target.
Oh, whatever they do, they're not going to be able to surprise anyone with a blink. Already showing that in the mid.
Nope, and Gaimin.
They're getting the Roche.
Accelerating those objectives. They've taken out the 3 tier 1s. They can go for that Roche very easy with the Ursa. This is a very clean game so far from Gaimin. Not too many mistakes adding up. Aurora trying to get these trade kills, but a lot of farm coming in for the side of Gaimin. All 3 cores very farmed, and the supports are starting to get pretty crazy.
They're closing in on the Kiyotaka Tiny.
Yeah. And Tofu, he still hasn't shown which build he wants to go.
Okay.
So Blink, 4 staff, great options if you'd like to.
This man wants a Maelstrom.
No. Don't do it. It's a bait. It's always a bait. As these 4 Wind Rangers. And it's just too value to play versus Ricky with the 4 staff, so I would love if you get that. Mech about to be done for Malady too, so their group up is going to be very strong. Nightfall almost has his Manta finished up, so can survive an initial go once he does have that finished.
Middle tower is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Mira,
Radiant's
find a courier.
has been killed.
Dust.
Tofu.
Not quite clipping
Yeah,
him.
he gave it a shot there.
Yeah.
Just in case he was still hanging around Mira.
Mid lane, toss. They're on ace.
It's pretty tanky.
Off the mark with the wheel completely.
We'll get the Stampede off as well. We'll get dragged back by the vacuum, but this is sort of poor time for the rest of the team to turn up. They'll kill Ace off, but now Gaimin, they're ready to turn and get some kills in return as they'll get both Panto, Toronto, Tokyo, and Nightfall as well. Ooh. Another huge cleanup here for Watson as Gaming Gladiators is just able to turn up and completely turn around whatever Aurora attempt to do. And like Watson actually is able to continue to chase and find Kiyotaka.
No, he's going down.
Beautifully moves through the triangle, able to get the jump back down to low ground. And yeah, he's not getting away from this, surely. No, certainly is not. Watson gets another.
Ultra kill. We'll give him that one.
Basically is.
Comes in, gets every single cleanup up. The items just keep flying in. This is one of the most farmed Ursas we'll see. Basher is done already. It took them forever to kill Ace. He is super tanky with the Crimson Guard. Just stands his ground. Yeah. 3 heroes, 4 heroes get brought down. Gaimin thriving. Cool to see with the Lash too, right? A hero that we don't really see picked anymore. Besides really from Quinn. Even last tournament.
Down with a Wind Ranger that's yet to spend the money.
Yep. Mira won't be able to play himself out of that one. And yeah, well, I mean, we'll see. Tofu, he can decide now. He's getting to save the gold.
Maybe he just buys a Hex.
Sure. I mean, he's got his options. That's
he's just sitting there with nearly 3k gold. 19 minutes in here as the support Wind Ranger. He is loving life.
Another. This first pick Ursa is dominating. This is definitely what we're going to see happen when you see first pick Darkseer.
I think it's just a really safe carry to pick.
Yeah.
Drop down the wheel.
Quinn. He's got Stampede.
They're going to be able to buff him up. He's able to turn his attention straight over towards Panto. That's the Ringmaster God Mira. Going to see if he can find Quinn in the trees, but Quinn is already out of there. Now Kiyotaka and Mira, they've got to be a bit careful indeed with the numbers turning up here for Gaming Gladiators. Kiyotaka trying to run away. Shackle will not latch, but they will be able to run him down, connect with the Hush Stomp. They'll try for the TP out now, but the damage is too much with another round of the laser coming in from Mallet.
Nice try. Nice try with that TP. Relentless onslaught by Gaming Gladiators this morning. Well, this afternoon, I guess. Just running the heroes down. Yeah, I do like seeing this. First pick Darkseer, you can get these Weavers, these these Ursas just to be able to answer it. It's looking real hot. This game is 20 minutes, a 13,000 gold lead. Just continuing to run through them in a tier 2 to fall. Every single move is hitting. It's Tofu. He'll go Blink. Okay. So goes for the big item. Goes for that extra catch. Hello, Mira.
Oh, that's an easy dust. The smoke gets immediately taken off them, so No hesitation there with the dust popping.
Ace is coming.
The Atos connecting onto Mira. Trying to block him off as well, allow Ace to get the chance to close in. They'll get another set of the dust down towards him so it doesn't come to an end. As Mira will get caught and killed.
Just chasing anybody they see, pretty much at this point. No blink needed on Ace. He's got the Crimson, he's got the Pipe. Where's the damage now from Aurora? Another catch. Tofu will find Panto. They're just getting outplayed, outclassed all over the place. Limited moves they can really do as Panto throws down the wheel. And he dead again.
Same time in the mid, Ace just casually pushing the tier 2 tower, knows that they're going to have to bring in pretty much the entire team to try and push him away.
They're never alone. They've always got that +1 with the Tinker. Top, Kiyotaka goes for the catch onto Quinn. There's a Tinker coming in.
Quinn's pretty tanky. Stampede as well.
There's that Tinker. Do they have the saves?
They've dropped the wall down. Back in one of the two of them. Malady will fall. Can they kill Quinn as well?
He's still alive.
Yeah, they can't kill him. Quinn is perfectly fine. Aurora, they have to run. The power shot will snipe down Nightfall. Watson cleans up Toronto Tokyo on the escape. Kiyotaka will be able to TP out just in time.
Chaos all over the place. They'll get the kill on the Tinker, but they can't touch the Lesh still. Too much health. The Essence Ring even pumping him up. Extra heals too from that Tinker. And then the auras from Ace. Mira. Still dusted. And he's going down.
It's getting pretty rough.
It's been rough.
And the continuation of a rough day right for Aurora. This will be their 3rd loss in a row.
And with the same heroes, too. You know, sticking with their guns, but it's not working out, Owen. It really isn't. Gaming. One step ahead, it feels like, on every front in this game.
Yeah. Because it looked like a good draft from Gaming, but I don't know if it looked this good.
It did look pretty good with the Tinker.
But should it be this brutal?
Yeah,
I don't know. This is, I think, Aurora having a rough one.
Yeah, I think Kiyotaka just fell off of it so hard this game. He's 1-7. I think he fell off before he was even online. Going for the Yules builds, all of them are trying to find these Yules to be able to answer the Ursa, the shields that come out from the Tinker, but yeah, you'll be able to get the Dispel, but we're seeing the lack of damage absolutely coming into play. Trying to group up again, but Gaimin, they are in position for this. And they've already got a BKB on Watson, so no Yules
he's just going in. He doesn't mind popping the BKB for little kills like that.
He might go for more. Blink up in 3 seconds. Unable to. The dagger stops him. Yep, that's the answer to the Yules. Okay, you go Yules. I have my BKB. I'm super farmed. I'm level 20 on this Ursa. Wouldn't replace a single item that he's gone for here.
Dude, is he going to be able to win the game without a single assist?
I would hope so. 12-0-0. It looks pretty bad.
You don't see that often, right? A carry winning the game with only kills.
I mean, I was looking at
no deaths, no assists.
I was looking at both of these, right? Tofu, will he end with a death? Will Watson end with an assist? We shall see. They both have that beautiful scoreline at the moment. And by the way, Tofu is probably going for a Hex next. He's got Blink and Tiara, so very likely that he goes for it. Playing versus the Morph makes sense. They've got full map control now at this point. Just a tier 2 left on the bottom side. Watson is alone with no BKB.
Okay. Get the toss back.
But he's got backup now.
He certainly does. Quinn comes in from the side. He's going to be able to run down both Toronto Tokyo and Panto.
Malady running through 3
He's just chilling there around the 3 of them. They will kill him. And a buyback will come into play here from Panto. But Quinn, he's still just diving around the tier 2s. Mira gets taken out here.
That was so funny. Malady literally just ran through them to apply Stampede on them and dies for it.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Nice.
Watson wants more. He's in.
They're going to fight Panto.
He got an assist, Owen, by the way.
He did, yeah. He got griefed.
Watson.
He got griefed. Griefed by his teammates. Stealing kills that he wasn't going to get anyway, but still ruining the scoreline.
32-12. A beauty to see. Gaimin playing as clean as ever. And these wards, too, just coverage. As you said, full map control, full coverage. They see Nightfall. They know exactly where he is. They might even just hunt him again. Quinn already on the prowl. And I like the way the Quinn's gone with his build, right? Atos for catch, Kaya Sanj standard, and then Shiva's playing versus this, you know, the Morphling, that heal reduction, and just overall amazing on Lesh. Hello, Nightfall.
Get a little bash in there. Ooh. That TP's not going to work this time.
Nope. Too much damage. Shiva's coming into play immediately. Level 20 now for Quinn. He's got the OP talents, I like to call it. A lot of these level 20 talents seem to be the OP ones, but double dive with Edicts now. Glad to see a difference in the mid lane, though. Glad to see a bit of a newer hero, because I think we were getting kind of sick of seeing the same stuff, so cool to see that Quinn does bust it out, even though he's been literally crap-talking the enemy nonstop.
I mean, someone like Lesh, right? There's definitely a few mid players here that play a bit of Lesh, right? You know,
Yeah.
that could be watching or checking the replays of such performances and being like, well, hey, you know what? We want to try out some Lesh rack in our drafts as well.
Yeah, as long as, you know, you're not playing versus a Mage Slayer builder. Like, sure, the lane versus Ember is good, but then in the mid game, just getting poked versus that plus pipe can be very annoying. So I know why people are kind of staying away from it, but cool to see that it can still look very good anyway. As now it's, I mean, Aurora, they're kind of lost in this game because they've missed all their timings.
Yeah, what do you do?
They're unable to slow the game down to the point of what they wanted, where it's like, okay, Morphling is going to have these answers versus these heroes. This is not a game where Morph can 1v5. It's just impossible. Surrounded.
Yeah, looking pretty dead.
Good job, Tofu. Get that last hit. Hell yeah.
Yeah, they can pretty much go high ground whenever they want here, Gaimin.
They see everything, literally. They just see everybody walking outside again. The mid-ward, Panto walks right under it. Same thing over here. The world is their oyster. Roche. They'll be able to claim that with just the two heroes while still applying pressure on the map. Kiyotaka's looking for a tower. Quinn will not guess the right direction.
Tofu's it.
His death.
He's going to jump up and immediately get turned upon it by the three of them. Is he actually going to get out?
Is he going to live?
He's still alive.
He's still alive.
He's going to be able to survive just walking into the three of them. Of course, on the side of Aurora, they're not going to be able to survive that at all as they end up with three more of them dead.
Tofu, 5-0 and 24, yet to die. Even survives there with a fraction of HP, gets the barriers. 3 dead again, while they also get the Roche.
Look at that, well, 24 cases, where players won a game with over 10 kills and 0 assists.
Katara, Arteezy, and
Somnus.
This is like a different era of Dota. Look at those names.
And that's 24 cases out of, I don't even know how many games. Probably like 10 billion games of Dota 2.
Probably. A good estimate.
Multiple billions. It's been that long. Okay, 73,000. Well, it's close to a billion. There's a few zeros missing.
Yeah, smooth sailing. Like, what a game from Gaimin.
Yeah.
Honestly, this is nearly perfect gameplay from Aurora. Things crumble just so fast. These kills on Kiyotaka, it kind of felt like when that kill happened on mid lane, when they went for the triple play onto Quinn and they all died, it felt like the game was just so hard for them to recover from.
It really did.
He's just out of control.
Oh. Very easy one here for Gaming Gladiators.
Yep. What's our next one? Because this one there's no home.
Oh, next one should be a banger.
Spirit.
Next one, so don't worry, boys and girls.
That 3%, that's a lie. Even that 3% is a lie.
It's a minus 3%.
It's a minus 3% for this one. A Hex, I believe, even on Quinn. A Hex coming out on the Wind Ranger any second now, too. Yeah, they have absolutely everything for this poor Morphling. Good. Pre-30 minutes, double Hex. Keep it going. There's a hard on Ace. They can end this game.
Yeah, and they're going to be able to get it, so they're going to have, what? In the top 6 will be 5 of their heroes.
Yep.
And
the final hurrah. Let's see, can they kill some heroes?
Can they get a kill? They got the Wheel of Wonder down. They're looking towards Malady. Can they kill this Tinker? No, they cannot. Stampede's out as well as all the auras. They just turn and kill all of them as well. Once again,
GG.
As they've finally had enough, GG is called. Wow, I mean, there's been a lot of games played. Maybe there's been some other stomps, but I'll hazard a guess that this is probably one of the biggest stomps we've had here today.
Yeah.
This was...
a beatdown.
Yeah, this was just a painful one, really, for Aurora. It wasn't necessarily that quick, but it definitely was that severe.
Yeah, it did felt like it fell out of control so quickly. Like them making these moves, I think they thought that they could kill Quinn when they bring the 3 to bring him down, but they end up losing 3 heroes. I mean, Kitaka's got to have a better game if they're going to have any hopes in the mid game. He pretty much had no game whatsoever on the Tiny.
Yeah, I mean, that's the kind of game that I imagine is going to be sat in the back of his mind when they're in a draft. They're picking these sort of situations where they go with the Tiny and maybe there is just that Leshrac still in the pool. And it's up against one of these other mids that plays Lesh. Because I don't know if you want to play Tiny into Lesh ever again after that. It's just got to be one of those experiences that feels really rough, right? You just don't want to have to put yourself through that. And indeed, as we can see here on the final scoreboards, as we're pointing towards, Tofu and Watson do both manage to end the game without a single death. And nothing really too pretty looking at the KDAs over on Aurora's side of things.
No, things like, I feel like things just fell apart too quickly, and it wasn't just problems on one front. It's not like, okay, Lesh is dealing. It was problems on all 3 lanes. Ursa's free farming, Centaur's free farming, Windrange is applying pressure all over the place, and then you're playing versus this Tinker that essentially becomes a core in a lot of situations. So I think there's got to be some big adjustments for Aurora, at least in these next drafts, because they've gone for 3 similar style drafts.
Yeah, you got to imagine. You got to imagine they're going to be changing stuff up next. As you said, they've still got that upcoming series later on today against Falcons. Not necessarily the one you'd necessarily be looking forward to if you are Aurora, because I believe Falcons so far are the team in the group that haven't lost a game.
Nope, not yet.
So that's a rough one. We will be able to have some words, though, of course, ladies and gentlemen, from one of the players from Gaming Gladiators to hear what they have to say about that win. Let's go over to them now.
Hey, I'm here with Quinn. Congratulations on the win. It's so good to see you guys on LAN again. I feel like it's been a while. How are you feeling being back with the boys?
Yeah, it's nice to not lose 17 qualifiers in a row. So it's nice to be at a tournament for once.
I mean, it's great to see you guys, and you looked really dominant this game. I was basically wondering what you guys do to stay competitive when you do miss tournaments. Like, do you watch together? Do you still scrim? Like, how do you stay at the top of your game?
Yeah, we're definitely playing scrims during Wallachia. I mean, I was at Raleigh, and then we had a small break afterwards because it's a long stretch till Riyadh TI. But yeah, we're just playing scrims and watching the games, talking about stuff. I mean, you can glean a lot just from watching games and playing scrims, even if it's not the highest quality like teams. Just trying to build some chemistry and build an idea of what we want to do.
Okay, and speaking of your stint at Raleigh, was there anything you learned, like standing in for a different team? Was there anything that you picked up, or something that you brought with you? Was it a learning experience, etc.?
I think for sure. I think it's a lot of I think it was less Dota and more just how they do things, how they operate, how they communicate, how they function as a team, like the things they say, like their structure, things like that are interesting and very different for like each team. I think their structure is more different than the Dota is oftentimes, or the Dota idea. So I think it's more interesting to see how they do things like as an operation as opposed to how the game is actually played.
Was there anything that you could carry on to your team from that, or was it more so just like a spectator experience for you in that sense?
Yeah, I think you try to take away some stuff. I think there's also, you hope there's some like learning via osmosis that like, you do things slightly differently or better because you've interacted with a new way of doing things and your brain just takes that in naturally, but also, attempting to integrate some stuff that's like, oh, I think this is cute, that's this thing they do or whatever,
Okay, and speaking of cute, you have busted out like a couple of different heroes already, like some of your Siggies, like the Queen of Pain and the Leshrac, and they seem to be working. Like, do you think that there's still viability for like a bigger mid-hero pool than what we've been seeing in the Beastmasters and the Storms and the whatnot?
I mean, the heroes you named, they're definitely better than the heroes I'm playing. Queen is definitely for sure a trash can hero. I would not recommend, But yeah, I mean, whenever a lot of stuff gets banned and you end up like last pick, like, all the best heroes are banned. So I gotta get a little creative and pick something that's good for the game, even though it's not a good hero.
All right, great to hear. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much there, Effie and Quinn. And it's pretty much what you're saying that Quinn's been saying, right? He's got these heroes that he's like, they're garbage, trash can.
Yep.
But we will still see him pick and play them because, as he says, sometimes, even though it's not the best hero, maybe it's going to be good for the game. And in this case, the Lesh was definitely very good for the game.
We'll definitely still see the Lesh. I think the Queen is gone.
That one, you think he's not going to...
The Queen is not
He's not going to bring
back.
that one in again.
No, I don't think
we
that
saw
one's
it the
coming
once,
back.
probably not going to see it again. Anyway, ladies and gentlemen, we've got to move on with the day. Of course, we've got so many more games to play. The next one is going to be a banger. Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short break, and then we will be back with Team Falcons versus Team Spirit.
「
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Blast Slam 3 group stages. We're going to be ready to go into our next series, this next best of one, which should be better than the last one, right? We just, of course, had Gaming Gladiators stomping Aurora. This one, though, Falcons versus Spirit. Draft has begun. We'll be able to get you in. This should be better, Fog, right?
Yeah,
this should be good.
Definitely. I mean, this one should just be better across the board in terms of like the draft and everything. We should see a much closer game and much cooler stuff too, because I did see Spirit with a bit of a fun approach in that last series that we got to see from them. The Weaver, the Slardar.
And he got them the win.
Armor strat, and it looked good.
Yeah.
It looked really powerful.
But it was against Aurora. And Aurora's having a rough day.
Okay, all right.
So
take it easy, take it easy.
Well, this is the thing. We're going to actually get to see where Spirit is right now. Because the two series they played, they lost against Gaimin. We just saw Gaimin. Gaimin looked pretty good. The one that they won, Spirit, they beat Aurora. Aurora, not looking so good right now today. No. So here against Falcons, the team that at the moment, right, well, Falcons, they're 2-0.
Wait, why am I not? Yeah, they are. I'm not for. I forgot what even happened in the game versus Gaimin and Spirit. It was like 6 hours ago. So
yeah, that was the very start of the day. That was first series of the day.
I have to see the heroes and I'll remember really quickly.
You know, those early morning one here from the boys.
Let's see what it was. It was
Nature Calls.
Oh, they got Medusa. All right, well, whatever. We can write that one off. They'll get Nature's Prophet. So I've been hearing a lot of rumors. Not like full rumors, but I guess just overall people staying a little bit away from Nature's Prophet as much as they were before. It did have a pretty not abysmal win rate, but it did have a pretty bad win rate in terms of Wallachia, and some teams were staying away from it, but certain players still are going to like to play it, and honestly, it is still an absurdly strong hero, so no reason that it should be getting forgotten by any means. Second, gonna come in too, since we do see a couple of these other bands coming in early on that maybe not traditionally will be taken out. The Morph, the AA, the TB does get taken out, so Sand King is gonna come into the fray. I'm really looking forward to this matchup, though. This should be a super fun one. Falcons, a team that does like to play a bit more farm heavy, but Spirit, they never care about that. They like to farm as well. So we could see this game get to these later stages, very high golds from both sides. And these two heroes, definitely two of the heroes that farm at one of the faster pace, especially if they do get left alone.
Who are you banning? Oh, are we seeing the cores get banned with these two still, or you think some more focus on supports?
Maybe a little more focus on the supports this time. I mean, AA did get more focus, and a lot of the cores are already taken out, to be honest with you. The big three are big four, I like to call, are taken out. The TB, the Morph, the TA, and the Beastmaster. I think these are the four that I absolutely hate seeing the most. And now we'll see some of these answers be taken out. So the Monkey King, very good hero versus Nature's Prophet at almost all stages of the game, so that one does get banned away. Maybe you don't have to ban supports. Maybe cores are just still too stupid. I hate core heroes.
Let's have a look, Spirit.
How much do you want to protect the Nature's Prophet is the question, really.
Yeah, they're really just going all those cores.
Yep, they're going the cores and they're going the Skeeter, right? That's you're taking out the Skeeter one.
Falcons, we'll see if they lean a bit more towards the support.
Yeah, it depends on how much you want to try to... I don't know if you do want to ban these supports, though, because the thing is, for Spirit, too, they are a team that still plays some of the more unorthodox supports, too, like the Bane as a 5. Miposhka's one of the few that still does play, and you don't really ever want to ban a Bane.
But you're really just leaving that Tinker in.
They might just leave it in. That's probably the discussion, is the Tinker, since the AA is banned out.
You're sure someone's going to pick the Tinker?
I feel like Falcons doesn't play it.
I think when they have, it's not been great.
I think they have a pretty hard loss ratio with it. I think me and T actually talked about this at Wallachia, and it was like 1-7, if I'm not mistaken.
The Spirit will play it.
I don't think they play it as much either, though.
Well, not.
Right?
They're not. Aren't they one of the teams that can slip it in on the mid if they want?
But they don't really do that.
They don't like to do that this patch.
Like looking at overall their heroes, like from my page I'm looking at too. Yeah. I bring my memory and I'm like, Miposhka is not really a Tinker guy. And Rude, not really either. So Tinker might get ignored, which is pretty crazy to say. We'll have to see. Not to say they can't play it, but this is just not the strategy that they like to play.
They haven't shown it, yeah.
Yeah. So, okay. Ringmaster, more standard, more cookie cutter. Ring we'll see in every game, honestly. Probably every single one of the games if he's left in, because it just, yeah, fits almost every game. There's some cool stuff you could do with this hero too, depending on your souvenirs. I think the only player that I've seen actually vary the souvenirs though is Whitemon. He's the one who actually goes for the other one when he's playing versus Nature's Prophet, because you can kill the tree and you have some other cool things you can do with it. But we'll get some standard stuff, so Jakiro does get picked up.
Yeah, very easy pick here.
Yep. I do like that we see the Coddle ban, though. I think there's, as we said, a couple player-specific things that do come out, so Vru has been very good on his Keeper of the Light, so seeing that one banned is also nice.
Ooh. You're mine now.
All right. And with that is going to be what your two supports there, the Slark, Jakiro.
Very, very likely, yep.
I mean, of course, unless we see what the Nature's Prophet moved away from the safe lane, but that's kind of rare
Unlikely.
nowadays, right?
Yeah, it's unlikely.
Pretty exclusively one.
Don't really see that get put too much in the mid lane nowadays. But this is all about scouting, being able to get that information. The Slarks just tend to be picked up. And a Doom comes out. So that one was banned out early on versus Falcons. And we did see it actually banned out last series as well in the first 4. But it's an answer versus Nature's Prophet. It's one of the few in the lane that you eat the damn tree. You know, most heroes you get bullied, you get poked, you're constantly having to deal with the stupid tree. Doom, he eats it, he plays versus it. So they do have an approach that they want to be able to play and pressure the Nature's Prophet lane. And Amar loves this hero, of course. But yeah, a lot of times you see the Doom banned out when they do pick the Nature's Prophet, so see how they do adapt versus that. And Snae's liking this hero. Snae's liking the Crystal Maiden.
Are you? How's the Crystal Maiden looking at the moment?
I think it's definitely underused. I think so many of these 5 positions right now, they're so strong that I think a lot of these, you know, slightly weaker ones can just be forgotten about. But I think this barrier actually has a lot of merit in games. You end up getting pretty tanky. You provide a lot of protection for your cores, and Frostbite's always just a good spell. I like seeing it. Even though Snaking ends up having like 8 deaths or something most of the games early on, he still does his job to be able to apply that pressure. Go grab a Centaur. Safe. It's a super safe pick. Being able to disengage, always very nice versus Doom. Being able to build Aghanims eventually versus the Doom. Being able to protect the core can be something that has a lot of merit as well. And they're going to protect this Centaur. So banning out the Lifestealer, they're looking to take out majority of Skitter's heroes, actually. Wonder what we're going to get. A lot of these carries are not in the pool anymore.
Is Skeeter not a carry Doom enjoyer sometimes?
I don't think that.
They don't run that.
He used to ages ago.
Yeah,
so
but
long ago.
Recently when some
Penta
teams
Skeeter, back in the day, used to play the Radiance on every hero, and Doom was definitely one of those, but...
Nowadays, that's not a Falcons thing to do, really. They just keep it from Mar.
Not so much.
Yeah.
This is looking more like one of his DKs, or... I don't know about this. Maybe the Sven actually does come into play. You're playing into the Nature's Prophet, so it does get annoying because carrying the Quelling Blade, you know, you have to get an Iron Talon or one of these items as your neutral to be able to deal with it, but he does like it, and he's one of the few that actually still likes to play that Sven, having the explosive damage. Let's see. They'll ban out the Puck. It's an interesting one. What does Falcons want to get for their mid? Or sorry, for their carry, apologies. The Kunkka also, okay. Do like these two bans, Kunkka and the Puck. These are very active playmakers at the moment. I like these drafts a lot more than I see from like the last series in particular, just the evenness of the two of them. The last one just looked like it was very difficult for Aurora in particular for most of the game. This one does look like there's definitely ways to fight on both sides early. Spirit maybe having to pick and choose their battles a little more specifically since they're playing with some more farm-heavy carry in particular for now, but the lane in particular looks strong, and People's Jakiro. Even if there's a Doom that's going to be eating the trade, as a strong lane. The Centaur lane, we'll have to see. It all depends on what Skeeter is able to get, if he's able to get a very bullying carry or not.
what do they ban?
Yeah, they're taking some time. Because you got to start going down the list of the Skeeter heroes.
I mean, would you not ban the Ursa?
I was thinking it's Ursa, DK, Sven are the top 3 that I'm thinking of.
I feel like Ursa would be the most annoying.
Ursa sounds the most annoying to me as well.
You know what I mean? I feel like just ban the Ursa. Yeah, it's a good ban.
Yeah, and they'll take the Lash. So taking a page out of Gaming. Okay. Well, that's actually pretty interesting.
They don't know the mid matchup though.
No.
So a bit of a different capacity, right?
Well, it's tanking.
Oh wait, no, sorry, they do know the mid matchup, but it's a melee, yeah. So then it indeed looks as good as it did look in the last game that we saw it. So.
Yeah, absolutely. So this
I like
is a cool pick, and it gives them damage early. So like I was mentioning, they have to pick and choose their battles because the MP takes some time to get online. This gives them damage early to be able to fight and match. This is cool. And then they have a Slark save with it as well, plus a Stampede. So good ways to protect the Lash.
I mean, you know what? It's a really easy game for, but people aren't picking it.
Which one?
Just go anti-mage. Isn't it pretty good AM game?
We are seeing it more in pubs. We're seeing the Vanguard.
Yeah, like some people do start to bring out the AM. Oh, no, your Falcons, you're 2 games up today. Skeeter likes a bit of AM.
Just the lane versus Centaur is not great.
Oh, okay.
Because he just has 20 base damage over you. But he does have a Slark behind him, so maybe that does give it more merit, perhaps. It just doesn't feel like a Skeeter thing.
You think he's not vibing with it?
You could be onto something, though. Oh, this is cool that we're getting to see the Lash now back-to-back. Very good versus Ringmaster for all the reasons that we stated last time as well. And they'll just go Tiny. All right. I kind of forgot Tiny was still in the pool. So they'll be able to play that one on the carry roll. Be able to match up versus the Centaur.
I wonder if we'll be able to get the Tiny win rates of today. Because I feel like the Tiny carry specifically, right?
Been struggling.
There's been a few games, at least, that we've got. I guess some of them are like Nightfall with Aurora. Where, yeah, the carry Tiny has struggled to carry the game.
I like Spirit's approach, honestly. I don't know. This Lash definitely looked really strong in this last time. It is a little different of a concept, though, when you're playing Lash versus Doom.
Yeah, you can't just get doomed.
You can't just get doomed.
Fully focused.
You can't really, you're just dead in a lot of these situations. But they do have saves, right? They have the Stampede. They're going to have the Slark with the Shard eventually. So for Spirit, I mean, they're going to have to pick and choose their battles accordingly because it does take a little longer for the MP to get online. But with the Lash, it gives them a good early damage that they were kind of lacking. And we'll see how the lane goes in particular. I mean, Laurel could definitely explode in this game, just like we saw Quinn do.
We'll see.
Because he has a similar style with the Stampede, right? So he's got Lash who can run down heroes with Stampede, who's going to build the auras as well for him. And then he's got a save from the 4 position. He won't have that heal that comes in from the Tinker, the barriers that we did see, of course, from last time.
Which was pretty important.
Which was big. Yeah, they will have some disables that comes in from a Miposhka Jakiro instead, which will protect in that type of front.
I think I like Falcons a little bit more. I'm always a little skeptical about these support Slarks, and there's a couple of pro players that have definitely proven their worth on it.
Yeah,
I feel like I've got to see a little bit more Ruse Slark before I've made my judgment on this one.
I'm pretty 50-50 on this one, honestly. Maybe a slight advantage for Spirit for me, just because.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah, just because I've seen Miposhka with this Jakiro also just do. Like him and Whitemon just are insane on this hero. They do so much work on it. So I do like that they are playing with that one. And they do have a pipe holder. So for me, for Falcons, I feel like there could be a bit of a damage issue at some point when this pipe comes out. There are a lot of magic damage. But we'll have to see how it plays out in the laning phase and see how much Spirit can do to dictate pace. Because it does feel a little greedy. They've got a Doom. They've got a Sand King who's going to be backing up to hit some creeps too. But we shall see.
As we say, Falcons undefeated so far today.
So far.
2-0. Myra's Spirit, they have dropped the 1 game against Gaming Gladiators. But it was the first game of the day.
True.
So maybe just not a morning team. In and out. 5 o'clock here local.
All right, and we get the Tiny win rates.
There we go. So that's not good, right?
Hey, you just said you liked the Tiny.
Well, I did at the end, but before that, I did say, Tiny, we've been watching this hero lose. And my goodness, have we been watching it lose. That is 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 1 in 7 games.
They're not able to make it work. They'd be struggling with it.
Oh, sorry, 1 game, 7 losses. It's not great. It ain't great. So let's have a look.
Let's see if Skeeter can make it work. Because one of those losses was Mickey too, right? As we saw. I believe.
Yeah, the only person that won was Pure.
Yeah, so, I mean, and Mickey is the Tiny player, right? So if he's even struggling for it, too, definitely might say something about the heroes, something about the, teams just having this answer. We shall see. Smoke on smoke. And yeah, Miposhka goes Icebreaker always. Just pointing that one out. Dark Reef Renegade, pretty much all standard. I don't think we see any deviations in terms of these facets from this game either. Can they get the setup here?
I mean, they might be able to mess with him. It's not an easy kill, though. It's pretty tanky. Oh, that's a good, yeah, but the Impalement Art's coming in. It's going to take a bit more effort to run him down, but they will get him eventually.
They've got another Nova, another stun.
Give it to Skeeter.
Give it a Malrine. What are you talking? Get the hell out of here.
Had the carry mindset there. I'm like, yep, that's mine. Indeed, give it to the mid.
Every time. So give it to the carry. Hell no, give it to the mid. And he needs it, right? In this mid matchup, we'll see how that ends up going overall, that Lash versus Sanking. I think it should be better for Malrine in particular than the Tiny was that we saw from last time, but we shall see how that goes, especially with that first blood now being given.
Yeah, Lars got some big boots to fill after we all got to see what Quinn was able to do last game with this hero.
Yep. Hi, Laurel. Definitely a very experienced Lash as well.
He's a big Lash fan.
As Quinn, but...
That's true. Right, this guy, he's what tier? Yeah, only on the platinum tier.
Only? That's still pretty good.
Not quite the Grandmaster.
True.
And not quite the 126 pro games or whatever it is that Quinn has got on Lesh, as we saw last game.
Do we actually have a Laurel Lesh stat?
I'm going to guess he's got about 37.
Really? I was going to guess less than that, actually.
Really?
I was going to guess like 20. We'll have to see. And let's take a look how these lanes end up going. It is going to be this Nature's Prophet whose tree is going to be eaten constantly versus the Doom, as we were mentioning. Somar overall should have a pretty free time up here as this Doom. That's why they went for it. Bottom action. The trades from Rue. Able to actually get some decent hits onto Skeeter. I don't know, this Tiny, I definitely have some worries for Tiny in particular.
Yeah, because, you know, we've got to think about it. Why has this hero not been doing great? What is sort of the bait about this hero that's causing so many people to pick it, but in play, it's just not that great? Oh, there we go. So 25, 50 games.
That's a lot,
That's it. More than both of us thought that he'd had in pro games. But, yeah, well, 25 to 25, we're going to decide if this is going to be a positive win rate or a negative win rate hero for Lal here today.
I like it. I mean, his start is going to be excellent. The lane should be very good.
But yeah, what's up with time?
So I think,
like, conceptually, why are people liking it but not providing the results with it?
I think he's this weird hero that it takes you 15 minutes to get involved. You need your, actually, it's not even 15, it's like 17, right? You don't do anything until that 17-minute mark. And then you show up with your Echo Saber, your Shard, and you hope to get these extra kills, but he definitely doesn't feel like that end-all, be-all hard carry in comparison to some of these others, like the NPs, the TAs, the TBs. It does feel like he has a bit of problems if he doesn't get off to a very good start.
And it does feel sort of the input in the fights. Until you get to the point where you're like 5-6 slotted, it's very much the entrance, your combo, a couple of hits with the Echo, and then if you haven't 100-0'd someone, you're likely going to be feeling in a bad position. But of course, if you have 100-0'd someone, the snowball factor with this hero as a carry, or even as a big, can be very, very huge.
No, absolutely.
Yeah, if you don't have enough to be that bit ahead, to get that sort of kill, to get that ball rolling, it does feel like you can kind of fall flat on your face in a lot of the late game team fights.
Yeah, I don't know. Heroes just seem to be getting, something about them being too tanky for you to burst them in this type of same fashion. I'm not sure. We'll definitely have to see. We'll see how Skeeter does on this one. 22-10 at the moment in the mid lane. Laurel doing excellent. Top, we're seeing that matchup. The NP is getting slowed down a little bit here. Is farming decently, but he's not able to pressure the Doom since he just eats the tree. And let's see if there's going to be any rotations that come out because of this. If Crit's going to look to make an early move on the mid. Root won't be able to find an easy courier. What's your feels overall, by the way, on this Lark? I know some people absolutely hate it.
Like Saxer in 9 class, I see them doing it with great success. Outside of those two, I think a lot of the other support players, even at this top level, just it just doesn't quite feel the same. You know, maybe in a few more maybe not a few more patches, but you know, it takes a few more games. But it feels very easy to just fall off.
Yeah.
Even if you're like one of the best players in the world when you're playing this as support.
I quite like it when you're playing versus like Ringmaster in particular. When you're playing versus these fragile backliners that you can just scout and prevent a save. That's when I really like to see it. So I do quite like it this game, and I do think Rue is one of those players that is going to be able to make it shine in a lot more of these games. Because he's just been, honestly, Rue has been improving. I don't know. I feel like he's the most improved 4 position for me in some time. He just, I rarely see Rue have bad games lately. Soaking up that pressure, collapse, getting that free farm. Yeah, he's going to be able to get that regen going again. Oh, Snay does get pulled in. We'll be able to secure at least one of the kills.
Definitely in the moment, making sure that, yeah, it's going to be a bit of a slower start for Skeeter down bottom. Not having the freest of lanes.
No.
It's not terrible, but
no,
the slowest relative to the other cores in the game so far.
I feel like Centaur just... I don't see Centaur bad games anymore. It just doesn't happen. The lane always just seems safe, no matter what he's playing with. Even if it's something like Slark, which traditionally can be looked at as a weaker laner, these Centaurs just always get their Vanguard at the same time, it feels. So Collapse, he's going to be happy with that. Nature's Prophet starting to get that power in advantage over the Doom. He can only devour so many treants. Miposhka is very far forward.
Let's have a look. In they go. And we'll be able to get the kill up there with that rotation.
A clean rotation that might actually let Malrine stick around up here. He's considering it.
We're going to try and head towards Radahn, but Radahn, he might just die under the tower here. Indeed he will. Not able to find a chance to TP out there with the threat of the blade coming in from Amar.
Cool rotation from Snake. We don't see this as often anymore. 6-minute rotation from the 5 position just leaves the Tiny alone.
Lal and Rue, they want to try and mess with the stat clearing. See who ends up getting the most of these. It's going to be kind of 60-40, I'd say. Yeah, Malrine getting the majority still. But Lal's going to try and walk back up, but there's an epicenter at the ready.
That is very deep forward.
Oh my goodness.
Edict, though.
Hey, he just kills Malrine off through it. It's like, what nice ultimate you got. It would be a shame if I had a Diabolic Edict that's going to do more damage. They're both dead, but he gets the kill first, Lal. See if Rue can get out.
Looks like he should. They're a little low on mana. Last Impalement.
Chris got to be careful, actually, because Miposhka's waiting here. Surprise! There's a dragon! As Crit's gone. And now Snake King's going to get chased down as well. So at the end of it all, Team Spirit, they pretty much make this work.
But look, the Wisdoms.
All right,
so making the moves while the supports are taking the ganks. They'll be able to claim the 2 shrines on the cores.
Well, there we go. Radahn as well, getting the double kill. Last hits on the 2 of them as he turns up.
I like how quick it accelerated. We had 1 kill at 5 minutes. Quickly. 7 kills now at the 7-minute mark when they contest those stacks.
Yeah.
I mean, before Edict is online.
Yeah, this is the thing, right? That was kind of crazy. You know, Lal could just nonchalantly kind of walk back up into this epicenter Sand King, preparing on the high ground, and he wins the trade. Sure, he dies, but he kills the Sand King first. I mean, if that doesn't go to show how strong this Lesh can be in these early game fights with Diabolic Edict maxed out, I don't know what will tell you. That's crazy stuff with that facet.
Yeah, if they can't get out of range of it, you just die.
Yeah.
Any hero pretty much in the early game dies if you get hit from all those explosions. It wasn't even all of them. I think it was only 29 of them, not all 40. He goes for the Staff of Wizardry early, rather than going for the Vitality booster, so a little squishier on Laurel. Does find himself an Invis rune. We'll be able to grab that one away. And Skeeter is starting to get that solid farm bottom, uncontested now, with all the rotations going down. But Spirit in a comfortable spot on all 3 cores again.
Waste.
Just a little bit ahead of their counterparts. Collapse being left alone versus Skeeter. He's getting free farm also.
And if this continues, this game, and we do continue to have Lal having a great time, if he eventually getting the win with a Leshrac,
yeah.
I feel like when we've had 2 of those games back to back, right? Quinn smashes a game with it, and if Lal smashes this game with it, that's really going to start a bit of a chain reaction right in this tournament, right? All the other mids, because a lot of them have got it in them to play some Leshrac. It's a hero they like to play.
Rue, Stampede. Oh, survives.
Dude, what a bro. Stampede him for his support slug.
Hey.
What a bro, though, Clark.
Of course, why not? Get Laurel.
What do you mean, why not?
too.
It's just support. He's like, you let that guy die.
Hey, they're lane partners. It's different when you're a lane partner. Laurel will be able to dig up a water rune as well, and he's got double bounty rune, so he can keep himself healthy to be able to continue pressure. Atos is nearly finished. I don't know. I'm liking this Lash on. Definitely liking, what we're seeing so
We're
far.
getting quite the show reel of it today in these 2 games we've had so far.
It is absurd damage if he is not taken out in the game. And when you're playing versus Ringmaster, having all this floor damage is fantastic.
Skeeter.
Early rotation.
He's going to try and find his way to Radahn. We'll catch him with the Avalanche.
Radahn is very alone.
Yep. No, there won't be any saving him.
Amar getting the kill again.
He's having a great time on the Doom.
Let's see what build he wants to go down. He's got the Blade Mail queued up. Item that's fantastic versus Lesh if you're able to get it early on strength cores. And they do have quite a bit of them. Mid lane, Malrine. We'll be okay. I think we're in for definitely a big treat this game as it progresses like this. At the moment, Spirit having a slight lead, but only slight.
And they're TPing down in Falcons. Malrine wants to go. He's in with the epicenter over towards Collapse. Collapse is trying to walk it off, but the Burrow Strike connects in. He's going to have backup at low coming in to help him out. Collapse surely finally will fall. There we go. So they do get the kill. Team Spirit now with Collapse dead do have to continue to run. Malrine's going to chase on, get the Burrow Strike onto Lars, some good body blocks as well. Toss forward for Skeeter, making sure that they stay on top of Lars. The Ice Path will hold them back momentarily. Lars actually able to turn and get another stun off, but he cannot escape as the Frostbite connects. Rue trying to poke back in on the back lines. But he's not going to be able to get out after he pounced it aggressively for that one. So Falcons, they turn up. Sure, they lose that tower, but they do seize that opportunity to force a fight, and it's a good one.
It's a huge one. They bring 4 heroes, Amar's farming during the entirety of it, and they clean up 3 big kills. Laurel, the Avalanche actually preventing him from getting in with his initial edict was massive. If he gets that first edict in on top of Malrine, Malrine likely to die, but Skeeter covers it with an Avalanche. Nice fight from then, 8-4. And now pressuring mid. There is rotation, Spirit. We'll get the catch. Does tick out, and now Stampede's
going to try and turn it into more so they can chase down Skeeter as well. Rue gets him with the pound. The Wheel of Wonder will get dropped down, hold back the 3 of them. But it won't save Skeeter, will not save Snaking. Only Crit able to scramble away at the side of it. So back in action, Spirit, they turn up. They force the fight back their way in the mid, and they win it. Very, very heavily here with getting the 3 kills, and now looking to get the tower and maybe even get Crit as well. Catching him in the Sprout with the split off. Amar is TPing over, and he's going to complete the TP.
Edict's on him.
Is he able to find some of this? He'll drop the Doom down, so we'll end up killing off Lal, but not before Amar indeed does die himself. The respawn's coming in. Malrine is in with the jump over towards Radahn.
This game's amazing.
We'll get the Nature's Prophet kill. Skeeter and Staking a turn back up.
I love it. I mean, both teams are just running at each other right now. 11-9, 12 minutes in, 20 kills. Everyone just running toward the mid lane. Good TP from Malrine with the Blink Dagger. Just action after action after action. Trades of cooldowns. Epi's back up, so Falcons want to keep going for this fight perhaps. And they'll get the deny. I mean, Amar shows up, dies instantly, but they get trade kills in return, so both teams probably satisfied. Fun stuff we've got going on. And how long until the pipe is finished up for Collapse? Pretty close.
It's still definitely Skeeter's game that's in kind of the more precarious position, right? He's still in a spot where, you know, one more bad fight or such, he gets set behind, it's going to be difficult to catch up as the time.
No, definitely. Rue tanking this gank, taking an ult. Is he going to be able to play himself
He's tanking the gank pretty hard.
He's still very likely dead.
I mean, I don't know.
He gets the Dark Pact off.
He's juking them through the vision of the trees.
No way. They caught him.
Honestly, I think he might have had a chance if he kept running. He may still have a chance. Maybe not with Amar here. Yeah, Amar's able to root him, so they get him at the end of it all. But I tell you what, that's a lot of space.
Yeah, time wasted for sure. Mid lane.
Radahn tries to block off Crit there, but
he's got Whoopi.
Still managed to make it around.
He had Whoopi cushion, and there's backup immediately coming in. Falcons looking to control this triangle area, get the farm going. But yeah, all important, I would say, is when Collapse has the pipe, and he does now. So, as we said earlier, Malrine in particular, but overall for Falcons draft, it's a lot of magic damage early on. So this pipe is going to be huge. Amar is going to go for his own pipe because they are also playing versus a massive magic damage lineup, but we'll see when he wants to slot it in. Right now, if he wants to sell the drum and go for that play, because he can do it. So he's going to try to match those auras. Stacks being farmed, a little bit of a slowdown after we had relentless aggression from both sides. Let's see where they look to go. Ults are at the ready. They've got Epi, they've got Doom, they've got the wheel. They've got to connect pretty decently with the wheel plus that Epi, though. If they don't, and there's a Stampede reset, things can get pretty disastrous. So let's see who they can catch. Rue, doing Slark things, scouting. Gonna break that smoke.
Very nice scout.
He's got backup. Amar is charging it.
He really is. And it's kind of working. Though Spirit, they're like, oh my goodness, they're coming at us with that amount of confidence. We got to step back ourselves.
They're counter-smoking, looking for the play themselves here. Radon is on the opposite side to be able to join. This is a 4v5 until Radon joins. Lotuses.
Oh. I'll see the ward down. Larry's in.
Stampede gets off.
It's immediately there from Collapse. But won't allow them to necessarily get back in on top of them, or we'll get the D-ward.
Double D-ward from the side of Spirit. There's actually 0 obs wards now on the map from the side of Falcons after that being taken out. Snay starts his TP and instantly stops. They really want to contest this Tormentor.
He's going to get full comboed.
They want to get the Tormentor.
They'll let them out of it, Spirit. Not looking to bring the fight to Falcons.
And Snay gets it. One of the better ones that he likes to purchase first as well to get that extra farm going for himself. That was a fun game. 13-9, both teams respecting each other accordingly. And Radon is starting to get that farm, that big disparity at least between him and the Tiny. You were mentioning from before, 2,000 difference. He's got the Mjolnir.
Yeah, I mean, listen, if Falcons aren't able to keep just looking for plays with Skeeter, the difference between this Tiny and Nation's Prop is only going to grow.
Malrine deleted. Any moment when they get a catch, it feels like if the Lesh is there, a hero could just instantly die. The damage is insane now at this point. He's got the Kaya finished up. He's got a shield rune too in his bottle, so he can look to actually just charge in now with this. This might give him the survivability and the tanking. I don't think Falcons has the damage to go through the shield rune plus pipe right now.
No, not unless they have the Doom.
No. They got to get that Dispel. Yeah, playing around this Lesh nicely so far here. And yeah, limiting the vision. Just controlling the vision game with this Slark. So far, it is working beautifully. Now there's one ward from Falcons, but it's only that one that they've got right now. They're completely spotted. I mean, Crit shows himself in mid. They try to catch him with the Atos, but not quite able to. Bottom, snaking might be the target. Rue and Collapse are here.
That should be an easy dive. I don't think we're going to get any TPs coming in, are we?
No.
No, obviously, other than Radon here for Spirit. He's also happy to join in and get a bit of action.
The vision control is massive, especially at nighttime when you're able to play like this. And as we said, Falcons only has this one ward that's very likely to just die right now. They are getting Branad here from Spirit, and it's working right now. They've even got the blink now from Collapse to continue the running at them. Falcons looking to set the trap. I have, concerns for their damage in this mid game on the side of Falcons.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Pipe will be matched, so Amar, he does have his finish, so maybe this will be the call of them trying to go for that 5v5 fight to match. Another jump. Another catch.
See if they've got the burst. We'll try and get him out of here with the same hit. Crit. Marine's going to be fine, Rue. Get up with the Shadow Dance, the Stampede, but now the Burrow Strike's there from Marine connects. Dark packs it off through, but the Impalement Arts into the Frostbite. They'll get the Slar.
They had the pipe come into play. The shield that comes in from the Glacial Guard as well from the Nova. It's enough to protect, but in the meanwhile, bottom, the tower's dropping. Are they not going to glyph? The very last attack, they do get it off.
And they're pushing back themselves in the mid.
Good timing for Amar to show up with both the Cloak Aura, actually, to point this one out. The Cloak Aura plus the pipe to get that extra protection from Malrain. And now Radon, he's found.
Yeah, he stuck around a little bit down here. Burrow Strike will miss, but he'll be very dead.
Nice rotation from Falcons. Good response. And Malrine, how's he doing on his Ags? He is getting closer, so they're going to start getting more damage coming into the mix. And snaking is starting to do snaking things, so even though he has died a couple times, as we've seen, he's farming. He just constantly is throwing out that Crystal Clone to push out the waves to get that extra farm for himself. So he does have quite a bit of difference between him and the other supports.
Oh! Top. Skeeter shows himself.
He's very alone.
He'll get off of it. He'll kill Rue.
Not bad.
But he won't get out alive.
Aye, not bad. At least he gets a trade kill out of
Yeah.
it. He was super alone, too. The fact that he gets that kind of combo on Rue. Rue probably kicking himself. But Radon, even though he did die, we'll just continue to see that farm. He respawns at just that pace that he's able to set versus the Tiny. A 3,000 difference between the two of them. Nature's Prophet things.
And apparently Tiny things. You know, when it comes to not doing too hot, it's just not been winning.
Is under attack.
Instant smoke, too. They're using this downtime. Epi is on cooldown 20 seconds. They're looking for a catch now that they've gotten this bottom tower. With Laurel, they know they have damage to kill pretty much anyone, but Falcons are grouped up. And they're actually smoking themselves with this Ags pickup on Malrine. Epi's coming back up in 10 seconds.
Oh.
They want a big kill. They want to find Radon. Or Laurel in particular. They don't want to go for this pesky Slark. They seem to have an idea of where he is, too. But he's going to TP out. Look to join the bottom side. Rue.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Looks like they're just going to steal the shrine. Mid Amar is a bit far forward here. Rue is pinging him out. Won't be able to punish. Ah, cool. Doom getting thrown out. Speaking of Rue, he's got a Yules, though. So time being bought.
And indeed, the backup coming in for Spirit. They'll be able to hold back Amar. Radan's teaming in with the sides, ready to stand his ground with the BKB. Snake is going to try and TP out, but the damage is too much for Radan. Snaking goes down. Amar as well. And Rue, he'll survive.
Baited so hard there. They wanted to go for this kill, but that's such a greedy play to go for the Slark there, and he ends up just surviving. He gets the Yules off. Fully counteracted.
He won't be doing that again, Amar.
I don't think so. And Stampede's up, so they can look for the fight around this as well, too. They're just going to go for Roche. Epi is at the ready, so Malrine.
And he knows BKB isn't cooldown for Radan, so it might be worth a shot.
Pipe is also cooldown 20 seconds.
It's a risky shot. Is he going to go for it?
Crit? He's jumping in.
He just jumped. He literally just jumped in. I mean,
he's dead.
Oh, was that a misclick just jumping in like that? He just whoopee cushioned himself in the middle of them all.
I think he was trying to scout, give some info for Malrine, but ends up just jumping right into them there. Malrine, they seem to know where he is.
This is risky. Yeah, Rue's on the case.
Rue's like, hello.
Yep.
Yeah, it looks like they should be able to get the Roche with that.
I mean, that was a rough couple of moments there for Falcons. From the mid lane to this kind of attempt to set up around the Roshan to not being able to stop them.
I mean, Spirit, it looks like they have a very calm, cool approach to this game so far. And Falcons just a little more chaotic in the chaos. Looks like Spirit's thriving to be able to
look at this. Rue very quickly being able to set up onto Malrine down there at the bottom side of the map.
Dude, I don't know. This definitely feels like a Rue hero.
I'm sold. Rue, he can join the list with Saxon 9 class on,
I'm liking it.
as these pros that really know how to use the support Slark.
Yeah, really understanding the read of the vision in particular.
I was going to say, well, he's shut down the whole map for the whole game in terms of vision. He's just not allowing them to have any.
I mean, we can bring up the number, right? How many wards has he killed? I saw at least 4 that he's been able to take out. Right now, they do have quite a bit of them that have been placed down, but that one that they have in the river, it's already sentryed as well, too, so... And he's the one who knew this where the Sand King was. Maybe a bit of team assistance as well from that one too, but Amar, after using that Doom in the mid, he buys the Midas, wants to start getting his farm increasing, but they are starting to fall very far behind Owen. It only says 4 or 5K, but it feels a lot bigger than that now at this point. Another ward taken out. Spirit positioned around top. They have the ward already behind the tier 2, so they see Falcons set up.
Oh,
whoops.
Collapse. Trying to get the jump, and they get the Atos. There's a little bit of quite a bit of a reach there from Spirit. It's going to give a chance for Falcons to turn. Because they've got the setup here. They're going to drop everything in on towards Collapse. Collapse still, of course, very tanky. We'll get off another hook stomp. He's in onto the 2 of them, but it's not enough damage. Radan's able to get the BKB off. Turn back towards them. Doom is dropped down on towards Lyle, who will fall. Radan, he's not going to be able to stand his ground against the 5 of them as he goes down. And they could try and set up for round 2 here, Falcons.
Radan is trying to stand his ground.
Right, he's able to force away, but it's a good angle again from Malrine with the Burrow Strike. They're going to get the cleanup here, Falcons. They get everyone.
What a blunder of a start for Spirit.
They were just reaching so deep for that.
Oh, and they had a ward. They saw them completely, and they missed 3 spells on the initial go. They literally blink stunned the floor, ice pathed the floor. It's a disaster of a start. I mean, Falcons will take that all day.
Well, that's...
I mean,
there we go.
It literally was just them missing all their spells on Spirit, and yeah, Falcons able to line up pretty much everything there. The Epi was perfect from Malrine in the back line. I was saying it's like looking like a bigger leap, but then they just literally miss every single spell.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
That's how you turn our game around immediately.
Dire's top tower is
Skeeter now in a comfortable spot after that too. How many kills did he pick up?
His position now is perfect.
He got 3 kills during that fight, so yeah, he's completely caught up. How many spells did they... I mean, yeah, they missed the Centaur stun. They missed the Ice Path. Big blunder. Big blunder. Because they were initiating on the Sand King, too. If they get that initial go, if they get the initial kill, would be a totally different...
Yeah, because, yeah, Marin pretty much getting off, like, what, 2-3 burrow strikes off during that fight.
Yeah. And he epied the whole back line and allowed the Doom to get in on top of the Lesh, too. So, a picture-perfect timing there for Falcons to turn it. Now Spirit with the vision, with the initial attempt. Through. Continue to scout things out. The cooldowns are coming back up, though, for Falcons. Even though they just used that big fight up top, Doom is back up, so is the Epi. And now they have a BKB on Skitter, so he is quite a bit more survivable to just walk into the fight. Look at this spot. It's a cool one.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoked up, too, looking for the catch. Gonna split up Spirit. Looks like they found Miposhka.
Nothing crazy. They want something more. Yeah, the rest of them are going to see if they can try and find a core. They're going to see Collapse.
They get the Doom up, but he gets the Stampede. Do they have enough control?
He's still very tanky. Chopping the wheel down. Radan's going to TP over to try and help out. Can they get Collapse to safety? They cannot. Collapse will fall.
Amar is fast.
He's able to get easily away from Lal on the Leshrac, so there's no threat to Leshrac burning him down. And Lal did use the BKB for this. Same to be said for Radan. His own BKB now comes to an end. Radan has to go for the TP out towards the end of the BKB duration.
I mean, Falcons making some really nice moves. SNY picked up from Amar there. We see he just literally runs right through them. Double BKBs used to try to defend themselves on Spirit, and they can't let themselves a kill. And now they still do have Epi. He's going in. Looks like he wants to try for Rue. Won't be able to finish him, though. But another Tormentor will be theirs. Falcons now with the XP and gold lead.
Spirit letting this one slip away from them a little bit.
Absolutely. I mean, that top situation was a big blunder.
And they're paying the price for it.
Absolutely. Crit, he'll get the spotlight. It's a nice one. Not really versus any illusion heroes this game, but either way, missed chance does add up. And when you do get these type of kills, and just get this advantage too when you're playing versus Slark, you can start to get a little vision down. They do have this ward placed in the mid lane from the side of Falcons. It's a really nice one for the next upcoming move. And what did Amar buy? Nothing else just yet. Oh, he bought the shard, actually. Okay. Cool. Extra tankiness. Just wants to be able to charge forward at them. Usually do not see this shard purchased, so a bit interesting to see that he has gone down this route. And I like that he kept the cloak aura, too. I think this is actually a really nice versus that Lesh as we're seeing.
So they're looking for Rue. They're going to get him. Skeeter.
He's got the Nemesis curse now, so he's able to do this. 8, 2, and 7 Skeeter. Starting to make that tiny work. Crit. And Amar. Staying in the mid lane. They've got the number advantage at the moment. Radan also did get Nemesis curse. They're leading on Amar.
Amar is so tanky.
The save is there, too, for him every time.
And they're pretty much just got 4 heroes looking at him, and now those 4 heroes just turn their tail and run. They're like, well, we can't do this. We can't go on the Doom. And now they're going to get gone on. Skeeter's in with the jump. Radahn has to put the BKB straight away. They'll get the ice path out on the two of them, followed up by the Who Stomp and Collapse. Can
Skeeter's
they
in
finish
trouble.
this Tiny? They can. Skeeter's gone.
Amar.
Now they turn towards Amar, but the backups here from Crit and Staking Lyle. Attempts to run Amar down, but Amar's able to slide back to the side, and Maureen's made the jump on towards the backlines.
Oh
A
my
beautiful
God.
jump there in from Maureen. Cleans them up here through the sandstorm. Staking should get taken out during the ult.
Can Maureen play himself out of this when he's got BKB?
Got
Might
the
be
Atos.
forced to use it. He won't need to.
All right, so at the end of it, Spirit are able to fight back themselves, take down the three of them, but of course we did see Maureen very much benefit a lot individually in that fight. They're still trying to chase him down.
They really want to make him pop BKB at
Yeah,
the least.
they're not going to catch him.
Dude, that damage. The caustic explosions. Everyone just popped there at the end. That was actually sick. Looked super cool. Skeeter does get brought down this time, though. He gets completely focused. So much magic damage, so much extra right click from Yotaro. This game is super entertaining. 27-19. Some mistakes on both sides, but both teams capitalizing on moves as Laurel gets the connection.
Look how much damage he is still. Maureen.
And now Crit's been spotted.
Nah, he's dead. But Don's just going to clean him up. They're going to continue to chase down Maureen or get another bar strike up. But
He's out
Laurel,
of mana.
he's zooming him down with the haste route.
Ooh. I mean, slip-ups all over the place. This is another big one.
It's still early morning.
Sure is.
Somewhere in the world. Not here,
Somewhere
though. It's 5:30 in the afternoon, guys. Step it up. No excuses.
Laurel, level 20 talent. Now double edict, almost onto that Shiva's as well. He's got the Gale Guard. He's fast too with the quickened Gale Guard as we see that movement speed coming in. Fun game continues. 48 kills, 31 minutes.
Yeah, it's a tough one to call, this one.
Ah, it's back and
I
forth.
think ultimately, it's the Tiny win rate definitely still stands there the biggest against that of Falcons.
I mean,
the fact, you know, you're relying on Skeeter to be able to carry this as Tiny in a game where he's 8k behind that of a Radahn.
Well,
Nature's Prophet.
Well, mine is that Radahn just got the big cleanup kills, and he's level 23.
Yeah.
And 25 is soon on the horizon, and I think everybody knows what happens
Like,
when the series
well, that's the
25.
thing. I think from everything we know, everything points towards the Nature's Prophet winning this and the Tiny losing from what we've seen.
From what we've seen, but we have also seen, you know, Spirit, they did make a pretty big blunder around that secret shot.
They did make mistakes, and Falcons, they've won every game so far today.
True. We'll have to see. All going to be up to execution in these next couple fights in particular. Falcons, they're smoked up again. Ults are at the ready. They did lose their gem in that entire exchange as well. Playing versus this Lotus, also things can be a lot more difficult there for Amar. Collapse does have that one finished. So it could get reflected.
This'll come in handy.
Great. Scouting things out. Losing that gem was definitely really painful too. During that whole mid exchange, when you're playing versus Slark, when you're playing around all about vision game, losing that one at that point does hurt. Spirit feeling their strength with these newly acquired items, with that Lotus that we mentioned, and I believe almost the Shiva's done for Laurel. He picked up a Veil. They saw crit.
Oh, look at this.
That's prime target.
Oh.
Falcons.
They're ready though. Spirit going to get the chance to jump this.
Brew.
They're going to get in, but Who's Stomp's going to be off the mark. Skeeter, he'll turn and blow up Brew. Now, what does Spirit want to do about this? What Radahn, he wants to clean up Snaking. We'll be able to find him. Not quite able to find Crit. They'll drop the Doom down on Radahn, but BKB's out. He just turns, beats through the Doom. And he's out with the TP, so Radahn, he'll get the job done, get out of there.
He's in trouble.
The stuns are connecting. He's getting completely surrounded. Crit will try and bail him out, but the Atos connects. Collapse closed the gap. As now Skeeter's just got to run. He's got Maureen at the side. Maureen's going to maybe look for an angle to get on this. The Epicenter's coming in, but the BKB's already out from Lyle. Maureen will go over the burst strike on him at Poshka, but Radahnn's able to trap Skeeter. Skeeter will fall. The ult comes out for Staking though, as Radahn will pay his life at the end of it. The burst strike catches on to Lyle and Collapse. And surely Maureen and Snaky, they don't have the damage between the two of them. If Collapse, he knows that. He's in. Gets to jump in on what's Staking. Maureen's still trying to finish off Lyle, but I feel like over time, Lyle's going to start kicking out quite a bit of damage.
And backups here, Rue.
Maureen. Get the burst strike up to the high ground, but the Atos connects. Collapse. He's going to be able to jump in once more. In with the Who Stomp. They get him at the end of the fight.
Nice sloppy fights all around, but Spirit, they'll take those sloppy fights.
I think just, the problem was for Falcons there at the end of that one. I think Maureen overestimated his capabilities, right?
Yeah.
He needed to bail out of there. As tempting as Lyle looked and as low as Lyle looked, in both of their conditions, the Leshrac is just going to be able to kick out so much more damage than the Sand King.
Absolutely. As soon as he gets any little bit of extra mag, as soon as Edict comes out, it's 1,500 damage.
It's just so much. You just can't take that 1v1 at the end.
I mean, the start of the fight for Falcons, they blow up Rue, so then they can actually go for this focus fire, but then Radon is able to do that reset play. I'm actually surprised that they kill Radon at the end of it. It's thanks to snaking with a freezing field, usually something you don't see in most of these games, but they do at least get some cleanup kills. But Spirit, yeah, they're the aggressors. They're just constantly running at them, and Radon, he is about to hit 25.
He's just getting that far ahead.
He is about to hit 25. A fresh Lincoln's also picked up right during that fight. And yeah, the 25 is going to start to apply that obnoxious pressure. Even if they do have ways to deal with it with Doom, it still does its job.
I wonder if we can get that stat, actually. Can we get a stat on how many games, or like the win rate of Radon's Nature's Prophet when he's 25 or above? You know what I mean? Like, he can't be losing many games when he's 25 plus on a Nature's Prophet this match,
I feel like most of these Nature's Prophet
like 25
players,
plus.
you hit 25 and the game just becomes...
You think so?
It's a new game. It just changes the game completely. So let's see how Falcons can put up that next fight. Shiva's almost finished up for a Mar. I feel like I wouldn't blame him if he does even get a BKB at some point soon, just to slot it in just for a fight. Because I am just see him get shredded by the damage, but there is a lot of mixed hybrid damages we're seeing from Spirit. Playing around that one ward they have, Maureen. Collapse almost has Aghanims, so he's gonna have that extra save versus the Doom pretty soon too. As another ward just gets instantly taken out. Oh, and it's been hit. Nivel 25, level 25 in Spanish. And an amp damage. Look at his damage go. 600 on Radon. And the tree is doing its scouting thing. Maureen?
Love. He's going to check them out with the Shiva's guard here. Make sure there's no chance of a jump in. Roshan falls. Radon gets the Aegis.
Maureen? Radon? Okay, I was about to say that's a little aggressive. He'll just TP toward the bottom side. Rue will scout. Rue's been trying to get this nullifier for 20 minutes, but unable to find too much farm. Of course, he's been the sacrifice, 1 and 9 on the Slark. They really want that versus that Ringmaster, of course, but Maureen's caught again.
I mean, Rue's in with the pounce. Maureen will get the BKB off, but he's so low.
They're right on top
of him. They're chasing him down. Maureen, can he get away from this? The BKB's about to come to an end, but he's fine.
Lots of barriers protect him. Amar? Trying to find a way to strike back, but won't be able to find one. Maureen having to use the BKB defensively. 3 different barriers thrown onto him to protect him, but only just. Spirit looking to go again. Stampede on cooldown. Radon, the siege. It's coming in. How many Ogre Shield Totems do we have? The best neutral item, of course. The tier 4. Yep, you're going to see a lot of them. Maureen on the high ground. No BKB.
Has to be careful.
Radon just 3 shots crit.
Yeah, he just turns up, TP's in, kills him off. Now the fortification comes out here from Falcons.
Holy shit, he actually 3-shot him. I mean, in the tree lines there, he had Ghost Scepter, but just dies before he can even use it. Insane damage. I don't think he expected that angle.
But he had Ghost Scepter?
I don't know if he had it at the exact moment, but I think
step
he
up
did.
those reactions. Come
he
on.
died so quick.
Oh.
Radon, aggressive force down.
All right, and he gets forced back out.
Skinner?
He's going to try and jump over the combo on the Wazlar, but not even close to even scaring him at all.
It's hard now at this point to go for any target. They've got the Ags also on the Centaur. They've got the Shard from the Slark. So many different ways to bail each other out as we're seeing from Spirit. So yeah, he doesn't lose on it when he's playing Nature's Prophet at 25.
Wait, well, yeah, what about? What's wrong with this stat? It's good. I mean, there's not many games, I guess. But, you know, it just shows indeed. Yeah, you don't lose when you're level 25 plus.
Nope.
On Nature's Prophet. But to be fair, indeed, I guess Radon doesn't really lose at all when he gets his Nature's Prophet, regardless of what level he hits. But yeah, when he hits 25, he definitely don't lose.
And now he's 20, or he's got the nullifier. So they've got the answer even for the escape back. They've got the answer for the ghost scepters. All those barriers, they're going to be removed. Amar. Oh, it's not off the mark.
Yeah, he's holding back on the Doom. Lotus is in play.
We'll find the back line.
Okay, Skitter's going to try and bounce out of this. They'll drop the Wheel of Wonder down. They've managed to catch Collapse. They'll get it.
Big damage.
BKB comes to an end for Lal.
He's still
backs his way down, but Amar is in on top of him. Lal tried to turn with the stun, but Lal will fall.
Big kills.
Now with the Burrow Stroke on Radahn, they're going to see if they can maybe get more out of this.
Radahn.
They'll turn with the Sprout. He's surrounded. Radahn goes down the once. He's going to be back for round 2.
It's 2v5.
How can he do anything here early on his own? Root is going to be able to throw down the Depth Shroud and give the chance for Radahn to go for the BKB TP out, and that will save him. So Root able to at least bail Radahn out at the end of the fight.
These are cool fights either way. Skeeter is actually doing some cool work on the Tiny. He gets in the back line, pops Miposhka, forces them into this weird scenario. And then that Ogre Seal Totem doesn't get Laurel off of the high ground. Radahn just goes in for his own play, though. 5 heroes are alive.
That's always a little cheeky to do so. We'll see if he gets away with it. He's been caught by the Frostbite.
Snay.
Okay, backup's coming in for Radahn.
Toss coming in.
Indeed. Skeeter throwing a mile forward. Macapire has been laid down at a pretty nice angle there from Miposhka.
They're on
Still,
Radahn.
they want Radahn dead. They're going to get it. They kill Radahn off. They now turn towards Rue. He may win all his games with level 25 plus. I don't know if he does. That's always greedy, right?
Oh,
your team's dead. You see a support. You make this TP play as the nature's prophet. He doesn't have buyback. I mean, that's my kind of play, but that's not a good sign.
This game is delivering on all fronts. This game is just crazy. They're just literally feeding kills all over the place, going for solo plays on supports.
Oh, boy. I mean, I get it. It's tempting, right? He did it before. Everybody wants to 3-shot, 4-shot poor support, but
I think
that sort of cost.
I think Skeeter just got like 7,000 gold in these last 2 minutes. Holy crap. Full SNY now for the Tiny. Level 25 has been hit too. Yeah, this game's crazy. Love to see it.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Laurel's back alive, but now he's like, okay, guys, let's wait for the whole lineup to respawn. Let's not run into them one by one again. Falcons, every ult's at the ready. They've recovered their gem as well, and a full refresher for Malrine. And the fight's just got a lot harder for the side of Spirit.
Oh yeah.
3 full items
Falcon's got a nice little jump up in power there.
Yeah, and a refresher for Malrine means that he's going to be doing a lot of damage in these fights if he's able to get these spells off. How many Pyrrhic Cloaks did we get also? I think we saw at least 2 picked up. The Doom and the Sand King do have those finished. And 25 now for Malrine. A massive epicenter, 2 of them. Still showing that it's anybody's game. Getting that gem recovery, getting that huge fight again in a similar area, actually, where it was for Spirit last time that they ended up
look at that.
Zeros.
Up and down and up and down.
It's a beautiful game. Best of ones are the best. Rue, looking to go for his D-ward. TP's coming in. Should be able to play himself out of that.
Dire are scanning.
But I don't know how much more we'll see Radahn go for those solo support kills again.
And he won't do it again.
Gave away a whole lot. Spirit. Snaking. Runs into Rue. Radahn is TPing forward here, but there's backup. Hello, Radahn.
I mean, he's going to TP in and try and focus him. We'll get the BKB off. Now he turns, tries to stand his ground. We'll slide back up to the high ground, away from them as the BKBs come out from Malrine. But he's just able to refresh. He's going to be ready to go again if necessary.
He's got a full round 2. Snaking's dead for quite some time, though. 100 seconds to 5v4. Do they have a smoke on their side on Spirits? Don't see one. But I think that was the gem that they recovered in that last fight also. And Rue, okay, he does have a smoke, but... So able to reclaim that gem. I think Snaking maybe had a backup gem at some point. Yeah, he does. He has a backup gem at the base. But they do get that gem away from Snay, which is, control of vision is still massive at this point. I mean, this game is truly insane. The fact that it's less than 1k gold lead with all of this chaos going down.
Yeah, with this many kills.
Insane. Neither side having that lead at the moment in terms of gold.
Let's see. I mean, as the stats will say, You know, Spirit with the Prophet carry should beat the Tiny carry.
That's stats.
It's a complicated game, though, but the
Oh, and-
stats, that's what the stats say.
Laurel has hit 25, so he actually does have another power peak. Plus 20 Diabolic Edict, plus the 20 talent, so it's actually 120 explosions. That's not how it works, but 60 on 2 people. It's leading forward, crit. Crit's in trouble. He's in the front line.
And they're coming in with a stampede.
That's the secondary gem. And I think they saw it, yeah, they grabbed it instantly. Rue able to snatch that one away. And Radon is going to start going toward the 7 slots. Moonshard is queued up. Skeeter still has a little bit to go for that. Swift Blink is the next one for him. 10k disparity between the 2 carries. And a Hex now for Laurel.
To sit back whilst they don't have crit. Can't risk anything 4 versus 5.
No, they need every single one of them. Trees starting to come in. They actually do have answers, even without Dag in this game, to kill them at least a bit with the Frostbite. Marine, the body blocks, the stun. It gets an attack off, though. All these hits do matter to bring down that tower. Mid-ward is placed. Looks like Spirit was considering going for a play here. Laurel almost has his Gleipnir finished too, so the AoE is going to continue to increase. I wish it just gave me a number of how much AoE he increased. Having to do the math on this defilement thing is just, it's too hard. 0.7 AoE per intelligence. Like, you can see it when you mouse over his spells how much it is, but I wish it did just have an indicator.
They're just waiting for the Roshan now, Spirit.
I guess it does show the number over the ability when you mouse over it. All right, fair enough, whatever. Nice Spirit. They're just continuing to shove the side lanes in with Radon. Waiting for an opportunity if Falcon steps out of position. They're probably thinking about Amar, but they know that Crit is behind him. Rue is very close to his nullifier too, though, which is going to help them be able to focus that front target. Because we have seen Radon, he did go for it, but it's a little awkward sometimes for him, as we've seen, to be the first one to TP in.
Oh, he's in.
Stun connects.
Marine trying to set things up on towards Lava. Lava's able to get the BKB off. They drop the Macropire down the middle of the river as well. Skeeter's going to commit on forward, try and burst through the back lines. Very tanky, of course, as well. The shield rune out upon him. They'll drop extra barriers as they'll allow him to bail out of this. Marine looking to see if he gets a chance to jump back in, but Spirit being careful.
Rue knows there's a ward there. He saw it. Go back away.
Nobody dead.
Nobody dead. BKB is used. They still have double BKB, double ult on the Sand King. Amar.
They collapse him with a jump. And again, they're being careful. They know that Marine's waiting for the epicenter. And here it comes.
3-man.
In with the 3-man. Follows up with a secondary Burrow Strike. The Wheel of Wonder as well. Controls Radon. He gets picked up here by the cart of Collapses. Collapse is trying to bail Radon out of this one. Keep him alive. Radon will still fall at the end of it all as the ride comes to an end and Skeeter takes him out.
That's buybacks.
Look at the toss on towards Lal. Lal. He can't stand his ground against Amar and Skeeter as Skeeter finds the double.
Radon in the back.
He's going to be able to find Skeeter with that buyback play, Radon. But in turn, the buyback's going to come out for Skeeter as well, of course. Radon. He wants to go for round 2 once more. Radon, they'll drop the Sprout. Snake King's in on top of them. He gets the Frostbite off into the freezing field. Collapse trying to head over to help out, but Mari's in with the Burrow Strike onto the 3 of them. Collapse will get taken down, and now with Collapse dead, there's no one left to drive Radon out of here as Radon will fall. Falcons coming in with their own buyback response to that as Spirits will have this fight in their hands. I mean, Skeeter should be able to kite out Lal. Snake King, it's going to get bailed out for now by the Escape Act, and there's the jump again. Skeeter and Marine sees the chance to get back in on top of Lal. BKB's back up, doesn't matter. Lal's dead. That's going to be 3 diebacks on the 3 cores of Team Spirit.
They should be able to just push it down. With Tiny, they've got more than enough damage to go for these towers. I mean, Rue, he's going to try to perhaps cut waves, but it's very difficult for him to do so. That was an insane fight. They try to go for the cart plays to save Radon, but Maureen honestly clutched it up so hard in the Sand King. The double epi.
He did.
I like how he did the epi
and
into the fresh burrow.
Yeah,
exactly. Because it gave them the full control to get the wheel off also.
That played it really nice. Spirit, trying to clear out some of these creep waves.
They glyph the wave.
They will. I've already got 2 creeps on the high ground, so...
Nice, Skeeter's in the base.
The backdoor protection has been taken off. The Poshka's dead. He's got buyback, but he's the only one. As Falcons ready to try and force the end here. As they're onto the tier 4s.
40 seconds. No vision.
Okay.
Now they bought a dust.
Did he just buy a dust him
He
up?
did.
Fair play.
Ran in, put his Octarine in the back.
Grabbed the dust.
And looks like they should be able to close it out. GG.
Well, there we go. Ladies and gentlemen, Falcons continuing their win streak here today, getting the 3rd win. And yes, Spirit, definitely a few mistakes from them in this one, right? This was a winnable game at some points for Spirit Fogged.
Sure. I mean, this was a game, mistakes on both sides, but huge capitalization. I mean, Malrine, we saw Mar throw the tip there at the end on him. Very, very deserved. That was a beautiful epi, double burrow strike that he plays, that he does.
Yeah, great.
With the Wheel of Wonder. And then they isolate, right? Radani gets put inside the car, but then they isolate him afterwards. I mean, this was a fun game. 46-33. Chaos all over the place, but Falcons end up reigning supreme on it.
And you got to give credit to Skeeter. We saw on the stats, teams are struggling to win with this tiny. Skeeter turns up today and 17-5-14. Some clutch buyback plays from him as well in that last fight. He shows that this hero is good, despite the fact that pretty much everyone else, I think Pure's the only other tiny player that's won with it today.
True.
Everyone else is losing with it.
Yeah, this was just a really cool game in terms of, items. Amar never even went for BKB. He just acts as this Aura bot in the front line, ends up working, baiting them in during that last play. This was, super fun game to watch.
Yeah, a lot of back and forth, a lot of fighting. Unfortunate for the Spirit, though, I mean, they're already 1-1 today, so now 1 and 2. Not a great spot to be in right now in these group stages where each win and loss, it matters massively for your chances on how far forward or how long of a run you're going to have to make through the gauntlet in the next stage that kicks off tomorrow.
They definitely are kicking themselves a bit on some of these plays. Like, that top situation that happened when they have the full vision of Malrine and they just missed their spells completely.
Yes.
That's when things turned. They made a recovery, but Falcons at the end of the day, getting these items, getting this refresh on the sinking, that was the big difference maker for me.
Absolutely, yeah. No, very much clutched it up towards the end of it. And I think it's those sort of plays and moves that we're seeing from Falcons very much goes to show, if you didn't catch the earlier games from Falcons, why they're just back on form here this land and so far and just winning every game.
Yep.
It's these sort of performances, clutching it up and knowing how to punish a team like Team Spirit when they do make those rare mistakes. You know, you just can't get away with that when Falcons are at their prime here. Yep. Playing very, very good Dota too. So yeah, both of these teams, they'll have one more game, I believe, to play each today, right? As I say, I think, Falcons 3-0 right now, Spirit now 1-2. So still yet to see the end of it all for the teams. Interesting, actually, just spotting that right now. We're actually going to have Falcons versus Aurora later. So arguably the easier matchup for Falcons of today, right?
Definitely.
That they're going to have. So Falcons looking pretty good to be on track to get the clean 4-0 with this group stage performance from them so far.
And they did it with a tiny. And they beat the Nature's Prophet. So I think everybody who's watching at home is like, yes, Nature's Prophet 25 was taken out. It's always a good thing to see.
Yeah. Well, I believe we've got Falcons on the line ready to hear some words from them after this victory. So we'll head over to that right now.
Here, congratulations on the win. You guys brave enough to let through the Nature's Prophet there?
I mean, I'm the new genius drafter, obviously, and I gave them the hero who had 30k gold minute 35, which didn't look very balanced, but yeah, and I outdrafted them.
Okay. So just an outdraft. It wasn't an outplay, despite how even the game really was?
No, nature's not that broken.
Okay. Now, you're talking about genius drafts, outdrafting them. I also know, writing on the whiteboard here, do you want to explain exactly what you wrote and why?
All right, so Team Falcons, I mean, I know my handwriting is very bad, but sure. Team Falcons tournament expectations. What is must to happen? So we must to win the lane because results to win the game. And don't ever die. Just don't die. It's a rule. Like, you shouldn't have this. And no mic issues allowed because we are a team who has a lot of mic issues. I pick every hero. The drafter picks all heroes. They have no power. I just ask them. If I don't like it, I'll pick whatever I want. And I will first pick Bristol back till I die in real life.
In real life?
Exactly.
So why no Bristol that game?
Because they ban it all. They fear me.
Okay, they fear you. I was going to ask more questions about this, but I feel like there isn't anything else here. Are you fine to let Nature's Prophet through more often? Do you actually feel confident against it?
I will ask my team if they like to play against 35k gold hero at minute. I don't know. Yeah, I will ask my team and see.
All right, well, Ma, thank you so much and congratulations again.
Thank you.
Well, there we go. Looks to see that Mar's got the strats. He's prepared for this tournament. It's working so far from Amar and the boys. As I say, they just cleaned up their third victory so far today in the group stage. We've got many more games to come. Next one, it's going to be an exciting one. Gaming Gladiators versus PARIVISION.
Hell yeah.
Don't go anywhere. We're going to have a short break and we're going to be back with that next best of one. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to more action here at Blast Slam 3 group stages. Another exciting best of one just about to start. In fact, it is starting. We'll be able to get the draft on your screen very shortly. In fact, right now, look at that. No hesitation. We're good to go here with PARIVISION versus Gaming Gladiators. Fog, what are we seeing for these two teams so far?
Well, Gaimin looking to be on the rise as long as they don't pick Queen of Pain. But definitely seeing some cool stuff. We're seeing the Lesh now coming into popularity from more teams. Sure, didn't win that last one, but definitely still looked strong. So, yeah, it's fun stuff to see. And PARIVISION, we're not sure yet. Because they're obviously PARIVISION, super powerhouse team. Kind of dictators of the meta, have won or placed second, of course, in Wallachia, or won the one before that. So, still going to be a very strong team. This should be a fun matchup. This should be... I'm not sure who's stronger at the moment. I would probably lean toward PARIVISION. We still have a small sample size for Gaimin, of course, but yeah, we'll have to see. Because right now we haven't seen too much from Parry. They only beat Aurora from earlier, and they lost to Falcons, so...
True. And obviously, whilst they do still have a legend with them as the coach, it is a little different, right?
It's not Astini.
Astini's not on site, which I feel like, I mean, I might be wrong with this, but I feel like that's not a very frequent thing, right, for PARIVISION lands. They pretty much have always had Astini, I think, on the side with them.
That's actually a really, really good call.
So
of course, for those who don't know, they have Jarex, which I mean, yeah, of course, legend, but I don't know how much Dota JerAx is really playing nowadays and all that. And also, Steenie is he's a very powerful voice on the team. This guy
it does seem, he gives the vibe that he's quite an important part to have on site. So yeah, it's going to be definitely a little bit of a test for the PARIVISION boys to be here on LAN without a Steenie.
I wonder also a little bit, actually I'm not even going to say, because I was going to say, 9 classes had some words about the older players and stuff like that, so I wonder how he feels having a legend like JerAx behind him. So kind of cool stuff, a little bit of cool interactions. We have some old players plus young blood coming in.
Well, that's the thing. Maybe some of these younger ones are like, who's JerAx? But at least they got no one on the squad. You know, no one knows JerAx back from the day.
They
He's like, this guy,
a
legend back in my day.
Oh, man, we got this try. Oh, and we
did Medusa gets in.
We just got a really,
Bristles.
really fun last game, and now we're going to get a really boring. I'm just kidding. But
you get these 2 unkillable heroes.
Yeah, 2 unkillable, boring kind of guys. But either way, see what they're going to be able to make happen. I actually haven't even gotten to see Bristle in some time, so I think it's just
that always gets banned.
So
we might even be able to bring that stat up, actually. I think he might have even been banned every game.
I feel like every game I've seen so far, he has been banned, which I love to see. I do not want to watch Bristle much, but let's see what we get this time around. Medusa, we're seeing all over the place, being played in multiple different positions. I think the core positions look good. I think the support Medusa looks pretty awful.
I mean, in that case, then, would you not like to see teams just straight up just pick anti-mage? Because then, as you say, because the support Medusa is not that good, even if that Medusa just in response goes to a support position rather than a core, that team's going to have a bad time with it. Like, you can make room for the anti-mage in your lineup.
I definitely think there's merits to being able to
like
go
just
for it,
to be more bold with the anti-mage response. Just like, all right, you want to play Medusa? We'll just play anti-mage.
The thing is then it can change because Medusa is this flexible hero that can do these meteor hammer / whatever in the mid lanes, but then also we haven't gotten to see it much, but it still can just be put as a carry. You go butterfly rush and you end the game before something like AM gets online. It's not something we've seen traditionally done anymore because Darkseer tends to come through or these other counters of the Medusa do, but you still have to be careful. It can't just happen. And then you have an AM and you're like, shit, what are we doing? But definitely possible. I do want to see people just do it, right?
Yeah,
at least
just
explore with
pick
it.
AM.
Like, why not? But
make the Medusa team panic a little bit.
But it also could, they could end up throwing it support and then they pick a hard counter lineup of the AM. But either way, they're going to ban the AM. They don't want to deal with it.
Which I think it's I'd like to see teams just pick it when the Medusa's picked. So
and how many we've had these games though where there's like Medusa, Storm, 0 stuns, and the AM game.
And some teams were ignoring it.
And they just
I gotta say, I think those teams were wrong. I think you literally do just pick the anti-mage.
Yeah, I gotta agree sometimes.
When you see the Medusa right now.
All right, PARIVISION, you're gonna stick with your guns. Do you want to go for your Terrorblade that you really like to play versus the Bristleback, or do you want to just keep hiding what this Medusa is going to be doing? They still can hide, because they still can flex with the Terrorblade in 3 different ways. But TB was one of the answers, at least from PARIVISION, that they love versus Bristleback. They'll just do Ring, so just keeping it safe for now. Keeping it hidden. Get used to Ring every single game, as we were saying from the last series.
Maybe, what'd you get? Tinker's still in.
Probably just the Tinker is what I'm thinking. Unless there's your playmaking becomes really weird. Bristle plus Tinker as 2 of your heroes, though.
I mean, is there any other high-value heroes in the game that you want against the Medusa?
Monkey is a pretty good one. I was thinking that they might save the Monkey a little longer, but they're just going to open up with it. I mean, both teams love Monkey King, so...
Yeah, it's probably getting banned or picked by the other side, if you leave it later.
Super good Diffusal Carrier, great to find the Ringmaster. I mean, Synergize.
Sure.
I think Monkey King fits almost any draft, in particular. And they'll go for the Wind Ranger, so not too much variety, but very strong comfort heroes. Wind fits every draft, it feels like. Doesn't ever look like it's like, man, it's a bad Wind Ranger game. Just seems to be really strong at all times for the 4 position. Let's see how much they can flex these heroes, though, because right now it does look like it's very likely offlane Bristleback, mid Monkey King, 4 position Wind Ranger. So for gaming, I feel like it's a little more telegraphed, while PARIVISION can still vary a little bit, because this Medusa can go pretty much anywhere. And they still are going to get away with the Beastmaster pick at this point. Oh my god, it's still in the pool.
Yeah, not this stupid hero. It don't shut up, just yelling at everyone and winning every game. Ain't nobody want to see a Beastmaster, but it's here. One of the strongest heroes of the patch, or at least one of the most popular with these teams. They love it.
We've been seeing more answers toward it. I actually really like Kunkka versus it from what we've seen. I saw no one be the one to play it since you're just, if he's in the mid lane, you're cleaving the summons. You actually have a pretty good advantage versus him. But let's see if Gaimin has a similar concept, because I know Quinn does not like to play something like Kunkka either.
I mean, surely now, you do just pick the AA. Oh, no, sorry, they banned the AA themselves. They kind of shot themselves in the foot
and they're
with
going to
that,
be able to get their Terrorblade pick. So what we were when I was mentioning,
that's kind of right. Yeah, if you're banning,
they love TB versus Bristle.
Yeah, they're banning the AA out whilst Beastmaster was still available to be picked for the other team. That might hurt them.
I mean, PARIVISION's draft looks insane right now.
It certainly does.
The TB, so I'm going to mention something in particular because they're the ones that do it. Satanic likes to go for the Conjure Image level 1 when he's laning versus Bristle, and you just play to out-CS the Bristle, and then you just kill him at level 2 and 3. It's one of his favorite answers versus Bristle if he is playing in the lane versus him. They'll just go for the Nature's Prophet. So, I mean, it looks very cookie cutter, right? Mid Monkey King, off-lane Bristle, safe lane Nature's Prophet. I don't see that much variety that they can do in this draft from Gaming Gladiators. So, PARIVISION have all that information to play with. But PARIVISION stuff is now pretty dictated as well. Unless somehow they still want to flex this Terrorblade as a 4 position, which I guess is possible, but more than likely that is just going to be Satanic playing it. But yeah, they're still forced to ban out heroes like the Morphling since the AA is banned, so Gaming Gladiators have to cover their bases just in case. Yeah, this looks really strong from PARIVISION at the moment. The only thing that can get, for gaming, the big thing they can go for them is the lanes. If they can snowball out of lanes, they can still have really good explosive mid game. But PARIVISION's draft right now scales very, very hard.
Yeah, what do they even care to ban?
Let me think. I mean, it's like a 5 position, right? Is there any particular 5 position that you fear? ET's a good ban. I like that a lot, actually. When you're playing with summons, when you're playing with Ringmaster and TB. And Deuce, honestly, this is a perfect ET game, so very good that they banned that one.
You need to ban a Warlock, or?
Probably is the secondary one.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think of another one that fits better. ET was 100% the best pick for them. Like, the Stomp versus the Deuce that keeps her locked down for 5 seconds. Great versus TB as the game progresses. Yeah, so... That's a cool one.
Oh, they banned the Centaur.
Okay.
So what are they saying there? What are they saying there? Like what would the setup have been to get a Centaur in for gaming?
I guess support Nature's Prophet.
Yeah.
Would have had to be.
Yeah, I mean maybe.
But I think they're expecting that this Bristleback is going to get moved because he doesn't want to lane versus the Terrorblade.
Yeah, I think what it also tells me is that PARIVISION, they kind of don't care. They're like, you know what? We banned the supports that we care about. Yeah. We'll just ban something just on the off chance that Gaming are going to switch things up. Because at the moment, PARIVISION, they're just like, well, we're happy with this. You can close up your draft with some support. We don't care which one it is right now.
Yeah, I can see that.
I think it's them showing that they're very comfortable here, PARIVISION.
For Gaimin, it comes down to now they're gonna have to choose. Are you more scared of a different carry? I don't think you are. So now you start to it's so hard to ban out something like 9 classes heroes though, because he's likely to play one of these weirder ones. Let's see what they would do want to take out. Running the clock.
And what did you ban?
So they'll ban the PA. So still expecting this Terrorblade Medusa perhaps to be the lane that they're going to be playing against. Which is still possible, absolutely. I mean, it's 9 class, he loves to play the TB, so. Just feels like it's going to be some random 5 position.
Yeah. No, they just go for the CM.
It's on the rise. Definitely a hero that we were seeing on the rise. Good versus summons, decent versus the the illusions in a way too. Not amazing by any means, but just a casual CM. And let's see, now it's going to be up to the decision. Does Satanic want to play the TB? I imagine so. And let's see what 9 class wants to look to play. Is there anyone that we're missing? Any 9 class thing?
A bit more stuns could be nice. You know what I mean? Yeah, at the moment, they've just got Raw and kind of the whip.
They do like to play with very limited disable.
Okay.
So, but yeah, I could. I mean, they're looking at him, so it's definitely his concept. I would say Batrider is the other one that sticks out for me a little, just because it's 9 class, but this hero is really not getting played much at all.
Is 9 class not really a Shadow Shaman enjoyer?
Not really, but we'll have to see which one it's going to be, because I'm not seeing too many in that's usually in his wheelhouse. And his Shaker did not look very, very great, to be honest with you.
Yeah, I don't think I want to do
It
Shaker.
looked really underwhelming, honestly. Okay.
All right, so they'll do the, as you said, the lane is already there. I'd imagine Gyro's going to be your carry. No, it's not actually. No, Gyro is going to be his.
It's the 4 position.
Okay. Okay.
Okay.
You like it this way around rather than them switching it and doing the kind of Deuce Terrorblade lane?
I mean, Satanic has his archetype of heroes that he likes to play.
Sure.
It's TB. This is his. TB, yeah, this is his game for the TB. So.
Okay. And yeah, 9 class coming in with that support Gyro.
Okay. I mean, Satanic, I've said it, like, I Fear and I talked about it a bunch, actually, in Wallachia, and he just loves to play this versus Bristleback. It seems to be a fantastic answer, so. Okay, 9 class going a little unorthodox. Heavy magic damage. Wanting to have that versus, versus some high armor heroes in particular, but that's definitely an interesting one, because their disable is very lackluster on the side of PARIVISION. They have a missile, a roar. Definitely an interesting one coming in. But at least this bypasses the CM entirely, right? So Glacial Guard in particular, all the magic damage from Gyrocopter is going to be pretty strong if he gets on top of her. Definitely an interesting approach. We'll have to see how these lanes end up going down. They've got the Monkey King versus that Beastmaster matchup also, so Quinn is put in a position to succeed. But do they have the answers for the Beastmaster in the mid game? Is the question.
And the Medusa, right? It's just like, yeah.
I mean,
burning through this Medusa could be pretty tough.
I mean, Quinn, he's going to need to have a good start, is what that tells me. Him getting a defusal early on to be able to get that extra damage, to be able to bring down DM so he doesn't just force these buildings down. All right, I mean, we'll see. Let's see how this ends up going down. I think PARIVISION mostly got what they wanted, but I don't think Gaimin is too upset about what they got either. They've got a lot of strong heroes, good lanes.
Yeah, I think they're chilling.
Yeah, let's just see it in particular how let's see if they can actually pressure the Terrorblade. That's my worry, is how this bottom lane is going to go. How much can they actually hurt Satanic at all? Because I've just seen him own these bristle lanes too often.
Я в тильте. Я не в тильте.
I'm going to be an exciting one here.
Yeah, this is, I mean, again, we're seeing a lot of similar heroes coming in most of these games, but this one does look to be pretty cool, the approach that we have. There's some lack of disables coming out from the side of PARIVISION, but a very durable lineup.
Okay, man.
Yeah, it's been banned all 14.
That's what we reckon, right? We were like, yeah, they're
good, honestly. TA and Bristol, yeah, these heroes definitely need to be banned in most games, so can't blame it.
Which one more so?
TA.
Yeah, you say TA more so.
Yeah, TA in a heartbeat.
Yeah.
I think, I don't know, this hero just snowballs way too hard.
Stop hitting yourself.
See if they can find Satanic. Looks like they are trying to get an early kill here with the Crystal Maiden plus Wind Ranger. Satanic, does he walk into it?
Uh-oh.
Top, Watson, he was also prepared, doesn't get caught. And let's see what 9 class is going to do as this Gyrocopter. I think the only player I've seen doing this is really, Planet in particular. I think he's the other one who loves to play Gyrocopter still, even as this 4 position. It can be a little underwhelming at times in the laning phase, but if you can actually get the positioning to get with this barrage, the damage is super high.
Watson
dodges the impalement.
Well, that might just have saved his life.
Yep.
Yeah, if that connects, he's 100% dead.
Nicely done. Good little sidestep there coming in. All right, let's see if Satanic does that similar approach that we've seen him do so often. He goes for reflection this time around, at least at the start of the lane.
And so how is this? It's just what, level 2, you're just able to bully the Bristle out the lane, or what?
You out-CS him. At least from what I've seen from Satanic. So maybe he's gonna do something different because he did go for Reflection, but a lot of the games I saw him play, he goes Conjure Image, and then he just plays around the image and just out-CS's, but hey, looks like it's a little bit of a different one this time. He wants to help Ducalis get the trade versus Tofu. Speaking of Tofu, he's dropping low. Mid lane, Quinn is going to be very happy, though. He has been put in this matchup versus the Beastmaster. It's a skill matchup, of course, but this is one that Monkey can actually pressure a bit versus that Beast. Gets the Jingu stacks versus the melee hero. Can actually clear out the summons.
Yeah, so top lane. Like, will there be pressure being put onto the Nature's Prophet, or is it just kind of a very passive, like, you're not going to be able to bully the Medusa out of the lane, and the Medusa's probably not going to be able to bully you out of the lane? Meanwhile, down bottom, we saw Ducalis and Tofu going at it earlier. Ducalis will win the trade eventually, get that first blood.
And now they've got level 2, so he's got the meta. The Impalement connects. Not quite enough damage, but yeah, this lane looks like it should be pretty solid from the Reflection, able to get that extra kill there also onto Tofu. Yeah, top, I don't feel like they're going to be able to get... Unless Watson makes a huge mistake stepping up too far forward, it feels like there's going to be a trade farm lane between him and Medusa. You just can't kill the tree. Yeah, that's why we saw, of course, Amar wanting to play the Doom versus the Nature's Prophet, because at least in the laning phase, you just eat the tree every time, and you can actually lane versus it. Yeah, Satanic. Very likely to free farm. Tofu going for
he was the courier, but yeah. The PARIVISION, they're on top of that. They knew he's here. Well, maybe they weren't that on top of it. They brought it back momentarily, but they do send it straight back down the lane. Tofu is nearly close getting to the 2 of them, actually.
Carry players.
They'll keep the other one away.
Just carry player things, man. They're just too busy getting those last
Well, he was being careful initially.
He was the first time, but then he's got to get the last hits, you know? Gets distracted. He does get the last hits, though. 16 and 5, seeing him having that separation between him and the Bristle. DM is getting a fair bit of extra denies top right now. He's got 5 in comparison versus Watson's 1. DM has been looking really good. A lot of people had some harsh words for him for some time, but ever since he's been on PARIVISION, he's been owning. 9 class. Trying to get aggressive onto Watson.
He's going to have the stick charges there, but...
They are... Actually, Watson has missed a fair bit of CS with the pressure that's coming in from the Snake. He keeps getting like a 2 or 3-man bounce.
I think this is definitely turning out to be a bit tougher than Gaming Gladiators expected on this top lane.
I think so, too. I mean, 9 class might just die abruptly at some point soon, but...
Sure.
Yeah, the regen is limited on Watson, and DM is going to be able to get absolute free farm.
Bottom lane, Ace. Whoop.
Gets the stick off.
Still being kept incredibly low here. They're constantly bullying back the 2 of them, so indeed continue to just give Satanic a whole lot of space down there.
These lanes are looking beautiful for the side of PARIVISION. Even mid lane, we're seeing no one able to match Quinn in a way. These denies are probably Boris getting denied, so Quinn does have a lead versus him, but yeah, top lane looking really good. 9 class stepped up again. Blood Grenade missed. Malady off the mark.
And 9 class is out.
That would have probably been a kill if he does hit that Blood Grenade. Just misses.
There we go. So unsurprisingly, this is the first pro match featuring a team of Terrorblade, Medusa, and Gyro on the same team. And most of those win rates not too impressive. 51% sure with the Medusa and Gyro and Gyro.
Ace again. A couple more hits. He will be able to survive, but only just.
He's going to have to walk back to base, surely.
They are getting nothing down here, Owen. They're getting nothing, and this TB is absolutely free farming. That's why that's why Satanic likes to play this matchup, as we were mentioning from earlier. It's a hot start. Yeah, all 3 lanes are looking real good. Beastmaster actually ahead of his counterpart by 400.
Tofu's got to be a bit careful. There's 1 charge at the ready for Ducalis. Ducalis has just got it. That's a couple of times there where Tofu's overplaying his hand there in the matchup against Ducalis, and Ducalis is just catching him by surprise.
Trading versus Ringmaster is super difficult. 9 class, they're even looking to go for this play on mid with 3 heroes. No one is getting closer toward level 6. He's got the double boars. Rotation is coming in from Malady, but 9 class sees him. And 9 class might even be able to get the angle here now with the boars.
I think he will.
Malady.
Can he deny to the neutrals?
He does.
That's something.
And here comes Quinn to get the return kill. 9 class.
It's going to take him a bit of time.
He will die, but it's going to take them.
He's got Lotus and Stick if he wants to live a little longer, but nah, he'll accept his fate. At least save the Lotus.
But he protects the rune to be able to get got there from no one. So he does walk up top, gets the invis. These lanes are going amazing, Owen. All 3 for PARIVISION, looking real hot. And even slowing down Watson's farm a bit there up top. Tofu?
I mean, no one wants the
big target. Yep, he wants Watson. He's right on him.
At the same time, Tofu does finish off Takalis, but indeed the bigger kill to occur up top from PARIVIsion.
PARIVIsion's playing this one to perfection so far here.
I mean,
they up a couple kills.
They saw him pick up the invis room, right? Or did they not?
I don't think they saw him.
Oh, okay. No. That was just outside of vision, yeah. So very much catching Watson by surprise there.
A Beast doing excellent in the mid matchup. TB full free farming, and you're slowing down the Nature's Prophet. You couldn't ask for a better start on PARIVIsion. Ace. He needs to get ready for the Shrine of Wisdom. They're already preparing. These 2 supports do a lot of damage.
And they'll battle him.
Oh, yeah.
And they'll kill him.
They absolutely will kill him here. Ace.
He's got to be ready to back off.
Surprise. He's going down. Heads up move. Quinn, he's coming in. He's got Wukongs.
I mean, could Quinn fight this? The Wukong's down.
He forces him away.
Indeed, they'll have to back off, and they'll get the setup onto 9 class. So Quinn will be able to turn across, pick up the Shrine of Wisdom, and pick up a kill.
Nice boundless, too. Clips onto Ducalis. Doesn't want to commit further there, but they will be able to get some nice response. Quinn, so we said, the early game is entirely up to him.
Yeah, he's got to carry
this early going. Yep, so far, not bad. 2-0-1. Nice movement.
He carried that last game pretty hard, right, with the Lash.
He did.
He was popping off from the mid.
Let's see if he deviates the build. Right now, he does just have the Mage Slayer queued up, but could definitely have seen arguments if he wants to go down an early. He might even still do Diffusal afterwards. No one. Just being annoying. He's scouting out the stacks to see if anything is there. Gaming will be able to get one of those stacks going. Power Rune. We'll be spawning top. It's a shield rune. It's a strong one. How's DM's timings looking? It's going to be quick. Similar as usual that he's able to find that Meteor Hammer. And yeah, getting these early towers versus Nature's Prophet can be very important.
Is under attack.
9 class. Looking to continue to be very aggressive, but he is getting chased out again here. That's a 3rd death for him. Give Quinn every kill. I think that's the name of the game, though. Just enable this Monkey King as much as possible so he can keep making these early movements. It's the 3rd one 9 class gives up. Watson has also now hit level 6, so Wrath of Nature is online. Ace. He's got Vanguard. We'll be okay.
They're still having a very slow time.
They are.
They'll get these stacks for him.
I mean, Ace needs the stacks super bad this game. He is bottom of the cores by a significant, 1,000 behind his counterpart. And yeah, the pressure is soon to come onto this tower from PARIVIsion. They're gonna look to make the rotation. Look to push this Medusa out of the lane. They see DM.
I mean, with the numbers, they should have a chance of killing DM. They're leading on to 9 class. TP's coming in. He'll get the Wukong's command down, and that's enough to set up for them to snipe 9 class. But with the backup coming in, Gaming Gladiators can't really push for anything else. PARIVIsion ready to strike back.
I mean, it's 9 class kind of tanking the gank, though, right? The Deuce is able to distance herself, and now no one's up here.
And they're going to try and turn back towards him.
DM gets a big snake. Quinn really wants to use this Jingu. Can't quite find the angle onto them there, though. So 9 class, I mean, tanks the gank again.
It's very much those, yes. As soon as no one turns up, they're just having to run.
Yeah, they don't want to fight there. They are very tanky, as we're still seeing on the cores for the side of PARIVIsion. Difficult for them to focus them. Although meanwhile, Satanic, unpressured.
Yeah, just go complete free farm down here on the bottom corner.
And it is looking like a pretty damn good game for a Terrorblade in particular, right? Not the craziest amount of magic damage to clear the illusions. Difficult for them to just get on top of him in ways too. Not the most control. Satanic definitely set up for success with the way the PARIVISION has played these first 10 minutes. Quinn, so got an amp damage. There is a roar.
Yeah, they're just going to drop the roar on him. And they're going to try and step forward and see if they can just take Quinn down whilst he's by the side of the two supports. Watson's going to be able to TP over as well. They can take the beast on towards Quinn. No one's got the back of a DM on the high ground. Tofu's trying to finish off the kill onto no one. But the Stone Gaze kicks in, freezes Tofu back momentarily, but it's not enough to hold him back. So Tofu's able to push forward and finish off the kill. They'll take him down at the end of it. But yeah, Tofu got the job done there.
That was huge. I mean, bringing the numbers for sure coming into play for Gaimin. Quinn keeping himself safe at 20% HP. What a play from Tofu. I mean, committing forward with the focus
all
fire.
in for that.
I mean, if he doesn't do it, there's no way they get this kill, so cool on him to be able to do so. Give some space for Ace to back up, go for his jungle cramps now. But yeah, Satanic just chilling. This TB is going to be a big problem for them to deal with. Quinn looking to get aggressive. Top DM.
Look at the shackle. And the Wukongs.
Do they have enough?
He's out.
Not quite enough.
And that's the hammer online now for DM.
9 class almost dies. I mean, 10 to 15 more damage, and he does get picked off there. Tofu, is he going to go for another one?
And what do we got in? 9 class.
10 different heroes in his last 10 matches. Okay, he's just being a hipster.
That's pretty great. Yeah, last 50 is most played is Slark.
Good old 9 class. DM to the jungle. Gets the meteor hammer going. Has been slowed down a little bit here. We do see Watson starting to pull ahead. Maelstrom is finished up. Watson going for the very farm-heavy route, going for the max Nature's Call rather than going for the early max Sprout. Still see a bit of mix depending on how the players want to play it. Usually if they max Sprout, they get a little more involved, so this probably says that he wants to farm a lot. Here comes Quinn through the portal. They want to look to pressure Satanic. He has been untouched. He has the full Manta coming soon on the Courier. Actually, 400 gold away. Looks like he is reading the move.
Is under attack.
Top tower, gonna get hit by the meteor hammer then.
Radiant are scanning.
Yeah, it's just too much time when they're off the map. So
Yeah.
Satanic's like, there's something going on.
Gaimin, and he's got the illusion killing the creep wave, so there's no one hitting the tower on this bottom lane too. So he's getting a lot of information from this. Yeah, he knows exactly where they are. Him and Ducalis. I think Ducalis drew the circle. I'm just expecting that movement. So they're gonna get a whole tier 1 pretty much out of that movement too. Well, Gaming Gladiators doesn't want to look to set up on the tower yet. Now they're bringing Watson down, so they want to look to take this tower out. But they've already lost their entire tier 1 top. PARIVISION could look to mount the defense.
I mean, they're starting to drift over a little bit.
Do they have the Ags on no one? Not yet, but they've got Roar. They've got spells ready. Do they actually want to try to fight around it?
Looks like they'll let it go, I think.
Yeah, it looks like it does go down.
Maybe they still fight a fight out if someone steps up to the high ground.
Satanic. We'll find the Obs Ward. They've got numbers here. Nice. Satanic has the Manta done, so difficult for them to go for the play. No one is about to have Ags done, and he's got an Arcane Rune also. So the timings for PARIVISION, they are starting to hit. They're at this 4K lead at the 14 minute. They are being that much more efficient.
Yeah, it's going to be hard for Gaming Gladiators to stand up and fight into it. Especially if Satanic sees the chance to TP over and get involved with the Terrorblade.
I mean, this Beastmaster is going to be a big issue once he gets this Aghanim's. The damage might just not be there. They'll have ways to mitigate the damage when the Mage Slayer comes out from Quinn. But yeah, we've seen these Beast Ags just completely take over games, especially when he's not playing into an AA. DM. We'll be just fine. And yeah, it's going to be an Ags plus an Arcane. So, going to be a very powerful timing for no one. They're trying to prevent him from meteor hammering the tower, though. They do have two decent
working.
heroes for it. Yeah.
He's definitely holding back a little bit each time he steps up.
They're slowing down that push. But I mean, Satanic's net worth is just insane, Owen. It just continues to be that much faster. Untouched. Completely untouched. And he's level 13, so he's got a big disparity between him and Watson. It's 3 levels ahead so far. And he is playing with a save. We do always have to mention that. While on the side of Gaming Gladiators, they do not have a save.
And they really want to try and take him down.
It's an Axe Beastmaster.
And indeed, the backups there. They just turn with the Roar straight away on towards Ace. Ace just gets destroyed. He's dead. They're ready to move on towards. Okay, he does get sniped. It does. He was looking to try and get in range for a Sunder target, but a beautiful shot there comes in from Tofu. Takes Satanic down.
Tofu, another one.
He's carrying the team fight. And he just got he got a collateral there. And he snipes down the two of them. Give him another one, Tofu.
Give it to him.
Okay, Watson's stealing kills. But
my God.
Yeah, he don't miss these snipes. Tofu.
Satanic's walking in to try to get the Sunder, just gets clipped by, and then the secondary catches the two of them.
He got the collateral right.
Oh, that was sick. And that was PARIVISION. That's all their timings being hit too. That was an Arcane Rune plus Axe Beastmaster. Ace, I think, gets the back turned as they get the Roar, and they just get that positioning there. I mean, Tofu. What more could you ask for? I think the Wrath of Nature bounced on everybody too.
That's a huge fight.
Huge. Especially since it's around Tormentor.
Yeah.
They can clear it with no time.
Look at what. That's pretty much put Watson back up there. Level with the Farmer Satanic. They clean up the Tormentor. Huge fight there for Gaming Gladiators.
And Malady, he's the one to get that shard. So a very good pickup for the 5 position to get that farm going. Hey, Tofu. These Wind Rangers, man. This hero is just absolutely killing it in most of these tournaments so far. He's got a full mech. Very cool stuff. I think PARIVISION was feeling like they were going to come out way ahead in that fight with the way it approached, but yeah, just got met with the driving force of the Roar.
Oh, here we go.
We'll catch Tofu.
It's quite a nice kill to find as well after Tofu was picking up those kills in the last fight. See if he can get it, though. Another round of the Axes.
He gets out.
He's out of range. Tofu's away.
They do lose Quinn in the mid. Does get caught from big combos. But what a strike back from Gaimin.
Keeping up the pressure, the PARIVISION. Tier 2 in the mid being pressured by DM. No one's still making his way around on the top.
Very deep. Nice impalement arts, but won't be enough for them to bring him down. Yeah, I think Satanic's next time we'll be a little more careful how low he gets walking in to go for that Sunder play. Does have to be careful of that execute. Now Watson's recovery though is crazy. He's literally same net worth now at this point, level 14. You know, he was 3 levels behind the Terrorblade just before that fight too, so pretty much completely matched. And Quinn, he has shown which route he's going to go, so doesn't want to go all in. He feels like they'll be able to deal with the Deuce eventually anyway. Doesn't need the mana burn. He'll just go SNY.
Yeah, I guess just wants to be able to survive, get the Wukong's command out in the middle of the fight.
And he's versus the BKB Piercing Roar and all that, so he just wants to have that status resistance versus it, so definitely useful. No one. Blink Dagger finish for the Beast. They have the Shard also on 9 class 2 for the next aggressive move. But we can see in the full 5v5s, Gaming absolutely shown that they can take the fights. Level 15 plus the Mjolnir. The Treant with the silly Mjolnir is going to get that extra farm. Super speedy. Usually ends up clearing out 1 full creep wave or so, but they will be able to kill it before it does finish off that one. PARIVISION joining up. They've got a smoke. They've got the Roar. See if Gaming's ready for this. DM. Can they burst him in time? He's got backup coming.
It looks like he's trying to bait a team fight. He's sort of been the bait here on the front lines. They will go for the bait.
It's a big bait.
Missile's going to connect it on towards Malady. Malady's dead. Tofu's got to run. The Wheel of Wonder gets dropped down here on the stage. They will manage to cut it out for the most part, but Quinn indeed gets surrounded, focused down here by the damage of Satanic. He's starting to fall pretty low. Can he find a Sunder target? He has Sunder at the ready. Going to try and chase him out of the fight.
The power shot. Waiting to see if Tofu can line it up. He will. These power shots truly are adding up in the fight. That's like 3 or 4 that he threw out. They're throwing another one too. Looking for Dukalas, can't get it. Tower will drop.
They're trying to move back in onto DM, but onto Ace, sorry about that. They don't have the damage to kill the Bristle, and they can just turn and kill off Dukalas indeed instead.
All right, Ace, he's baiting them.
Yeah.
Completely baiting them. Getting these power shots too. And Quinn survives for quite some time too with the mech that we see coming in from Tofu. Now Greaves finished up. They might be able to go for the Roche here.
I mean, and that fight was very much PARIVISION trying to set up and say, hey, we want a team fight. Trying to bait them in with DM on the front. I mean, DM, of course, survives, but the overall team fight does not go the way of PARIVISION.
Satanic's having difficulty entering the fight in particular. He's trying to just run in, and then he gets Hurricane Pike pushed away from this Nature's Prophet, and then just gets caught from the continuous spam. Quinn. Looks like he should be able to jump out of this one while they get the Aegis, and now they might be able to set up for Satanic. Tofu looking for the angle. Can't quite persist forward for it. But getting themselves that Aegis, gold lead is completely gone. Things are dead even. Quinn's got the shard now too, so he's got the way to reach into the back line so he can jump on top of the Ringmaster in particular. And yeah, the damage mitigation, the Mage Slayer coming into play, the Greaves, these little extra things, absolutely making them show that they can have a good time in the fights too. It's a lot of damage mitigation. Even with the Glacial Guard, with the Pavis, they do have a lot of ways to protect each other on the side of Gaming Gladiator. On PARIVISION, not having those similar auras this time around. They've got a Solar Crest on Ducalis, but... Gaming fighting back very nicely here. Watson. Looking for another one. Whoa.
They're not bringing everyone down there for the defense quite yet, PARIVISION.
Ace is dragging the mid-wave. Be able to clear that one out. Join his team. There's an amp damage top. They're continuing around this area. They want to keep applying pressure with this Aegis on this tower. All right, this tower is looking pretty dead.
I think so. Yeah, PARIVISION, they're not going to turn up for this tier 2 defense.
Looks like they're waiting for the timing. In particular, the Radiant's almost done for DM, so maybe wanting that before that next fight. But Gaming is getting some good footing. I really like Tofu's build this game. You know, some games call for the extra disables that you want, you know, the Atos or 4 staffs in protection. This game, this Greaves is actually doing quite a bit of work for his team. Now, another Solar Crest too. Yeah, a lot of protection. These heroes are going to be tanky. Ace almost has the full Crimson Guard too to protect versus the small instances of damage.
Yeah, looking harder and harder for PARIVISION to make a move into this.
Yeah.
Gaming, they've got a really good grasp of the game right now.
Yeah, I mean, the timings, they've crippled all of PARIVISION. PARIVISION hit all their timings, and Gaming was like, we can fight versus these timings. It doesn't matter, as we saw in particular the bottom fight. All right, Radiance. It's about to be finished for DM. I believe the Revenant's Brooch also soon to be done for Satanic, so maybe that'll be an indicator of them trying to fight again. But Gaming also prepared to fight. A couple more of these items have been picked up. Watson has a full BKB for the next fight too.
Let's see who they're gonna find here, Gaimin.
They saw Satanic. Can't quite get the setup onto him. They'll see Ducalis. This is a good one if they can catch him.
Well, they're gonna try and go for him.
Off the mark with the Boundless.
He's gonna get the escape act off. Turns, retain the beast. On to Ace. Ace is pretty tanky. They're gonna drop the Roar down on him, see if they can kill him underneath the tier 2 tower. The wheel down, they will get him. Obviously not without the casualty themselves.
No one.
Ducalis
He's in trouble.
He's able to set up with the Wukong's command at the side and just kill no one off in the middle of it all. They'll put the meta, but he has to slide away. They've got to run here again, PARIVISION. They can't fight this.
No one runs in, but he has 7 goose stacks on him. He was minus 16 armor, just dies in seconds to the Wukongs. And the power shot, I mean, Tofu, he landed it again. He sniped Ducalis right at the start of the fight. Yeah, look how much damage he did. Each hit did 250 plus damage from auto attacks because of the minus armor. DM again.
Oh. All right, Satanic's turning up.
He's got a Sunder.
He's going to look towards Watson. Takes out the Aegis. That's Watson gone the ones.
Does he still have BKB? He does.
I mean, they're trying to step up for round 2 nonetheless, but Nick Watson immediately pops the BKB.
He's TPing out.
Same thing we said here for Malady, but the stun, it's going to connect. So Malady will fall. Watson able to survive.
That's BKB cooldown, so it's 80 seconds that PARIVISION could look to go for a player, but they're not really the healthiest, so maybe not. Was that a 4-staff on the missile, by the way, from 9 class? I think it was.
It was right, because the stun was not an ARM, yeah.
No, because I saw the missile coming in, and it
just
just appeared on top of the CM. So I think he 4-staffed it
so.
aggressively. Kind of a little heads-up move there. Haven't seen that in a while. The 4-staff on that missile. The timing is hit. Yep. We see the... I mean, both of these carries are going to look to go for the same big right-click build with the Revenant's Brooch, since they're both very high armor. Satanic does have it finished up a little earlier.
Oh, look at their eyes on top. Tofu.
Shackle.
I'll come in with the shackle, but it's just a tease at the moment. They don't really have anything else they want to go with. And Quinn. He knows they're not going to go on him.
They've got a BKB on the Beastmaster, and I think Watson's is still cooldown, so they're looking for him. 25 seconds. If they can catch this Nature's Prophet, it'll be a pretty much free kill. He's in a pretty safe spot, though. This tier 1 is still alive. Let's see if they find him. They were maybe just hoping for a kill that he was just going to be down here, but not going to be the case yet. They do have this lane ward, though. Watson. Okay, he'll just send the tree, and I was like, he's stepping forward.
Oh, there we go. What do we have here? Tofu, 9 kills in 25 minutes.
I mean,
he's only done better once before.
Yeah.
10 kills in a game against Quest last year. That's pretty crazy.
He is
only done better once, and he's played a lot of games, Tofu.
I mean, he's part of 14 of the 16. He is having a hell of a game.
Dire's bottom tower.
Tormentor, Dakalis will be able to get it.
Radiant's middle tower. Attack.
Ace. Can't soak the missile.
It just seems very hard for PARIVISION to fight into them.
Yep.
Even though they're not that far behind on gold, and Satanic's still very farmed on the Terrorblade.
I mean, these fights are going to be pretty crazy. Right now, we have pretty much even state in terms of that gold. Oh, 968 games. Only 1K, almost 1K
Not bad,
games.
not bad.
There we go. Going to be joining the midst of some of the legends. This game is truly delivering again. I mean, we're having some really exciting ones, honestly, in this.
No, these recent two have been some close ones.
Yep. Watson, level 20, about to be hit, and he's going to have his... Yeah, he's got his Revenant's Brooch, so he's got some good timings to be able to focus onto Satanic. Pretty even game state, but Gaming showing they can fight pretty nicely into this Medusa, who's, sure, very annoying in the front lines, but they do seem to have some cool answers versus it. It's either ignoring it, kiting it out. What is that chewing? Do you hear that?
Chewing?
It sounded like something was chewing.
Weren't me.
Is that Medusa's walking?
It might have been one of the heroes.
I think it's Medusa's walk.
Is it? That's it.
It's not chewing. You hear it, right? It's the slithering.
Yeah, it's a very creaky sliver.
Yeah, it gets me.
Get some oil on that snake.
He's gone Ghost Scepter. I mean, I like this Ghost Scepter versus Monkey King in almost every single game. We've been seeing the rise of it as well. It does feel very strong. It's built to get out of these Wukongs. Game has slowed down a little bit here. 12 to 16 at the moment.
I mean, who's happier with that? You would imagine what, PARIVISION?
I think they're both pretty happy with game state, honestly. I think both teams are very strong to be able to scale.
Little pick off here for Watson. Well, for Quinn. You know, who takes that with a boundless?
Maybe Gaming slightly happier, actually. Sure. I just don't know how much more this Gyro is going to be able to contribute as this game does progress. I see he's going down the route of these auras to try to match, but he keeps... I've seen him switch his item build like 8 times this game. He had 4-staff Veil. Yeah, Vessel. He's literally switched all over the place, so... I feel like for him, it's harder to have this similar impact as Tofu is now at this point, where Tofu can... His items just feel better. The Greaves plus the Force on him, and just what the Wind Ranger can actually do in comparison to a Gyro in a lot of these instances. So maybe slightly happier for Gaming. I mean, and they're dealing with the Medusa very effectively and the Beastmaster. A lot of these games, these beasts have just completely gone out of control. This is not one of those games. No,
I mean, it's
2, 4, and 5. It's a quiet game for him.
30 minutes in, they're still holding on to all their tier 2s right. They're not losing a lot of these earlier extra towers to the pressure of a Dusa Beastmaster lineup.
Yeah, I think we're in for a treat of a late game for sure this time around. 21 being hit on the Nature's Prophet. Same thing for Satanic. Full Scotty now for the Terrorblade. Still crazy net worth on him, but as always, Nature's Prophet does match. How's no one doing? He's got a haste rune. He is surrounded.
Oh, it's a good setup. He's got
He's
the roar
down.
off, but he's going to try and run, but the damage is done. Watson has him.
What a play. They don't have to use too much of anything there. Just a boundless strike and a sprout, and he's stuck. That's a roar. He didn't even use the BKB because it's going to help him anyway.
That's it. Around the mid. PARIVISION will manage to find Ace in return.
Watson, okay. He cancels the TP.
And Tofu. He's trying to see if he gets some sort of setup here. Quinn's going to be able to close the gap on the 9 class with the boundless, so there's still that chance for Gaming Gladiators to swing over and make sure that they don't let PARIVISION get any sort of freebie.
I mean, seeing Beastmaster struggle so much, it brings a smile to my face, of course, because we all hate Beastmaster right now, but honestly, no one is having one of the rougher games I've seen him have on this Beast.
And he got a
Quite
good
some
axe
time.
timing, right?
He got a very good axe timing. But yeah, so far, the answers from Gaming just seem to be there. Quinn, he's on top of him in almost every fight. 17 of the 19 kills with this Monkey King. Yeah, Watson, I love that he gets involved too, right? These little TP plays, finding people when they're split up. Beautiful stuff. They get the Aegis now too. Ooh, and I like this. He's queuing up the butterfly on Watson next. So wanting that evasion versus the Terrorblade so he can stand his ground. He's going to be able to stand and fight that TB once he gets this item.
Oh, Quinn.
Another catch. Quinn.
He's going for it, but yeah, with the escape act up, it's not going to be a kill that Quinn can finish off. And he has to run.
He's forcing reactions, though, again and again. And he's getting closer to that nullifier. Next time, that's a kill when he has it. Yeah, he's being super active as this Monkey King. Smoke. PARIVISION. Want to use this roar. They want to use this BKB. They don't want to be getting caught off the map like they were before. Just split up. But Gaming's playing it nicely here with the split up. They're not giving up any of these kills. A 5K lead now for them. No one going through the portal. They do see Ace. Might just try to settle for that kill, but Ace, can he get himself away?
Oh, there we go. Straight in with the roar. Get the blade mail off, but
9 class is dying.
Oh, he does indeed nearly die. He's going to go straight for the TP out whilst the TP's come in from Gaming Gladiators. He'll get away just in time before that power shot was coming in from Tofu. Tofu will still land the shackle shot in on towards Carlis, so they get the Carlis. See if they can chase down DM as well.
He's in trouble.
Boundless in from Quinn. They have the Frostbite lockdown, a follow from Malady. DM is going to try and go for the Ghost TP, but he gets caught out. Shackles continue to fly in as they'll clean DM up as well. So very quick with the response there, Gaimin, of course.
No one?
He's going to be able to TP out, nothing to put a stop to that.
I mean, they get the roar, but honestly, 9 class almost dies just to Ace.
Well, they nearly lost 3.
Yeah.
It was a risky move. It just took that little bit too long for them to kill the Bristle.
I mean, Gaming's starting to take complete control of this game. Looks like even though that farm is there for Satanic, he's not being able to enter the fights. Honestly, Gaming is just playing beautiful macro plays. The way they're moving around, forcing PARIVISION to make these moves and then just responding perfectly. Nah, Satanic, for all that farm that he's gotten so far, hasn't been able to really show it off so much. And Watson now does have the butterfly, so that's where it puts in question. Satanic's probably like, this is dangerous.
Or 9 class? Oh, he's going to be able to force back up to the high ground, but was looking a bit spooky there as the Gale Force came in from Tofu.
Building's starting to drop.
And they'll drop the cooldown, but it's not really going to slow them down that much at all, Gaming Gladiators.
I love the way
stick around and get the tower.
I love this itemization. Yeah, this butterfly is going to do work in these next few moments. It's going to be very difficult for Satanic to find a way to actually pressure this. And at this point now, too, right? The Beastmaster, seems like they found the answers for it. The Deuce up, they're just kiting. They're not really scared of it at all. Gaimin playing this mid game beautifully. Satanic absolutely has all the work cut out for him now.
Yeah, it's getting tougher and tougher for PARIVISION to grab this one back under control.
9 class. Constantly under pressure here. At 4 goos, minus 19 armor. As Quinn does have the nullifier finish too now, so that escape act that has bailed them out a couple of these deaths will not be that answer anymore. And Watson very close to 25 as well, so that Treant is soon to be online as well. No one trying to finish up his Shivas, but doesn't feel like that's going to be that end-all be-all answer, like a refresher or something that he feels like he's going to need pretty soon too on this Beastmaster. Gaimin. 1 minute left on the Aegis. Night class.
Tofu. He's going to try and go for it, and he'll have it. Shackle shot into the boundless. They jump forward, kill 9 class off.
All right, Quinn, no funny business. Pops the BKB just in case of anything there. Maybe not needed, but either way, just plays it safe. And just continue this momentum. It's a ton of pressure on PARIVISION, and they're not fighting moves. I can't even remember the last time I feel like we saw PARIVISION get a big kill. Sure, they got ace top, but it costed them so much. They haven't been able to get a kill and get out cleanly at all. Gaming is always ready for the response. DM.
Trying to clear the wave and see if he can set up onto Quinn, but Quinn's out again.
Satanic is trying to get an angle.
And Satanic's going to put the meta. He wants to fight.
Okay. I mean, it's a meta use.
Yeah, they're forcing this pretty heavily, PARIVISION.
Aegis was going down, so I think he was trying to force something as this Aegis does get reclaimed.
Okay.
But meta is now halfway expended. Can they turn it into anything? It doesn't look like it at all. Yeah, Gaimin, they're just back up. Looks like they're going to wait for that meta. They're going to smoke and look for that engagement.
Yeah, that felt a little bit desperate there from PARIVISION.
It really did.
They just tried walking at them.
And look at Tofu, already still in a deep position to look for this play. I mean, without meta, it feels super hard for Satanic to do much of anything, as we've seen him just have difficulty even with the meta approaching into the fight. And he needs this MKB next. He goes for the Disperser, but he needs this to be able to answer for his Watson. And speaking of Watson, Owen, level 25. The Treant is ready. Ogre Seal Totem also has been picked up for Watson. Courier. Whoop. Whoop, whoop. Can't find it. Watson was trying to snipe the Courier with the Shivas. Wasn't able to quite find it.
What do we got? So Tofu and Ace. Quinn's most common teammates. 666 games. Cursed them out there.
Yep.
Each with him now.
Yawar has been replaced. Sorry, Yawar.
That was close. Well, he's on, what, 663?
Yep. Quincy Crew times.
That's a lot of games.
It is. They played together for a very long time. You know, Quinn, he was trapped in NA for a long time. He did finally escape, but as you see there, he was trapped with them. Let's see these neutral items. Pyrrhic Cloak on the Medusa. Uh-oh.
Very cool.
So one support will probably die because nobody's going to pay attention as she throws it onto them. Do they have Dispels? They do. At least they have Greaves, so they have one Dispel to be able to remove it off of Tofu. But yeah, very likely you're going to see a support die to everyone else hitting the Medusa. Can we look away from the Medusa? I don't want to hear this slithering. It's killing me.
It's not that loud.
It's so loud. I don't know why.
What the hell's wrong with your
headphones? Maybe it just
headphones?
bothers me. It's just something about it.
Viewers at home, they can't hear it, do they? Like, what's this guy on about? It's so quiet.
They're doing it on purpose. I see you. The slithering. Tormentor claimed 11k lead. A Hex now picked up for DM. And the MKB for Satanic. Okay, he's all in. Level 25 has been hit also for Satanic, so he's got the long meta duration.
I mean, if he can get in position, maybe he can take down Watson.
It is him versus the world now, though. Let's
Sure.
see if they can get the angle with the Roar, because no one has had some difficulties getting that as well. They're smoked up. They're looking for the angle. It's into a fresh Lotus picked up there from Ace also. So they got to be careful of the Reflect. The Treants, they're building up. That's 3 of them. Does he want to hit the tower? Of course he does. Watch the HP of this tower. Oh my god, it's dead.
They've got to do something, PARIVISION.
No one's in. It's on Tofu.
It's going to be a roar onto Tofu. That's going to mean the cause of Gaming Gladiators are free to fight back.
The buildings are dying.
And they kill Tofu off. So Tofu's gone. Boundless drive for Quinn over towards 9 class. Ace is getting focused for right now by Satanic. He'll push forward. Now turns his attention towards Watson. Watson's able to jump away. Tries to go for the TPI. He's not going to make him out of there safely. So they get the kill against him.
But they lost the Rax.
Indeed, the damage already done to the base.
The 3 Treants killed the Rax in seconds while the fight was going on.
That's just how it goes.
That's just how it is.
When you're against the old Nation Prophet, this is how it goes.
But you know what? They got Watson. So they did get that kill.
They got him. They got the source of the problem, but they weren't able to stop the problem.
No. And it did cost, what, 9 class with the buyback, and it was right outside of their base, so they were able to reset from no one, get the follow-up jump, see what they can turn it into. There is an amp damage. 60 seconds.
there you go.
Yep, 60 seconds without the Nature's Prophet, too.
Okay, still a little bit of time on the meta.
I can't believe how fast those racks. It was 3 treants, to be fair, which should kill Raxes in 5 seconds, right? Logically, but...
What do we have in the squad of Tofu, 7, Ace, Daracho, Quinn? 499 games together.
It's pretty good. Pretty cool
Nearly the 500.
Satanic, still with this amp damage, going toward high ground, trying to force at least a little more here. They're not going to be able to force the buyback out. But Satanic, he's trying.
Well, they can do quite a bit at 20 seconds. I mean, Glyph is up.
Yep, with that amp damage. 20 seconds until meta's back up, too. So as soon as Watson's back up, there is going to be a meta from Satanic.
Looks like they're scared, though.
Yeah, they'll back away. I mean, good fight. A very solid fight. Even though they lose their racks, they get some big kills, and Satanic gets an influx of, what, 3,000 gold for him?
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And no one is getting toward the progression of that refresher, so he will be able to have the double BKB, double roar. Watson will have his own Satanic finished up for the next fight, and it looks like Gaming, they're looking to strike as this 5-man unit, since they do have that Rax advantage bottom. I mean, again, they could just take a fight, and the trees could just kill another set, so they could just get a second Rax advantage. Quinn also did get an MKB and level 25 for the next fight, too. So it's not just Watson who's that carry they have to worry about. Quinn's damage is pretty ridiculous now.
Are they going to get this rush?
They are smoked.
I mean, they are, but can they really try and take this Roche fight? This is risky. Because Roshan is pretty much dead. It's gone. They're going to see the jump forward here. He does.
No one.
They get the kill, but he's not going to pick up the Aegis. He's going to try to get the roar. Puts the BKB, has to run in on. But Tofu's coming in for the side. Quinn finishes no one off. DM tries to run in with the Stone Gaze.
Oh, this is such a risk.
I mean, they went for it. They got the kill on Roche.
Satanic's alone.
But they weren't able to pick up the Aegis. Now, Aegis stays safely in the hands of Watson. They took a risk, PARIVISION, and they're going to maybe pay even more for it here. Satanic, Escape Act will come into play.
Can he survive?
He's trying to survive, but the silence comes in. He's gone. DM's trying to fight back and deal with the supports at least. Melody's fine, holds him back with the Frostbite into the shackle. As DM will get dealt with slowly but surely by the cause.
Quinn dominated so hard in this fight. I actually need to see some damage numbers. We might not get to see it because the fight's continuing.
It's going to keep on going here. The buybacks are coming out. Looking at Watson. He's in with the jump. Get the Hex up onto Quinn. Sprout onto Ducalis.
He's jumping
in with the Boundless. Ready to jump forward. Let's try and finish him off. The Escape Act is there. Quinn.
Force.
He's gone pretty deep for this. He's got BKB up in 2 seconds, Quinn.
Another force.
He'll get the Wukong's command out. Satanic trying to fight on forward. The BKB's there from Quinn. No one will die to the Wukong's command. He wants to kill someone.
He
will get it, but he's going to die for it.
That's game.
That is game, ladies and gentlemen. GG has been called. Gaming Gladiators will take this best of 1 against PARIVISION.
Honestly, Quinn clutched it up super hard in this game. I think he played insanely well. 27 of the 30 kills with him getting involved. But that last fight, he hits 25. He has MKB, drops the Wukong. They're all just running into Wukong, getting absolutely decimated from it. I mean, a cool game, but Gaming showing a very nice answer versus the Beastmaster in particular. You can see PARIVISION. They're like, crap. Didn't work.
Yeah, because there was moments, especially in the early game, where it felt like this was going to be another show for PARIVISION. Right? They had the good lanes, they had these great timings, free farm Satanic, no one smashing it with the Axe Rush. But yeah, Gaming Gladiators, very impressive stuff as the game played on. Yeah, Tofu giving us some highlight-worthy moments there with his power shots throughout the action. And yeah, Quinn, outside of the quad performance today, he's having a great time, right? The Lesh coming in now with the Monkey King, they're getting him on some solid heroes. And he's able to absolutely pop off 12-2-15 from the mid Monkey King this game, Vogt.
He was super active too, right? It wasn't like this like AFK kind of sit back and farm. They were making so many moves happen, and it was honestly most of it came from after that bottom fight. Even though it was very early days and all that, right? But it was like 13 minutes. Not PARIVISION was getting all their timings. They are the ones who take the fight, and they got smashed in that fight. So Gaimin, I mean, really heads up stuff today.
Yeah, no, absolutely getting some pretty impressive wins under their belt here, Gaming Gladiators, and yeah, PARIVISION. not able to close this one up despite getting some of the scary heroes off the patch. Well, ladies and gentlemen, we've still got much more to go today. I believe we've got 2 more best of ones coming up on this stream. The next one, what have we got next, Fog? We've got Falcons up against Aurora. That one could be
rough.
It could be rough. Falcons having a pretty good day. I think they've won everything, right?
Yep.
And Aurora not having
everything.
a great day. They've lost everything so far. But maybe things will change when these 2 teams meet head to head. Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a short break. We'll be back with Falcons versus Aurora. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. It is me, OD Pixel. Fog will be with us in a moment. We're getting ready for the next best of one of the day. It is going to be Falcons versus Aurora. I'm going to be able to update you on exactly what that means and how important this win is going to be for these 2 teams, because we're going to be able to show you what's happened so far today. As you can see, the 2 teams I've just mentioned, their teams at the top and the bottom. That's right. Falcons, they've won 3-0 today. They've won every single game. Aurora, on the other side of things, they've lost every single game today. So, well, it doesn't necessarily mean we know what's going to happen when they meet head-to-head. Maybe Falcons, Aurora might be, they're the kryptonite. We'll find out when we get into the action of this very decisive game 10, the group stage. And obviously, for the positions of everyone else, Gaming Gladiators 3 and 1, PARIVISION 1 and 2, Spirit 1 and 2. Now, obviously, this is what you've been watching on this stream in Group A. We've also been having Group B going on over on the other stream. That one at the moment, as you can see, a little bit closer. Nobody's got the clean 3-0. Nobody's got the clean 0-3. Now, what do you make of this, Fog? Any surprises? Or did you kind of expect this group to be this close when you look at the teams?
I mean, definitely to be some more chaos in terms of this one,
Yep.
but Liquid being at the bottom, definitely not something that I think most people would have said. And I mean, Tidebound and Extreme doing well. Sure, they did decent in the last tournament in terms of Tidebound. Extreme looked rough, though. So yeah, good to see that they've improved. Tundra, I think we're always going to see them probably be at the top somehow in a little bit of that one, right? Because they have been looking pretty strong, but yeah, pretty appropriate, I think, for Group B. I think Group A, we're definitely seeing much more dominance. Like,
we are.
Which teams are just straight up better and which teams are just struggling more and more. Honestly, Aurora has just been looking rougher and rougher in every tournament that we're seeing them.
They have. They've had some rough
Sad.
showings. Right now, this game, if there's going to be any time for them to clutch it up and start kind of the beginning of a comeback, this would be it. The draft has begun. Let's get into it. Falcons versus Aurora. Falcons, they've yet to lose a game. Aurora, they've yet to win one.
And I'm saying an because as soon as you guys look at the draft, look at the bans. What the hell is going on? They're like, okay, the only way that Aurora is going to end up winning a game is if Kiyotaka goes Super Saiyan mode, plays one of his BS heroes, and they're banning those BS heroes. Tinker's cool, though.
Dude, I feel this is just a disrespect.
It probably is, but you know
it's
what?
Like we're just gonna ban some meme stuff.
I think they're looking at Aurora and they're like, these guys are in the dirt right now. Let's put them even more in the dirt. Make them play some crazy stuff. Get in their heads.
They are, as you said, they are throwing out some bans there that they don't need to be throwing out. So,
Arc Warden, when the hell was the last time Arc Warden got picked?
Yeah, Aurora's definitely got room to get some of the hot meta favorites right now.
I mean,
because of these bans that Falcons are throwing all over the place.
Amar did say that he's on the drafting, right? So he's trying to go for some funny stuff here. This is hilarious already.
Okay.
I mean, Invoker, a hero that's just not really played anymore except for by literally one player, and he's not even playing it. BZM is refusing to touch it. SF, we did see them play it last tournament. I do remember Kiyotaka playing that, and he owned the game super hard, but it was them versus one of the weaker opponents. I can't remember exactly who it was, but they did own that game. But yeah, you do not see these bans usually. So that's just telling me that Kiyotaka, they just want to put him into playing normal heroes rather than him playing his specialty. Arc Warden, I have been hearing. I have been seeing some more things with it, with the Ags build. I've heard about some support Arc Wardens, but this would be scrim information or, yeah, some stuff that we haven't been able to see, at least on our side. Interesting, though. And we will at least get immediately the response. I was mentioning last game, the Kunkka response versus Beastmaster. I think we're seeing two of the best heroes versus the Beast. It's Monkey King and Kunkka. They seem to just have very good games versus it, either in the lane or just in the game. You're able to just play around it very nicely. Yeah, these bans are hilarious, though.
And maybe we'll see Falcons continue to innovate with the picks. You know, maybe they're like, well, this is easy game. We're going to try something a bit different.
They already are. Opening up with the Kunkka is definitely a bit different.
Yeah, I think it might continue. We might get some fun stuff coming
actually,
out from Falcons.
Have they done at least open your Kunkka? Let's take a look, actually. I don't feel like I've seen them open Kunkka too often. Ooh, I mean, this is definitely them having some fun.
Well, they don't do a lot of
learning. No, this is I mean, everyone does like to play the Coddle, all these four positions, but this is not really in their wheelhouse as a team so much lately. But I love to see it. I mean, Coddle, definitely one of those heroes that's absolutely busted, can break Dota, right? I think this is one of the heroes that can absolutely break Dota the most. And Kunkka plus Coddle, we have X, Recall. There's going to be a lot of map mobility that can be coming out that can be pretty interesting. And yeah, Coddle, potential of double Tidebringers, extra Torrent plays, sure, other heroes that are going to be benefiting from the Chakra as well, too. We'll see what they cook up. Aurora, give me just something standard and strong.
Oh, not the trees, no!
Okay. So they'll get that Bane. An old school, I mean, X can be countered off versus the Sleep. Also in lane, Bane versus Coddle can be very effective if you just find him. You get that vision as well. So for Aurora, a little more of that vision aspect coming in.
I mean, wait, what? Some other teams have enjoyed this hero. What's it?
Mostly just Spirit.
It's just Maposhka.
Yeah, it's just mostly him.
Okay.
But this hero has untapped potential, I'll say. I think because of how much we're seeing nighttime vision and all that coming in, I think people do forget that Bane is one of these ranged heroes that has nighttime vision, which almost nobody else does, besides a sniper. But it is something cool to always factor in. And Enfeeble is really annoying once you start getting one of the more obnoxious ones.
They've got the Storm Call.
Oh man, Storm Coddle and CM.
One of the dream ones. It's literally Storm Spirit's dream.
Yep.
Call, CM. I mean, heck, even the Kunkka could X-Mark and TP back to base, get a free fuel. Everybody's here to make sure that the Storm's got all the mana in the world.
All right, they're going to last pick a Tinker to throw the buff on him as well, too. Okay, puck comes in. So Kiyotaka will be able to get this nice hero here. Does mean it's going to be put a Beastmaster in the off lane. Or in the carry role, I guess, in particular. But Kiyotaka is going to get to play one of his specialty heroes versus some limited ways of catch, right? Yes, there's a Vortex, there's a Frostbite, but can be some limited ways to bring down this puck. I mean, I'm actually liking this draft way more from Aurora than I've seen from any of their other games so far, so...
Aurora. I mean, what do you ban against Falcons? What carries do you care about the most?
Probably some stunners, some tiny, some DK, just because you have puck, right? So in terms of instant disables, you maybe want to get rid of one of those. Because right now, Falcons do... They have catch, but a little bit lackluster in terms of the hard lockdown versus the puck. And it is Skeeter's last pick, right? Unless Skeeter just plays Kunkka. So I don't know, it is still some variety that they can do. Because they can put the Kunkka versus the Beastmaster matchup. Sure, it's not the most usual thing that you see, but it is a counter.
Would you like that? Do you like Kunkka at the moment in position 1?
I think it has merit if you have one of these pseudo carries in the mid lane.
Sure. Or I guess, in the off lane, right, with Amar. Like Amar could take like a carry hero to the off lane.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it can work.
And yeah, they're going to ban out Amar. Yeah, ban out the Tide.
I mean, it's not only just Amar, honestly.
Sure, yeah.
Skeeter plays Tide Hunter in the safe lane.
He could do some safe lane Tide, yeah.
So, yeah, he's smiling. I mean, it is definitely something that can get into their heads. Look, Crit also smiling. Amar, I see a cheeky smile over there. And they'll be the ones to ban out that Tiny. Okay, so they ban out PA, they ban out the Tiny. Similar kind of concept of lockdown extra bit to throw in on top of the puck coil. And also, I think Nightfall has only played 2 carries that I've seen. I think I've only seen him play PA and Tiny lately. So, really restricting his hero pool. If I'm not mistaken. Let me actually check that for you. Let's see, recently on
Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, he played Tiny all 3 games, huh? And then the game before that, he played PA. And the game before that, he played Tiny. And the game before that, he played Tiny. Okay, so yeah, he's literally only playing Tiny and PA. So yeah, banning out both of those carries. Throws him onto his 3rd carry. This is the other one that Nightfall is one of the exclusive ones that is still playing it. It is going to be Abaddon.
You're thinking carry Abaddon, not carry Beast and offlane Abaddon.
For Nightfall, it's carry Abaddon. And Toronto Tokyo playing Beastmaster. They don't really vary on this one. If they do vary, that'd be cool. But I don't think that they will. Because it doesn't really fit up to the wheelhouse. Okay. Their 5-man is strong. They have a decent amount of saves now on the side of Aurora too, right? They have the sleep, potential mini saves with the escape back, the shield that comes out from the Abaddon. Let's see what Falcons wants to go for here. Do they want to have that lockdown? Do they want to have that catch for the puck? Skeeter not saying much. Amar.
Yeah. You think it's going to be... Well... As we saw on the whiteboard, indeed, it's all up to Amar says as the draft goes.
Awie's not even saying anything to him either. Let's say they're discussing now.
What does he want? For himself or for Skeeter? Skeeter's still having some words in, so... Could indeed still be Amar Kunkka. Skeeter getting something else.
Is Gyro's out too, right? Yeah, okay, the Gyro's bad. That was the other one I was looking at, but no Gyro gonna be available.
Whatever happened to a good old-fashioned Chaos Knight?
That hero sucks. That's
really?
The problem. Yeah, dude, it's so hard to play without the right facets. Like, your illusions just die. They just die. It's so sad. I hope we get to see some type of interesting, like, switch up, but it's been so long since I've seen any illusion carry that isn't Terrorblade. You can't play Naga. You can't play CK. You can't, and PL, we're never going to name that hero.
Never see PL, yeah.
That hero's unplayable. Let's see, is it going to be something standard or something very unorthodox? Let's see, Skeeter. Sven, DKs are looking decent.
But dude, TA's still in the pool.
Wait, you're right. TA is in the way. What the hell? TA is.
It just got ignored.
It just got ignored.
This is the first game that's got ignored.
That
right?
is, I think that everybody, maybe they forgot.
This
I forgot.
It's got to be the first game that TA was ignored.
And it is going to be be the Kunkka on the safe lane.
Kunkka, as you said,
and
yeah.
I think because they have these 2 semi carries in the mid and the off lane, that they can actually do this route. And then it's a counter versus Beastmaster. You cleave these beasts. It's a
Bro, how did Aurora not pick carry TA?
I don't know, Owen. Actually, I
forgot about it. In this day and age, would you be like, let's play carry Baden instead of TA?
Dude, TA and Morphling are in the pool, and nobody wanted.
They just didn't care. I mean, okay. That's a question I would love to ask. After this one,
Yeah,
he was like, what happened to these heroes? No, every game they're banned, apart from this one.
Cool.
Teams just like, I guess these guys don't care about TA.
Okay, now we've
left it in. Nobody wanted it anyway.
Oh, and we have some fun combos coming in. So I've seen this combo actually from Bet Boom before. The Slardar plus Kunkka.
The crush into the
Tidebringer when you get the shard on the Slardar, everyone just dies.
Yep.
In the early game, it does an absurd amount of damage, and we're gonna throw recall on top. So, well, I'll say recall, chakra, sorry. So you can refresh the Tidebringer, refresh the crush, give mana to Storm. It looks strong from Falcons. Aurora, though, this looks like their best draft of the day. The other drafts that I saw from them, I didn't really like it. This one, it looks much better approach. I like that Toronto Tokyo also switched to beast mode rather than having the summons this game since he's playing versus Kunkka plus CM. Do like that he's going the normal route. But this lane does not look easy for Toronto Tokyo. He's playing versus CM Kunkka. Sounds very difficult for him.
But how would you rate the carry Baden? Because we don't see that a lot.
Not super high, but not super low either. Maybe like a...
You're okay with it?
Maybe A or B tier. I think Nightfall's made it look pretty decent in some of the games. I prefer Falcon's approach, but I do want to say that this is the best draft that I've seen Aurora have today. And it's a lineup that can absolutely scale with the puck, with the Abaddon. There's a lot of semi-carries. We'll just see if they actually can play it a little bit better, because besides their draft in particular, Aurora has just been very disconnected, it looks like. So let's see if they can do better in this matchup versus Falcons, who have been one of the better teams to watch in terms of recovering their games, too. They've had a couple where they're a bit far behind, and they're able to just recover the game completely. So let's see what we got going on here.
No, absolutely. It's not like they've been handed quick and easy stomps today. Question marks coming out. What's going on here?
Says nay, and so do I.
I don't even know what that word means.
I don't know either. I was checking, but
it's probably maybe a nickname. Hopefully, it's a friendly word. I don't know.
I'm sure these teams are very friendly.
I'm not going to say it in case it's not a friendly word.
I'm sure these teams are very friendly with each other.
Wait, are they? I don't even know. Oh, these guys are.
I mean, they kind of are.
Guys?
They're just always going to be fight. Like, there's always going to be beef with everyone in Tokyo, right? Like, I think everyone just knows there's always just that beef, but let's see what we got going on.
Oh, there we go.
Storm and Coddle.
seconds to battle.
4 times by Falcons, 3 times by Spirit. Ooh, I mean, it's a pretty decent win rate. Glad we get to see it. I don't really think I get to see Crit get to play this hero too often. I feel like I always see him playing his usual, so going outside of the box, definitely something he's comfortable with, but let's see how he can do in a team aspect of a game with this Keeper of Light. There's a lot of potential. All 3 cores thrive off of Chakra and Recall. And let's see how these lanes go down.
The battle begins.
May the light keep
Kiyotaka takes quite a bit of damage there. Panto will be able to get that D-ward, so Ops ward was taken out immediately. Sentry placed, won't be able to find that one. A sneaky ward placed actually from Alreen. Usually don't see that one. Looks like they will know afterwards perhaps to get the D-ward, but let's see how these lanes go.
Yeah, who should win this mid?
Skill matchup. Some players like to play the puck in it. Some players like to play the Storm. Kiyotaka did start it with half HP, so it probably means that Maureen will have a bit of an edge at the start. But I've seen Kiyotaka do also... I mean, this is one to watch because Kiyotaka, I've seen him literally try to tank tower hits to do the, the puckish thing with his innate, and he dies because of it, literally. So, a fun player to watch for sure. Vera!
He's got him.
Found Snai.
First blood.
Too many times these ringmasters are able to do this.
Yeah, Nightfall.
Another.
Able to kill off Crit.
Running him down with the Bane. Good start in these lanes. Amar also going to take a beating. I'm happy to see Bane get picked up. You know, we're mentioning it's only Miposhko who plays it, but I think this hero is also, like I was saying, just a bit of a sleeper hero. No pun intended. Just super strong laning aspect. And this Nightmare, the Sleepwalk, can catch people off guard completely. You know, you pull them under tower at times or just pull them out of position. They're level 2 already. They might just go again.
They're going to try for the setup on a crit.
Panto.
Panto's taking a lot of damage for this in return.
He's got a shield.
So if they can run down Amar.
Hey, this is a strong dual lane from Aurora.
They're going to go back in with a crush onto Panto. Amar trying to stand his ground against him. They'll get the kill against Panto first, but of course, after it all, Amar will still fall.
Nightfall will take that. He's going to be happy with his start. Yeah, this is probably the lane to watch for Aurora to have a very, very good time down here. It's going to be a bit volatile with the Slardar and the Coddle constantly blasting and trading with Chakra, but I would say this looks pretty solid here for Nightfall. The other 2 lanes might be a little more difficult for them in particular, but yeah, this one should be nice. And maybe top will actually be okay because there's a Ringmaster behind. You know, they will be able to clear out the summons if he even goes down that route, but we'll see how much Toronto Tokyo even uses his summons early on. I mean, we probably just need to keep watching bottom because this just feels like it's going to be absolute chaos down here.
Yeah, definitely kill potential between both teams.
Yeah.
With the way that they've been full out committing for one another.
Panto will get the Lotus, though, at the end of it all. And Nightfall. I mean, a good disparity between him and the Slardar already at this point. He should be able to continue that free farm. 14-4 to the 7-2. Maureen having that edge in the mid lane. But we'll start to likely even up. A glyph popped out from Kiyotaka. Yeah, very skill matchup. Love to watch this one. One of the matchups that I feel like has always been there, right? Puck versus Storm since the dawn of time in the mid lane. As we see Kiyotaka abusing that puckish to get the extra heals. And let's see what's... I mean, Skater very likely to do the normal build, right? Probably just some Radiance Blade Mail kind of style. See if he does deviate.
Having a very close lane up here.
Yeah, top's definitely the closest one. Bottom, we're definitely seeing that advantage, though, for Aurora. Just being able to get those early kills. Hard for them to ever pressure Nightfall. The shield definitely adds up. So it's going to look to be probably more of a stack style from the Coddle, which is usually the way Keeper Light wants to play anyway, but...
It's one of those offlaners, though, that doesn't clear the stacks right, though, so Amar's farm definitely take a bit of a slower turn if the lane doesn't get any better for him.
Yeah, definitely. Crush, I mean, Crush plus Chakra is not horrible at turn stacks, but it ain't no Sand King.
Yeah.
By any means.
It's gonna take a bit of time.
He's caught again, gets pulled in.
He'll get away up. Again, only just.
I mean, Amar standing his ground, taking a ton of damage back. I can't look elsewhere because they just keep exchanging down here.
Yeah, they're both going at it. Panto.
Stepped up a bit far.
He's gonna be able to turn with it. Again, it's just sort of the bait. Yeah, each time they step up, the shield comes out. Crit's just dead.
And Amar maybe too.
It's gonna be fine for now, but yeah, they can't underestimate when they try to approach this Bane abandoned lane.
I mean, this lane now looks like it's just one for Aurora by a significant margin. Amar keeps trying to get the extra trades versus Nightfall, but he might just die if he steps up too far. And mid, we're seeing Kiyotaka just completely taking over now, getting that extra heal. Able to secure the double water rune versus the Storm as well, too. So he's applying pressure on his own. Top, though, Toronto. Crit will make the move. Blood grenade. Can't finish him. And now Snae's the one who dies.
Yep. A mirror.
He's trading with Crit, too.
Yeah, he's just right-clicked him down.
He might even have him here, Toronto.
It's gonna be close. He gets him with the tame. Oh, the axes won't connect onto Crit, so Crit will survive, and Mirror will finally fall to Skeeter.
That was 3 heroes rotated top, and Aurora is almost able to get the double kill on the exchange. Really heads up stuff. Malrine will be able to find himself a regen rune. So we'll get the luck out of that call for the runes. But the lanes are looking really good here for the side of Aurora.
That's a good start.
Yeah, even that top lane, was put in a position as a Beastmaster versus a Kunkka CM. It's having a pretty good time.
And Aurora, they have had some good starts today. They just haven't quite been able to convert them into the wins. So, see Nightfall not going to be able to dive the tier 2s, even with as low as the two of them are there on Falcons.
I mean, this draft just looks so much easier to play than the other ones that they put themselves in. You know, Kiyotaka playing his puck instead of Tiny in particular. Just looks a lot more comfortable. Skitter X's himself and then bounces immediately while his teammates get dove. They're going to lose the Shrine. Oh, and this early game is problematic for Falcons. Losing quite a bit out of it all here. Kiyotaka.
I mean, Marin's going to be able to dive in and look towards him.
He's fine. He's got another orb. Very solid start. And they're still positioned around bottom. These are 2 level 5 supports and a level 4 offlaner for Falcons.
They could dive him.
They sure will.
And they go with a blood grenade. The impalement arts. Taming the beast tip.
He's looking pretty dead.
Can he run?
No way. They've got another impalement, right?
Oh, can he hit it?
Oh,
yes, he can. Oh, that's an easy one for Mira there.
These supports are so over-leveled now because of these shrines, because of these lane exchanges. 7-2, a 2K lead it bunked up there for a second.
Is under attack.
Average hero damage. That's actually surprising that Ringmaster's only number 4. I thought he would be number 1, but it actually makes sense. The Phoenix is one highest damage dealing support in the game. Van Mira is making a lot of moves happen. 7-2, 2-1-1 for him. Still positioned around this bottom side, and after they took the Shrine, they even placed that side ward, so they'll be able to watch the recovery for the Slardar too. Heads up stuff here. Toronto, as you said, slightly slowed down, but nowhere near as much as Amar is right now. It's a level 4 Slardar. They're bringing Malrine bottom to try to help. Not an easy move to make, though. Nightfall actually does still have cooldown on borrow time, so maybe they are going to look to dive him.
And they go. And Mira's going to be here to help out.
There's backup.
Get the fear onto Amar. Has the escape act as well, giving further chance for Nightfall to try and survive. He's going to have the shield up in a second. The Nightmare is going to allow him to get the shield off, and he's going to have borrowed time up in a second. He's going to be... Oh, my goodness!
1 second.
They killed him in the last moment. Before borrowed time was about to come back up.
They've got him with the roar.
So whilst they might not have been able to save Nightfall, they
get
do
2 kills.
definitely get a little bit of a punch back against Falcon.
Oh, it's like 1 second until he ends up surviving there. Almost ends up coming out of that ahead, even more so on the side of Aurora. Falcon finally get a strike, but Amar, he's level 4. He's got to find some creeps to hit. He's queued up the Midases. Amar struggling so much in this game. I mean, this whole bottom exchange that they've had happen from the start really hurt them so much. Nightfall is enabled beautifully here to have an early timing for the Radiants. Top of the net worth, this last pick ABBA, it's working.
Oh, crit.
Crit, dodges the impale. Other one whiffs. They'll be able to survive. Yeah, Kiyotaka is having a good time. The water root's getting filled up. They'll find crit.
We'll see Malrine jump in, but the grip's up. We're gonna go for the grip on him.
Do they have the damage?
They've got the wheel to follow up.
Nice
Perfectly
wheel.
locked down there by the 2 supports. I mean, Panther, Mirror, they're nailing it.
I mean, that wheel was beautiful. Yep. He knew which direction he was facing, and he placed it there instead of in the other one. That was actually a sick play from Mira.
And now with Recon in the mid, they're gonna go for more.
Aurora.
The attacker. They would push forward, take down Snake King. They're keeping this lead growing.
They are. And they're probably like, okay, you guys want to ban Arc Warden and Invoker and Shadow Fiend versus us, please. Look at the heroes we're able to get out of it. 11-4. Getting some good pressure now onto mid tower. Falcons. They're gonna bring Malrine in.
He's gonna try for Panto. They get the silence off onto Malrine. Amar heading forward as well. Get him with the crush, but the escape axe there doesn't matter. Crush is there to help finish him off. Malrine is gonna push forward and try for Mira as well. And with the 5 of them chasing down this Ringmaster, they will get him. The Falcons just turning up with a full 5-man squad, looking to try and run Aurora down one by one.
He stayed. The mana regenerated from Malrine.
He's got orb up in a second.
He's caught.
Oh, no, indeed. They caught him with the stun after the phase shift. He couldn't jump out in time.
All right, they're looking to play around Malrine now. Just give him all the mana in the world. Give him every single one of these recalls, every single one of these chakras. He's back up to full mana pretty much. Fixing their deficit at the start, 11-7. I mean, that's the way they got to do it to bring the game back. And speaking of the movements...
Are they going to try for Nightfall? Doesn't have borrowed time.
I mean, Nightfall's in trouble here.
I mean, they're going to get the kill against Panto, maybe. Okay, shield comes out from Nightfall. We'll keep him safe, and with the wheel drop down, Panto will be fine. So they're able to bail one another out.
On the chase.
He still wants to kill. Toronto Tokyo has turned up, Amar is able to stand on top of Panto, but another shield comes into play. Roar's there. Amar could not finish Panto off. He's not quite strong enough to be able to do that at this point.
I mean, relentless aggression coming out from Falcons attempting to go for this extra play, but this time Aurora, they bring the numbers, bringing all 5 to be able to stop that pressure. And this game's crazy. 12-7. 19 kills in 12 minutes. You love to see it. But Aurora continues to thrive, and they're going to smoke. They don't have a roar, but they've got a coil, they've got a grip. They've got that hard lockdown for the storm, so Malrine does have to be careful in this next moment. Oh, and they're going for Amar again. He gets the sprint off, though. Gets the distance versus that Bane. Kiyotaka's coming over. He wants Amar.
Look at the coil setup. Amar, dead again.
And they save the Fiend's grip also for the next target, so Panto, patient. Looking to bring the numbers.
Well, they might get the setup on Kiyotaka. It's a bit of a slippery one.
He is amped up, but he's got the Witchblade, so he's got that extra armor now. Not as easy to bring down. I mean, this game is truly chaos. A 3K lead for Aurora. Falcons trying to find another catch here. Skinner, he's shown which build he wants to go for, so he's going for early auras and then going for that Orchid for the puck, but does mean that his carry potential is a lot weaker in particular.
Forsaking.
Nightfall.
He's going to be able to bring Amar over. They're going to try and get on top of Nightfall first, force out the borrowed time.
The grip is there.
There's the borrowed time. Panto tries to stand his ground. They got the wheel as well to follow things up. Doesn't matter. Panto will fall. Drag back on a mirror here with the X marks. They kill off the 2 supports again, Falcons.
So they're just running at them. Yeah, it's just straight up aggression. Falcons looking like they don't want to hit creeps today. Well, in this game at least. Literally just running at heroes as much as possible. They will find the 2 supports, and they use their ults. Kiyotaka will hold on to the tower. Shrine. Looks like Falcons trying to set up for this one here. And Kiyotaka,
he's got to be a bit careful.
He's getting controlled.
They've got the Vortex into the Frostbite. They'll be able to jump out in time, and now the backup comes in. They get the Dream Coil out on the 3rd. Then Toronto Tokyo moves in with the Roar on the Storm Spirit. Maori's still got enough mana to zip away.
Can he get fully away, though? He gets slept.
Oh, my goodness, that TP out from Crit actually ends up working off.
The Malrine stuck. Trying to play his way around it, but he's caught. Toronto gets the last hit. Well, they're trying to pull a lot of chaos, but the chaos still continues to work for Aurora a little bit better there. The Radiance is almost done here for Nightfall.
Yeah, because that's the thing, right? Once that's there and like the Agdams is in online for Beastmaster, yeah. These sort of scrappy fights into these 2 heroes are going to feel pretty tough.
Yeah, I mean, Amari still continues to be pretty far behind. He's got Blink now, but so it doesn't feel like Falcons is going to stop doing this, though. It feels like they're going to continue to just run at them. But yeah, eventually it might feel like they're going to start running into a brick wall as they're starting to get these big items picked up. Tormentor, 15 minutes. Falcons can look to contest. I mean, look to play as a 5-man unit is probably going to be the call from them there. But Aurora with a 4K lead. And that is pretty much the Radiant stun. Yeah, definitely one of the higher deaths we've seen from Amar in almost all of his games. And there's that timing. So Ags Beast, Radiance on Abaddon.
Yeah, the team fight's going to be so strong now from Aurora.
The Falcons, they're going to try to go with an advantage of numbers.
Okay. Well, they try to poke at Nightfall, but as I said, with this Radiance online for the Abaddon, he's a whole different beast now.
And Aurora now does have the numbers here.
The grip's up. They're going to get the wheel down as well. They perfectly lock him down. Once again, the 2 supports completely control Maureen. Amar is going to try and run, but the Nightmare's there ready to drag him back into the midst of them as Amar will fall. These team fights, very difficult now. Aurora have these huge items online. Falcons strat of just running at them, it feels like it's going to be so much harder to get away with it.
Snay also getting chased. Kiyotaka does get caught by the stun. Snay trying to stand his ground, but he cannot. Looking for more crit.
Like how can you keep running at them now? It's just
the only way they can do it is if they use the recall and go for like this number advantage. But this time they try to bring numbers, and Aurora actually just has 5 there.
Yeah.
I mean, either way, it's going to be extremely difficult. It's an uphill battle. But that's the idea that they're kind of going for. But
like if Aurora's absolutely hit their timings, and
they're huge.
Falcons in return, there's not that sort of big item pickup coming up that's going to give them that same sort of big change to the impact that's occurring in these 5v5s.
No, I mean, they've got Skitter with an Orchid, so in terms of being able to catch the puck, that's been increased, but yeah, Amar is having it, like we saw there on the stat, one of his roughest games. He's actually below the Ringmaster now at this point.
Now this was the last pick as well.
Yeah, he is struggling.
He tried to set himself up for success with the draft, but having a rough time.
Maybe getting a bit too cute. Trying to play this type of strategy versus Aurora, but Aurora set up for Amar again.
I mean, again, it's just the 2 supports bullying him. Will they have enough damage between the 2 of them? Yeah, this time they don't. So Amar
that's a huge kill that he gets, Owen.
Yeah.
That's a pretty big mistake there from Aurora, I gotta be honest. He gets the solo kill. It's 550 gold, 800 XP.
Okay.
Amar will take that one all day.
Yeah, he certainly will.
Does he want to buy the shard? He may be thinking about it. Getting recalled in. So again, they're trying to bring the numbers. They see Kiyotaka. They have the Orchid, but he's got a Yules. Isn't going to be enough to protect him. No.
Some nice pickoffs.
And they did buy the shard for Amar. So they're looking still to just apply chaos, right? It's still going to be the same kind of thing.
Keep fighting.
Yep, just run at them. Try to get those number advantage. Try to get the pickoffs. Now that you've puck killed for 30 seconds.
Oh, Amar.
They're going to look for another.
He's going to fight Panther. Backup comes in. They have the Roar, though, down onto Amar. Panther tries to hold his ground here with the Fiend's Grip, but it gets put to them by the Bash. Not before Amar gets taken down, though, by Toronto Tokyo. Skeeters in with the X-Mark setup, or at least attempts it onto Mirror, but will be a bit off the mark. This is the thing, right? At the end of the day, when Falcons go for these sort of moves, if they're not smooth and get the instant kills, Aurora will turn and slowly kill them off one by one in these drawn-out fights. Toronto Tokyo,
killing them all.
He's getting the triple.
Marine got clipped by the axes there too. Yeah, I mean, I don't think they have a strategy to go back to with this type of draft.
So
I think they're just like,
gotta
just keep going all in, even if it's not really working for them. I don't really know what else the backup is. They've gone for a Kunkka. It's all mid-game with their damage for their carry. And Aurora, back to business. Roche. Let's see if Amar he's gonna YOLO jump in, right?
Surely.
He got the snatch!
He's got the snatch! Maori! Beautiful zip in.
And now the damage.
Actually, they come in with a crush onto the 3 of them. All right, there we go.
3 dead.
And now they could go for maybe Nightfall as well. They've got the X-Mark set up upon him.
Nah, this game is insane.
Kite at the bar in time. They're going to kill him off.
Oh my god, they actually get him.
And now, with the Aegis intact, Maori's able to get the steal. They take the fight, and he doesn't even lose the Aegis, so they can definitely look to go again now that they've got an Aegis for free on their Storm.
This is huge. I mean, that was the biggest moments that could have happened for them there. Skeeter also, somehow he has yet to die, by the way. Does have this Orchid finished up. Maybe now he does go down the route of scaling. Maybe now you do queue up that route that can go to the Radiance on this Kunkka as well. They actually just fixed the whole early game. That move actually fixed everything. Absolutely insane.
Maureen, perfect timing.
And speaking of Maureen, also there's a regen rune top that he can get to. So, holy moly, I can't believe that actually worked. They didn't get the last hit, but they did get that Aegis, and they got, what, 3-man crush with that shard coming in.
Yep.
I mean, Amar now has gold. Many TPs bottom. The Roar is there.
Should be pretty dead Skitter this time.
Yeah, they got him now.
Finally able to put an end to him.
His first death, though. Kiyotaka wants more. He's got the coil. But this is a Storm with a regen, and he still has Aegis. Kiyotaka, maybe going too deep. Oh, he gets Frostbite. Snay actually got the Frostbite on him.
The rest of Aurora's pushing forward.
The save is there.
With the escape pack, but Amar's in with the crush, and he kills Kiyotaka off. He gets the kill.
Maureen has Aegis still.
They have the Fiend's Grip to lock down Amar, and they'll find him. Maureen goes in aggressive. Use the last of his mana. Let's keep the distance. Nightmare catches onto Crit. Aurora, they'll get back to taking the fights in their favor.
I mean, this game is still just the definition of kind of pub play style. Both teams just literally relentless running at each other. 42 kills, 21 minutes. We're keeping that 2 kill a minute.
I mean, overall, does it just benefit Aurora's lineup that little bit more, do you feel? Or is there a chance for Falcons to come back in?
There's definitely still a chance.
Okay.
I would say, yes, it benefits Aurora's more, but definitely seeing the possibility of these Tidebringer hits with the Slaughter Crush, the damage is insane. And now he actually does have the Relic, so that was pretty huge for Falcons to be able to reestablish this game.
Is under attack.
And honestly, for Kiyotaka, it's not that easy for him to play in and out of the fights, even with that Yules, as we see the Frostbite from snaking plus the Shard. The combination of it is very annoying for something like Puck. And this is one of the funner games I think we've gotten to see, though. Literally just running at each other as much as possible. And Maureen, he still has this Aegis for 2 minutes.
Is under attack.
Amar's queuing up the BKB. He's actually been able to find some decent farm. I mean, still one of the rougher games I think we've seen from him, but he has recovered somehow. 4, 8, and 11.
Radiant's bottom tower is under
8 deaths is crazy. Skitter, he knows how to last hit towers. We'll be able to get that one. And that Radiance is soon to be finished.
is under attack.
If Crit's able to survive a long time in the team fights, that's pretty much like the win condition for Falcons in this. If he can just keep getting these chakras off, these extra heals. He's got the Shard also, so these heals absolutely will matter.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And there's a BKB.
Dire's top tower is falling.
Looks Nightfall got finished up now. The Manta's done, post-Radiance. Having that separation between him and the Kunkka still by a decent margin. I mean, he does scale, on paper, quite a bit harder, but
sure.
On paper, things can change very quickly if you do just get hit by a double Tidebringer under a Slaughter Crush, though. And that BKB, they're going to have double BKB timing now also on the side of Falcons, so see if Aurora is ready for that timing. They do have a BKB of their own on the Beast. There we go. Kiyotaka. Got the blink.
They're going to still tentatively chase, but won't manage to keep going up to the high ground.
Nice play from Kiyotaka. Breaks the movement. Panto. Hello. Gets the sleep off.
Can he get out, though? He cannot. The Nightmare gets removed, so Amar's able to get in with the crush of the bash. Getting some freebies now, Falcons.
40 seconds without the Bane. They've got to be careful not to hemorrhage too many more kills on the side of Aurora. Crit already porting to set up on the other side with the
Aurora's
meatballs.
trying to fight this.
Okay.
Coming in with the smoke.
I mean, Crit's moving them around already.
Oh, they're going to jump on a snaking.
But Slaughter's here already.
He's in with the crush. He wants to try and fight back in with the BKB, Amar. Looking towards Toronto, Tokyo. The BKB's out as well for Toronto, Tokyo in return. Skitter and Crit, they'll try and focus out towards Kiyotaka. Marin's in with the BKB. Drags back Mirror. Mirror's able to get the escape pack top. Nightfall. He's got the borrowed time. Maureen's still trying to finish Mirror off, but Mirror will drop the Wheel of Wonder, hold it back as well with the A-toss. Toronto Tokyo's going to jump back in. They have the Dream Coil down onto Maureen. They've killed
Nightfall's
the Storm.
still alive.
Amar is trying to finish up the job. Chase down Nightfall, gets him with the crush. He gets the kill. He's able to take him out. Kiyotaka, he's incredibly low on HP. He'll get out with the blink.
They don't see them.
They should be fine here. They're at a safe distance, unless Amar finds them. Kiyotaka's out. I mean, they're doing it in these fights, Falcons. Amar getting away with being able to stay on top of Nightfall, running this about and out of the fight.
Crit is living the whole fights is the big thing, too. He's getting... I couldn't even count how many chakras it was there. His damage, it's always not the greatest, but in terms of the refresh of the abilities, yeah, he got a couple of them off. I think some of them were before the fight, too, but...
Yeah, he's going to be able to just walk up and grab Crit here with the grip.
Almost gets the Glimmer off to survive. Panto.
Panto's looking pretty dead.
Yeah.
Falcons. These fights at Amar, it keeps going.
Amar is starting to get a decent amount out of the fights as well.
He's doing a lot
Yeah.
for a, you know, a player on a hero that had such a rough start.
Skeeter too. He's almost got an S&Y finished up after this Radiance Basorgan. He's top net worth in this game after all this chaos has been going down. I mean, the gold lead is gone. There is no gold lead, barely an experience lead also for the side of Aurora after all this chaos. They kited Nightfall really nicely in that last fight. He got the borrowed time off, and they ignored him during the entirety of it. So it was hard for him to really stick forward and go for more targets. I'm just going to be sticking eyes on Crit. I feel like his impact in this game is going to be one of the biggest ones in terms of how much he can buff up his these cores, give them the double crushes, double Tidebringers. Skeeter, a very good shard that he's able to get. This can mess with a lot of the team fights coming in. Aurora, smoked up. Toronto, Tokyo still having a hell of a game, 8-1 and 7.
We'll see what they can find around the mid. At the moment, it's just a Crystal Maiden.
Yeah, it's not really a big grab. But he's already connecting toward his team, Amar. Amar is about to hit level 18.
They're chasing pretty far here, Aurora.
Are they gonna catch anybody? Doesn't look like it. Everybody gets out. They do get the Yules on Amar. He's got BKB. If he feels like he wants to use it, he will.
Not quite able to get that grab that they wanted there, Aurora.
And they get the double shrines out of it. So Falcons quickly do split up, find those picked up. Snaking will cut the wave while also getting recalled away. Panto shows himself bottom. Gonna actually be okay because Nightfall is behind him. Looks like Malrine doesn't want to go for the jump. Now he's thinking about it.
Oh, he's gonna go back for it. He should get it. And so.
Zip, zip, zip.
No
Does use
out.
BKB, so they do force Malrine to at least use that. Yeah, just watch how much he's going to be moving them around the map. That's kind of what Falcons is looking to thrive around. Keep Malrine at the ready. Skeeter is farming faster than the Abaddon too. S&Y finished up almost level 20. Satanic next on the horizon. He's got the Nemesis Curse for the big damage.
Oh, this has got to hurt. They had such a good start.
They did. That, I mean, the entire Aegis play.
Yeah, that pretty much was the beginning
everything.
of the big turnaround.
Yep. Nightfall does have a Basher now finished up, so that extra lockdown versus the Storm, but he is getting kited quite a bit in these fights from what I'm seeing. They need to find this. They need to find the backline, really. They need to find Crit. He's been playing in Ninja Gear now for the most of the time, and he has Keen-Eyed, so he's playing super far away in the fights. They'll go for the Roche.
Okay.
Can't let this get stolen again.
They do it quick. As it is, I mean, Falcons are not really in the neighborhood.
Yeah, they've got this in time. Nice sneaky play. Okay, I was like, someone take it. They will give it to the puck. He's got the Aegis, and he's got amp damage for the next fight. Actually, quite a big one there for Kiyotaka.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Aegis now, that's going to make them have a much better time in terms of this next fight.
I mean, how much do you think Falcons will care? Will they hold back?
I think they're still going to fight. I think it's going to be a lot based off of vision, though, how they do want to get the catch.
Maori.
Kiyotaka.
He's got the grab on him.
Almost forcing the Aegis immediately. Amar in the back line.
He's going to get the jump on a Panther. The escape pack comes in. Panther will try and turn towards him. They'll drop the Raw down, but the BKB was there in time. Still, they're grabbing him, holding him in position, but it's not enough to kill him off. As Panto's dead, Amar, he'll survive for now. BKB comes to an end, though. They'll drop the Wheel of Wonder down. They will catch him and finally kill off the Slardar.
Do they catch the Storm? They do.
They've got the Yule set up. Still got a little bit of mana, but probably not enough. And Chris, he's going to throw his life in to try and give enough mana for Maori to get out of there.
Can
and
you
know
get out?
what? I think he's just done it, maybe.
I think he's still dead.
Let's have a look. The silence. He's still got a little bit left here for one more zip. One more zip. Die to the neutrals. Well, there you go.
Oh my God, yes, dies to neutrals.
There you go. So Crit, he throws his life away to ensure that there's a chance for Marion to get out. Doesn't save him, but gives him enough mana to get away and deny himself to neutrals.
I mean, a very chaotic fight, but Aurora, they don't even end up losing the Aegis somehow. Kiyotaka survives during all of it. The supports live with a fraction of HP. Sorry, Panto actually did end up buying back, but yeah, either way. A good defensive play coming out from Aurora, from that relentless aggression coming out from Falcons. It's the Bane who got started on first, too. It's an awkward start for the side of Aurora, but it ends up working out. Kiyotaka. Looking for a further catch, but can't.
Told you a storm was coming.
Yeah, they'll tip Malrain. He'll be respawning back up in 20 seconds. Still has 9 galvanized stacks. Man, I love this Dota.
It's just constant battling.
I mean, it's the lowest, probably the lowest creep score I think I've ever seen from Falcons, but this is, yeah, not saying a lot. Because they're just running at people. You don't see Amar usually having like 140 last hits at 30 minutes. Usually he's at like the 200, 300 levels of it, so. Much more farm coming out on those supports.
Oh.
Kiyotaka.
That's a tough one.
Where's the
pretty
hexes?
safe.
Do they have a hex finished up yet? The Storm, I saw Mel rebuilding it. Not quite yet. They do want that in particular versus Kiyotaka. When they have the hex, they can absolutely 100-0 him. So Kiyotaka is going to have to be a little more careful how he plays in the fights. Amar now also does have his Aghanims. Much stronger now for him. Could play a big difference in terms of all the status resistance they're starting to build up versus Fiend's Grip in particular. How's the AC looking for the Abaddon? He is getting close. That's going to be really nice for the side of Aurora to counteract versus the Slardar.
Yeah, at least gives them a bit of a chance of not like dying to these Tidebringers straight away.
Yeah, it'll protect the supports so much as well too. As talking about the supports, double greedy on Aurora. So they both actually got the big Philosopher's Stone. So that's going to be nice for them to get that extra farm. The 100 GPM one, I like to call it, the enchantment that they get. Nightfall, looking to set up down here. Crit, the coil's off the mark.
Oh, it's not going to catch him. Snaking's able to TP away and Crit with the Jukes.
No way he gets out.
They know he's over here.
No way.
Should have seen that coming.
No way.
They'll see him. It was a nice try.
Sneaking around as much as possible. Toronto Tokyo immediately ports toward top. Wants to find another grab, but looks like it'll just be him farming. There's the Hex. So Malrine does have it finished up. Also hits 20. Extra Vortex. Little extra control. Skeeter, Satanic done. Also queuing up a Hex. So showing that they're worried about Kiyotaka's elusiveness in the fights. 20 seconds. Aegis is going to get reclaimed. Gold lead has, I mean, it's only 4K, so it's, I mean, it's something, but ain't something to write home about.
Radiant are scanning.
Mira positioned over here for the Shrine of Wisdom. 35 minutes.
Dire are scanning.
Scan is going to be coming out.
Yeah, surely Falcons, they're going to want to try and say something about this.
Malrine.
They're scared. They feel that they can't push them away.
Too scared to run into this Abaddon still. They want to catch one of these backline heroes first. So double Shrine will be claimed. Toronto Tokyo still just the one death. His itemization. I mean, it's standard, but it's perfect for this game. Falcons positioned in this area.
I mean, they are grouped up and ready to go.
Yeah, looking to try to catch them split up somehow, but it is not Aurora who's splitting up by any means. They are all together. Falcons. Where's the power rune gonna be? With which one's it going to be as well. It's a haste rune. Not the best one overall for the Storm, but still something.
And Aurora's pretty much avoiding these fights.
They're close to some big items.
Sure.
The refresher for the beast.
Because you got to imagine that they don't have to be that afraid.
No, but probably feeling like they're scaling that much harder, maybe. But they do have to be careful, at least, of getting caught and split up.
Oh,
and speaking of getting caught, Amar's in.
Speaking of the jump and Toronto Tokyo, puts the BKB straight away, turns with Aurora on towards Amar, but Amar's able to get the BKB off himself.
They're on crit.
Let's see if they can get crit out. This is caught by the root, caught by the coil. Crit will get left behind. So Aurora turn up, fight, and push back Falcons. They'll get one.
Amar went to second too early. Maureen wasn't in range to get the zip plus the hex follow-up, so it allows the beast to get the BKB off.
And Aurora, because they want to try and chase
chasing
and get more from this.
Kiyotaka. Careful. There is a hex.
He's going to be able to jump out with the silence. Nightfall's in on towards Maureen. Maureen puts the BKB.
They've got the saves for him.
He's going to try and commit for the supports first, but doesn't have enough damage on his own. We'll look back towards Nightfall, but Nightfall's still in a pretty healthy shape.
Amar?
He's deep.
He's very deep.
And he's got no BKB ready to press. He's going down for sure.
They tried to get the quick little grab onto the puck because he was far from his team, but got close enough to his team. They can't actually go for it there.
I thought that was risky, trying to get back in for the fight whilst the BKB was on cooldown there for Amar.
Yeah. And they don't have crit. I mean, they're just trying to go for these reckless plays and ended up not working this time. Amar just jumped too early at the start. Right under the tier 2, he jumps. Maureen just wasn't in range. They have to chain stun perfectly on the side of Falcons with the number advantage. Once Aurora groups up as 5, you can see the difficulty it is for Falcons to fight. Kiyotaka, they're looking to perhaps set up for him here. They did see him split up again. Does he get caught by the hex?
I mean, they've hit the scan. They know someone's up here, and they're going to find him. Marin straight in, gets the setup, but the escape pack comes into play. It's going to get him out of range of the boat. Kiyotaka's fine, able to turn the Dream Coil onto the 2 of them. Nightfall pushes forward to take down Crit. Now with the remainder of the silence, they can maybe even look to try and take down Marin as well. If the Nightmare locking him down, Nightfall gets the double kill.
And the roar in the
back. They have the connection onto Skeeter. Aurora push forward. They're going to find the 3 of them. Very nice fight there, as they were very ready for that. I mean, Falcons, they hit the scan. They try and go for it. They do instantly get that Hex connection, but Aurora, they're just in with the backup. And again, these supports coming in with these clutch plays to keep the fights in their favor.
I mean, Mira is owning this game super hard. Every single one of his plays, they're connecting. Beautiful save again onto Kiyotaka. Falcons, it looks like a bit of a desperate move for them to attempt to get that catch while they're split, but now 3 heroes dead. High ground push, Nightfall's here. I mean, Falcons, they're doing some crazy stuff in this game, keeping it fairly even, but now Aurora.
He's trying to enter in onto this, but the Atos is there. It's going to force out the BKB.
Full refresher. Toronto Tokyo's there. He's ready. They'll take that, Rax. CM snaking, trying to cut the waves. Will get caught. Will get killed. Toronto Tokyo making his own move with Panto also outside the base.
Oh, he was actually able to CP out the tame miss. Now back in the base, that's Amar dead.
How many deaths is that on Amar? 11. Holy. One of the higher deaths I think I've seen from him.
I was going to say, what is the highest deaths he's had in a pro game? We'll be able to bring up that stat.
I want to say it's like between 11 and 15. I usually don't see him having this many.
And this was one of his rules on his board that we saw. The don't feed.
Win the lane, especially too. They did not win that lane.
We saw his notes.
I mean, Aurora with a very standard approach, it's working. Falcons, with a bit more of that chaos approach, it's not really working now after all these items are starting to come together here for Aurora. Refresher, cheese, amp damage also for Kiyotaka.
And let's see where they go next here now. Big lead now for Aurora. 22k advantage.
Yeah, I'm not sure if we're going to see Falcons go for this type of approach again. Just total chaos.
Oh, there we go. So only 8 times over the 11 deaths.
Yeah.
14 is the most that he's had in the game. So still will take 3 more, but we could see a new high score.
Yep, absolutely possible. Overwhelming blink now for the Abaddon 2. Toronto Tokyo waiting in the wings. He's got the double roar at the ready.
There's there's the first one. And onto Crit, but the Hex is out from Marine. Actually used a lot of mana, though, to make this play. The Wheel of Wonder getting locked down on the two of them. Crit will be able to run.
Toronto.
He's going to put the refresher, thinking about going for round 2. He's going to make the jump,
Marine.
and they're going to find. Look at the Fiend's Grip setup. Toronto is trying to get in position for some more damage, but the Fiend's Grip is already pretty much done enough here as it's completely drained him of his mana. That's Marine dead and gone.
You know, this might be a very kind of clowny game with a lot of these kills, but I got to be honest with you, Toronto Tokyo has been showing no clowniness whatsoever on this beast. Getting the right catch every time. 13-1 and 9. Level 25 has been hit too. The Roar comes up constantly. 60 seconds, no Marine. 24K lead. They're drawing the line. They're going for that second Rex. At least we get to see a little bit of variety, though. Get to see a Kunkka carry, a Slaughter offlane. These heroes are not something you see too often. Falcons banning Arc Warden, SF, and Invoker also in this one, too. So definitely some differences that we haven't been seeing too often.
And both teams ignoring TA.
Both teams ignoring TA. Completely ignored. But Aurora, with this last pick, Abaddon, up to level 25. That Rax is going down. Axe finished up 2 for the Bane. Looks like it's time for Aurora to close it out. Let's see if Falcons can put up one more defense. It doesn't seem like it.
Oh,
Toronto. He's got BKB.
Nightfall, he's just dead.
He's on Crit.
He's going to make the jump over towards Crit. Well, they'll be able to keep him off him for now. So Crit will be fine. Everybody back up now for Falcons.
Aurora does have everything at the ready. They've got the Roar. No BKB on the Beast. Akitaka still has Aegis. He's got Wind Waker. He knows he's very free to jump in, especially with the save that we've seen from his allies time and time again this game. Supports truly have done so much work on Aurora. All right, Nullifier now. They've got it finished up for Skitter.
Okay, so what maybe if they throw everything down,
they can kill a target through that box now. But they are still playing into Aegis. And I don't think it's all just about killing one target at this point for them.
They're trying for key attacker, but he's still so slippery.
Still got Aegis too.
I say that though, they still get him with the crush. They get him the once they can.
Okay.
It's round 1. Can they set up for round 2?
He's got A on disc.
Never set up with the torrent. There's the Eon that's coming into play. Anything else to
Are they
catch him with?
actually going to get him twice?
Oh my goodness, it's
Kiyotaka?
close. He's going to get out.
He's okay.
They get a little risky there, though.
That was such a Kiyotaka death. We'll survive, though. Nightfall.
He's got backup coming in Nightfall.
And
Toronto goes in. Drops the Roar straight away. In onto Snake King. And now Nightfall going in aggressive, looking for more. Looks towards the Marmars, able to get the BKB off. They've got the grip and controlling Marine. Aurora bringing in the damage to bring the Storm down. He's out for 80. No buyback available on Marine. As Aurora, that's the ticket for them to push on to get the cleanup. Skeeter's dead. No buyback on him. Snake King to fall. Amar will try one final attempt to jump the supports, but cannot do so as everybody's dead on Falcons. And Fogged, would you believe it or not, but the team that was 0-3 just beat the team that was 3-0.
This was one of the most ridiculous games I think I've ever seen. I mean, Falcons just relentlessly running at them. They somehow made a bit of a recovery because they stole Aegis, but you could see the smiles from Aurora. They're like, cool. They gave us some really good heroes, and they picked some not-so-great ones, and we were able to actually take this one over completely.
Crazy.
Toronto having a hell of a game, 14-1 and 14. But the supports, too. This is a crazy game. I mean, this is wild stuff.
I mean, as I said, literally, Falcons, they beat everyone else. Aurora, they lost to everyone else. But in this best of one, Aurora beat Falcons.
Hey, best of ones, you know, sometimes you make some mistakes. Sometimes you let them get all these godly heroes, and sometimes Toronto Tokyo just owns you. 14-1 and 14, as we see coming in there. This was, I don't know, definitely a different approach that we've seen from most times from Falcons. They made some chaos happen, but this was definitely a weird one.
Yeah, look at that. Look at that scoreboard. Impressive stuff across the board. And yeah, one of the rougher games from Falcons.
And from Amar in particular.
Yeah, it was all kind of, you'd imagine himself trying to set him up for success. It was the last pick. He, as far as we're aware, he's the one doing the drafting, and it just did not work out from this game. they tried their best with their approach of just, you know what, we can't farm up. We have to just keep fighting and keep fighting. But was not enough this game to get it back in their favor.
No, the fighting ended up working out pretty nicely for Aurora as it started getting to the later points. I mean, Toronto literally was just a rock for the team, but the supports too, just constant bailouts and saves. And it really was just full out chaos from Falcons, probably knowing that this game was very out of control after the laning phase in particular. I mean, Amar, as we said, it was level 4. The 2 supports were level 5 before he even hit that level 5 mark. So yeah, solid game from the side of Aurora.
Yeah, another team, another player doing it with the Bane, right? Panto on the Bane, we saw Raposhka earlier with the Bane. Are more supports going to start picking up the Bane?
Hope so.
Yeah. It looks pretty good. We saw multiple times, really, Panto, even those later fights where the chaos was going down, he was getting the grips off on the Storm.
Absolutely.
Well, there we have it, guys and girls. I mean, this is been a pretty crazy day so far, especially with this turnaround. I mean, imagine in the overall standings, there's still a lot to play for in these groups. We've still got more games to play. I believe we're just trying to line up an interview.
We've got Nightfall.
We've got him. We've got him
Nightfall
already. Let's head over to it. Ladies and gentlemen, we've got Nightfall on the mic.
I have Nightfall joining me. A bit of a tough day for you guys, but congratulations on winning the last one. Talk to me about the last pick, Abba, because there are a lot of different carries that you could have picked, but why specifically him?
Hello. I mean, for Abaddon, I think it's my personal unique hero, and I have really good score on it. And I think it's a really underrated hero. So they banned my 2 another good heroes, Tiny and Pei. So Abaddon was pretty nice hero here because I cannot die to Kunkka and Storm. They cannot ever kill me with Kotal plus Storm combo in game. So it was pretty chill pick for me.
Were you ever worried about the scaling of your composition at all, that maybe you guys wouldn't have the damage if it did go late game?
I mean, this particular game, not really, because I feel like we have, opposite, we outscale them super hard. We have Abaddon in free game, but it's not even that much about me. It's more about my other 2 guys. It's Beast from also decent lane. Beast right now is crazy hero when he gets to Aghanim Refresher, and also Puck into 0 stuns game. He also scales crazy. So when these 2 guys gonna hit their timings, we can't really lose team fights at all. It was unreal for Falcon.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that, right? Pretty much every team fight going your way. However, the Roche, you guys did lose the Aegis on the first one. So what was the team comms like? Were you guys a bit frantic after it, or are you just whatever?
I mean, it was a little bit sketchy, and especially after we already lost a similar game against Pari, I was feeling a little bit but we didn't really chill that much or discuss that moment. We just moved on. And I mean, at that moment, I guess maybe I could have do one more hit, and maybe he wouldn't have time to steal, or maybe someone else could use some spells there, and it wouldn't be possible. But that's it. And I mean, I'm happy we still won this game. So yeah.
It was a really good win, Nightfall. Thank you so much for joining me, and congratulations again.
Thank you. We'll see you in playoffs.
Well, there we go. Of course, nice for Nightfall and Aurora to get a win to end the day after having, unfortunately, 3 tough losses beforehand. Well, more Dota 2 to come, Fogged, and the next one should be quite a fun one, right?
Yeah, I think that one's going to be more normal stuff that we see coming up, but who knows? I mean, Falcons were 3-0, and then they decided for this one, so we'll see what, I don't know, there's some crazy stuff going on.
Who knows what's to come? Don't go anywhere, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a very short break, and then we'll be back with Team Spirit versus PARIVISION. Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Blast Slam 3 group stages. I'm Only Pixel here with Fogged, and we're getting ready for what is it's the last game of the day, right, Fogged?
It is. We're already up to it somehow.
Last game of the day here in Group A. It's a good one, though. It is a good one. We saved the best till last, as always. Team Spirit versus PARIVISION. Fogged, how are these two teams doing at the moment?
Pretty good. I mean, they're definitely one of the two fun teams to watch. I do think that we're going to get more normal Dota coming out here because I think that last game, Falcons, believe that they already locked in at #1 in the group, so we saw some unorthodox things coming in from them.
They tried something a bit different.
Yeah, I think this one will go back to normal. Yeah, this one will go back to normal, and these two teams, they need the wins. So want to be able to get that 2-2 standing.
Yeah,
so definitely
both
more important.
Both 1 and 2 at the moment, and of course, with the way that this format works, the better you do in the groups, the further forward you get a jump in the gauntlet stage that will be beginning tomorrow. So very important, all of these best of ones to get the wins. So we're going to see very much a good fight from PARIVISION and Spirit to close this group up. I believe we've probably even got a chance to have a look at Group B as well.
Ooh.
Just in case you haven't been able to follow the action over there, this is what's been going on. So Tundra and Taipan have ended up at the top. I believe, by the looks of that, we've had Group B's finished. By the looks of it, right? Everyone's got the results here. This is the final standings. Surprises, I would say, what is the biggest surprise? It's got to be Liquid,
at the bottom. They're literally last place, pretty kind of in a way, right? They're tied for last place.
That's true, actually. They're actually literally tied for last place. But
So
I
I
guess
would
with
say
the tiebreaker decisions or what, I don't know what the rules are, but Liquid haven't. I guess Liquid's 1-1 was probably against that boom.
Probably.
Right, to sort of result in that. But yeah, Liquid, I think they're expected better than this after coming off a LAN win at the previous LAN.
I think Tidebound, this is good showings. I think they've been constantly on the improvement. In that last tournament, I think we saw them place, was it top 4? It was top 4, right? I can't remember. I'm pretty sure it was top 4, though, or something along those lines. So Tidebound has been on the improvement overall, so good to see them still playing good here, 3-1. So that's good to see.
Let's have a look, yeah. I mean, we'll see how they go in the gauntlet stage, because it doesn't matter at the end of it. If you come at the bottom, or in the bottom 2, you go through to the gauntlet stage, you could make that crazy run. You know, some teams we've seen with lower bracket runs, they do revel on making the runs, getting to play the more games and that build up towards getting to the finals. It's not going to be easy. And, you would rather do well in the group stage. But as I believe we've seen in the past as well, I don't think we've necessarily had a team that did really bad at the group stage at Blast Slam win, but we have had teams get pretty deep in their runs.
Sure.
So it's going to be very exciting to see if those teams that have had a bad day today can make a comeback in that next part of the tournament. Well, as I said, we've got Group B all finished. Group A, we've got this one more game to play.
A good one.
The draft has just started, so we'll be able to get that on your screens. Spirit versus PARIVISION, both of them 1 and 2 right now in their group. So, absolutely everything to play for in this best of 1.
I gotta reset my brain also from this last game because it was literally just Falcons doing some crazy stuff, we'll call it, and more of a normal approach from Aurora, and the normal approach looked much better. So this time, I think we'll be back to normal state of things. TA is banned. All thing is right in the world. TA did not get banned or picked in the last series. I don't know how.
That was the only game that's happened in, right?
As far as that we'd seen so far, yes. Maybe we can get the stat for it afterwards, but we did get to see, spoilers, on the B stream, we got to see an Underlord carry again, by the way, and it owned.
Who did it this time?
I actually did not get the chug, but I think it was Tundra, right? So kind of cool. Yeah, they did the Underlord versus the Luna. Actually, versus the Enigma in lane in particular, and he had a really good game, is what I was hearing from T. He came back over here, so cool to see that. And yeah, back to normal. So Bristleback picked up normal bans. No Invoker band, no SF band, no Arc Warden band. See how Spirit wants to react to the Bristle. Some teams like to early pick a TB. Otherwise, you stick with the supports. AA is in the pool, since the other two are banned. The Ring and... We're actually not going to get Ring in a game. We've casted Ring every single game.
I'm a bit tired of that one. Yeah, let's get rid of the Ring Master.
And they'll do the TB as expected. I think these are the... Spirit and PARIVISION are the two teams that absolutely love the Terrorblade versus the Bristleback in any situation. Although we did see PARIVISION lose with the Terrorblade versus that Bristleback as we saw versus Gaimin. It just seems to be a very good answer in terms of lane and game
that's the thing, right? We did still see in that game it have a very good time in the lane.
It was top net worth by 3,000.
He got free farm.
Yeah, he had absolute free farm. He crushed it. It just, mid-game, a couple of these fights went quite problematic for him. Muerta, early ban coming out. Oh, a lot of supports are going to be taken out, Owen. We're going to have to go down to some different heroes, so we might see the Bane again. Definitely a chance that we can see this slipping in again.
Yeah, but you say that, but the AA and the Tinker and the Warlock are still there.
True. The Tinker, though, I'm just...
Well, some of these teams not liking it as much?
I mean, they play it, but 9 class, you remember his build, right? He goes Blink Kaya and goes for Aghanims and plays the carry, and it didn't look the best overall with PARIVISION in particular. Not to say that they can't just switch it up and Ducalis can play it. But we might see just some different kind of style stuff coming into play here. And I don't think we're going to have as many kills this game, sadly, Owen. You know, last game we did have like 60 kills at the 30-minute mark. But this one, I think we're going to be back to more normal hitting creeps, playing for timings. As the Warlock gets banned too. I'm telling you, man, we're going to have some weird supports. Let's see if the AA gets taken out. They have TB, so it's very unlikely that Spirit will ban AA. If anything, they can actually... I mean, Beast is already gone, so they can prioritize something like... They can prioritize like Medusa if they want to, if they feel like it's an annoyance, since it is PARIVISION who's playing, and they love the Medusa. So if they do want to go down that route of ban, and then, yeah, open up more supports. We shall see. Still a lot of things open in the pool. Pango gets taken out. Cool. And look at that. I'm telling you, we're getting a switch up because of this. This is an old school Miposhka pick. If you remember how he was like one of the few 4 or 5 positions that played it, but it's also, of course, a root pick. So that's interesting.
Okay.
Gives them a break.
That's the thing, right? Gives you that break against the Bristle. But that's the other thing. You know, this is a meta where Bristle's very popular, but we don't see that much Hoodwink, which, if anything, does maybe go to say something about how good the Hoodwink really is right now.
I'm down to see it more.
Won't go with it.
I'm super down to see it more. I think
you think it's good?
I don't know how good it is in particular, but I think it's definitely underrated. There's no way it's just unplayable, right? So now, PARIVISION, they will get that AA, but it isn't to Terrorblade. So TB, you know, Sunder doesn't really care too much about the AA blast. Sure, it's big burst damage, and AA is not only about the blast. Of course, Ice Vortex plus magic damage lineups is still very strong, but let's see what we get going. Sanking left in the pool too, right? So it could be something that PARIVISION wants, but that means that they'll show. I guess they can still flex it to mid. But Sanking plus AA, very strong combo. The Ice Vortex plus Sanking overall. PARIVISION in the past really has liked this for DM. Has been one of their openers a lot of times. Let's see what they're thinking about. I'm hyped up to watch Hoodwink already, honestly. I'm just happy to see something new, because we're getting a lot of similarities in these games. We got something new last game. It may not have been the greatest, of course, from Falcons, but it was a different type of approach. This one is just,
I mean, we got to see a batting carry, right? We don't even see that often.
True. It was Nightfall, though. Like, it's one of his 3 main carries that he likes to play. PARIVISION, okay. They'll just get their Slark, so still hiding things. Very likely 9 class going to be playing that one, of course. I feel like in that lane, it's the freest Terrorblade lane in the world now. You're versus Bristleback. There's a 4-position Slark, very likely, so should be a position where Radon is set up for absolute free farm. But this is something that they do. And they're going to be the ones to actually get that Sanking. Strong.
I mean, that's pretty... You don't regularly see the Sanking get, like, kind of left into this third pick phase.
No, and it's definitely strong with Hoodwink. When you get Boomerang, it can be very strong combo with the Sanking as well, too, the extra amp up. But overall, Sanking just definitely looking like a really strong hero. And that is his chance. Okay, dude, switch up, man.
Well, you don't see this support, these supports individually, definitely not as a duo in quite a long time.
It's a very aggressive style coming out from Spirit this time around. Usually we've been seeing defensive supports, having some type of save. This is just aggression, aggression, aggression. You're going for kills with glimpses. You want to play ahead. You want to be getting these constant glimpse kills rather than playing from behind, as we always mention for disruptors, nothing you don't want to do. This is interesting. has the wall as well too, right? The kinetic can be obnoxious for something like Slark for him to get in and out at times. They'll be able to get their Morphling. So they've got that carry-to-carry matchup.
Okay.
But there's a fair bit of burst, a fair bit of control as well that can come in for this Morphling. They have a silence as well too from the Disruptor. Not the most consistent, but can definitely catch Morphs off guard since they really don't like to build that BKB early on.
I do feel the difficulty for Disruptor this game is going to be, right, you don't really have a hero that's going to be giving you crazy vision. And you are playing up against a team that has a Slark that's going to be taking away a lot of your vision.
Definitely.
So when it comes to trying to chase heroes down and get those long-distance glimpses, it could be kind of difficult unless they get something as that last pick that is going to give them this boost of kind of vision and sort of ability to go in.
I mean, right now they have, what, the Acorn gives some vision with the bounces,
Sure,
Reflection
just a little
gives some
bit.
vision. So they do have some tools, but
Okay.
yeah,
I guess they...
they've got a couple. But yeah, Disruptor hates to play from behind, so they're going to look to play very aggressive with that. Puck does get banned out. Don't want to play against too many of these elusive heroes, even if you do have some catch. It's kind of limited right now with the Sanking Hoodwink.
Yeah, what else do you want to ban? Maybe...
They banned the Doom.
The Ember Spirit, ban no one's Ember.
Yeah, that has been another one. Just a Mage Slayer carrier has tended to be the best answer versus these Sankings.
And Ember's kind of the best.
He is the literal...
The Mage Slayer.
Literal, but him and Monkey King seem to be the only two that can build Mage Slayer very confidently nowadays. See if they do want to go down that route. I mean, the Ember also thrives with AA, so yeah, could definitely be that ban that they're looking at. Cool that we get to see, yeah, two completely different style supports though. They're actually banned out the Storm instead for now, so.
Okay, respecting that more than the Ember.
Yeah, respecting, I guess, that even more mobility when there's a Morphling as well too. Okay.
Oh, final ban for PARIVISION.
I mean, if they don't ban Huskar, then you can't pick the Ember too, right? So PARIVISION maybe put in a position where they have to ban Husk, and then they'll... The mind game's coming to play here.
I mean, yeah, I think you're right. You do have.
But you have AA.
Oscar, but oh, that's true. Yeah, you don't.
Never mind.
You can.
Never mind. You have it. My bad.
Your game.
My bad. So yeah, they can. Yeah, I feel like they can just go for the Ember if they'd like to.
I think Ember seems pretty nice.
No one likes it.
It's it's good in the hands of no one.
Looks pretty solid this game.
I think he played some today. He did.
He did.
They won a game that they were kind of losing. I think it was against. It was the game against Aurora. I believe it was quite a bit of a clowny game. Aurora were like ahead in net worth the whole game, and then they lost. And was it indeed against a no one Ember Spirit?
Let's see. Is there anything else that he's looking at? I mean, the only two I really see is Kunkka and Ember. Kunkka gives you the X to be able to counter the glimpses. And it is another one of his style heroes, but the Ember gives you the Mage Slayer carrier and more elusive aspect in your lineup. Let's see what no one wants to play. It'll just be the Ember.
Yeah, just a little surprised to ban the Storm over this.
Yeah,
I think he would have gone for the Ember anyway out
yeah,
of the
two. I think so too. I agree.
So yeah, he gets it left in, he gets to grab it.
Yeah, it looks really strong. I mean, it works really well with AA, the combo that you can get off. You actually can get the setup. It can be very annoying for something like Disruptor to play against. He has ways to play versus that Glimpse, since he's got the Remnant and all these other things.
What do you think you do now if you're Spirit?
I mean, there's an AA, so you don't want a Huskar. That's probably why they got this Ember too. So now you start to go down the other counter picks.
And you're not putting the Sand King mid.
I mean, they could just actually put that Sand King mid. Yeah, they could just do that.
And get someone else here on the offlane.
Yeah, definitely possible.
Additional lockdown, potentially.
Yeah, maybe it is just going to be something like a Centaur and you put the Sand King mid. That seems too straightforward, though. 30 seconds. Got to make that decision. Because if you put Sanking off lane, it's going to be free for Morph completely, right?
Sure.
As we've seen multiple times. So I think you can find a better answer to be able to slow down the Morph lane. Does he want to play Centaur again? I think I just saw him play it like 3 times in a row.
I mean, it's pretty boring, but it definitely would not be bad.
It fits the archetype of what they want.
Just getting the Centaur.
Yeah, the extra lockdown, in and out, carrier for Auroras.
Oh, there we go. That's
for the
not
hard
boring.
counter. So this is fun. So they're going for that. We're going to dominate the Ember Spirit lane.
All right.
Huskar's not pickable because of the AA.
Yeah.
All right. I mean, we did see this. We mentioned it in the last game. Aurora was the ones who did it in last tournament. And I believe they destroyed an Ember as well. So, hey, let's see what Laurel can do. It's not the same as a Huskar in terms of like the safety of dumping on the lane and just being able to completely snowball, because SF is a riskier hero in particular, but this is a very difficult lane for an Ember Spirit, if not one of the most difficult. Okay, cool. I'm glad we're seeing some switch-ups, Owen.
Yeah, I think this SF's going to be good. I think what I like about it as well is I think one of the ways that SF can very much get bullied is if the enemy team has good supports to kind of join in on the mid and gank. And an AA and a Slark, I don't think they're necessarily the two scariest supports to bring over and try and threaten an SF early on the early levels, right?
Yeah, no, I'm actually pretty down with this.
It's, you know what I mean? Cool. This SF is going to have space in the mid.
And it's a spellcaster one, so if he wants to go down full spellcasting, you can blow up something like Morphling in some situations too if he's not ready for it. All right. It's a lot of team fight that they now have rallied together with the Shadow Fiend too, right? The Disruptor, SF, Sanking, Hoodwink. So in comparison, PARIVISION, not really having much team fight at all. More just of a, kind of scrappy approach with their heroes. I like this SF, I gotta be honest. Not a hero that I really like to see too often, but when you see this type of setup for it, limited ways to get on top of him, and you're versus an Ember in lane, definitely can fit an SF archetype. Cool. Very, very cool. We've seen Laurel play the Leshrac earlier today. Now we get to see him play the Shadow Fiend. We're in for a treat.
Now, of course, it does mean that when the mage stays there for the Ember,
yes,
it's going to be even sweeter, right?
But it should come so much slower.
It really
on
should.
On paper, it should come
if Lyle's able to just crush him in the mid with this SF.
Which he should.
Should be a difficult one for no one. Well, let's find out, ladies and gentlemen.
Let's see what no one can do.
Both of these teams right now, 1 and 2 in Group A. So a win here will put them ahead of the other and give them that extra jump forward in the next stage of the tournament.
I'm so excited for this one. We're just going to get to see how much he can actually do as this SF. Can he dominate? Will he give up a kill that just completely catches the Ember back up after the laning phase? Let's see what goes down.
Oh, look at that. That is quite the win rate.
Yep.
27 and 6.
He has gotten the Shadowmire used to be way higher percentages. You know, as we see, it's 3%.
That's crazy.
It used to be like 6 to 10% at the first levels, but
yeah,
it is domination.
I want a list of the 6 games in the mids who lost. Let's name and shame them.
All right, don't be like that.
Who lost as Ember against SF? I know that's the win rate of the game, so you know they'll tell you that So who lost with SF against Ember? They'll tell you that they won the lane, and they probably did. You know, those 6 losses, other reasons probably came into play.
Yeah, we're in for a total treat. Okay, so and to point things out, I love when I see this happen, but you see Radon, he goes for the thing that I was mentioning in that matchup of the Bristle versus the Terrorblade. He goes Conjure Image because he just wants to play for the CS, even though we did see Satanic switched it up and went for Reflection.
And it works as well for Satanic,
did work.
right?
It absolutely
still had complete free fall.
Yeah, I think this one it's because he's versus the Slark. So he's literally like, I'm just going to play completed last hit, absolutely everything. Yeah. Send the Illusion with Miposhka to trade versus that Slark also. All right, let's see, Nolan. What can you do here?
I mean, this is, you want to pressure the SF early.
He dodged?
You know, make him use these level 1 raises. You know, level 1 raises, you know, who cares about getting hit by them?
And he gets the range deny. He's got 2 denies. And he gets the range last hit. So he's level 2 before the SF.
Oh no, Lar might join that list of people that lost.
All right,
SF versus Ember.
Too early. Glimpse gets skilled here, so Miposhka understanding 9 class, he's going to just pull waves down here since it is a very difficult lane for them. We'll still be able to get that wave though, 9 class. But does he get the catch? Miposhka actually is trying to. She'll be able to get the range creep. Nice little connection play. I mean, I gotta just, I can't really look at the other lanes. I gotta just stare at mid.
I mean, he's not gonna die before level 2 raises. Level 2 raises are where he could die.
Oh, you actually called them out.
Here
Oh
we
my
go.
God.
Supreme,
Parker,
Hornet, Parker, Kits, Hansy, and Bob.
Bob.
God damn it, Bob.
Bob from Oibrov.
I know that guy. Lives down the street from me, Bob. Oi, bruv. That's a very British name.
That's a very British one.
Oi, bruv.
All right, level 3's been
I didn't
hit.
see the TI where they were at.
True.
I missed that one.
Level 3's hit. Level 2 raises online. The bottle has been delivered. All right, no one. Let's see what you do. He's got his bottle coming. Doesn't mean he's going to delay the boots in terms of being able to distance himself from those raises, but he will be able to get the rune. And 9 class will be able to find that Obs ward.
Let's get the historical win rate of no one on Ember Spirit against SFs. Because we've got to probably go pretty deep for that stat. But he's definitely played games right as an Ember against an SF in a pro game.
When? No, not many people play the S. No one really likes to take the risk of picking the SF a lot of times.
Yeah, but over the years.
True.
You know, back in your day.
Excuse me.
And other people's days. You know, people did used to play SF.
True. And yeah, we're seeing the results of the lane. So, I mean, Spirit, they're looking to dump on these lanes. That's definitely the approach that they've gone for with the TB versus the Bristle pick, the SF versus that Ember. Top lane should be pretty decent for Satanic, but definitely not the easiest lane in particular either. Usually Sanking gets sacrificed in these lanes, but it's with a Hoodwink, so it's actually a fairly strong lane.
He's got him unless he slight dodges.
Slight dodge,
he
but
baited out. He's going to have him, but first blood. I mean, Poshka griefed his mid.
Griefed? What do you mean he got a solo kill?
Yeah, but he got it before the mid. Lara wanted first blood.
Well,
come on, he worked so hard for that. Look how much mana the poor man used on his races.
He still gets the kill. He's fine. He's happy. And he pulls the wave, so this is actually another smart move that you can do when you get that type of kill. You pull the wave so the other one goes under the tower so they miss it. So 9 class, he's trying to recover Ember's lane. Look at that. He pulls it out of tower range, allows him to get this range creep here.
Didn't even take the range creep from him.
What
you know, sometimes you got to take a little bit of tax as a support.
No.
Not 9 class.
Not when you have an Ember playing versus an SF. He's suffering enough.
And not when he's sat next to you.
True. That's actually very true. He might be very upset and look at you. And it is no one. He is pretty intimidating.
He's a serious man.
Very serious. 20-8. 21-7. 19-1. All 3 lanes looking hot. And yeah, the Sanking able to contest in the lane since he's playing versus a pretty weak lane. The Morphling AA when he's got the backup of a Hoodwink. This is strong duo lane on Spirit. So even applying some pressure onto Satanic at the start here. As a dream start for the lanes. And it shouldn't really get, the Morphling should stay doing fine, but the other 2 lanes definitely don't feel like it's going to get much better for the side of PARIVISION in terms of any aggressive moves they can make. It's a Bristle Slark versus a TB plus a Disruptor, so it's completely free for the Terrorblade. They've got the glimpse, should be able to distance themselves. Meta is up too, so Radon could look to get aggressive himself.
Yeah, just constantly has full stick charges.
Yeah. No one
this lane.
Immediately eats a double raise, has to be very careful. It does have the boots now, so can get some distance, but it's level 5, so level 3 raises online.
That's super difficult for him to step up.
Yeah. Bottom, the glimpse. Neutral creep does get him, though. Radon?
I mean, 9 class is going for Radon.
Is he actually going to have him?
He will.
He
might
gets
have both.
The kill. He might have both. He's got another grenade.
He's going for it. Nah, I won't be able to quite get Maposhka, but hey, he got the big one.
And now Maposhka might actually get the kill. He's got a glimpse.
No, 9 class will kill it. Gotta be careful.
Okay. Wow, able to get that kill. I mean, Radon not respecting the 9 class. I wasn't either. Did not expect him to be able to get that kill onto a TB. Tread's now finished up for Radon. Should be fine this next time, but does die the once. An unexpected kill. No one is level 5. Level 6 on the SF. Laurel. Moving both supports to look for Laurel here.
Got the slide chain set up.
Requiem.
I mean, 9 class is going to be able to dart pack through it. The cold feet is going to proc, and no one's ready to zoom back in.
They've got him.
Get the kill. Takes Laurel down.
I thought they were going to throw a tip as well, too. I mean, if you're killing the SF in these type of situations, you're feeling really
You don't
good.
throw a tip if you bring 2 supports mid and kill the enemy
It was
mid.
9 class. Are you sure? I mean, he definitely does.
You gotta bring your supports mid and kill the enemy mid and then tip him.
Hey, it's them.
Ain't not even a toxic player doing. That's just rude.
Definitely possible. I mean, that's huge. It's massive for no one, really. He's going to be level 6 now, and they've taken out the SF in a pretty perfect position there.
Yeah, no one's doing good.
Yeah, he's doing quite well.
He's going to be happy with this outcome. Absolutely satisfactory. More so.
I mean, getting the kill on Radon, too, is big. Yeah, the fact that they're able to get those two, it's pretty unexpected kind of kills with the way that the situation was kind of set up. Back to business, though. Radon getting every single one of the last hits. But DM, he's got those stacks. So we've seen 9 class. What is this, like a 5 stacks?
Whoa.
A pretty massive one that DM's going to be able to completely farm up here.
Looking at the mid again, I mean, they're kind of hovering around with Maposhka, but
I mean, no one's 6.
December's pretty much, yeah, it's not going to happen.
Laurel just needed a defensive ward, and now he does have that one. The catch top, is it enough?
Not quite.
Not quite. Laurel still has a solid 1,100 net worth advantage over the Ember. 9 class in some trouble. Might get glimpsed and put in the kinetic field. He's very dead. Back to business for Laurel. Level 8. They actually glyphed this wave. Yashikaya rush for Laurel. So even though he did die, still gonna be able to get that at a very fast timing. Continues to miss these range creeps. I think that's the 4th one I've seen him raise that no one's able to deny.
It's been a while.
Yeah.
When was the last time he was playing some mess?
Yeah, that's fair. Regen rune on no one. Ducalis looks like maybe he wants to make a move around here with the Ember, but I don't know. I feel like no one wants to still continue to get a little more out of this lane before he looks to make that move. Doesn't want to die in one of these side lanes. So Spirit's still in a very good spot in this game with PARIVISION. Getting themselves a couple of these unexpected kills with the rotations of 9 class. More and more stacks. They're starting to bring the Ember down. So 4 heroes being rotated. PARIVISION.
9 class is going to start the fight. So they get the jump on him. Maposhka. Maposhka cannot save himself here.
And they go for more. Radon is the target that they want to try for, but can't quite find him. Satanic even coming down. So bringing all 5. Pushing him off the tower. Should be able to go for this entire tower too here with the Morphling rotation. See if there's going to be a similar move that comes out from Radon toward the top, but he doesn't have meta, so unlikely. He used his TP as well.
Yeah, they're going to have this.
Yep.
Nice and early here, pre-10 minutes.
Good move. Getting no one involved as well too, and he did not get the last hit, of course, on the kill, but at least was able to get himself involved. Component number 1 of the Mage Slayer. As we mentioned, it is a great Mage Slayer game versus Sand King and the SF. Bushquack off the mark. Nice little dodge there from no one.
Ooh, he's got the Remnant at the ready.
Does eat a little more damage. No level 6 yet on Ducalis. Once they've got the 6 on the AA, they can look for these kills with the Ember. 9 class. Waiting for his moment to strike.
We're going to try with a glimpse.
No one.
He's got a Remnant ready to jump to.
Hey, they're forcing reactions in this area. 3 heroes being brought to mid, and they are able to keep no one protected, while Satanic is able to get that free farm. So this Morphling, he's happy with the state of the game. If they keep bringing all these heroes to mid, I'm just able to get full free farm.
Get more stacks again, 9 class. Making sure there's consistently good farm for DM to step back to.
No one is having difficulties recovering, though. Not really great lanes for him to rotate to. The Sanking is just jungling. He can't really find the TB in particular either. He can kill supports on this Ember Spirit at this point, but the cores are difficult at the moment. So he just has to kind of jungle, which isn't the most effective, of course, on this Ember. Has to just spam the slides. Mid lane. Level 6 has been hit. With that, then he can look to perhaps get some type of rotation kills on this Ember with the AA Blast available. 9 class. It's caught again. The tree plant to push him out of the kinetic.
Damn!
It actually works.
Okay. He was so ready for that as well.
He was
like,
super
I'm going to
ready.
push myself out of this kinetic field with the branch.
I saw, yeah. I was watching him. That's why he's carrying that extra one. Nice play. Maybe he buys another one. He did. He bought another one, Owen.
He should, right? I mean,
he bought another one immediately.
He would have absolutely been dead if he didn't push himself out of that kinetic field to another race. Well, so what have we got here? For Na'Vi, he lost to Crystalis. He beat Golden Boy's Kiza Soze, and he lost to Liquid Fada. So
Fada keeps coming up. He's back.
So he's only ever won one game as an Ember versus Shadow Fiend in the history of him playing Dota 2.
And look at 9 class. He bought another branch. So we're going to keep eyes on these little happy trees to push him out of the kinetic field. Love to see it.
Or maybe to push his teammates.
Yeah, I mean...
It's harder to coordinate, but maybe...
Much harder to coordinate.
You can try and throw one down and hope that it's at the angle that they're moving out at the same time.
I feel like we never see Disruptor anymore, so seeing that type of play is always like, oh, that was so cool. Blink Dagger collapse, he's got it finished. The aggression that Spirit can start to put out definitely feels a little higher than that from PARIVISION. Feels like for PARIVISION a little bit more of passive and wait for timing. Satanic. We're thinking about it. Can't quite get the setup. I mean, they do have Static Storm, so they could look for the more.
He's playing on a smart amount of HP.
Yeah, he's toying with them a bit there. They don't want to overextend for a kill. This game is on a knife's edge at the moment, 4-3. It's just that 1K lead. If you go for a dive play, the Ember TPs, that's his recovery if you get some kills.
And 9 class would love to stick around for the wisdom.
No one is getting time to get back and just hit these neutrals. DM is even running over and gooing neutrals for him just to enable his timing of the Mage Slayer. Love to see it. Not the Ancients, but he was helping him with the hard camp in particular. He's getting closer and closer to it. Sees Radon. Won't be able to set up for the kill there. Last game, we had 28 kills already, by the way, Owen. We have 7 this game. As we said, back to normal Dota.
How come the bristles in my game get mad? They don't say they're helping. They're gooing up some stacks. I walk up and slide at them. They weren't helping me. They just get angry.
He was literally gooing it to speed
Are you
up
sure?
I'm positive, man. These guys are
I don't know. He might not be too happy this Ember slight fisting his stacks.
Radon. Go toward top side. This is pretty much the Mage Slayer done, Owen, so...
Yeah, he's going to have him... I mean, this is
not
the thing about
bad.
Ember
He's
Spirit,
behind,
right?
but he's going to have a heavy amount of commitment that he can do versus Sanking and SF.
Yeah, for this is just the thing.
I mean,
Ember
strong.
Spirit consistently just does not have impressive net worth, but does have impact. And this was the case in the game earlier today when no one also played Ember Spirit. Like, he was in the middle of the pack. But honestly, probably a similar sort of spot as this game with his farm.
I mean, he doesn't...
but you're still able to have impact.
He doesn't really have to, like, commit and kill.
Yeah.
All he has to do is just apply Mage Slayer. That's his job in the team fights.
Yeah, and then you've
Apply
done
it,
enough.
And then eventually you can commit for that kill afterwards, so... Yeah, he's, I mean, very close to having it finished. Spirit, still a bit ahead, a 2K lead. They've got this blink on collapse. Looking to group up and make a move with it. Maybe expecting around that Tormentor, but the Tormentor is already probably going to die before they get there.
Oh, that's a nice one.
It is.
That's a nice one.
They're going to look to cut him off behind. They have the ward placed down. Collapse does show for a second. I don't know if they saw it. Now they do. Yeah, they're up to play around it, so the smoke movement from Spirit not going to connect. PARIVISION evening the game state. Gold back to 0 pretty much after getting that Tormentor. And Manta now finished for Satanic. Yet to die on this Morphling. And 9 class getting this shard. It's going to make it much more annoying for him to bring him down. Depth Shroud TP.
Oh my goodness.
And he gets out. That's an epicenter used. Miposhka not wanting to throw out the Static Storm, it seems. Not feeling it would be enough. 9 class. Baits out an ulti.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
There's some good moves here from PARIVISION.
Yeah, just playing around the strength of this
down
nighttime
bottom.
too.
Whoop. That is the Static Storm.
No one's able to shrug it off. Mage Slayer's done, Owen. He's gotten his timing. 9 class starting to do his thing as well, taking out these wards. It's nighttime.
It's looking pretty good. I mean, this morph's getting all the space in the world.
Sure is. Ember's already not fully caught up, but starting to get to that point of being caught up and be annoying.
Of course, they have this lineup Spirit around Lars SF, a hero we just don't see a lot. Can...
Let's see how much he can do with it.
You know what I mean? Can fall off. At the moment, the farm, of course, is still good. He can get 9 class this time. No.
Nope.
He's just able to walk out the
field.
Maybe with the better they can. Yeah, they get the bushwhack.
Nice
can
catch.
they get out, though? Because DM, he's in on top of Lal.
He's got a shield rune, so he is fairly tanky. The Tumbler also with the shield. Radahn's here.
He's going to walk over to look towards DM. Still that DM a bit too tanky, but Satanic turning up to the fight as well. Spirit, they won't push into this.
Do they have the glimpse? He gets smoked, so they can't actually glimpse him back in. Nice play from Ducalis, catching DM into that. If he gets glimpsed, very likely he dies there. Cool play. 8 toasts now finished up for Rue, so extra former catch now for Spirit. And almost that blink on Laurel for him to actually get the positioning for his Requiems. I like how we still just have the same standard build, though, for these Spellcaster SFs.
Oh!
Miposhka.
They've got him. 9 class, able to get the kill. After all those attempts from Miposhka to try and kill him.
I like how 9 class is 3 of the 4 kills for his team as a 4-position Slark.
You don't see that a lot. not the 4-position Slark getting the kills.
No, usually they're like 1 in 8 or something in the game. But no, I mean, 9 class. Able to find some cheeky plays. Bottom, collapse. Thinking about it. They know where he is, though. They're pinging him immediately.
I mean, on his own, maybe he kills the AA, but not the Ember.
Not if he gets tapped. If he just gets tapped by the Mage Slayer.
What?
Rue? I didn't know that was a voice line for Hoodwink. What the? Time to die. Okay.
But he says it in like a happy way.
Yeah,
so
time
it's
to
not,
die.
Yeah, you know, it's actually quite friendly.
Collapse. Laurel. They've got the follow-up with the Requiem if Collapse finds a stun.
What? Laurel's out with the blink. He's got the dust on a Collapse. He's going to try and turn with the burst strike onto Ducalis. They'll get the Static Storm down as well onto Satanic.
They're on Satanic.
They've got him trapped.
Is it enough?
In time, glimpse back. Satanic still alive. He's living throughout all this damage they're attempting to throw out upon him, and now the backup comes in. And he's ready to get aggressive. Waveforms in. Over towards Lal. They get the bushwhack out onto the 2 of them. Can they kill Satanic? He's still got a little bit of strength to morph into.
Laurel
He's
goes
surviving.
Down. Satanic.
They're waveform away.
Glimpse.
They've got the Thunderstrike into the glimpse. They've finally put an end to him. Can Radahn, though, clean this up with himself and Rue?
Looks like he can. He's too strong.
Yeah, already DM backing away. It took him a long time to kill him, but they do kill him. Satanic dies.
Radahn showing he can stand his ground. As soon as that morph dies, he is strong enough to be able to do so. Cool aggression coming in. Satanic really pushing the limits of the hero there. Does get brought down, though. The glimpse comes into play. No one. With the shield rune.
Middle tower is under attack.
They're still ready to push back themselves. PARIVISION, they might have lost the carry, but they still got the pressure on the mid.
I mean, no one is still... He's only died the once this game. He has a shield rune now for the next play, too.
What? Still very hard to go on DM. I mean, they could try, but I don't know. It's how bad in a fight.
Easy.
He's a tanky boy. You know what? Gonna like try and look to jump the back lines. He's in onto Maposhka. They get the static storm down. Maposhka's gonna live.
Oh, and no one.
See if they're gonna catch him after the Yules. He's got the slight remnant thrown out into the
That's his
trees,
last
but
one.
he's out of mana. The acorn shot bounces over towards him. Burrow strikes in from Collapse. Oh, but the Depth Shroud. 9 class. He's gonna be able to bail him out of this.
Collapse has another blink.
Atos still connects. They've got the lockdown. No one caught by the bushwhack. They will manage to chase him despite 9 class's best efforts to bail him out.
DM maybe thinking I also thought he was tankier than he was, but does get glimpsed out of position there and then does get shot by Rue. So the break coming into play again. They have quite a bit of damage as we're seeing on the side of Spirit. Even if it's not coming just from the SF, they have it from everybody else. And an insane amount of catch now, too.
Yeah,
it's hard to get away. They have Atos, they have the Hoodwink, they have the Sand King, they have the Glimpses. It's definitely working in their favor when the fight gets overextended from the side of PARIVISION.
Oh, I didn't even notice this. They got a Midas.
You sure did. I like it.
Yeah.
I'm always okay with the 5 position like Disruptor Midas because it's the best. He has the best Aghanims in the game. If you ever get to the Ags, you can just win any game pretty much. So I'm always okay with this. And sure, with the way that this game is going, can absolutely continue to get that scaling if things do slow down. And they're doing a good job of bringing it to that point.
They are 4K lead now here for Spirit.
Yeah, I like the way the Rue is building too. 2-0 and 2. He's been a little quiet in particular, but you're definitely seeing the impact of this Hoodwink. So another hero that I hope we get to see more. It's going to go down that Ags into Hex route. I like the Spellcaster build lately on these hoods. Top, Satanic.
They're looking at 9 class, but he's a slippery one.
Got the ward down.
Oh.
Atos,
He's
not
got the
enough.
Manta.
Bottom, Laurel.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Also going to go for the Hex build since he's playing versus the Morph and the Ember. Absolutely makes sense to go for it.
Middle tower has fallen.
Maybe finish up his Aghanims first, but that's okay. No one needs a BKB. He is getting a bit closer.
Radiant are scanning.
Okay, was well. In the last year, Dota, the lowest number of kills in a pro lane game. There was one pretty low recently.
I want to say like 3.
Nah.
I'm going to say, okay, I'll go 4.
I'll go
4
5.
and 25.
Roshan. He's going to pick up the agent. My goodness,
Oh my
he took
God,
some
he
time there,
almost took it.
Satanic. He nearly got caught out by the burst strike, but he didn't. He was able to pick up the agent inside. Radon. They get hit by the Ice Blast. They try and get him back up to the high ground. Stone's going to get dropped down. Radon will be able to get the Sun.
He's in trouble.
But he's caught by the Cold Feet, and he will fall. And now PARIVISION, they'll turn over towards Lal as well. Good bushwhack holds back PARIVISION, but no one's ready to chase him with the Remnant. Didn't have enough mana for the slide. Meanwhile, back at the pit, Collapse has tried to go back in. He's looking for Dakalis, but the Essence Ring is there. Dakalis is going to be fine. Collapse is going to try for the TP out. That's not going to work. Satanic just kills him.
Massive fight for PARIVISION. Sneaking the Roche super fast with this Butterfly plus Goo. And then Satanic is able to get on top of the TB, make an illusion of him, and just beat the crap out of him. The reflection coming into play.
Was it a little spooky with how long it took him to pick up the Aegis?
Yeah, I mean, Collapse literally almost stole
There was nearly
it.
a burrow strike coming for him, but he gets the pickup.
Satanic with a huge timing, though. The Butterfly being picked up right before that. It's 6.
Okay, well, there we go.
I thought
That's
it was lower.
not bad. You know, in our lowest kill game we have here in Dota 2, 25 minutes in, there was still 6 kills. That's not bad.
It's pretty low.
What's the most?
Probably that last game that we just had. We had like 50
That was
kills
like
at 25
most
minutes.
kills at 25 minutes in.
PARIVISION, this is a huge move for them, though. They are able to actually set up for the tier 2 also because Glyph was still on cooldown. So getting Aegis, getting massive kills for Satanic, and bringing down Radon. They're fully back in this one. I mean, they weren't really ever out of this one by any means, but this one now they're in a comfortable position for Satanic. And now no one has a BKB, so he can play the fights. Pretty big stuff for them. Might even start to threaten high ground. And Satanic is thinking about it. Collapse is here. This Morphling is definitely a big issue for them with this Butterfly.
Oh.
Collapse, he's got a Yule, so he should be just fine.
No, he doesn't quite have enough mana really to play with no one. And we'll get the combo down onto DM, and that'll do it with the help of Rue. Can Rue get out?
Looks like they should be able to. Rue, sneaky play.
Yeah, 9 class doesn't know where he is.
Nice setup. Laurel has deviated his build. The most is 57. Oh, I remember that game. That game was insane. BZM went completely wild in that one. It's crazy how you do remember some of these games, even when it's just like a stat line that gets brought up. It's pretty cool.
Was that a recent one?
It's pretty recent, yeah.
That was recent.
I want to say within the last like 2-3 months. It's gonna pop up 9 months ago now. Satanic gonna be able to go for the Tormentor now as well. We'll be able to finish that one off, and no one will get that.
Yeah, he's very close to BKB Satanic.
Yep. I like that. I mean, his build is pretty perfect this game. It's the ideal that you want to have as a Morphling, being able to go for Manta straight into that Butterfly. And he's got a very good timing with it now, that BKB pretty soon. Makes the timings for the Terrorblade a little awkward because you don't really want to build toward an exact answer toward a Morph Butterfly. You kind of just have to do your own build and eventually get that Bloodthorn, but it's going to take some time for Radon.
I did have his Courier Snipe there as well. Wouldn't have had a full item, but it did have an ultimate orb on.
It's a big one. I mean,
so
it's pretty
a
close to
lot of
Scotty.
money still knocked out of the game.
Yeah. I mean, Radon is very vulnerable at this point. If they get on top of him, he can just die. Satanic.
Well, the Ice Blast coming in.
The backline, there are the supports.
And they're going to be able to get the catch and kill off the two of them very quickly.
And
That's what Poshka and Rue got.
He wants more.
Radon's going to go for the TP out. Radon will make it away in the trees, but Collapse may not be as lucky. Chains connects.
He's caught.
They'll have it.
PARIVISION, they've hit their timing. After that Roche, all looking uphill for them. Satanic getting involved in every single one of the plays. Still has meta if he wants to pop it too, as this Morphling. He'll save it for the next time, just in case.
It's looking good here for him on the Morph.
Yeah, looking super nice.
Able to just do that a little bit more, even though they've got very similar farm on the carries here, him and Radon.
It's just easier for him to bypass and get on top of these supports. And honestly, no one is starting to do work. Even though his net worth is on the lower side, he is still able to do his job. Yep, he gets on top of the targets. He pops BKB, and he just kills these two supports for sure. How's the farm looking for Miposhka? He is he's still quite poor, even with that Midas. Pipe Mage Slayer timing from them definitely worked out in their favor on the side of PARIVISION. Now they've got BKB on all three cores. BKB finished up for the Bristle for the break. BKB on no one for him to dive through and kill the supports. And yeah, BKB for the Morph to commit onto targets. Can Rue get the setup? Not quite.
Even if they do, that's such a hard kill.
Yeah, they have to do it pretty much perfectly with the follow-up of the Requiem. Not level 20 yet for the Requiem either.
Oh!
Whoops.
What's going on?
Casual pause.
Reason. We'll see.
This Slark is incredibly rich, too. Do have to keep highlighting out for 9 class how much he's been able to get. He's got Glimmer, Tiara, and he's getting closer to a Hexa. I mean, definitely going to be very problematic in these fights if he is able to just get in and out of the fights over and over again and get this control.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Hey, this is pretty insane what you can do as Morphling versus TB. Just turning into the TB every time you see an illusion, using Demon Seal to get that increased farm. So, yeah, the pace that you do for... Look at the attack speed, too. It's pretty nuts.
Yeah, he's using it very nicely, Satanic.
Every single time. Every time he sees TB, he immediately turns into him and uses all his tools against him. It's been really nicely done. I think the Scotty is finished up for Radon, so he does have that next timing. But him focus firing the Butterfly Morphling is still quite difficult.
Oh, they see him.
Collapse.
They're going to go for him. He's out with the Burrow Strike just in time. Still there, they're going to look to try and jump forward. The Static Storm will get dropped down. Only going to control 9 class for now.
Collapse in trouble.
He's down pretty quickly. The Sunder's going to be used here to try and keep him safe. But now the Ice Blast is going to actually connect it onto Radon. Radon's got to run. He's going to have no Sunder to rely on. He's going to try for the TP out, but the slight change is there. Tried to save his mate. They both ended up dead.
It's all falling apart for Spirit.
And they're going to dive in more here from PARIVISION straight into the base. Double kill for Satanic.
Tries to save his buddy, but ends up killing himself for it.
But they both die.
Yeah. And again, immediately turns into the TB. Uses that Demon Zeal, gets that push going. they've got firm grasp of this game now. 9,000 lead, and we're seeing no one. He's doing his job. He absolutely is doing his job as December Spirit. Laurel, not able to really set up many Requiems. I feel like we haven't seen too many at all this game.
We've not seen a lot from him outside of the laning stage,
No.
it feels, or at least outside of the early game.
Got a couple extra kills, but then he's completely fallen off. And Satanic, there's no threat for him.
Yeah, and the Magic SF is just not a hero that the Morph cares about at this point.
They took a risk trying to go for this type of play, going for this type of hero, but yeah, we're absolutely seeing, I mean, PARIVISION just understanding how to play versus it in particular, but definitely seeing the downfalls. He can't set up for Requiems.
Yeah, and even if he does, it's just the Requiem at this point doesn't really kill. You know, there's definitely not the Bristle or the Morph.
Nope. And he is just going to get poked by Mage Slayer. There is a pipe as well, too, so there is going to be that damage negation versus it as well.
Absolutely. When he's doing that Requiem, you've got all the
does.
time in the world to hit him with a Sleight of Fist.
Yep. Another full item for Satanic. He's got the Hurricane Pike finished up after he bought Shard, as well as having the BKB. And yeah, triple BKB timing. Absolutely working for PARIVISION. I mean, Spirit, this might be their last hope. They have to get a big connection, or this game is just feels completely over. And let's see if they can, because PARIVISION, they've got the read. They know they're looking for this move. No one. He can lead the charge. He's got a full Ags now. And he'll run right into collapse.
They know where they are now.
That Spirit, let's see if they can line up the angle for the Requiem.
Nagla, he's just to walk in. Get some information here for the team, and no one. He's ready to jump the backline. Straight away they find Maposhka. That's the Disruptor dead.
Going for both supports, no one. Uses most of his remnants.
They have to be full retreat now.
Can they? I mean, no one's on the hunt.
Got an Ice Blast coming in. They're going to find Lol.
Again. He's gone. All right, no one's just charging in. They have great ways of getting information in the fights. 9 class charges in, gives info. No one uses 4 remnants, jumps in, gives full info. Satanic, he's the Terrorblade now. They can't even mount a fight.
Yeah, and there's
Spirit.
that Hex. The 9 class has got a Hex on. There's the buyback available on the SF, but
since the Roche, it's been perfection for PARIVISION.
Yeah.
Collapse is
he's
trying.
in. He's going to try and burst through to Carlos. Not going to be able to do so. They do get the grab onto Satanic, but Satanic's able to put the BKB. He just goes in aggressive, looks towards Rue. He's able to kill him off and go for the TP out. Satanic gets the kill, gets out of there. Collapse is dead. See if they can try and chase off for more his Spirit. Oh my goodness. Ooh, no, and that Remnant put him in a bit of a risky spot. But he's still able to jump back out. Ice Blast connected onto Lal. DM walks in and dies.
Didn't respect the Terrorblade.
Absolutely not. Massively underestimated the damage there coming out from the TV.
He literally just ran in and died to the illusions. That was kind of funny.
That happens to the best of us.
It does. 41 hits, you know, sometimes it takes a moment to react to that. It's okay. A hold. An absolute hold.
That's a buyback.
Satanic. It is a buyback. Satanic used BKB, get pretty aggressive. Spirit will be able to get some exchange kills. But the game state doesn't feel like it's changed whatsoever after that move. Hey, Laurel, he needs BKB, but again, it just doesn't feel like he's really contributing too much now at this point versus all these auras. It's Verdun versus the world. Can he get the Bloodthorn in time to be able to actually focus fire the Morphling? That's going to be the next question. And now there's a Satanic for Satanic, so not going to be the case because he's got the multiple different ways to get the Dispel.
3 ways to deal with it, yeah.
3 ways to deal with it, plus a Glimmer and a Depth Shroud, so he's got more bailouts.
And he's going to have an Aegis.
And an Aegis, so 5 different ways to bail him out of it. And this Morph pick just seems to be too perfect for the side of PARIVISION in this game. Even though the Ember did have some difficulties, those difficulties feel like they're a long ways away now. He's level 19. He's actually ahead of the Shadow Fiend in net worth, too. No one?
He really wanted to try and stop them from getting the Wisdom.
He's going to try to kill Rue. Ooh, not enough.
Where's the Ice Blast?
I'm watching. He's got it up.
Do it.
Go for it.
Come on.
He has the ward. He did see him for a
Here
second.
we go.
9 class is looking for him.
Oh, it's not going to hit. He's
9
already
class?
TP'd out.
Oh. Nice try, nice try. How's Miposhka's Aghanims looking? 3 components. I mean, they need this one desperately. could be the way to turn around. Still uphill battle, but if anything can do it, it's an Ags Disruptor. AA Blink for positioning. I love it. PARIVISION in a comfortable spot now. 4 minutes on Aegis. They can play split up here too.
Satanic very close to 25. So I can wait for that.
Yeah, they can play it patient here. Wait for the lanes to come in. Wait for an opportunity to strike if they catch anybody outside. Spirit. Trying to get some vision out here. Trying to finish up this Ags from Miposhka. It still isn't the easiest thing to do ever, of course, when you have the Aghanims too. You usually want the Ags plus the Blink, so it's positioning that you can get the Dream Static Storms, but... Uh-oh, Miposhka.
Oh, they're going to see him. Oh, okay, no, he's out of time.
Is he?
Risky.
Yes. Instant illusion drop down. The waves are all coming in. Satanic wants to go for bottom.
He's just walking in.
No fear.
Let's see what they do about this.
Rax dies in no time.
Are they going to try and jump it? Here we go with the BKB Requiem combo. He's down to half. How can they finish him the once to get the glimpse back? They can.
Okay, that's
the
one.
Aegis gone.
He didn't use any of the dispels. Can they combo him?
Look at the silence. In the Burrow Strike. As the man to those, Satanic's fine, and he's even eyeing up the opportunity to maybe get back in aggressively. We'll opt away format at the end of it.
He still has BKB ready. No one is in.
Oh, he's in. Slider Fist gets the chain set up on a root. That's a dead hook. Satanic now turning into TB.
Full duration on this meta for him.
He can swing over towards the other lanes.
Sitting for 500 per hit on this morph.
Looks like he wants to maybe start hitting the Tifos. They want kills, actually. You get the Hex on a collapse, but he's already found off a way. Radan's trying to battle the Morph. He's not winning that fight, Radan. He's got to back off.
The buildings are dropping.
They're dropping very quick. That's a tier 4 gone. Get the jump. Or a strike in, but yeah, there's no further follow-up.
He's
Satanic. He just stands there, beats into them, beats into the tier 4 towers.
He's
Ancients
ending
exposed. They got to do something sooner, Spirit.
He's just hitting the throne.
He is. He's ending this Satanic. Pots the BKB, looks to close the game, and the fortification is there.
He's like, okay, I'll turn towards Radan for now.
All right, maybe he'll pick up some kills on the way out. Actually, no, never mind. He won't. No one takes to kill himself with the Sleight of Fist. It's over. GG's called. And just like that, PARIVISION take this best of one against Team Spirit. They look good doing it.
They looked really nice.
They did try something a bit different. They come in with the SF. And I think we are seeing why people just don't really play this hero. It's a risky if you're not blinking, requieming, killing someone, what are you can't do anything.
It definitely feels
you fall
like
off massively. Even if he had good farm, it just didn't matter.
It feels like a high risk, low reward hero.
Yeah.
Honestly, at this point, I
it's
hate to say it, but yeah. Overall for Laurel, it fell off very quickly. Overall for PARIVISION, they waited for their specific timings. As soon as they got the Roche, the Butterfly, and the Morphling, and then triple BKBs, they completely took over everything.
No, tough one. Tough one there for Spirit, but a great one from PARIVISION. Satanic Morph, as always, coming in with the Grandmaster tier, crushing the game, 6-1 and 10. And yeah, no, I think going back to the draft, I don't know why they banned out the Storm over the Ember. I feel like you're playing against no one. You got to respect the Ember Spirit a bit more, especially if he's able to do this in a game where he's had to lane against an SF.
100%.
We know that he's going to have impact, even if he has a slow start. I don't think you can necessarily say the same about a Storm that has a rough start, right? But on an Ember, and especially in no one's hands, he's going to have a good shot without.
And it's just the way that it synergizes with the draft too, right? You have this pipe carrier in your offlane. Someone that can go pipe in the offlane. You have pipe mage slayer versus a heavy magic damage draft. And then it becomes up to Yotoro for majority of this game. And Satanic has the better matchup there as we see him play it beautifully in that head-to-head versus the TB. Cool game for PARIVISION.
It was. No, absolutely impressive stuff from PARIVISION. And of course, as I mentioned earlier, so with that result, PARIVISION get to end the group stage in that spot, just a little bit ahead of that of Team Spirit. Team Spirit ending up the standings in Group A themselves, 1 and 3. So as far as I'm aware, we'll have to work out what the tiebreaker rules are because it's to do with the Dr. Noise channel, I think. It's not necessarily if they beat the other team that has the same scoreline. It's depending on which other teams those two teams beat when it comes to looking at them close, 1-to-1. But yeah, crazy group stage. And I mean, would you say surprises that PARIVISION ends over Spirit, or would you say from what we've seen recently in previous tournaments, this is kind of where you would put them?
Yeah, I would put
PARIVISION slightly ahead.
Yeah, I would put them definitely ahead. They definitely had a little bit of like some some weirder games. 9 Class maybe experimenting a bit, trying the Earthshaker in particular, which we haven't seen him do before. But now back to business, playing his
good old
Slark. And he owned on it. He played super well in this game. So.
Absolutely. Well, we'll be able to hear, I believe, from PARIVISION as we've got one of their players ready for an interview.
Cool.
I'm with 9 Class. Congratulations on your win today and your day. You guys have had a great day, but it's been an adjustment, right? You're playing without your coach Astini here. I was wondering how that felt now that the day is over.
We play without Astini, but he trying to help us online. He preparing still drafts as much as he can, and he trying to cheer us and watch with us replays. So I think we fine.
So has he been talking over video call while you guys are drafting?
Not video, just we talking in Discord. After we play best of one, we talking with Astini. He's saying what's our bad, what's our good, what we did well, what we did bad. And when we were preparing draft with DM. So yeah.
Okay, great. And another game of you terrorizing your enemies as support Slark. I have to ask you at this point, is it even worth trying to counter this hero? Is there anything you don't like playing against, or teams just ban this hero against you?
I mean, it's like Team Spirit. We're always trying to not ban your best hero because they prepare something. So last tournament they prepare Grimstroke because he have vulnerability to save me, but it's just bad hero. So now they prepare Disruptor to just glimpse me and put first spell on me. But I just use Iron Breach and go out. So it's still, they cannot counter, they just should ban. Because I can play only one Slark.
Only one Slark. Yeah. But that's not true. You have a very big hero pool. I remember, every patch you have this one signature. You had your Nyx Assassin, you had your Willow at some point, you had your Bat Rider. Are you gonna play any of those again, or are you just bored of them?
No, I just play Slark.
Just Okay, thank you so much for your time.
Well, there we go.
Don't blame him.
We know what to expect from him. Just play Slark, and indeed, as we saw on the stats, that's what he's been doing. And he's going to keep doing it.
Sure.
It's very good there, the 9 Class Slark.
And why not? Because like he said, I'm actually totally in agreement with him. I'm still shaky on other players playing the Slark, but he's making other teams play bad heroes. Disruptor, not really that great of a hero in position. Grimstroke, same kind of thing. Yeah. So he's like, if they're going to pick these heroes and I get to play my Slark,
easy game.
Let's go.
Easy game. And we saw it exactly there. Anyway, let's see what today has ended up. That was, of course, it for the Dota 2 today. What did it result in? Well, this is what it resulted in. Group A here. At BlastLam 3, Falcons 3-1, Gaming Gladiators 3-1, PARIVISION 2-2, Aurora Gaming 1-3, and Spirit 1-3. A crazy group stage. I mean, all of these teams are so great, folks. I mean, surprises or?
I mean, the Falcons' loss was definitely a surprise, but they were kind of clowning. I'll be honest. You can tell their draft was definitely very just unorthodox, we'll say, with that. But overall, yeah, things look pretty good. I think PARIVISION, they tried a couple things too. Yeah. I think they'll go back to just playing that Slark like you was mentioning.
Group B. And Group B. We have actually pretty much for the same pattern, right? 3-1, 3-1. Yep. So Tundra 3-1, Taipan 3-1, Extreme Gaming 2-2, Liquid 1-3, and BetBoom 1-3. As we said earlier, I think the biggest surprise there probably being Liquid, not doing too hot.
And Taipan doing as hot as they are.
Yeah, sure. 3-1. Yeah. No, impressive stuff. And yeah, no, good to see the two Chinese squads coming in and doing well. 3-1, 2-2. I think, yeah, even Extreme, they'll be happy with that, right? Because we've definitely seen Extreme do a lot worse in group stage.
I mean, Extreme is kind of all over the place. So I think they're happy when if they can come out 50-50, that seems pretty solid.
I think they take that. Right, so there we go, ladies and gentlemen. That's the results of the group stages. What does that mean? Well, this is what it means. Basically, today was a big seeding frenzy, really, just to try and get the teams, see where everyone's standing against one another so we can put them into this gauntlet bracket. This is what we've got. So basically, long story short, if you didn't do great in the groups, looking at the Liquids, the BetBooms, the Spirits, the Auroras, you got to make the long run through the whole bracket. And if you did good at the groups, you're there waiting already in the semi-finals. Falcons and Tundra, they're only 2 wins away from taking the title here. They're basically the final bosses. So we have this exciting bracket. You lose one of these best of threes. These are all best of threes, of course, part of the grand finals, best of 5. Lose a best of 3, you're gone. You don't get a second chance now. Everything to play for in these basically lower bracket runs.
I mean, I can't believe we're going to lose Spirit or Liquid. Immediately.
That's true.
We're going to lose Spirit or Liquid immediately. So that is pretty hype.
Literally that's the first series tomorrow.
Yeah, the first team to be eliminated.
One of those teams, we're getting rid of them. Goodbye. Ta-da.
That's Liquid, who's been a tournament winner in the last one. Spirit, I believe, placed, top 3 or top 4, I believe, also in the last one,
One of them's going to be gone.
That's pretty crazy. I mean, Aurora and BetBoom, this one is a bit more of that chaos.
That's going to be
kind of all over the place.
Kind of a bit clowny, but we're going to love it. We're going to love it. That's going to be the second series of the day tomorrow. All very exciting stuff. And as you saw, this kind of format lines us up for some crazy matchups where everything is absolutely high stakes. You lose, you are gone. You know, you're out of the running here at Blast Slam 3. Can't wait for it, folks.
I can't wait for tomorrow morning. That's going to be, honestly, that's the series to watch. Sure, Aurora Bet Boom is going to be super cloudy and stuff like that.
The dessert. That's the bonus.
Yeah.
But the main course.
Liquid Spirit, one of them's out right at the start of the tournament.
Well, ladies and gentlemen, I know you won't miss it, but do make sure you're with us tomorrow. We'll, of course, have the whole show going. We're going to have the players here on site, the beautiful paddle as well, the whole package ready to go tomorrow, and you better join us for that. So catch us tomorrow for day 2 of Blast Slam 3. We'll see you there.